All of humanity has crossed over into a world of survival on endless highways. It is a twisted, collapsing realm where mutated plants and animals rule the daylight, known as the visible danger. Nightmarish beings of countless shapes and forms dominate the darkness, known as the unknown fear. Each person arrives alone with a single vehicle, setting out on a migration for survival along a highway of light and shadow whose end no one can see, and whose conclusion no one can predict. Wei Chuan was fortunate enough to obtain inscribed talent mechanical mastery, along with an armored vehicle. In the description it read, wheeled armored personnel carrier towering and imposing with powerful propulsion capable of resisting 7.62mm rounds, a true heavy-duty bus. His scrayed talent mechanical mastery was described as a rule-touching power over machines, the core engine behind all mechanical evolution. A new prompt appeared: Survivor, congratulations on awakening your second talent, telekinesis. And so while everyone else was still struggling desperately just to stay alive, Wei Chuan was already driving a mobile-based vehicle, living a life others could not even dream of. System messages echoed around him. Survivor, welcome to the highway of light and shadow. The survival game officially begins. Please open the gift at your feet to claim your initial supplies. The prompts continued along the highway of light and shadow. Supply crates and resource points might appear. He could use the vehicle randomly granted in his gift to search along the route. Further instructions appeared. New survivors always needed more help, and he had now learned how to drive his vehicle. The notice emphasized that vehicles were vital. If he ever lost his, he could only pray to meet a friendly survivor on the road. The rules of time were laid out. Day and night would be divided at 7 o'clock in the morning and evening. During daylight, sandstorms would swallow anyone who hesitated, while moving at night would be far more dangerous. A final blessing echoed, good luck, survivor. On the broad 8-lane road, Wei Chuan stood in the middle of the highway, utterly bewildered. Highway of light and shadow. Survivor, he muttered inwardly. Moments ago he had just finished cleaning his shop and was about to step next door to buy a pack of cigarettes when a flash of white light filled his vision, and he suddenly found himself here. Looking around, he saw the wide road rolling like waves toward the azure sky, while on both sides stretched a Gobi desert choked with yellow sand, without a single patch of green in sight. Great, I really did get thrown into another world, he thought. Wei Chuan drew a deep breath and forced down the panic rising in his chest. He had read countless stories about crossing into new worlds, but never imagined it would one day happen to him. And he had never been particularly interested in the idea. After all, he had been quite satisfied with his life. After graduating from high school, he and 2 childhood friends who had grown up with him in the welfare home went out to work together. They saved up and opened a milk tea shop, catching the early wave of takeout and milk tea fever. Each month, they earned nearly 20,000 yuan, living comfortably in their small county town. Now, however, thinking about all that no longer mattered. The urgent task was to understand this survival game and stay alive. The gift, he thought, searching around. There it is. Behind him on the ground lay a small gift box decorated with a bow. As soon as he reached out to pick it up, the gift box turned into a streak of light and vanished. In its place on the ground lay a black notebook, and 5 meters away a large rust-spotted camouflage armored vehicle had appeared. He picked up the notebook and a prompt sounded in his mind, survival manual activated. New functions unlocked, personal talent, social vehicle trading, post-communication channel. He received his first reward, obtained scrayed talent mechanical mastery. A note explained that talent ranks ran from S, A, B, C, D down to E, with scrayed being a unique top-level talent. Next came the list of initial supplies. Obtained 88 military wheeled armored personnel carrier, 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, 1 U 450g loaf of sliced bread, 1 E personal storage slots, 10. A note added that the storage slots could only hold items he was physically strong enough to move on his own. I hit the jackpot. Wei Chuan trembled with excitement, a spark of joy flashing across his handsome face. He had drawn the best scrayed talent, and even his vehicle was an exceptionally powerful military armored carrier. His luck, he thought, was beyond words. Mechanical mastery combined with an armored vehicle, it was the perfect match, a clear path toward a technological route. Good. This crossing was worth it, he thought. Running a milk tea shop is nothing compared to this. Instinctively, Wei Chuan glanced around to ensure there were no other creatures nearby. Only after confirming he was alone did he quietly open the survival manual. First, he needed to grasp the basic situation before deciding on. Inside the manual appeared his profile, Survivor Wei Chuan. Talent scrayed mechanical mastery. Time 0803. Weather clear. Temperature 29. On the first page was a realistic portrait of him and his name, with the time, weather, and temperature neatly displayed beside it. Beyond that lay sections for his talent and vehicle. Under talent skills, it listed insight into essence, thought shaping, concept fusion, mechanical perception, and blueprint construction. Insight into essence: upon touching any mechanical device, he could instantly obtain its fundamental part structure and energy pathways, understand its design principles, material composition, and energy conversion methods, and see its internal damage points of failure, redundancies, and potential optimizations. Thought shaping: by focusing his mental power and maintaining physical contact, he could freely reshape any mechanical material component or device. Concept fusion: he could merge seemingly unrelated mechanical principles or products of different technologies at the level of concepts, fitting them together into something new. Mechanical perception: when he touched a machine, it would resonate with him, allowing him to sense its current status, how much energy it had left, whether its engine was running smoothly, and even vaguely perceive hostile intent or attacks directed at it from outside. Blueprint construction: when he conceived a plan to modify a machine, his talent would automatically simulate and optimize it, forming a workable virtual blueprint, greatly reducing trial and error and enhancing the machine's potential. Using these talent skills would consume both mental and physical energy, and overuse could lead to headaches, blurred consciousness, or even fainting. This is practically unbeatable, he thought. As long as I get my hands on enough machines to learn their principles, he thought, I could even build a giant mobile base vehicle from scratch someday. His excitement surged as he finished reading the talent descriptions. After all, the category of machines was vast: household appliances, firearms, aircraft, vehicles. These were all machines, and even nuclear weapons were a kind of mechanical weapon. Although such feats were beyond his reach for now, it did no harm to keep them in mind. After savoring his good fortune, Wei Chuan turned the pages and continued reading. The social section was empty. Under vehicle, the manual listed 88 military-wheeled armored personnel carrier. Fuel tanks 600L, maximum highway speed 100 km/h, at steady cruising fuel consumption is 55 L per 100 kilometers. Function: crafting station. A note mentioned that although the vehicle was old, its structure and systems were still solid, and it could withstand hits from 7.62 mm rounds. Seeing the fuel consumption figure, Wei Chuan could not help but curse inwardly. The vehicle consumed 55 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers, a monstrous appetite. It was normal, he knew, for an armored vehicle to burn diesel. Diesel packed more punch than gasoline, but this kind of consumption seemed outrageous. 55 liters would take an ordinary diesel car nearly 700 kilometers. This was no mere gas guzzler, he thought. It was a tyrannosaur of fuel consumption. His earlier excitement cooled at once, and a weight settled in his chest. He knew he could never abandon the vehicle. It was too valuable. Even if it cost him dearly, he would have to keep it running. All he could hope for was a smooth run when he went out to scavenge for supplies later. Ideally, he would find diesel directly. Failing that, he would have to barter other supplies for fuel. And if he were unlucky enough to find nothing at all, then there would be nothing to say. Before starvation claimed him, he would simply dig himself a hole by the roadside and lie down in it. The final pages listed the trading post and the communication channel, each marked simply with tap to open, but Wei Chuan no longer had time to explore them. The reason was simple: a sandstorm was coming. The sky behind him had already been stained a solid earth yellow, almost covering the entire world. It's coming this fast, he thought, cursing under his breath as he broke into a run toward the armored vehicle. The keys were already in the door of the armored carrier. Wei Chuan dove into the driver's seat and started the engine at once, guiding the vehicle onto the right side of the highway and driving forward. The engine let out a low guttural roar as the rust-streaked steel behemoth began to pick up speed on the wide highway. Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes locked on the rearview mirror. Behind him, a curtain of earth-yellow sky blotted out the heavens, devouring everything in its path at a terrifying speed. Billowing sand surged forward like a land-bound tsunami. So hot. Wei Chuan snatched a glance at the survival manual. The temperature had already climbed to 30 degrees Celsius, turning the interior of the vehicle into a stifling oven. After a brief hesitation, he switched on the air conditioning. Although it would increase fuel consumption, the loss of water from sweating was clearly a more serious problem. He had only a single bottle of water with him. Staying cool also helped him keep his emotions steady, and that mattered too. Nearly half an hour passed as he drove on. At last, the earth-yellow curtain that had seemed to devour the world slowly fell behind, until it vanished completely from the rearview mirror. Sunlight once more spilled across the cracked highway, raising visible waves of heat that made even the air seem to writhe with scorching distortion. Wei Chuan let out a long breath, his taut nerves easing slightly. Then, almost without thinking, he glanced at the fuel gauge, and his heart lurched. The needle marking the remaining diesel had visibly dropped by a small but undeniable segment. This is only how far I've gone. He winced in distress, his teeth bared in frustration at the waste. There were no numbers on the gauge, but he was sure that in that half hour of high-speed driving he had burned at least 30 liters of diesel. The main and auxiliary tanks together held only 600 liters. In such a short time, 1/20th of his fuel was gone. This thing guzzles fuel. Wei Chuan sighed and gradually eased off the accelerator, letting the speed drop to a more fuel-efficient 40 kilometers per hour as his eyes swept along both sides of the road. Yellow sand, broken stones, withered shrubs. Nothing of use in sight. Just then a vague outline emerged at the edge of the earthen slope on the right side of the road, drawing closer, growing clearer. A house. Wei Chuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately turned the wheel toward it. The armored vehicle roared as it left the highway, its heavy tires grinding over the gravelly ground and leaving deep tracks behind. Only up close did he see it clearly, a small, earthy yellow single-story house in ruins. The doors and windows were nearly falling off, a hole gaped in the roof, and the place looked as though it had been abandoned for a very long time. This rundown. Hopefully it isn't empty. Wei Chuan drew a deep breath and walked softly toward the little house. He pushed at the rickety wooden door. The hinges screeched as the door swung open, and a heavy smell of dust rushed out to meet him. Inside, the light was dim. Only a few shafts from the broken roof and windows pierced the gloom, catching motes of dust drifting in the air. A little disappointed, Wei Chuan carefully scanned the cramped interior. A single sagging wooden bed, a battered table, 2 low bamboo chairs, and a pile of indistinct junk lay stacked in one corner. There was no danger, but no supplies in sight either. Forget it, better than nothing. Rolling up his sleeves, Wei Chuan set to work at once. The rear compartment of the armored truck was empty, not even a single chair. If he cleaned them up, these pieces of furniture could still be used, and were far better than sleeping on cold steel. After dealing with the furniture, he turned to the pile of junk in the corner buried under dust and rubble. Got it. Once he cleared away the larger stones, Wei Chuan uncovered 3 simply packaged compressed biscuits. They were a bit dirty, but the wrapping remained intact. Next, under a dented enamel basin, he discovered an even greater surprise. 2 1.5-liter plastic bottles filled with clear liquid. The plastic was slightly yellowed, but the seals were intact. A windfall. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up, and he unhesitatingly twisted one bottle open. The moment he caught the fragrance wafting from the bottle, his excitement dropped by half. After a cautious sip, he screwed the cap back on. It was a light, fragrant liquor, not fresh water. It was a fine thing to have, but this was no time to indulge. Save it for later. This will never be hard to trade. Wei Chuan took the compressed biscuits out of the storage compartment, then used the freed-up space to stow the 2 bottles of liquor. After that, he went back to rummaging in the corner. He found 3 metal pipes of varying lengths, an enamel mug with a slightly dented rim, and a metal canteen, crushed on one side, its lid nowhere to be seen. There was a frayed toothbrush, a towel caked with dust, and a tangled coil of electric wire whose insulation had cracked and split in many places. Take the daily necessities and the scrap metal. As he looked at this junk, the description of his skill, thought-forged, shaping flashed through his mind. Those metal pipes and frayed wires that seemed useless might well become key materials for upgrading the armored vehicle in the future. This trip was worth it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wei Chuan gathered up everything that would not fit in the storage compartments and carried it all back to the armored truck. Stepping out of the little house, he squinted against the blazing sunlight. It was already unbearably hot, and it was only 8:30. By noon it would reach at least 35 degrees. Water had become just as important as diesel. He opened the rear door of the vehicle and stowed the collected items in the back compartment. Military issue really is different, he thought as he climbed in from the rear and took a careful look around. On each side of the compartment were 5 small observation windows, 2 were sealed, and 3 had firing ports that could be opened and closed at will. The compartment was about 1.6 meters high, not very comfortable, but as long as he could find enough metal, he would be able to raise the roof. It was a pity there were no soft furnishings, otherwise it would have been almost comfortable. From what he remembered, a military armored personnel carrier of this class should have had cameras mounted at the front and rear and a heavy machine gun on the roof. Once he had arranged his haul neatly, Wei Chuan turned to the crafting table. The table was not very large, about the size of a desktop sewing machine, and it offered 2 functions: craft and dismantle. Craft could only be used to create items for which he already possessed the recipes. Dismantle could only be used to break down finished or semi-finished items. It was easy enough to grasp. Just like a crafting station in a game, one side for making items from recipes, the other for dismantling them into materials. Given how such systems usually work, the dismantle function would probably charge some sort of fee. Let's try it. After a moment's thought, Wei Chuan picked up the shortest metal pipe and placed it on the table. The crafting table had 10 slots for materials. When not in use, it could double as additional storage, which was a welcome bonus. As soon as he tapped the dismantle option, the pipe vanished, and glowing text appeared on the surface. Dismantle successful. Steel ingot 1. Damn. Wei Chuan examined the steel ingot and immediately felt disheartened. The chosen steel pipe was just over 40 centimeters, yet it weighed at least 2 pounds. But after decomposition, only 4 tails remain. The processing fee is as high as 80. Not even the goose factory or pig farm is this ruthless. This feature might work for others, but for me it's nothing but a loss. At least mechanical items can't be decomposed, while I need to keep the materials to modify the armored vehicle. Wei Chuan suddenly lost interest, shaking his head as he returned to the driver's seat. Wait! Just as he started the vehicle, he froze, diving into the rear compartment to grab the last 2 steel pipes. With his focused mind shaping activated, the 2 steel pipes pressed together, swiftly softened like clay, then slowly fused into one, coalescing into a steel machete about 1.2 meters long. The machete shimmered with a silver hue, its blade relatively straight, with a distinct curve only at the tip. The edge glimmered with a cold, sharp light under the dim light of the vehicle. I've struck gold. Wei Chuan clenched his fist tightly, his lips curling up in a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In the novice village stage, cold weapons should be quite valuable, right? He could easily buy up scrap metal and turn it into cold weapons for sale, cycling through the process to quickly earn his first pot of gold. No wonder it's his great talent. Wei Chuan grinned the fatigue he felt being overshadowed by overwhelming joy as he immediately started the engine. He needed to keep this machete for personal defense, so he still had to search for more metal materials. It didn't necessarily have to be steel. Metals like copper, iron, and aluminum alloys could also be used to craft cold weapons. After all, it was better than being empty-handed. As he set off again, Wei Chuan reduced his speed, focusing most of his attention on the right side of the road. The previous hints indicated that supplies and resource points might appear by the roadside. While he might not miss resource points since supply boxes are indeed boxes, they wouldn't be too large, and if he didn't look carefully, he might very well overlook them. Yellow sand, gravel, and the occasional withered shrubs formed a monotonous and oppressive landscape. With nothing else to do, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel. The communication channel was divided into two subchannels: regional channel and world channel. The world channel was empty and indicated it was unavailable, while the regional channel was bustling, showing that one could speak 10 times. 50001 area 990110000 people. Lin Heng, damn, these bicycles are impossible to ride. If I stay out here for another hour, won't I just dry out? Gaofei, holy SHD, there's a lion chasing me. Niao Xingxing, milk for gasoline, hit me up in private message for details. Qiling, I got a van, did everyone else get cars too? Lin Jiajie, found a supply box, got a barrel of gasoline and 2 bottles of beer, and the beer is cold. It was so refreshing to drink. Zhang Mingting, I'm right by the road, can anyone see me? Every message was preceded by a real name and real avatar. Wei Chuan clicked on one, and a menu popped up with trade, private chat block, and add friend options. There weren't many valuable messages, most were complaints and bragging. After all, over half an hour had passed and serious individuals were mostly busy familiarizing themselves with this world, while only the foolish remained chatting in the 50001 area, with 170 people per area. This means at least 510 million people have crossed into the... Wei Chuan turned off the communication channel and shifted his focus back to searching. He hoped not to encounter anyone too soon. In this world where survival materials were extremely scarce, people were the most dangerous beings. Time passed second by second. Besides the roar of the engine, the entire world seemed to fall into a dead silence. The sun grew increasingly scorching, shining through the windshield. Even with the air conditioning on, Wei Chuan could feel a wave of heat. About 20 meters ahead, near a wind-eroded rock pile, something was half buried in the... About 20 meters ahead, near a wind-eroded rock pile, something was half buried in the ground, resembling a square box. A supply box. Wei Chuan's heart raced, and after capping the mineral water, he gripped the machete and walked over. The risk of nighttime actions will increase significantly. If you think about it the other way around, this statement implies that daytime actions also carry risks, just not as severe as at night, otherwise there wouldn't be fewer people in the area. With the initial supplies providing, a bottle of 500 milliliter mineral water, dying of thirst or sunburn wouldn't happen too quickly. Safety is not something to be taken lightly. It's too hot. The scorching air from all directions made Wei Chuan's breath hitch. He couldn't afford to delay and rushed over in quick steps. The gray box was half a meter square with a simple latch on top. Gray iron box, the most common supply box. Contents mostly consist of basic survival supplies. The rarity of supply boxes ranges from low to high: gray iron box, bronze box, silver box, gold box, platinum box, shadow box, source crystal box. Is this the worst? Seeing the grade, Wei Chuan's excitement dropped by half. He didn't immediately try to open it, but instead lightly kicked it a few times from behind. The box was silent, without any noise. It shouldn't be a trap. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, stood beside the wooden box, opened the latch on top with the machete, and swiftly lifted the lid. Click! As the lid opened, Wei Chuan quickly jumped back. When he saw that nothing jumped out from the box, he cautiously leaned forward to take a look. Inside the box there were no divisions, containing a barrel of gasoline and a bottle of mineral water. Bingo! Wei Chuan almost cheered out loud, directly storing all these items into his inventory. The gasoline was 20 liters, and the mineral water was 300 milliliters. These supplies came at the perfect time. Gasoline could be exchanged for diesel at the trading post, while the mineral water could be kept for himself. Take the box too. Wei Chuan closed the lid of the gray iron box and directly pulled it out of the ground. This thing should be able to be decomposed. If not, it could be kept in storage and occasionally serve as a chair. Returning to the armored vehicle and starting it up, Wei Chuan felt much lighter than earlier. The pressure of having fresh water was alleviated, and the diesel in the tank was sufficient to last until evening. The next priority was the metal materials. In the next 2 hours, Wei Chuan found nothing. He encountered a few forks in the road along the way, always choosing the narrower path, allowing him to keep an eye on both sides of the road and slightly increasing the chances of finding a supply box. Supply box house. Wei Chuan muttered, focusing his attention on the roadside. Besides the sound of his heartbeat and the roar of the engine, the world seemed to be enveloped in endless silence, creating a feeling of unease. Suddenly, about 100 meters ahead in the middle of the road, a black dot began to grow larger. Moi. Wei Chuan squinted, instinctively releasing the accelerator, and the speed of the armored vehicle gradually. There stood a man in the middle of the road. A middle-aged man clad in a black tracksuit, drenched in sweat, desperately waving his arms, his face filled with surprise. His movements were exaggerated and his mouth was wide open, seemingly shouting for help, yet his cries failed to penetrate the armored vehicle. Behind him lay an old-fashioned electric bike, toppled over. Out of power. Wei Chuan's heart raced as he quickly scanned his surroundings. The highway was flanked by unshielded barriers, offering a wide field of vision devoid of other creatures or threats, but this did not ease his anxiety. Because on the man's waist there was an axe prominently displayed. The axe glinted coldly in the sun like a chilling steel needle, instantly piercing the flicker of sympathy and hesitation that had just arisen in Wei Chuan's heart. Damn it! Wei Chuan's throat felt dry, the icy reminder of the survival manual ringing in his ears. Vehicles are crucial. If you lose your vehicle, you can only pray to encounter friendly survivors on the road. Wei Chuan dared not take the gamble. He could not risk whether the man was truly desperate or merely seeking to deceive him into offering help, only to unleash the axe upon him the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. He could not gamble on how enticing this armored car might be to others. In a world where everyone lived in fear, kindness was a luxury. The only rule was to ensure his own survival. Buddy, figure it out yourself. A flash of resolve crossed Wei Chuan's eyes as he gently pressed the accelerator, turning the steering wheel slightly to the left. Help me. Seeing the armored vehicle attempting to bypass him, the middle-aged man's hands waved even more frantically as he ran a few steps forward, trying to force the vehicle to stop. Damn! Watching this unfold, only tension remained in Wei Chuan's heart as he floored the accelerator. Roar! The engine of the armored vehicle erupted with a roar akin to an enraged steel beast, its heavy body lunging forward with sudden speed. The weight of the armored vehicle was too great, and with excellent shock absorption, it showed no sign of stop. The look of unwillingness on the man's face instantly transformed into sheer terror as he attempted to roll aside, but it was too late. Bang! A faint muffled sound emerged, quickly drowned out by the roar of the armored vehicle's engine. The weight of the armored vehicle was too great, and with excellent shock absorption, it showed no sign of stopping, as if rolling over a small stone, continuing to roar. Seated in the driver's seat, Wei Chuan only felt a slight tremor in his seat. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, not easing off the accelerator. After more than 10 seconds, Wei Chuan's taut nerves gradually relaxed, and after an inexplicable shiver, he slowly reversed the armored vehicle, glancing at the rear. A pool of blood had formed on the road with a distorted red stain within it. The axe lay in the blood, now thoroughly stained red. This isn't my fault, who told you to rush at me, Wei Chuan's breathing was slightly heavy, his hands gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly, and even his legs felt numb, his body felt light, unsure whether it was due to tension or fear. As long as I'm not the one who dies, that's all that matters. He shook his head violently, repeatedly reminding himself, internally, forcibly suppressing the intense physiological and psychological discomfort, his gaze gradually sharpening. After sitting in silence for a minute, Wei Chuan exited the vehicle with a machete. He held his breath, stepped on the axe, pushing it toward the roadside, scraping off the blood with dirt, then glanced at the fallen electric bike. There were no items dropped from the corpse. Personal storage compartments could only be accessed by the owner and disappeared upon death. But what about the vehicle's material compartment? The heavier the load, the greater the energy consumption. The middle-aged man might have stored heavier supplies in the material compartment. It shouldn't be. Without a crafting station, how could anything be made? Wei Chuan circled the electric bike carefully, but still found no crafting station, and the seat compartment was empty. In the end, when he turned the key to start the electric bike, the seat lit up with crafting and dismantling, and next to it was the material compartment. The material compartment contained 3 iron ingots. 3 iron ingots in the same storage compartment indicated that identical items could stack. He just didn't know the limit. Wei Chuan tried and smoothly retrieved the not bound. Looking at the iron ingots in his hand, Wei Chuan felt slightly heavy-hearted. The vehicle and its functions are not bound to any individual, which means that killing for treasure will become one of the best ways to acquire resources. Of course, the situation may be chaotic, but it hasn't reached him. When he's in the vehicle, he's the one seeking trouble. When he's out, the doors and transmission systems remain locked. Even a thief would shed tears. Putting the iron ingots into the storage compartment, Wei Chuan used mind shaping to directly dismantle the electric bike into parts. The storage compartment can only hold items that he can move. This electric bike was too heavy to store as a whole, so he could only dismantle it into parts first. With the help of the insight essence skill, he had comprehended all the mechanical principles and operational mechanisms of this electric bike. This was more important than the bike itself. As long as he finds some batteries and solar panels, he can create a battery pack and solar array, converting the armored vehicle's gasoline engine system into a gasoline-electric hybrid system. These things are hard to come by, just have to gather them slowly. Remembering this, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle and started it up. His thoughts had completely calmed, as if the brutal scene moments ago had never occurred. Only the increasingly small red dot in the rearview mirror silently testified to the coldness and darkness of this world. Another hour passed, and it was noon. During this time, Wei Chuan found a gray iron box, but unfortunately, it only contained a pair of scissors and a copper ingot. He parked the armored vehicle by the roadside, preparing to eat something and take a break. Alright, let's load up the gasoline. As Wei Chuan munched on toast, he walked to the rear compartment, picked up the gasoline can, and opened the trading interface. Buzz. The manual's pages shimmered, and a semi-transparent light blue screen instantly unfolded above the manual, hovering before Wei Chuan. At the top were 5 clear category tags: search sell by one of my items. Wei Chuan searched for the price of fuel and found that diesel and gasoline were mostly exchanged by the liter, so he directly traded for a 20-liter barrel of diesel. Not bad. The trading interface did not charge any fees. The current prices hadn't stabilized yet, so there was no such thing as a loss or gain. As long as he could exchange for what he needed, it was a win-win. The most expensive were fresh water and blueprints, their prices skyrocketing. Ridiculous, even deities can't afford it. Seeing that a 300 milliliters bottle of mineral water was listed at the price of 10 liters of gasoline, Wei Chuan couldn't help but scoff, casually switching to the wanted page. A flurry of purchase requests flooded the screen, leaving him dazzled. This feature is quite convenient, Wei Chuan thought as he browsed briefly and then posted a purchase request. He needed various metals, metal products, machinery, diesel, solar panels, batteries, and blueprints, willing to trade for weapons with prices negotiable. He could post 3 purchase requests a day, each valid for 1 hour. Until prices stabilized in the trading market, being able to chat privately was evidently more useful, allowing for more precise targeting of seller or buyer groups. As soon as he posted, the social function lit up. Upon checking, it was filled with private messages. Chen Yun, did the boss manage to get a weapon recipe? What weapon? Zhang Wei, hello, I have a broken water pump, are you interested? Lin Kong Kong, what kind of weapon? Let it be a kitchen knife, but if it's a mountain cutting knife, I can trade you a two-weight bar bicycle. Gao Qian, wow, the handsome guy is impressive, already wholesale weapons. Wu Binbin, brother, what's the price for the rim? The size for a regular car made of aluminum alloy. Weapons indeed have a market. Seeing so many private messages, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile. I have a dagger, want to trade? It's much better than a mountain cutting knife, nearly half a meter long axe for chopping wood. I just used it to take down a wolf, and the blood on it hasn't even been cleaned off yet. Brother, aluminum alloy isn't very durable, how about I trade with a dagger? Wei Chuan selectively responded to those who genuinely wanted to do business. The aluminum alloy frame of the electric bicycle could be turned into a cold weapon. Without a wooden stick as a handle, a dagger was the most suitable choice, hollow handle, solid blade, requiring little material and effort. Trade. Seconds later, replies came in, all expressing a willingness to exchange. This outcome was within Wei Chuan's expectations. For the vast majority, these scraps were worth less than a slice of toast, let alone a dagger that could be used for self-defense. Replying with a brief wait, Wei Chuan melted down part of the electric bicycle frame and produced 10 daggers in one go. All were about 30 centimeters long, calling them short swords would not be an exaggeration, truly a conscientious businessman. This blue bar is too short. Wei Chuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him after expending considerable energy. He wondered if there were any items that could enhance his mental strength and physique. Given the current situation, even if he were given 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to upgrade an armored vehicle into a base vehicle. Shaking his swelling head, Wei Chuan opened the private chat to click on the trade, transferring everything over. In truth, the value of scraps was far less than that of weapons, but he urgently needed materials, so he didn't haggle. A slightly crooked two-weight bar bicycle. A rusted small water pump. A slightly rusted aluminum alloy rim. The quality of the materials was decent, suitable for keeping as reserve materials. In just a short while, dozens of private messages piled up again. Wang Ming, brother, I have a safe about the size of a microwave, it's heavy, do you want it? Zhao Qian, son, I have half a box of various screws and nuts, what weapon do you have? Bai Jie, hello, I have a battery, not sure if it can be used, are you collecting? Cheng Xiaoqiang, boss, I have a big butt television. Not many were genuinely interested in doing business, just over a dozen. After chatting with them, in order, Wei Chuan completed the trades. I struck it rich. Looking at the pile of scraps in the rear compartment, Wei Chuan felt a little more at ease. I struck it rich. Looking at the pile of scraps in the rear compartment, Wei Chuan felt a little more at ease, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. These were all ammunition for his arms business. With 2 more posting opportunities left, he planned to wait until night to use them, specifically looking for food, fresh water recipes, and diesel. Taking advantage of the fact that most people's living conditions weren't yet stable, he needed to capitalize on his advantage of being able to create cold weapons and stockpile some hard currency. Wei Chuan once again started the armored vehicle, slowly advancing along the road. The monotonous and repetitive desert landscape was numbing. After driving for over 10 minutes, as he was about to open the communication channel to alleviate his boredom, a strange reflection caught his eye. The reflection came from about 10 meters behind on the right. There was a nearly 2-meter-high wind-eroded rock pile behind which was a silver box, its sheen somewhat dull and hardly noticeable in the sunlight. The crossbow arrows are clearly a matched set, each one exquisitely crafted with sharp tips. As for the black plastic box, it is indeed a toolbox fully equipped with various hardware tools. If we count all the different blades, there are at least 100 types. Not bad, Wei Chuan nodded slightly, closing the toolbox. These tools were of little use to him. After all, apart from the electric pin and tape measure, the rest could be made by hand. However, the appearance of this toolbox inspired him. Just because he couldn't use it didn't mean others wouldn't know. With vehicles getting banged up, repairs require tools. He could make a batch to sell at the trading post. The tools are small and nearly costless, and if there's a market, it would be incredibly profitable. Only 10 can be stacked. That's still acceptable. Wei Chuan stored all the items in his storage compartment, noticing that the 30 crossbow arrows only occupied 3 compartments, and then quickly walked towards the first thing he did upon returning to the vehicle was open the crafting table to check. Indeed, the crafting table, which was originally empty, now had an icon for the recipe of the semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow. After selecting it, he could place the materials in the slots to craft. Springs, rubber, iron, nails. Wei Chuan noted the materials down and crafted one directly by hand. However, the only item that fit into the material slot was the steel ingot he obtained from dismantling a steel pipe. It was clear. The crafting required natural materials, artificial ones could not be used. Tisk, so stingy. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. He had been hoping to exploit a bug to resell materials, and now he faced significant losses. Checking the trading post, he found that the materials needed to craft the handgun crossbow were abundant, with hundreds of pages of listings, but the prices were exorbitant. Item name: spring. Quantity 5. Price: 500 milliliters of fresh water. Item name: steel ingot. Quantity 4. Price: 10 liters of diesel. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. I can exchange a dagger for materials or dismantle some junk. Either way, it's cheaper than buying directly. Wei Chuan shook his head and closed the trading post. In truth, he wasn't in dire need of weapons. With this armored vehicle, no one could harm him, not even a lion or tiger. Pressing the gas, it was just a speed bump. The main issue was his fear of inadequate firepower. Without a reliable weapon at hand, he always felt uneasy. Moreover, the handgun crossbow was also mechanical. Once he grasped the crafting principles, it would be like acquiring a recipe with unlimited crafting opportunities. It would be a super money-making venture. Once the handgun crossbow goes on sale, he would need to equip himself with an iron shell to avoid falling victim to the very weapons he sold. He would also make a few for personal use, filling them with crossbow arrows in his storage compartment for easy access, saving time on loading. The armored vehicle drove back onto the road, its rusted body shimmering in the heat under the blazing sun. Yet this time Wei Chuan was in a good mood. His anticipation burned hotter than the sun. The handgun crossbow recipe was etched into his mind like a searing iron, dispelling the tedium of long-distance driving. In the afternoon, Wei Chuan's luck was not great. From 1230 p.m. to 6 p.m., he hadn't encountered a single supply box, nor had he seen even a shadow of a supply point. The only good news was that the temperature had finally dropped. It had reached 39 degrees at the hottest point in the afternoon, but now it was down to 29 degrees. At least it was cooler, and turning off the air conditioning would save some fuel. Just as he was feeling a bit disheartened and preparing to pull over for dinner, the armored vehicle passed by a severely weathered earthen cliff. At the base of the cliff was a somewhat concealed depression, its entrance half covered by torn cloth and rubble resembling a makeshift resource point. Wei Chuan immediately stopped the vehicle, gripping his machete as he approached to carefully observe the cliff. It truly was a cave. The entrance was small, allowing only one person to bend down to enter, but the internal space was not small. It was piled with many dilapidated wooden boxes and oil barrels resembling an underground shelter. A supply box. Wei Chuan moved aside the rubble, stuffing the torn cloth into his pocket before crawling into the cave. After searching, the smile on his face gradually faded. It was just a bunch of weathered, empty wooden boxes, and even the oil barrels were empty, rusted to the point of being more fragile than biscuits with no recycling value. However, after clearing away all the junk that took up space, he found a real treasure deep in the cave, an orange with a somewhat shriveled skin that emitted a strong, sweet, and sour fragrance. A 10-liter, unopened portable plastic diesel barrel. Finally, the afternoon's misfortunes had come to an end. Wei Chuan quickly stored the orange and the diesel barrel, checked the cave thoroughly to confirm there were no other valuable items, and swiftly returned to the vehicle. The setting sun began to sink in the west, casting a golden-red hue over the vast Gobi Desert. Wei Chuan glanced at the time on his survival manual: 1819. It's almost 7. A sense of urgency rose within Wei Chuan as he drove the armored vehicle a short distance, stopping on a section of road with an unobstructed view. To be on the safe side, he needed to craft the handgun crossbow before dark. This should be enough. Wei Chuan picked up the gray iron box from the passenger seat and went to the rear compartment. The gray iron box contained 19 daggers which he had crafted gradually from noon until now. He made them as soon as he had the energy, otherwise it would be a waste. Dagger crafted, can it be traded now? He opened his social app and sent a message to the clients who had reserved the daggers. During the noon, 10 clients said they could wait, and he added them as friends, but now only 7 remained. The other 3 had likely lost interest. After a short wait, 6 clients clicked on the trade after replying. 1 had not moved, likely indicating disinterest. After organizing the junk he had exchanged, Wei Chuan opened the trading post. He searched for the materials needed to craft the handgun crossbow, and upon finding the prices still high, decisively chose to dismantle items instead. Dismantling successful, obtained plastic 2, spring 3, nails 3, rubber 5, steel ingot 10. Dismantling successful, obtained electronic components 1, bearings 1, plastic 3, cables 5, iron ingots 5, nails 5. Wei Chuan first dismantled a 28-bar bicycle. Noticing that the dismantled plastic wasn't sufficient, he exchanged some steel ingots at the trading post, finally gathering enough materials. That's enough. Wei Chuan excitedly opened the crafting table, selected the handgun crossbow recipe, placed all the materials inside, and clicked to craft. Springs 2, rubber 3, steel ingots 3, plastic 3, nails 3, crafting successful, obtained falcon handgun crossbow 1. It worked. Wei Chuan grabbed the handgun crossbow, feeling its weight in his hands. A profound sense of accomplishment and security surged within him. He quickly loaded the crossbow arrows into the quiver and pulled back the cocking mechanism. With a crisp click, Wei Chuan held the handgun crossbow tightly in his hands and aimed at the driver's side window, his restless heart finally settling. From now on, who would dare to speak loudly to me? Good treasure. Wei Chuan fondled the hand crossbow with affection. This hand crossbow could hold 5 bolts, and a single pull of the trigger could fire one that could completely be treated as a bolt-action sniper, albeit a budget version. Moreover, its size was just right, allowing it to be aimed and fired with one hand while pulling the trigger with the other. As long as the hand speed was quick enough, all 5 bolts could be fired within 3 seconds, even while running. An absolute divine artifact. With the weapon sorted, next comes survival supplies. Wei Chuan opened the trading interface and clicked on purchase request, posting a request. Request: need food, fresh water, diesel recipes, willing to trade with premium long daggers, private message with price, slow hands will be left behind. Just seconds after posting, the social feature was instantly flooded with a multitude of private messages, the read, unread notifications flickering wildly. Lu Qiangqiang, boss, can materials be exchanged? I have a lot of iron ingots. Shuahong, handsome, do you want the drawing for the cigarette holder? Gao Yu, 3 bottles of 300 milliliters of mineral water, do we trade? Yang Changfei, brother, 10 liters of diesel are up for trade. Wei Chuan quickly skimmed through the offers, selecting the satisfactory ones, and directly clicking to trade, exchanging 13 daggers for a large amount of basic supplies. 14 bottles of 300 milliliters of mineral water. 7 packs of Nirexbury compressed biscuits. 140 liters of diesel. 1 apple, 3 bananas, 3 slices of toast, 5 iron ingots. As night approached, many were eager to collect weapons, offering straightforward prices. Some even raised their offers because Wei Chuan couldn't respond in time. It can only be said that the wealthy abound. The richest even offered 50 liters of diesel, though it's unclear if they had received relevant talents. I underestimated the lucky ones. My talent is impressive, but others may not be lacking. The next batch of daggers must be offered at a higher price. Wei Chuan cheerfully organized his supplies. His only regret was not obtaining any useful recipes. However, this was to be expected. Before running out of ammunition and food, few would sell recipes, and those that could be offered were not helpful for survival. Of course, with so many novices, the chance of finding a good deal certainly exists. However, Wei Chuan hadn't spent much time in the trading interface or communication channels, so he missed that luck. After tidying up the house, he inspected the armored vehicle. Vehicle 88, military wheeled armored personnel carrier, fuel tank, 380L 600L, maximum highway speed of 100 km/h, consumes 55L of diesel over 100 kilometers in stable driving conditions. After pouring all 170 liters of diesel he obtained today into the tank, Wei Chuan casually had some water, then returned to the vehicle. He had only driven 400 kilometers today. If this were a regular sedan, it would have consumed about 30 liters. Luckily, he had S-level mechanical control talent, otherwise it would have been unaffordable. After pouring all 170 liters of diesel he obtained today into the tank, Wei Chuan casually had some water, then returned to the vehicle, checking the doors and shooting ports to ensure they were all locked. There might be danger tonight. He definitely wouldn't get out of the vehicle. While drinking mineral water, Wei Chuan ate a piece of compressed biscuit, filling his stomach before heading to the rear compartment and placing his hand on the remaining frame of the electric bike. With focused intention, he activated it. The frame slowly softened, the tires bouncing lightly like jelly as the second-hand crossbow and 30 bolts rapidly took shape. That's enough. Wei Chuan looked at the second-hand crossbow, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. In fact, he still had plenty of energy and could have made 2 or 3 more sets, but considering the possibility of battle tonight, he dared not exhaust. This is the consequence of reading too many novels. It always feels like no matter how much preparation is made, it's never enough. The reality may be that he wouldn't even need to use them. Simply hiding in the vehicle would allow him to safely pass the night. After all, if even an armored vehicle couldn't withstand an attack, then District 50001 would be wiped out tonight. Outside the vehicle, the last rays of twilight disappeared completely. Area 50001, 956-71000 people. Wei Chuan loaded the hand crossbow with bolts and put it in the storage compartment, then opened the communication channel. The regional channel was already in a frenzy, panic spreading like a plague. Area 50001, 956-71000 people. Linhai Dam, there's something by the roadside, looks like a person. Those eyes are as red as lanterns. Zhao Gang, where did those monsters come from? Can you stop scaring yourself? Chun Shouty, damn, a horde of zombies is chasing me. Oh, luckily the motorcycle is powerful. I almost didn't make it. Heaping, ha ha, damn, the bronze box opened a pot of oil-braised shrimp. This survival game is too ridiculous. Dong Xiaobing, it's over. Those on 2 wheels are doomed. Zhao Baojia, everyone, don't get out of the car, turn off the lights, and don't make a sound. Those things seem to not attack humans actively. Monsters. Zombie. Wei Chuan's movements froze in an instant, a chill creeping up his spine. He suddenly raised his head and looked out through the shooting port of the vehicle. In the darkness, several pairs of red eyes glinted, and those eyes locked onto his gaze as if they were about to pounce at any moment. With the faint moonlight, Wei Chuan saw the true form of those monsters. They were humanoid creatures without clothing or physiological features, with glowing red eyes averaging around 2 meters tall, long limbs, and gray-black skin. They resembled more terrifying zombies. However, the mechanical perception did not issue a warning, which meant there was no malice outside the vehicle. What does it mean to encircle without attacking? Wei Chuan gripped the bolt tightly, his heart racing, silently chanting, "Don't panic, this is an armored vehicle. Only I get to do the attacking." Just then a low rumble of an engine echoed from outside, piercing the silence of the desert night like cold steel needles. Damn, are they crazy? Wei Chuan was startled by the noise, hurriedly returning to the driver's seat to prepare for ignition while glancing at the rearview mirror. A van was speeding wildly with several red-eyed monsters chasing from behind. However, the speed of the red-eyed monsters was not fast. They appeared similar to humans and were quickly left far behind. Suddenly, the dozens of crimson eyes that had been fixed on the armored vehicle all turned toward the speeding van. It was as if they had caught the scent of enticing prey. Their long limbs moved in unison, their gray-black skin shimmering ominously in the moonlight as they directly dashed onto the road, pouncing towards. Good brother, you've done me a huge favor. Seeing this scene, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, gaining very important information. It turned out that the attack of these red-eyed monsters had triggering conditions. No wonder they were just wandering around instead of attacking directly. Sounds, lights, movement, temperature, etc. could all be factors. However, it was already determined that as long as the vehicle was turned off and no loud noises were made, the red-eyed monsters would not initiate an attack. If it were just this, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Even the unlucky ones on 2 wheels could lie down on the ground obediently to avoid danger. In such hot weather, they wouldn't freeze to death. Wei Chuan held his breath, fixating on the increasingly approaching van through the rearview mirror. The various noises generated by the vehicle blended together, ringing out sharply in the silent Gobi night, like a taunting drumbeat, igniting the fury of all the red-eyed monsters. Roars filled with hostility echoed as a dozen red-eyed monsters charged towards the van. The van's driver seemed to be scared, flooring the accelerator, attempting to break through the horde of monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The dull, harrowing sound of collisions rang out one after another. The van, relying on its weight and speed, knocked several red-eyed monsters away. The red-eyed monsters were sent flying, crashing heavily onto the road, their bodies twisted and deformed, black blood splattering under the moonlight. Their combat power is mediocre. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy. If it had been an armored vehicle, taking down hundreds of them would be a piece of cake. Just when he thought the van could break through the encirclement, one red-eyed monster lunged at the van, crashing through the windshield and half its body embedding itself in the driver's compartment. In the next moment, the front of the van suddenly swerved, darting off the road from the armored vehicle's left front, spinning and rolling wildly under the influence of inertia. Ultimately, the van halted on the sandy ground less than 30 meters away from the armored vehicle, its 4 wheels in the air, smoke billowing from the hood and the headlights flickering. The red-eyed monsters that had been thrown off quickly surrounded the van, dragging the driver out of the driver's seat, their tearing actions chilling to the bone. Amid this nauseating scene, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. A red-eyed monster with half its head crushed by the van staggered up from the ground, only to collapse again. As it fell, something emitting a faint blue glow tumbled out of the red-eyed monster's head, appearing exceptionally clear in the darkness. What is that? Wei Chuan's heart leaped. His intuition told him that it was definitely something extraordinary. Could it be an item that grants supernatural abilities upon consumption? That's how they write it in novels. Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed, instantly igniting the flame of desire in his heart, which only grew stronger. Hiding a precious treasure, you have sealed your doom. After a few seconds of contemplation, Wei Chuan's hesitation was replaced by greed and longing. Though he didn't know what that thing was, he had to get it. Those bugs that could be easily crushed by the van were nothing compared to an armored vehicle. They were no different from tofu. There was nothing to fear. Boom. The engine of the armored vehicle roared to life, its lights flashing brightly around. The reed monsters feasting on the spoils suddenly looked up, their crimson eyes turning towards the roaring iron beast. Come. Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened as he activated the armored vehicle's 8-wheel drive mode, suddenly shifting into reverse and flooring the accelerator. The massive vehicle shot backwards and then quickly came to a halt. Meanwhile, the attracted reed monsters had already abandoned their spoils. They howled as they charged towards the armored vehicle, their crimson eyes forming a river of blood in the darkness. Die. There was no trace of fear in Wei Chuan's eyes, instead a hint of fervor. He abruptly shifted into drive, violently turned the steering wheel to the left, and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The rusted iron beast charged like a wild horse with a violent momentum that crushed everything in its path, colliding head-on with the oncoming reed monsters. Bang! 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 The few monsters at the forefront were instantly knocked away, their bodies contorting in the air, some even torn into pieces. The heavy wheels mercilessly rolled over their bodies, producing the sound of shattering bones. So refreshing. Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, maneuvering the armored vehicle with every turn and acceleration. He could take down at least one reed monster. Though numerous, the reed monsters were no different from ants in front of the armored vehicle. They would just be crushed to death. In less than a minute, as the last reed monster was ground into mud, the highway finally returned to silence. Wei Chuan peered through the window and confirmed that there were no more reed monsters in the vicinity. However, even so, he didn't dare to get out immediately. Instead, he drove the armored vehicle around on the highway for a few more minutes. Looks like they're really gone. Wei Chuan turned off the engine, slowly opened the car door, and poked his head out to scan the surroundings. Only after confirming it was safe did he cautiously exit the armored vehicle. The ground was littered with the severed limbs of reed monsters, and the air was thick with a heavy stench of decay. His goal was clear, the glowing blue object. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a crystal, angular, and looking like a piece of quartz only the size of a small pinky finger. Wei Chuan worried that the blood and flesh of the reed monsters might be toxic, so he picked it up with a piece of rag. Source crystal, a crystalline entity containing faint source energy, the source of the night demons' power, the core energy of source devices. Following the formula, the second item with information appeared. Night demon source crystal source device. Wei Chuan paused briefly, rapidly connecting these pieces of information in his mind. Was it a power source for some special technological product or weapon? Although it was worlds apart from the imagined awakening crystal for supernatural abilities, a surge of excitement welled up in Wei Chuan. Using such a magical energy crystal as a power source, the source devices must be quite impressive. Similarly, the source crystals that could power source devices would undoubtedly hold great value. Perhaps they could become the mainstream currency in the future. And with an armored vehicle at his disposal, killing night demons would be easier than slaughtering chickens. Wouldn't source crystals be in ample supply? Let's do this. Wei Chuan licked his somewhat dry lips, gazing at the bloody scene on the road, feeling no longer disgusted or anxious, only an unprecedented desire. Taking deliberate steps, the first few days after the launch were crucial. After rummaging, Wei Chuan found a total of 18 source crystals, quickly stowing them away in his storage compartment before returning to the vehicle. Vroom. The engine roared to life once more, the high beams illuminating the distance, but Wei Chuan's eyes shone brighter than the lights. As he pressed the accelerator, the armored vehicle sped into the darker depths ahead. 5 minutes later, outside, corpses lay scattered, and the foul-smelling black blood stained the highway. The armored vehicle's sturdy body bore numerous dents from collisions, yet its overall structure remained intact. The 7.62mm bulletproof standard couldn't be breached by mere flesh and blood. Meanwhile, in Wei Chuan's storage compartment, the number of source crystals had increased to a total of 26. Not enough, I want more. After placing all the source crystals in the trunk, a fiery light flickered in Wei Chuan's eyes. The night was no longer a torment of anxiety, but rather a sumptuous feast for General Wei to hunt for the future. Oh right, he couldn't drive too far. That van was still waiting for him to salvage. The time had come to 10 p.m. Wei Chuan drove the armored vehicle stained with a large amount of black blood back to the location where the van had met with an accident. Almost there. Wei Chuan leaned back in his seat, letting out a long sigh. 3 consecutive hours of hunting had netted him a total of 150 source crystals. The number was less than expected. Only the first wave of night demons had been numerous. The subsequent ones were fewer, and never exceeded 10, mostly grouping in pairs or threes. It seemed that where there were more people there were more night demons, and where there were fewer people there were fewer night demons. However, 150 was already a significant number. From now on this would be the standard unless there were special circumstances. He would gather 150 source crystals every day. He would place all these source crystals into a silver box, and Wei Chuan opened the communication channel to briefly check the situation in Area 50,001. Area 50,0017626100000 people. Zhao Baojia, as long as you turn off the engine and make no noise, these monsters won't attack you. I have no more speaking chances. Please spread this message. Shenhao, it's still not safe with fewer people. Should we form a convoy? We can team up when we encounter each other. Wu Mungjin, damn, there are several zombies outside. I'm afraid they'll pounce on me while I'm sleeping. Luli, thanks to Brother Zhao's reminder, everyone be careful tonight. Lin Heng, lol, I'm fine riding an electric bike, but you guys in cars are like entering a den of ghosts. Can't you set up a shelter before dark? Seeing the number of people decrease by nearly 2,000 in 3 hours, Wei Chuan nervously touched the steering wheel. Luck is the first hurdle. Most of those who died likely rode unprotected 2- or 3-wheeled vehicles. If it were him, he would also run desperately upon seeing the night demons, only to be caught or blocked, becoming a midnight snack for the demons. Continuing to look, many were thanking Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao should be Zhao Baojia, a burly middle-aged man who had sent a warning message when the night demons first appeared. He seemed to be a warm-hearted person. Some people were discussing forming teams with different vehicles, but on the same team. Wei Chuan also thought teaming up was a good idea, but this team should not be formed casually. Issues like equal vehicle capabilities, complementary talents, and profit distribution must be resolved, otherwise the convoy would never get off the ground. Even a gray iron box could cause fights. If he were to form a team, he would definitely look for teammates who were not very strong in combat, had gentle personalities, and could assist him. It's best if they are beauties. Thinking this way, Chuan revealed a smile that all men would understand, adding silently in his heart, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other female. Turning off the communication channel, Wei Chuan's gaze shifted to the overturned van. It had neither exploded nor burned, only the body was severely deformed from the impact. This material is fantastic. Wei Chuan maneuvered the vehicle closer and then opened the rear door. The rear door of this armored vehicle is a drop-down door, creating a ramp that allows for quicker boarding and alighting than the front door, making it ideal for situations with danger around, facilitating a quick escape. Insight into the essence. Wei Chuan pressed his hand against the van, activating his glass talent skill. An invisible mental force extended like tentacles, penetrating every part of the van, flooding his mind with a wealth of mechanical information. A gasoline engine, just right. A glint of light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he instantly thought about how to utilize this van. He pressed his hand on the armored vehicle and activated the blueprint construction. At that moment, the armored vehicle lit up with a blue glow, transforming into a semi-transparent structural vehicle with every component from the armor to the screws clearly visible. Add a bit of length, place the gasoline engine and fuel tank at the rear. Transmission system. Energy might not be enough, so let's not integrate it yet. The 4 small tires won't be enough, let's make it narrow for now. Wei Chuan used both hands to sketch on the vehicle blueprint. Every time he completed a stroke, his talent would automatically optimize the blueprint, forming a usable vehicle design. What he needed to do was fill in the missing component materials. Done. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan concluded the blueprint construction. The armored vehicle on the blueprint had not changed in height or width, still 3 meters and 2.6 meters, but the total length increased from 10 meters to 11.5 meters. The power became dual-powered with a total of 10 wheels, the front 8 wheels driven by a diesel engine, and the rear 2 wheels driven by a gasoline engine. Let's get to work. Wei Chuan rolled up his sleeves and began to dismantle the van. Drawing was not difficult. The challenge lay in the final shaping and integration. With his current energy levels, he couldn't complete it all at once. That's why he worked late into the night, preparing to dismantle everything that needed to be taken apart and repair all that required fixing, aiming to complete the modifications before departing tomorrow. At 1:00 p.m., Wei Chuan, dragging his exhausted body back to the vehicle, began to assemble the disassembled single-person wooden bed. The van had already been taken apart into parts, with some of its body integrated into the armored vehicle, increasing the chassis of the armored vehicle by 1.5 meters. After finishing this, he began to feel a headache. The remaining work had to wait until tomorrow. If I sleep on this for a night, won't my back be broken tomorrow? After assembling the wooden bed, Wei Chuan tried lying down for a while, only to find that he used to sleeping on a mattress couldn't adapt to the hardboard. This wouldn't do. Sleep quality is extremely important and directly affects energy recovery efficiency. Wei Chuan decisively opened the trading hall and searched for items like mats. Item name bamboo mat, quantity 1, price 5 liters of gasoline. Item name straw mat. He actually found quite a few from the item descriptions. It was clear they were second-hand goods found at supply points rather than new items made from recipes. Wei Chuan picked and chose finally buying a foldable rattan mat, a second-hand buckwheat pillow, and a tattered blanket. The total cost was 4 steel ingots and 6 iron ingots. After giving it a light pat and cleaning it up, he placed the blanket at the bottom, covered it with the rattan mat, and added the buckwheat pillow, resulting in a decent bed. There were also blankets in the trading hall, but he didn't buy them. In normal deserts and gravel plains, the temperature difference between day and night is significant, but here the temperature difference is only about 10 degrees, making heating unnecessary, and it's even a bit hot. Wei Chuan lay down to test it, and felt completely different. Comfortable. To maintain air circulation, he cracked open a small gap in a shooting hole, allowing outside sounds to come in. Before sleeping, considering that the food he had eaten today was lacking in nutrition, Wei Chuan treated himself to a snack, an orange he had found himself in the afternoon. Gently peeling the orange, the fragrance immediately filled the vehicle, invigorating him. He bit off a segment, and the abundant juice and sweet taste burst forth, even pushing away his fatigue. Although the orange peel was somewhat shriveled, the flesh inside was unaffected, instead being a perfectly ripe sweet orange. The next day, Wei Chuan was awakened by his biological clock. Looking out the window, it was still pitch dark, so he took out the survival manual from the storage compartment and glanced at the time. Survivor Wei Chuan. Talent S-Class Mechanical Control. Time 0603. Weather clear. Temperature 27°C. On such a hot day, it's already 6 o'clock, and it's still not bright. It seems the sunrise is set for. Wei Chuan lazily crawled out of bed, got up to lock the shooting hole that had been ventilated last night, and did a quick reconnaissance. He didn't see a single night demon. Good, without any night demons to disturb him and no sun to add to his distress, it was the perfect time to get to work. After quickly finishing the last 3 slices of toast, Wei Chuan rushed down to the vehicle. Blueprint construction. He reached out and gently tapped the rear of the vehicle, and the blueprint of the armored vehicle lit up once more. 10 minutes later, a fatigued Wei Chuan lay down on the bed. The chassis had already been modified, fully integrating the van's operating system into the armored vehicle. Now only the body remained to be shaped. However, the body was the most difficult part to modify. To ensure the defensive capability of the body did not decrease, sufficient materials were essential, meaning more metal was needed for shaping and fusion, which would require more effort. With 40 minutes until dawn, this little time would at most allow him to recover some energy, which was insufficient to complete the remaining modifications. Therefore, the plan needed to change. After regaining enough energy, he would directly pack the remaining materials from the van and extend the body during the day when he had time. He certainly didn't want to be chased by a sandstorm. That would be too oppressive and risky. He lay down for a full 40 minutes. As the clock struck 7 o'clock, the sky quickly brightened. The most miraculous thing was that once exposed to sunlight, the corpses of the night demons quickly turned to dust, scattering away with the wind. Wei Chuan quickly got out of the vehicle to finish up, then started the armored vehicle and began a new day's resource search. Lu Jingyi, a motorcycle across the street, was pounced on by a pack of wolves. How tragic. Even the zombies at night avoided it, but it didn't escape the wild animals. Ludong, does anyone know how to use the source crystal? Kong Rue, the solid tire modification template, is now available, just 10 bottles of mineral water. Majanyan brothers in front. Wait a minute, I'm driving an old man's car. Do you want to team up? Add me if you see this. Sure, Jejia, is there anyone who wants a cartridge stove? Li Bing, I added a few friends in the purchasing thread. There's someone from area 420619 who has 4.2 billion people who have crossed over. Zhao Ruing, not just that I added someone from area 482011, it seems to be a global crossover, but there are no elderly or children. The youngest in our area is 15 and the oldest is 60. Other areas are similar. Leisurely Wei Chuan took out the survival manual and opened the communication channel. There were fewer people in the area now. However, compared to nearly 2,000 deaths in the 3 hours before nightfall, the 600 deaths in the last 9 hours were really not that many. After a night, the discussions in the channel had normalized. Everyone was gradually entering a survival state, and the topics mostly revolved around survival. Source crystal. Seeing someone asking about the use of source crystals, Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly smiled and shook his head. There's nothing strange, the world never lacks lucky ones. Without mentioning military vehicles like tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, even regular trucks can easily handle night demons. Source crystals are incredibly easy to farm. What is the solid tire modification template? And the cartridge stove? This is good. If I can find fresh water in the wild, I can use the kettle I picked up yesterday to boil it. Wei Chuan quickly saw things that piqued his interest. Hello, what's the price for the cartridge stove? He sent a private message to Shurjejia, then opened the trading hall to search for modification templates. He was startled when he searched. There were a total of 102 pages with 10 trading slots per page, meaning the total number of modification templates in the trading hall had reached 4 digits. Not only were there solid tire modification templates, but also window modification templates, chassis modification templates, door modification templates, and so forth. All were used for upgrading vehicles, and even 2- or 3-wheeled vehicles had a chance to make a comeback. Wei Chuan casually selected one to check the item information. Tempered door modification template can be applied to the vehicle's door to make it sturdier. Modification times 11. Required for modification depends on the size of the vehicle's door. Oh. Wei Chuan suddenly realized, isn't this a bankruptcy version of S-Class mechanical control? For him, it wasn't worth even a bottle of water, but for those without mechanical talents, this could be considered a divine artifact. After all, vehicles were an extremely important part of survival. The price was a bit inflated. The cheapest batch required 20 liters of fuel, and at this stage not many people were willing to buy. One template could only modify one component. Modifying all 4 wheels would require 4 templates, and after buying templates, materials were needed, as well, making it a definite pay-to-win gameplay. Not bad. Wei Chuan smiled as he closed the trading hall after scanning through it. He was genuinely afraid that these templates could freely modify vehicles, and felt much more relieved after looking. S-Class talents are always the best. Switching to social media, the other party had already quoted a price for the cartridge stove. Sure, Judge, I just found this in a supply box, brand new, and fully charged. 1 liter of fresh water, or 20 liters of gasoline. Wei Chuan, that's a bit expensive, sister. There's very little water at the moment. I can only offer a 300 milliliters bottle of mineral water. If you want to trade, let's do it. If you think it's too little, just consider it me in a... The other party's avatar looked to be around 45 years old, so Wei Chuan called her sister. After all, it's business. Sure, Judge didn't say anything and directly clicked to trade, placing the cartridge stove in the trading slot. The trading slots were identical to the storage compartment. Identical items could stack up to 10, but trading slots had a full 100 slots, which were far from being used up. Wei Chuan checked and placed a bottle of mineral water in the slot. Items placed in the trading slot would display item information just like in the trading hall, so there was no worry about being scammed. After getting the items, Wei Chuan casually placed them in the passenger seat. The cartridge stove wasn't a survival necessity at this stage, but he had an armored vehicle and the ability to hunt wild animals, so he decided to buy it. Perhaps he would be able to enjoy some meat soup later. Moreover, when resources were not scarce, simply buying something he wanted for psychological satisfaction was worth it. He was even too lazy to haggle. The armored vehicle rolled over the gravel of the Gobi Desert, stopping before the ruins. Wei Chuan turned off the engine, the low growl fading away, and the surroundings fell back into silence. He conducted a brief reconnaissance of the area, confirming the absence of biological activity, before retrieving a pistol crossbow from the storage compartment and stepping out of the vehicle. A wave of hot air mixed with dust rushed towards him. As he approached, he noticed that only the walls remained of the houses, resembling ancient ruins due to their stone structure. However, Wei Chuan was not disappointed. These ruins were not mere tourist attractions, but unique resource points in this world that could yield. The first room was empty, with debris of wooden planks scattered on the floor and no furniture in sight. Damn! Wei Chuan's sharp gaze swept across the ground and discovered numerous footprints. The patterns of the footprints were different, indicating that more than one person had been there, and the prints were fresh, clearly visible in the thick layer of dust. Someone got here first. If a sandstorm sweeps through, these footprints would disappear, so these people must have come last night or this morning. It's only 7:30 now. Oh, if they got up late. Wei Chuan gripped the pistol crossbow tightly, carefully retreating outside, preparing to return to the armored vehicle. That group might still be here. Hiding in a resource point to ambush is highly likely. It's not worth the risk for a single resource point. Just as Wei Chuan stepped back to the vehicle, preparing to leave, 2 figures rushed out from the corner of the rear building, waving at him. Wait. Whoa. Wei Chuan's nerves were on high alert, startled by the shout, and instinctively aimed the pistol crossbow in their direction. Ah. At the same time, a clear scream echoed, and the 2 figures quickly crouched down, covering their heads. Are you not here to rob us? Seeing their reaction, Wei Chuan's gaze quickly swept over them. They were 2 very beautiful girls, looking younger than him, probably not over 25. One wore a pink t-shirt paired with a white pleated skirt, her brown hair in disarray, and her long fair legs covered in fine sand. The other wore a peach lace-collared long sleeve with a little black dress, her black stockings already snagged with brown hair, just reaching her shoulders, and a gold pendant hanging around her neck. The 2 of them crouched together on the ground, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind, filled with fear. From 8 or 9 meters away, they both thought Wei Chuan was holding a gun. Don't shoot. The voice of the girl in the white skirt trembled heavily, but she still made an effort to speak. We mean no harm. We were just passing the night here, and came out when we heard noise. What happened? Where's your vehicle? Wei Chuan opened the car door, climbed onto the footboard using the door to shield himself, and scrutinized every movement of the 2 girls with sharp eyes. From their appearance and clothing, this duo resembled a cheerful senior and a foolish rich girl. Hello, I am Lu Qingqing, and this is Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Lingxue's car was stolen by someone she saved. I met her in the afternoon and let her ride on my motorcycle. Later we encountered a pack of wolves and ran all the way here to shake them off, but the motorcycle ran out of gas, so we had to spend the night here, just in time to avoid the monsters at night. So you want to trade fuel with me? Wei Chuan understood. No wonder these 2 unfortunate souls came out. they were out of supplies. Lu Qingqing's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment as she quietly said, all of Lingsu's supplies are on the stolen car, and I have 4 iron ingots that I found here. Wei Chuan almost laughed. What could 4 iron ingots trade for? It made sense if they had supplies they could go directly to the trading post instead of seeking him out. Sorry, I can't help. Wei Chuan's gaze swept back and forth between Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingsu's faces before he shook his head, feeling no stir in his heart. Sympathy. Sympathy in this world is a luxury, even a poison. Zhu Lingxue was deceived, most likely because of sympathy. It was a ready-made cautionary tale. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's rejection, Zhu Lingxue trembled even more, her eyes filled with despair, while Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned pale. But she still did not give up, directly embracing Zhu Lingxue, and standing up, extending her hand, and shouting, wait. We can team up. My ability is Clevel Life Healing. Although it's not great, it can speed up wound healing and deal with minor infections. Lingsu's ability is Blevel Lucky Blessing, which allows her to intuitively find nearby supply boxes and resource points. This resource point was found because of her. She eagerly showcased the value of herself and Zhu Lingxue. Hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Wei Chuan paused his actions of getting into the vehicle. Clevel Life Healing. Blevel Lucky Blessing. One was a healer and the other was a treasure radar. Both abilities were quite good. However, business couldn't be conducted this way, so Wei Chuan did not respond, instead adopting a thoughtful expression. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingsu's hearts raced in their throats. As if a century had passed, Wei Chuan slowly raised the pistol crossbow, but did not retract it, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingqing's face, his voice low and slow. These 2 abilities are quite good. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with surprise. However, Wei Chuan's subsequent words pierced their hearts like a sharp blade. But my supplies didn't come from nowhere. Supporting 2 more people will add a lot of pressure on my resources. I want support, outsiders. If you want to get on my vehicle, everything you have will. Lu Qingqing's body trembled violently, her face growing even paler. She understood the hidden meaning behind Wei Chuan's words. Zhu Lingxue, however, had no such reaction. She secretly admired Wei Chuan's handsome face, feeling not only no resistance, but rather a sense of relaxation, her face slightly flushed. Lingxue, what do you think? Lu Qingqing's lips moved slightly, her eyes filled with struggle. She wanted to refuse, but thinking of the terrifying reedy monsters in the darkness last night, and the mental torment that lasted all night, she had already made up her mind. She quietly asked Zhu Lingxue, only to see a shy expression on her face. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh and cry. The hesitation and pain in her heart vanished, instantly replaced by a sense of relief and relaxation. She nodded vigorously, looking at Wei Chuan and saying okay. She could understand Zhu Lingxue, for this man in front of her was indeed quite handsome. She had just been too nervous to notice it. Now that she thought about it, this was already the best outcome. She could actually accept it in her heart. If it were a man who had completely abandoned his conscience, she and Zhu Lingxue might not even have the right to choose. I can too, will do whatever you say. At this moment, Zhu Lingxue also reacted, looking at Wei Chuan and nodding repeatedly. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan opened the back door of the armored vehicle, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue pushed over the out-of-fuel motorcycle. Under the puzzled gazes of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, Wei Chuan placed his hand on the motorcycle. Immediately, the motorcycle began to disassemble, rapidly turning into a pile of scattered parts on the ground in just a few seconds. Zhu Lingxue exclaimed, superpower. This miraculous ability is like a superpower, undoubtedly the rarest grade talent. Lu Qingqing was also stunned. She suddenly realized that the deal they just made with Zhu Lingxue was a huge win. In a world where many struggle to survive, with Wei Chuan's looks, the armored vehicle, and his formidable talent, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking women. This is my talent's grade, mechanical manipulation. I can modify any mechanical item at will, and also bind a talent vehicle. This vehicle is the one I modified, and it can only be ignited when I'm inside it. Lingxue, your talent is suitable for navigation, so from now on driving duties will be yours. If you get tired, let Qingqing take over. Wei Chuan gently patted the vehicle, looking at the astonished girls. Buzz, using the mind shaping to toggle the ignition switch, the engine let out a deep rumble. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. Zhu Lingsu's eyes began to shine, filled with excitement. Whether it was the vehicle or its owner, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly. Zhu Lingxue couldn't tell, but she understood. Wei Chuan was reminding, or rather warning them. However, she had no other thoughts. Her decision before getting in was sincere, and she wasn't too concerned about whether they could use this vehicle. She only hoped that Wei Chuan could thrive, as that would ensure a better life for her and Zhu Lingxue. 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle set off. Zhu Lingxue was driving. Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, while Wei Chuan rested in the back compartment. Having a driver was a relief, as it allowed him to conserve more energy, and when there was nothing to do at night, he could also take the wheel. This is how great talent should live. Damn. Wei Chuan planned to make more daggers to sell, but when he searched the trading post, he found that cold weapons were in abundance. Daggers, butterfly knives, machetes, dogleg knives, axes, even long weapons like spears were available, and they weren't secondhand junk, but new items made from formulas. The prices were low. The cheapest butterfly knife cost only 5 material ingots, and even the most expensive spear was just 10 material ingots. These guys are really hungry. Wei Chuan shook his head. The prices of cold weapons had plummeted. It was likely because of the inability to go out for supplies last night, forcing everyone to stay in their vehicles or shelters and use the trading. They'll sell hand crossbows directly. Wei Chuan got up from the bed and dove into the pile of junk at the rear of the vehicle. Though making cold weapons by hand still had profit, he no longer found that little profit appealing. He simply decided to sell hand crossbows, taking advantage of the market before remote weapons became available. He wanted to make a big haul before encountering a price war. Wei Chuan, can you still make weapons? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Qingqing had been watching him. Upon seeing 5 hand crossbows and hundreds of crossbow bolts at his feet, she finally couldn't help but ask. Wei Chuan nodded, saying, "This is a branch ability of mechanical manipulation, allowing me to create any mechanical weapon I have touched. Since no one is competing for business and planning to gather more supplies and formulas. In a few days I'll make one for each of you for self-defense." Lu Qingqing responded somewhat shyly. There were actually quite a few supplies in the vehicle, but it wasn't enough for 3 people. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, "Brother Chuan, guns are also considered mechanical, right? If you had a gun, could you sell arms?" "Yes, but that thing is hard to come by. There's not even a shadow of it in the trading post." A glimmer of anticipation and regret flashed across Wei Chuan's face. His understanding of firearms was limited to their appearance and power. He knew nothing about their principles and structures. Otherwise, he could try making a homemade gun. Zhu Lingxue proudly declared, "Brother Chuan, watch me. My talent is best suited for searching for supplies. Just yesterday morning, I found 4 supply boxes and 3 resource points in just one morning. As long as this road exists, I can find them without missing a single one." "What did you find yesterday? Were there any formulas?" Hearing the number of supply boxes and resource points, Wei Chuan instantly became interested. Zhu Lingxue said with a bitter face, "No, they were all the lowest level gray iron boxes. There was enough water and food for me to last 2 to 3 days, and there were also 2 large barrels of gasoline, all stored in the... Consider it a lesson learned, but one such lesson is enough. Remember, unless it's a talent reminder, or I speak, you're not allowed to stop for anything you see. Don't show kindness in this cannibalistic world. Some people only prey on kindness. Qingqing too, it's her good fortune to run into you, and it's your good fortune to meet her. If it were someone else, your vehicle, clothes, or even your flesh could be seen as resources in their eyes." Wei Chuan emphasized this particularly. He personally respected those who genuinely do good, but he lacked the ability to walk alongside them. "Rest assured we won't cause you any trouble." Lu Qingqing suddenly felt a bit frightened, and then replied seriously. Zhu Lingxue smiled slyly and asked, "Brother Chuan, why did you let us in the vehicle? Was it really just because of your talent?" "Nonsense, otherwise you would already be in bed by now," Wei Chuan said crossly. While the little head was important, it could never be more important than the big head. Hearing this, Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing thought about how there was only one bed in the vehicle, their faces slightly flushed, and their hearts began to race. The atmosphere inside the vehicle became somewhat ambiguous. Wei Chuan noticed the reddened cheeks of the 2 girls and felt a small spark of anticipation in his heart, but he kept his composure. Clearing his throat, he broke the silence. "All right, drive carefully, and don't let any resources slip by. Not only resource points and supply boxes, but even scrap metal is valuable." Zhu Lingxue nodded eagerly, her eyes scanning the desolate scenery outside like radar, while Lu Qingqing closed her eyes to prepare for a nap, to recharge, ready to take over. When Zhu Lingxue got tired, Wei Chuan focused on the pile of junk, continuing to tinker with the hand crossbows. Various materials flowed and shaped in his hands, producing subtle clicking sounds, and soon he crafted another hand crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts. That should be enough. Wei Chuan sat down on the bed and gently rubbed his temples. He had made a total of 6 hand crossbows and 120 crossbow bolts, planning to evenly distribute them into 6 sets and sell them all. As for the prices, it was still hard to determine, as he didn't know how wealthy the rich truly were. "I'll post a purchase request on the forum, directly asking buyers to quote their prices. Then I'll find an excuse to return late. Whoever offers the highest price, I'll sell to them." Wei Chuan smirked and quickly opened the trading post. "Damn." Wei Chuan cursed under his breath and quickly disabled the allow trading feature in the settings. Fortunately, the survival manual does not require internet access. As soon as the post was sent out, the social features lit up and remained active, clearly inundated with private messages, as well as numerous direct transaction clicks. "Damn." Wei Chuan cursed under his breath and quickly disabled the allow trading feature in the settings. Fortunately, the survival manual does not require internet access, otherwise it would be overwhelmed in no time. "Sujia, brother, is it really that powerful?" Lin Jinhua, a big bucket of clean spring water, 11. 2 liters. Do you want to trade? Guijia, handsome, can I trade with something else? Zheng Xiaojuan, bro, is the flip-flop recipe up for trade without limits. This is perfect for the current weather and will definitely sell well. CMA, I have 22 packs of spicy beef noodles, as well as some rice and fruits. I can negotiate the price upon reply. Gao Xiaoying, how do we trade? Can I exchange with iron ingots? Yang Jicheng, bro, just 20 crossbow arrows. Feng Yu, isn't the crossbow pistol a small crossbow? How powerful? How much are you planning to sell it for? Upon opening the private messages, most were just onlookers needing to sift through slowly. Thus Wei Chuan checked them one by one. Ignoring those who didn't specify a price, he replied to the penny pinchers that it had already been sold, while raising the price for those offering high amounts. After back-and-forth discussions for nearly half an hour, all 6 crossbow pistols were sold, trading for 240 liters of diesel and 60 liters of gasoline. 22 packs of instant noodles, 10 kilograms of rice, 10 bottles of 300 milliliters of mineral water, and 3 kilograms of assorted fruits. 15 liters of bottled drinking water, 20 liters of gasoline, and a broken water dispenser. 15 packs of cigarettes, 5 bottles of 500 milliliters of mineral water, 10 liters, a bag of green tea, a box of instant coffee, a bag of fruit candies, and some seasonings. A household medical kit, a recipe for a plastic can, and a pile of winter clothes. A recipe for a solar air water collection cup. These individuals asked Wei Chuan if he could make crossbow arrows, to which Wei Chuan replied affirmatively, finally negotiating a price of 1 arrow for 1 unit of material, allowing for long-term transactions. Among the 6, Li Yongxing, who sold fuel, was a regular customer. He had purchased a dagger from Wei Chuan yesterday, and to Wei Chuan's surprise today, he was able to offer 300 liters of fuel, claiming he could acquire various fuels and encouraging Wei Chuan to contact him whenever he had good stuff. This was already beyond the scope of good fortune, and Wei Chuan speculated that this guy's talent was related to fuel. CMA, who sold food, claimed she could also obtain food, suggesting her talent was related to food as well. Wei Chuan added both resource providers as friends. The other 4 disappeared after completing their trades, likely eager to test the crossbow pistol. Wei Chuan did not chase after them with messages, since the most important deals had already been made. Chuan, are all of these exchanged for crossbow pistols? Zhu Lingxue asked in surprise as she saw the increasing supplies in the trunk through the rearview mirror. Yes, you need to put in more effort too. Wei Chuan replied without turning his head as he was organizing the supplies. If there are resources on the road, I definitely won't miss them, but if there aren't any, no matter how good the talent is, it won't help. It's fine, just make sure not to overlook any nearby resources. Wei Chuan casually reassured her. This situation was already within his expectations, as indeed the blessing of luck is a passive talent with a limited range. Its effectiveness depends entirely on whether the road offers opportunities. Rest assured, I won't miss anything nearby. Zhu Lingxue said confidently, secretly praying to find more supplies today to prove her value and importance to Wei Chuan. After organizing the supplies, Wei Chuan began repairing the water dispenser. The damage was not severe, just some exterior damage and slightly aged wiring. A little material is needed to fix it, and once the power issue is resolved, a quick cleanup will make it usable. Then there were the most important recipes, 2 in total. Recipe: sealed plastic can. A container for holding liquids with a capacity of 0.5 liters, featuring excellent resistance to high and low temperatures and relatively high corrosion resistance. Production times. Materials needed: plastic 2. Recipe: solar air water collection cup. It filters and converts water vapor from the air into safe drinking water, storing it in the cup. Under ideal conditions, it can generate 0.6 liters of water per hour. Production times: 33. Materials needed: plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, a solar panel 1. Wei Chuan directly clicked to learn mastering both recipes. The former has no limits on production, while the latter can be made 3 times. The solar air water collection cup is used to produce water prioritized for personal use, and any surplus water will be stored in the plastic can for sale. This is a small water, well, definitely a money-making tree. However, the solar panel has never appeared in the trading post, and it is still uncertain when it can be produced. This is likely the main reason the other party was willing to exchange it. I have nothing to do, let's take a break. Wei Chuan lay down on the bed, hands behind his head, closing his eyes to rest. Once his energy was restored, he planned to extend the armored vehicle's body and make minor modifications inside to fully utilize the space. The right side would be used for beds, making 2 bunk beds with a larger bed on the bottom and a smaller one on top. The left side would accommodate storage shelves, creating a row of 3 layered shelves fixed to the vehicle body, avoiding observation and shooting holes. Currently, materials and energy are insufficient, so he'll make do with minor modifications. Once he creates a tri-fuel hybrid system, he plans to completely overhaul the armored vehicle, proportionally enlarging the body and dividing the rear compartment into a bedroom and a storage area. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Chuan, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by Zhu Lingxue's exclamation, which also startled Lu Qingqing. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, and he had slept for 4 hours. What did you find? Wei Chuan quickly jumped out of bed and walked to the driver's seat, scanning the... There's a resource point over there. Zhu Lingxue pointed to the right front. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing looked in the direction she pointed, where there was a 2-story wooden house alongside a shorter wooden structure that appeared to be a firewood store or a toilet. Let's go drive the car over directly. By the way, don't rush to park, circle around the house first, and check if there are any people or vehicles. Wei Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Such a well-structured resource point should have quite a bit of supplies. Things like rice, oil, salt, pots, dishes, clothing, utensils, and household appliances. Even if there's nothing, tearing down some wooden boards will suffice, as he's in need of bedboards. Okay, Zhu Lingxue replied, and immediately turned the car around. That's enough, stop behind the house. Slowly circling the resource site, the armored vehicle revealed no tire tracks or footprints. Wei Chuan signaled Zhu Lingxue to halt. Had it been yesterday, he would have parked and entered immediately to search. But this morning's unexpected arrival of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had served as a sobering reminder. Even a resource site could be a carefully laid trap, and caution was paramount. Let's go together. Wei Chuan led the two women out of the vehicle and peered through the windows into the wooden cabin. The first room was a spacious hall, fully furnished with tables, chairs, and even two sofas. A kitchen occupied one corner, its walls hung with an array of cooking utensils. The accumulated dust upon these supplies confirmed the site had lain untouched. As for the adjacent small cabin, it was neither a latrine nor a woodshed. Only a thick layer of straw covered the floor, suggesting it had once housed livestock. Go ahead, you handle the smaller items. With a single focused thought, Wei Chuan reshaped and softened the hinges, then removed both window frames. Later, once he acquired polycarbonate fiber, he planned to install a bulletproof skylight, brightening the interior and making life aboard far more comfortable. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded in unison and set to work. Thanks to Wei Chuan's innate talent, nearly everything inside proved useful. Even scrap metal held value. 10 minutes later, the ground floor had been thoroughly scavenged. Everything portable, aside from the solid wood furniture, had been carried away, pipes, door locks, hinges, and all. Their haul was substantial and valuable. It included a backpack, a full set of cookware, tableware, assorted tools, matches, a sack of sweet potatoes, electrical wiring, 3 light bulbs, several garments, and a heap of scrap metal. The backpack stood out as the most valuable item, a storage artifact. Camouflage backpack, slightly worn, containing 15 storage compartments. Let's head upstairs. Slung over his shoulder, the backpack lifted Wei Chuan's spirits as he guided the two women up the stairs. The second floor held only one room, a bedroom. Beside the bed stood 2 nightstands with standing fans stood nearby. Opposite the bed, a table held a color television, a DVD player, and its matching remote control. Brother Chuan, these items are practically brand new. Zhu Lingxue deftly stowed the fan in a storage compartment, then inspected the television and DVD player closely. Newness doesn't matter. I can repair anything at will. Check for discs. If you find any, once I secure solar panels, we'll finally watch movies. Wei Chuan smiled as he spoke. Lu Qingqing paused thoughtfully before asking, electricity is critical. Shall I browse more trading forums and purchase requests? Search keywords solar, photovoltaic, silicon battery. Alert me immediately if you spot anything. Post purchase requests after 7 p.m. That's when most people are free. Wei Chuan nodded. Now each of them had a clear task. Before long, the second floor too had been stripped clean. Though fewer in number than the first floor finds, these were higher quality items: a standing fan, a bulky CRT television, a DVD player, a spring mattress, over a dozen discs, a full set of bedding, and several old garments. The discs were pristine, some still sealed in their original packaging. Both films and television series filled the collection, stirring deep longing in Wei Chuan. He resolved to accelerate development of the triple hybrid power system. Watching television in this world would elevate life itself to sheer delight. Finally, they dismantled the bed frame and returned to the vehicle. Qingqing, Lingxue, let's eat first. Help yourselves to anything on board. Just avoid waste. Glancing at the time, nearly noon, Wei Chuan called out to the two women who were still sorting their spoils, proposing a brief rest here. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue replied eagerly, plucked an apple, flopped onto the sofa beside her, wiped it hastily, and bit into it. Lu Qingqing sat beside Wei Chuan and murmured softly, not hungry. I'm not particularly ravenous. Just a light bite will do. We'll enjoy a proper hot meal tonight. Wei Chuan picked up 2 bananas and handed one to Lu Qingqing. She nodded gently. All right. Shall I wash these cookware and tableware this afternoon? Use whatever water you need. We'll replenish supplies tonight. Wei Chuan appreciated her thoughtfulness and let his hands settle lightly upon her smooth, pale thigh. A jolt surged through Lu Qingqing's body. Instinctively, she tensed to withdraw, but halted mid-motion, allowing him to linger, her cheeks burning crimson as she quietly ate her banana. Observing her reaction, Wei Chuan remained outwardly composed, but inwardly his satisfaction deepened and his touch grew bolder. To ease the tension, he shifted to conversation. Qingqing, where are you from? I'm from Fujian province. I just graduated this year and assist at my family's private hospital. Her nervousness eased slightly, replaced by a quiet, inexplicable anticipation. Having never been in love, she'd never imagined such a simple, fleeting touch could melt her limbs and stir such strange, tender warmth. Your talent suits you well. Actually, my major was management, but growing up around my father, I absorbed basic wound care and treatment for common illnesses. That's already extraordinary. In this world, even a mild fever can become life-threatening. To deepen their bond, Wei Chuan kept the conversation flowing, steering toward topics that captivated Lu Qingqing. His hands never stilled. At first, gentle leg massage, then slow, deliberate glides upward along her waist, until cradling her close, his fingertips brushed the soft curve of her breast. At first hesitant and flustered, Lu Qingqing soon found herself swept along by his words. Unaware, 10 minutes slipped away. Perhaps even she failed to notice how her demeanor had grown markedly warmer, her arms now resting naturally around his waist. Wei Chuan glanced toward the sofa. Zhu Lingxue, having finished her apple, lay motionless, apparently asleep. Seizing the moment, he gently cupped Lu Qingqing's porcelain chin and leaned in to kiss her. His tongue parted her lips with effortless grace, revealing the subtle, sweet fragrance of banana. Her face flushed scarlet, her eyes widened in startled wonder. Yet embarrassment and resistance never surfaced, only a warm, honeyed sweetness. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes and responded tentative, yet the kiss lingered, intermittent, deep, and tender, for several long minutes. When Wei Chuan finally drew back, her lips were faintly swollen. Lu Qingqing said nothing, merely pressed a firm, lingering kiss to his cheek, then nestled quietly against his shoulder. 20 minutes later, the armored vehicle returned to the road. Zhu Lingxue had fallen asleep, so the one driving now was Lu Qingqing. Wei Chuan tossed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth, pressing his hand against the vehicle's body. After sleeping through the morning, his energy was completely restored, and he could begin the vehicle modification work. With the activation of his mental shaping, the metal materials piled at the rear of the vehicle melted and crawled up the body like tentacles, quickly merging into it. At that moment, the rear of the vehicle visibly extended backward. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. The armor plate, originally coated in white paint, seemed to be stretched and shaped by an invisible hand, adding a segment of dark gray armor plate. Lu Qingqing looked at this magical scene through the central rear view mirror, her eyes filled with Wei Chuan's focused profile appeared exceptionally handsome under the dim light. She instinctively bit her lip as if the warm sensation from earlier still lingered there, making her heart race. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan withdrew his hand with satisfaction, patting the newly extended vehicle body, producing a muffled thud. With insufficient energy, he had only lengthened the vehicle by 1, however the remaining 0.5 meters was simple. He could modify it again in the afternoon. It's too material-consuming. Wei Chuan lay back on the sofa, his gaze casually sweeping over the pile of. To ensure that the vehicle's defense was not compromised, he maintained a thickness of 20 millimeters for the armor, which meant that the materials from a van were simply insufficient, leaving only enough to stretch 0.2 meters of the Thus he would need to go to the trading post to collect more scrap. This time, he had to gather more since he would need additional materials for further widening and heightening. At 3 p.m., the modification of the armored vehicle was complete, now measuring 11.5 meters in length. Wei Chuan looked at the spacious rear compartment, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing, who was driving, turned back and shouted, "Look at the trading post, there are solar panels." Solar panels. Item name: solar panel. Quantity: 5. Price: 40 liters of gasoline. 5 of them stacked together. It was clear without looking that they were broken pieces decomposed from a crafting table. Resources picked up from resource points could not be stacked. Damn greedy bastards. Upon seeing the price, Wei Chuan cursed under his breath, but still honestly took out 40 liters of gasoline and purchased the items. There was no choice. The solar panels were too important. Whether for the armored vehicle's hybrid system or the solar-powered water collection cup, these were core components. Next, he exchanged some mineral water for a bit of plastic and electronic components. After preparing the materials, he directly opened the crafting table. Plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, a solar panel 1, crafting successful, obtained solar water collection cup 1, plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, a solar panel 1, crafting successful, obtained. Wei Chuan used up all 3 crafting attempts without a hint of hesitation. Upon taking a look, the appearance was nothing special. It resembled a thermos with the body wrapped in flexible solar panels that could directly harness sunlight for power, and the panels could also be detached and spread out for use. By relying on cooling humid air to collect moisture, the higher the temperature and humidity, the more efficient the water collection. Wei Chuan observed the item description, lost in thought. With such high temperatures, it was unbearable without air conditioning, but turning on the air conditioning made it too dry, rendering the water collection cup unusable. They'll put it outside first. Wei Chuan took some scrap iron from the rear of the vehicle, then opened the shooting sunroof. The scrap iron softened and reformed, creating 3 clasps on the roof to secure 3 water collection cups. Next, Wei Chuan made a mesh cover. The sunlight in this world was abundant enough that there was no need to spread out the panels. Instead, he had to worry if the scorching sun would damage the cups, so some shading was necessary. After finishing, Wei Chuan retreated inside the vehicle and closed the shooting sunroof. The climate in the Gobi Desert was relatively dry, and it was uncertain how effective the water collection cups would be, so he planned to test one for the afternoon. If the efficiency was high, he could mass-produce a batch of water collection cups and have Lu Qingqing sell water. If the efficiency was poor, he could keep these 3 for personal use and conserve energy for making a crossbow. As for the water collection cups themselves, regardless of whether their collection efficiency was high or low, he had no plans to sell them. Fresh water was the most important and valuable resource for survival. With the ability to exchange it in large quantities at low cost, he did not wish for the market price of fresh water to drop. Wei Chuan, can you make solar panels now? When Wei Chuan finished his tasks, Lu Qingqing curiously asked. Yes. Wei Chuan nodded, saying, most materials can be bought in, just missing silicon chips and conductive glue. You can search for them when you have some free time. Okay, I understand. Lu Qingqing nodded, repeatedly aware of the importance of electricity. Wei Chuan opened a shooting hole, lit a cigarette, and contemplated the upcoming modification plans. The 3 household appliances, television, DVD player, and electric fan. The total power consumption per hour was 0.4 kilowatt-hours. Even if used continuously for 24 hours, it would consume only 9.6 kilowatt-hours. The power output of the solar panels was 0.3 kilowatts, and with effective sunlight for 12 hours, the daily electricity generation amounted to 0.36 kilowatt-hours. With 30 solar panels, the daily electricity generation could reach 10.8 kilowatt-hours, completely satisfying the usage of these 3 household appliances. The surplus electricity could be used for light bulbs, preventing the armored vehicle from being pitch dark as soon as the engine was turned off. Furthermore, once there were enough solar panels and batteries, in addition to the armored vehicle's hybrid system, an independent living system could be created, collecting everyday appliances like refrigerators and induction cookers. Water collection cups could also be made, even in large quantities, to be used as water tanks on the roof. Damn, the more I think, the more ideas I have. Wei Chuan rubbed his temples and shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, plans could not keep up with changes. He originally intended to make a bed and storage rack in the afternoon, but now he had yet to start and had found new tasks, leaving him with insufficient energy. Although these were all good things, he was genuinely overwhelmed at the moment, feeling a mix of pain and happiness. Brother Chuan, what time is it? At that moment, Zhu Lingxue woke up, rubbing her eyes as she sat up from the sofa. It's a little past 3. Wei Chuan tossed the cigarette, but out of the shooting hole, then handed Zhu Lingxue a bottle of mineral water. Drink some water to wake up. I need you to do something. What is it, Brother Chuan? Zhu Lingxue took 2 swigs and wiped her mouth, asking, do you want to watch television? Wei Chuan pointed to the television by his feet, looking at Zhu Lingxue with a smile. Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingxue immediately perked up, nodding eagerly. It's like this. Wei Chuan did not keep her in suspense and told Zhu Lingxue about the solar panels, asking her to hang around the trading post when she had free time. Unbeknownst to him, the time had slipped to 5:30, and Wei Chuan had completed the modifications inside the vehicle. 2 double-layered iron bunk beds and a row of 3-tiered storage racks. Under the influence of the mind-shaping technique, these pieces of furniture were all firmly fixed to the vehicle's body and equipped with guardrails, preventing items from falling. After categorizing the supplies and handing them to Zhu Lingxue, Wei Chuan opened the shooting skylight to check the water collection cups. Indeed, in this arid area of the Gobi Desert, the water collection efficiency of the cups was extremely poor. All 3 water collection cups were the same. 2 hours had passed, yet they had only collected about 100 milliliters of fresh water. By this rate of water collection, 1 water collection cup could only collect 600 milliliters of fresh water during 12 hours of daylight, barely filling a bottle. Wei Chuan sighed. The disparity between collecting 0.6 liters in 1 hour and 0.6 liters in 12 hours was staggering. Thankfully, he wasn't relying on water for business, though otherwise he would be bleeding internally. Useless things out. It's still better to use a pistol crossbow, though just one can be traded for at least 10 liters of fresh water, which is far more cost-effective than these water collection cups. What a scam, it's wasted 3 of my battery panels. Wei Chuan dismantled all 3 water collection cups and gave one to Lu Qingqing and one to Zhu Lingxue. Unless the climate changes and solar panels become freely available, he wouldn't make these things again. Now these 3 would just serve as toys. Brother Chuan, we have a business opportunity. I posted a request to buy solar panels, and now 2 people have privately messaged me. What price do you think we can offer? Whether it's junk or semi-finished products, 1 bottle of 300 milliliters of mineral water will be exchanged for them. Comparable value in fuel and food is also acceptable, but no higher prices. Wei Chuan directly sat next to Zhu Lingxue and wrapped his arm around her waist. Zhu Lingxue blushed quickly but didn't shy away. Instead, she smiled sweetly and leaned her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder. She was particularly attracted to Wei Chuan's looks and had already decided in the morning that she wanted to be his woman. This intimacy was exactly what she desired, but felt shy to initiate. Seeing Zhu Lingxue so obedient made Wei Chuan's heart flutter, and he began to indulge his desires. He wasn't a crazed pervert, but as a healthy 25-year-old man the temptation was hard to resist. There was no need for pretense. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would follow him in the future, so being genuine was better for everyone. Zhu Lingxue felt the restless hand around her waist, her body slightly warming, but she nestled closer to Wei Chuan while replying to the seller's message. The first seller has 3 solar panels and wants to exchange them for 30 liters of gasoline. The second seller has 5 solar panels wanting to trade for 10 liters of water. Zhu Lingxue reported softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Wei Chuan's right hand gently caressed her waist, feeling the delicate skin beneath the fabric, while quickly calculating the market value of these supplies in his mind. The first one is fine, give him diesel, and let him trade for gasoline himself. As for the second one, is he trying to sell this as a pancake? Reply to him a maximum of 3 liters, and if he wants to trade he can. Wei Chuan scoffed, 10 liters of water could easily be exchanged for 100 liters of diesel. Zhu Lingxue quickly replied with a fixed price. After sending the message, she turned her head, her slightly glistening eyes looking at Wei Chuan's profile. So close, she quietly asked, Brother Chuan, what if he doesn't sell? If he doesn't sell, then so be it. This isn't a necessity, not many people can use it, and we're not in a hurry. We can just shout a bit more if needed. By the way, there's a limit to the number of requests for purchasing. I'll save the last 2 for tonight. The most people visit the trading post at night. Wei Chuan shook his head as his right hand slowly slid down. The sensation was entirely different from Lu Qingqing's. Lu Qingqing felt smooth and soft, whereas Zhu Lingxue was youthful and firm, which he liked. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Lingxue received a reply from the seller. She opened it, and her face lit up with joy. This guy agreed. I thought he wouldn't accept such a low price. This is what is called asking for sky-high prices and giving back a fair deal. His expectation might have been only 1 to 2 liters, but we offered 3 liters. He might be laughing at us for being fools right now. Wei Chuan said with a smile. It's too late for charging now, but definitely by tomorrow night. Wei Chuan. Lu Qingqing's voice interrupted him, laced with a hint of surprise. Buy as much as you can at this price. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction, pulling Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, his hands becoming bolder, almost wandering under her little black dress. It's too late for charging now, but definitely by tomorrow night. Wei Chuan. Lu Qingqing's voice interrupted him, laced with a hint of surprise. What is it? Wei Chuan's hands paused, but did not retract. He merely restrained his movements slightly. Zhu Lingxue, like a startled rabbit, instinctively tried to sit up straight, but was firmly held by Wei Chuan's arm, leaving her blushing and slightly bowing her head, gently clenching her legs. There's a resource point. Lu Qingqing saw the two cuddling together through the central rearview mirror. Her gaze flicked over and quickly moved away, as if she hadn't. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's perky bottom, unabashedly wrapping his arm around her slender waist as they approached the driver's seat. Look over there, I see a shape that resembles a house. Lu Qingqing pointed to the right front and said. Wei Chuan looked closely and saw several segments of blurred low walls that indeed looked like a resource point, possibly similar to the one in the morning rim. As they drew closer, the outline of the building became clearer. It was indeed a resource point, but it appeared less substantial than the one from the morning, only some walls and stone pillars remaining, quite mirroring the Wei Chuan intended to ask Zhu Lingxue why she hadn't sensed this resource point, but seeing the blush on her face, he swallowed his words before they reached his lips. Alright, it was his fault. Soon the armored vehicle arrived at the resource point. This resource point was very close to the road, and ahead a three-way intersection was visible. Two roads were standard 8-lane, while one was so wide that it was impossible to count how many lanes it had. Claiming it had 100 lanes might still be an understatement. The largest road on Earth wouldn't measure up to half its size. Brother Chuan, that road is so wide. Zhu Lingxue clung to Wei Chuan's arm, staring in wonder at the superhighway ahead. A road that wide is not a good thing. It's overwhelming and can make a person feel uneasy. It's better for us to take the smaller roads, Wei Chuan replied with a smile. With Zhu Lingxue's good fortune beside him, he didn't worry about missing supply boxes and resource points on the big road, but he still preferred the small road. After all, the recipe for the pistol crossbow was found on a small road, and he already had food and fuel. This made him hesitant to switch to the big road. What if he lost his luck? After some casual chatter, the three entered the resource point. The resource point was bright and spacious, with towering stone pillars standing silently on either side, guarding several stone platforms. As soon as they entered, they discovered a bottle of mineral water lying on the nearest stone platform. 300 milliliters, a good start. Wei Chuan picked up the mineral water, placed it in his storage compartment, and a smile appeared on his face. He could accept any amount of supplies as long as they were not empty. The three continued forward, their feet crunching on the gravel, producing a soft rustling sound. As they circled around two stone platforms, Lu Qingqing suddenly stopped and pointed to a stone pillar on the left. That looks like a bag. A grayish small shoulder bag was half buried in the pile of rubble. Wei Chuan hurried forward, pulled out the bag, opened the flap, and found a large package of sanitary napkins inside. Wei Chuan's excitement instantly deflated, and he helplessly handed the item over. Seeing Wei Chuan's expression, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and burst into laughter, with Lu Qingqing ultimately putting the item away. After the sanitary napkins, the three found a piece of compressed biscuit, a can of ham, and a box of 250 milliliters of milk. Not bad. The ham came just in time, adding a dish to their instant noodles for dinner. Just as Wei Chuan was about to return, he noticed Zhu Lingxue staring dazedly at a broken stone pillar that was only a little over 2 meters tall. Lingxue, what's wrong? Wei Chuan walked over and gently patted Zhu Lingxue on the shoulder. Brother Chuan, my talent is reminding me that there seems to be more supplies here, but I can't see anything. More. A glimmer of light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he circled the stone pillar. While turning, he used his foot to clear away the rubble and yellow sand stamping down on the ground firmly, and finally, focused his gaze on the top of the stone pillar. Got it. Wei Chuan jumped again, reaching up to grab a formula from the broken edge of the stone pillar. Formula: portable water purification filter to be fitted onto a standard caliber container, efficiently filters most contaminants, produces safe drinking water, saturates and fails after purifying 1,000 liters. Crafting times 55. Materials required: activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3. Would you like to learn? Another non-sellable item for personal use. If this were sold, there would be much cleaner drinking water on the market, leading to a drop in water prices. Brother Chuan, this is a formula, right? Zhu Lingxue immediately leaned in, as formulas in the trading post look like this, only the icon didn't reveal the size. Yes, it's the water purification filter formula. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow and directly handed the formula to Zhu Lingxue. This should be quite important, right? If we can find a natural water source, we can filter it with this and sell it immediately. Zhu Lingxue fondly touched it a few times before passing it to Lu Qingqing. This world does have natural water sources. People in the trading post sell well water and stream water, some of which might cause diarrhea after consumption, priced a bit lower than clean water. Lu Qingqing weighed it briefly and returned it to Wei Chuan, mentioning the information she knew. Let's keep it for now, hoping it will come in handy. Wei Chuan smiled and immediately learned the formula, wrapping his arms around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's waist before turning back. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue blushed, avoiding each other's gazes. As they walked, Zhu Lingxue suddenly remembered something and turned her head to ask, Brother Chuan, how did you know there was something on the pillar? You see, Wei Chuan slid his hand down and patted Zhu Lingxue's pert backside, explaining, if there's nothing on the pillar or the ground, it must be above. Oh, Brother Chuan, you're so smart. Zhu Lingxue immediately understood and cheerfully wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's arm. Lu Qingqing chuckled softly. This girl was not just infatuated, but also had a unique thought process, not even knowing how to use the process of elimination. But this was also good. If a green tea were in her place, her future days would be difficult. Back in the vehicle, Wei Chuan handed his recent finds to Lu Qingqing. It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's get ready. We need to finish dinner before dark. He'll drive. What do you want to eat? Just instant noodles? Let's see if there are any side dishes in the trading post that we can buy. If they're not expensive, just get some. From now on, you can take care of this. Don't be too tense. We are family. Okay, I'll call you when it's ready. Lu Qingqing beamed, leading Zhu Lingxue toward the storage rack. Wei Chuan started the armored vehicle, keeping the speed at 30 kilometers per hour to avoid jolting Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. 2 small roads flanked a larger one, and he chose the right side path since there was a mountain range on the left skyline, while the right had none, offering a clearer view. His gaze swept along both sides of the road, hoping to find some leftover resources. However, after several minutes, aside from the monotonous gravel and the occasional withered grass, he saw nothing. Brother Chuan, the noodles are ready. Zhu Lingxue's cheerful voice came from the back compartment, filled with excitement. The rich, spicy broth mingled with the aroma of ham and vegetables filled the vehicle, making one's mouth water. Coming. Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile as he slowly pulled the vehicle to the side of the road. The scene in the back compartment warmed his heart. On a small wooden table lay 3 bowls of steaming instant noodles, the dark brown broth soaking the twisted noodles, topped with a ring of sliced ham and a few green vegetables scattered around. 1 large and 2 small. The large bowl had the most noodles and ingredients, even more than the 2 small bowls combined. Zhu Lingxue held 3 pairs of chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on the food, swallowing hard, as if she was already salivating. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Chuan sat on a small bamboo chair, taking the chopsticks Zhu Lingxue handed him. Quick, try it and see how it tastes. One word: delicious. Lu Qingqing pushed the largest bowl in front of Wei Chuan, her eyes filled with barely noticeable anticipation. Wei Chuan picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and after chewing and swallowing, let out a long breath. It was just ordinary instant noodles, but in this tense and desolate world, it was already a rare delicacy, exuding an unmatched charm. Hearing Wei Chuan's evaluation, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both laughed. The 3 of them sat around the small wooden table, steam rising with only the sounds of slurping noodles and contented sighs filling the air. This dinner not only filled their stomachs, but also eased their tense nerves. The three said nothing, just eating heartily, savoring this precious warmth of life and satisfaction. Huh. Qingqing, your cooking is truly exquisite. I'd originally imagined you as either a mature, elegant woman or a radiant, sunny type, but now I see you're the epitome of a devoted, nurturing wife. Wei Chuan drained the last spoonful of soup and lit a cigarette with quiet satisfaction. A faint blush rose to Lu Qingqing's cheeks as she gathered the bowls and chopsticks, murmuring softly, "It's not nearly as good as you say. This is just how instant noodles taste." She paused, her voice dropping even lower, tinged with hesitation. Ling Xue and I sweated quite a bit yesterday. We'd like to freshen up and buy some new clothes." The air inside the carriage stilled for a breath. Wei Chuan's gaze lingered on Lu Qingqing. Her dress bore faint dust marks yet remained clean, no trace of sweat clung to her at all. She hardly needed cleansing. He instantly grasped the true meaning behind her words. This was not about conserving water. It was a subtle, tender reminder of a promise kept. Zhu Lingxue halted mid-motion, glancing at Wei Chuan's striking profile. Recalling Qingqing's whispered words moments earlier, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly bowed her head, pretending to adjust her skirt. "Then go ahead and buy them." Wei Chuan understood perfectly, and chose not to expose the women's unspoken intent. He sat upright, a gentle smile softening his features as he lightly patted Qingqing's hand. "I've said it before, we're family. These small matters need no permission from me. Do as your heart guides you." Lingxue too. Meeting his warm, smiling gaze, Qingqing and Lingxue felt their lingering anxiety melt away, replaced by profound safety and unwavering certainty. "I'll install the solar panels now. It'll take a while." Glancing at the time, nearly 6:30 p.m., Wei Chuan quietly left the carriage to the two. Qingqing and Lingxue exchanged a glance, then swiftly retrieved their survival manual and opened the trading interface to search for suitable clothing. Ascending to the roof with materials in hand, Wei Chuan unpacked the solar panels. He had purchased 13 that afternoon, 3 already used, leaving exactly 10 intact. One full day of sunlight tomorrow would generate roughly 3.6 kilowatt-hours, sufficient for tonight's needs, and more panels could still be acquired en route. After brief deliberation, he decided to mount them along the left side of the roof, directly above the storage rack. Securing appliances there would minimize wiring distance and save precious cable. The battery bank was already prepared, 14 salvage batteries assembled into a single unit capable of storing 35 kilowatt-hours, adequate for now. The battery bank was already prepared, 14 salvage batteries assembled into a single unit capable of storing 35 kilowatt-hours, adequate for now. That brief span was enough to barter for supplies, but far too short for bathing. He lit another cigarette and gazed toward the distant horizon. Dusk deepened steadily. The temperature fell gradually, though full darkness remained half an hour away. Region 5000167551000 Survivor. Chen Ping Brothers. Nights falling fast. Anyone need a hammer? Night demons, or not one solid swing silences them. Shun Jiaming offering 1 bottle of anti-assault spray for 20 liters of gasoline. Zhang Xiongwen road bicycle listed, 10 liters of water. When fuel runs low, this bike could save your life. Grab it while stocks last. Lin Hui just survived a robbery. Thankfully my vehicle's speed saved me. They drove a van and a small truck. Beware, these people have black hearts. Xiao Hao damn. Ran into them today too. Smashed my trunk. 3 men. Their leaders named Wang Biao. Wang Junwo. Someone's listing electric batons in the trade channel. Clearly crafted from a recipe. How does that guy get so lucky? Only 200 or so souls vanished from the region today. A normal decline. Absent new threats, fatalities will dwindle day by day. After all, most who'd endured thus far drove 4-wheeled vehicles and had grown intimately familiar with this transformed world. As Wei Chuan scanned the regional channel, his ears tuned in subtly to sounds from within the carriage. The whisper of fabric rustling, the gentle splash of water filling an enamel basin, and hushed indistinct murmurs, all drifted through the half-open shooting. These delicate sounds brushed against his nerves like feathers. They should be nearly done. A barely perceptible curve lifted the corner of Wei Chuan's mouth. Then he opened the trading interface to browse for desired supplies. Time slipped silently forward. At precisely 6:50 p.m., Wei Chuan heard Lingshue's call. "Brother Chuan, we're ready." "Too slow. I'd have finished in 3 minutes. A wry thought crossed his mind, but his expression brightened into a genuine smile as he re-entered the carriage and locked the shooting hatch. A careful glance confirmed it. Excellent choice. Both Qingqing and Lingxue wore summer sleep gowns, lightweight, fabric efficient. Qingqing wore a gray halter-top mini dress, while Lingxue a red, deep V halter gown, both adorned with delicate lace cutouts along the ribs and waist. Stunning. You both wore them perfectly. His grin threatened to break free, so he covered half his mouth with his right hand, feigning solemn appraisal, nodding thoughtfully now and then. "Brother Chuan, I picked these out. You'll find yours waiting on the bed." Seeing his evident delight, Lingxue proudly arched her spine. Beside her, Qingqing shyly lowered her gaze. "Well done. You've earned credit." Wei Chuan suppressed a surge of private triumph, settling himself between the two women and slipping an arm around each waist. Brother Chuan, Qingqing will sleep in the upper bunk tonight. When shall we rest? Her words clarified everything. He realized they'd already agreed upon order. Though he felt a twinge of regret at missing a simultaneous consummation, this arrangement was wiser. It was their first night together. No wise man devours the finest course before savoring the meal. Moreover, after a day spent together, he knew both women came from strict households. Neither had ever dated. Their first time deserved exclusivity. Lingxue saying that makes me feel utterly robbed. Wei Chuan chuckled, helplessly tapping her slender waist before letting his palm drift slowly upward, tracing the hem of her gown. Who rushes like that? As if possessed by a lustful spirit. Qingqing burst into quiet laughter. She hadn't expected the younger sister she'd rescued on the road to be quite so enamored. Clearly years of rigid upbringing had left her starved for freedom, and now she was reveling in it. Brother Chuan. Lingxue delivered a playful headbutt against his shoulder, her cheeks flushed pink. She wasn't a ravenous beast driven mad by hunger. Merely a woman who, having fully embraced this new world, had fortuitously found its most grounded and promising anchor. What woman wouldn't adore a man who matched her ideal of beauty? And this man, more than handsome, was a supreme latent talent, possessing the strength and foresight to become her lifelong pillar. And, though deeply grateful to, and fond of, Qingqing, Lingxue still intended to claim her rightful share, even if only a fraction more intimacy. They were frightened by the night demon last night, and had been searching for solutions in the regional channel, and they indeed found one. As long as I know it's hidden in the brain of the night demon. Many people in our district are talking about it, saying that the source crystal will be the energy of the future. Zhu Lingxue quickly replied, with Lu Qingqing nodding in agreement. They were frightened by the night demon last night, and had been searching for solutions in the regional channel, and they indeed found one. As long as they stayed quiet, they wouldn't disturb the night demon. However, achieving this was quite difficult. When an ordinary person sees the night demon, regardless of what vehicle they are in, their first instinct is to run, which provokes the night demon to attack. They managed to get through last night safely thanks to that pack of wolves in the afternoon. Otherwise they wouldn't have spent the night at the resource point. Right, so we need to gather more source crystals. Wei Chuan embraced the two girls and shared his speculations and original plans with them. Lu Qingqing asked, "Are we going to crash into it directly with the vehicle?" Wei Chuan nodded. Yes, the night demon looks terrifying, but in reality a gentle crash with an armored vehicle can take it down. To avoid being hunted in the future, we need to gather more. Of course, there are big things happening in these 2 days. Gathering around 100 crystals will be fine. Just step on the gas a little, and it can be done in an hour and a half. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit embarrassed. The big thing Wei Chuan referred to was them. It's about time. Check the storage rack, don't let anything fall. When I deal with the night demon, you can collect the goods. Wei Chuan lightly patted their slender waists, changed into the ice silk cartoon pajamas chosen by Zhu Lingxue, and headed towards the driver's seat. 5 minutes later, the night completely enveloped the Gobi Desert. In the thick and inky darkness, only the engine of the armored vehicle continued to roar, breaking the surrounding silence. Wei Chuan sat steadily in the driver's seat, scanning the night through the windshield, searching for traces of the night demon. Let's get started, he whispered to himself, suddenly stepping on the gas. The 10-wheel drive steel behemoth unleashed powerful momentum, its headlights dispelling the darkness, and wherever the light beamed past, several pairs of scarlet eyes turned towards it. Roar! Stimulated by the light and the engine's sound, the night demon erupted in fury, roaring as it charged towards the armored vehicle. The more the better. Let me finish early. Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold arc as he floored the gas pedal. The armored vehicle charged forward like a frenzied rhino, carrying the might to pierce through everything, crashing violently into the oncoming night demon. But that wasn't the end. After dealing with the night demons, Wei Chuan ran over them again and again. Why bother digging them up himself when he could just let them burst open? After all, the source crystals could withstand. But that wasn't the end. After dealing with the night demons, Wei Chuan ran over them again and again. Why bother digging them up himself when he could just let them burst open? After all, the source crystals could withstand it. He crashed through the swarm of night demons. The sturdy vehicle was the most terrifying meat grinder. This scene was somewhat bloody and frenzied. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue could initially bear to watch, feeling a sense of safety in the vehicle, but gradually they began to feel nauseous and retreated to the back compartment. Soon an hour passed. Something's not right. Wei Chuan looked at the 80 source crystals in his backpack and keenly sensed an anomaly. The quantity. The night demons tonight were clearly more numerous than last night. Small groups of 3 or 2 were hardly visible, with most starting from 5. Last night he harvested 150 crystals in 3 hours, but tonight he had already collected 80 in just 1 hour. Although he had increased the speed of the vehicle and improved hunting efficiency, the main reason was the increase in the number of night demons. Moreover, the night demons tonight seemed to be moving faster. Do these monsters level up? Wei Chuan felt a heaviness in his heart. He wasn't afraid of their increasing numbers, but he was worried if their strength had also increased. Although this armored vehicle was powerful, it wouldn't withstand mutated creatures that were enhanced. Forget it, no use worrying about it. In the next few days, gather more scrap and complete the full vehicle modification as soon as possible. If 20mm armor can't withstand it, then make it 50mm, 100mm. I refuse to believe that something made of flesh can turn the tables. Wei Chuan's eyes flashed with fierce light as he adjusted direction and crashed towards another area, glowing red. The armored vehicle roared, crushing all the night demons in its path. After another 20 minutes, when the number of source crystals in the backpack reached 122, Wei Chuan decisively stopped the hunting. That's enough for today. The most important battle still awaits him. He turned the vehicle around, and seeing that there were no night demons left, he parked, turned off the engine, and the world instantly fell silent. The back compartment was dimly lit with only weak moonlight streaming through the observation window. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were chatting on the sofa. Upon seeing Wei Chuan approach, they immediately stood up. What are you chatting about? Wei Chuan squeezed between the two girls, wrapping his arms around their waists as he sat down. Brother Chuan, we bought 5 solar panels for just 25 liters of diesel, and we also managed to get a small bottle of conductive glue. Great, I promise to show you the TV tomorrow. Wei Chuan tossed the items onto the opposite shelf, then leaned down to kiss the cheeks of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. You guys chat while I'm a bit tired and want to sleep early. Lu Qingqing whispered something and quickly climbed into the upper bunk of another iron bed. Seeing this, Wei Chuan smiled at Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing smelled of alcohol, clearly having drunk some white liquor. The reason? Perhaps she wanted to sleep deeply to avoid the cannon fire later. Brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue affectionately leaned her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Wait for me a moment, just 1 minute. Wei Chuan patted Zhu Lingxue's head, took some materials from the storage rack, and made 3 sets of crossbows. The items could be kept until tomorrow to sell, but the crafting had to be done tonight. After all, his energy was the resource, and wasting it would be a loss. Although he was going to handle big matters later, Zhu Lingxue was still a novice, and she wouldn't take much of his energy, as she might be exhausted after just 1 round. After packing the source crystals and crossbows, Wei Chuan sat back on the bed, gently pulling Zhu Lingxue into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "It's getting late, shall we rest?" Zhu Lingxue obediently nestled in his arms, responding softly. Wei Chuan's lips curled up as he directly leaned down and kissed her cherry-like lips, his hands gradually sliding down to explore. Not to mention the convenience of the spaghetti-strap short dress. Their lips pressed tightly together, their tongues entwined, and after several minutes, they finally parted, their bodies naturally collapsing onto the bed. Creak. As the wooden board emitted a faint sound, a suppressed moan echoed, which soon transformed into a clear, melodious cry, like that of a lark. On the upper bunk of another iron bed, Lu Qingqing felt her cheeks burning silently, covering her ears. She thought to herself that she should have drunk a few more shots of white liquor. The next day, Wei Chuan woke up from his dreams. He was holding Zhu Lingxue in his arms with her snow-like hair clutched in his hand. The time was now 5:30 in the morning, and it was still dark outside. He originally wanted to catch a little more sleep, but the light coming from the rear of the car immediately roused him, causing him to look up sharply. Qingqing. Just a glance, and Wei Chuan relaxed. It was Lu Qingqing using a portable stove. After gently pulling his left arm out from under Zhu Lingxue's head, he got up, dressed, and walked towards Lu Qingqing. Wei Chuan. It's still early, you can sleep a bit more. I'll wake you up for breakfast at 7. Hearing the movement, Lu Qingqing glanced back and spoke in a lowered voice. Why are you cooking so early? Wei Chuan chuckled as he squatted down beside Lu Qingqing and asked softly. I'm making sweet potato porridge. I wanted to finish it early so it can cool down. There's half a can of last night's ham left, and I just need to fry it a bit to use as a side dish. Lu Qingqing explained. Wei Chuan felt warmth in his heart and softly said, Qingqing, I have no dietary restrictions. Do I eat anything? In the future, just cook according to your own taste, and by whatever. Lu Qingqing responded gently, and then lowered her head, remaining silent. She still vividly recalled the sounds she heard last night, and her cheeks flushed at the thought, especially since it would be her turn tonight. You keep yourself busy, I'll go install the solar panels on the roof. Noticing Lu Qingqing was too shy to look at him, Wei Chuan guessed what she was thinking. He kissed her cheek and took some materials to climb onto the roof. Outside there was a breeze that felt quite cool against his skin. In the distance, a few night demons were wandering about, their crimson eyes resembling small lanterns, slightly eerie. He made no loud noises, so the night demons did not come looking for trouble. All done. After a while, Wei Chuan finished installing the 5 solar panels. Now the total number of solar panels on the roof had reached 15, generating 5 4 kilowatt-hours in 12 hours, enough to satisfy the power needs of 3 electrical appliances for 5 hours of continuous use. Awesome. Returning to the cabin, Lu Qingqing was already sitting on the sofa, but her eyes were still fixed on the portable stove and the stainless steel pot. Wei Chuan connected the wires from the solar panels to the battery pack, and then he made 5 sets of hand crossbows. Including the 3 sets made last night, he had a total of 8 sets to sell. Then he opened the trading channel and posted a purchase request. Wanted 1 semi-automatic hand crossbow with 20 bolts able to fire 5 arrows in succession. I need food, fresh water, diesel, and recipes. Bring your own price. Only 1 available, the highest bidder wins. As usual, he needed only the most essential basic supplies and recipes. After posting, he sat down on the sofa, pulled Lu Qingqing onto his lap, embracing her waist, providing soft comfort for his weary spirit. Don't. Lu Qingqing felt a tingling sensation in front of her and couldn't help but push him away slightly. However, thinking about Zhu Lingxue still being asleep, her shyness diminished significantly. She quickly suppressed her resistance and quietly leaned against Wei Chuan, enjoying the warmth of this tranquil moment. After some time indulging his hands, Wei Chuan opened the survival manual. He had accumulated many private messages, all wanting to trade for hand crossbows. Perhaps it was still too early, as the wealthy had not yet risen and the bids were generally low. However, after some consideration, Wei Chuan decided to sell. The material cost of the hand crossbows was very low, and since he could produce them in bulk, he should sell aggressively, while the market was calm and harvest supplies. Only the supplies in his pocket truly belonged to him. Moreover, the generally low prices were just a comparison with yesterday's average. In reality, they were still quite. 8 sets of hand crossbows exchanged for a total of 215 liters of gasoline, 180 liters of diesel, 39 liters of drinking water, 7 bottles of liquor, 1 small refrigerator, 4 boxes of tissues, 1 computer, and a recipe for a rapid bed planting platform. There were also some extra small amounts of spices, wine, utensils, materials, and food. The best among them was the recipe for the rapid bed planting platform, making this deal seem like a huge windfall. Recipe: 33 meters rapid bed planting platform suitable for planting all crops, automatically adjusts temperature, does not require light or watering, increases crop growth speed by 50, increases crop yield by 20, consumes 10 source crystals every 24 hours. Production times 55 materials needed: 10 copper ingots, 10 activated carbon, 10 source crystals, 10 plastic, 10 humus. Do you want to learn? Both production and use require source crystals, which are undoubtedly source devices. The effects are particularly good. Once the car's interior space is spacious enough, he could use the planting platform to create a greenhouse, achieving self-sufficiency in agricultural products. It's just that he didn't know what humus was. He couldn't find it in the trading channel and could only wait patiently. Your talent is too overpowered. Seeing Wei Chuan constantly pulling out supplies, Lu Qingqing exclaimed. These supplies could drive most people in this world crazy, but for Wei Chuan it was just a very ordinary trading harvest, which was quite exaggerated. One could only say that he truly deserved his unique level talent. Your talent is also quite impressive. This world has night demons and beasts, and a healer is incredibly important. Wei Chuan gently rubbed with his left hand and smiled in praise. Don't wait until tonight. Lu Qingqing let out a soft moan, nearly overwhelmed by the tingling sensation coming from in front of her, her entire body softening as she lay in Wei Chuan's embrace. The title of healer likely referred not only to her talent, but also to the position of his hand. Hearing this, Wei Chuan gave Lu Qingqing a deep kiss, then slowly ceased his actions. Now was indeed not the right time to act. Time was one aspect, and the exhaustion of energy was another. He decided to tidy up the trivial matters in the evening and restore his state before savoring the moment. Time reached 6 o'clock sharp. Wei Chuan withdrew his hand with satisfaction, his fingertips seemingly still lingering with a faint fragrance and soft touch. He moved Lu Qingqing off his lap, gave her a kiss on the face, and got up to organize the newly acquired supplies. The desktop computer and small refrigerator were in good condition and could be used with minor repairs. However, their power consumption was a bit high. Even with normal use, they would consume 4 kilowatt-hours in 12 hours, which he definitely couldn't afford to run for the next few days, so he could only keep them for now. After organizing the supplies, Wei Chuan opened private messages again. His energy was not yet exhausted. If he pushed it to the point of headache, he might still be able to produce 5 sets of hand crossbows and make a few more trades. Wei Wenfa, do you want the big black star? If you can add some bolts and supplies, I will trade with you. Damn. Seeing one of the private messages, Wei Chuan's heart suddenly raced, his heartbeat almost leaping out of his chest. Many people might not know what the Big Black Star is, as it's just a nickname. Its real name is the 54 type pistol. Wei Chuan immediately replied. He had heard of the Type 54 pistol, which was said to have excellent combat performance with a long-range, great power, and strong penetration. If he could exchange this thing, safety would be guaranteed. Wei Wenfa mentioned it's a bit rusty, there's 3 rounds left, and the trigger is loose, you just need to disassemble and fix it a bit to use it. Seeing the reply from the other party, Wei Chuan's forehead broke out in 3 question marks. What does it mean to disassemble and fix it a bit to use? No need to think, this gun is probably unusable, and the issue is not simply a loose trigger, otherwise this guy would have fixed it long ago, and it wouldn't have waited until now. True, if it were a usable pistol, even if there was only 1 round left, it wouldn't be exchanged, let alone there are 3 rounds. After some thought, Wei Chuan replied. Wei Chuan, brother, put it in the trading slot, and let me have a look. If it's not too badly broken, I can keep it to bluff others. If it's too exaggerated, then forget it. Wei Wenfa, okay, take a look for yourself. The appearance is definitely fine. Wei Chuan directly sent the trade request, and the other side accepted it immediately. Type 54 pistol caliber 7. 62 millimeters, effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 38 rounds, body damp and rusted, trigger and recoil spring broken, unable to fire. Alright. Seeing the item description, Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. In the face of Scrade mechanical mastery, this small damage to the parts is hardly a problem. It could be repaired in the blink of an eye. If it were so damaged that it was only a rotten shell, then it really wouldn't be possible to figure out the principles and structure. Wei Chuan, it looks fine. I'll add 30 crossbow bolts. Wei Wenfa, add a bit more. Just give me some water as well. Wei Chuan, I can't add more, brother. This thing is basically unfixable. Oh, it can only serve as a bluff. Wei Wenfa, if it could be repaired, it wouldn't be at this price. If you take this out, won't you be able to dominate anyone you meet on the road? Wei Chuan, a pistol crossbow is fine too. If I didn't like it, this rotten shell wouldn't be worth even a single crossbow bolt. Forget it, I'll keep it to exchange for supplies. Wei Wenfa, alright, I'll give it to you. Why can't I click on the trade? Wei Chuan, too many useless private messages. I turned off trading. Wait a moment, I'll click you after I'm done with my stuff. In just a minute, Wei Chuan made 5 sets of pistol crossbows. He didn't have a suitable storage box, so he tied the crossbows and bolts together directly with iron wire, and one set was equipped with 50 crossbow bolts. After finishing these 5 sets of pistol crossbows, his energy was already depleted. His legs felt a bit weak and his head was dizzy. He opened the trading function and swapped the Dahei Xing. After receiving the items, he didn't rush to check, but first filtered through his private messages and exchanged the remaining 4 sets of pistol crossbows. 80 liters of diesel, 70 liters of gasoline, 30 liters of machine oil, 5 liters of drinking water, 1 box of 5-pound crispy noodles, 6 cans of fish, 1 5-pound watermelon, 5 bottles of soda, 1 folding electric bike, 1 handheld game console, along with some miscellaneous items. The average price was even lower than the previous batch. However, this was actually specially selected by Wei Chuan based on his own preferences. He did not lack supplies now, but there was no need to always focus on value in trading. One should enjoy life, otherwise what is the point of getting rich? Looking at Wei Chuan starting to organize the supplies again, Lu Qingqing felt numb. Wei Chuan was earning supplies too quickly for the 3 of them to use up. If this kept up, in less than 2 days the compartment would burst from the supplies. With the second batch of supplies stored, Wei Chuan let out a long breath and sat back on the sofa. He took out the brand new handheld game console to unbox, but halfway through he stopped and handed it, almost forgot the main focus. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing asked with some confusion as she took the box. Wei Chuan didn't answer, but simply spread his hands, and the Dahei Xing appeared in his palm. A pistolet. Lu Qingqing's pupils constricted, but she quickly realized something was off, and asked curiously, a pistol crossbow shouldn't be able to exchange for a pistol, right? Of course it wouldn't be able to exchange for a good one. Wei Chuan smirked, and said while wrapping his arm around Lu Qingqing's fragrant shoulder. Lu Qingqing quickly reacted, and became a bit excited, but your talent can repair it, and also mass-produce it. Exactly. Wei Chuan said, the gun is easy to make, the hard part is the bullets. You search for gunpowder and oxidizers, they might also be called propellant and detonating agents. If we don't find them, we'll go search for their scientific names later. While speaking, Wei Chuan began to repair the Dahei Xing. It might be more appropriate to say it was being remade. Various parts had different degrees of damage and rust, needing material to be replenished for reshaping, but once remade, it would be a new gun. His dwindling energy was once again consumed and dizziness had turned into a slight headache. However, looking at the brand new Dahei Xing in his hand, all discomfort seemed to disappear. At this moment, Wei Chuan had only one thought in his mind: refreshing. It felt quite handy, weighing about 1 pound and 6 or 7 ounces. If the magazine was fully loaded, it should weigh about 1 pound and 8 or 9 ounces, not reaching 2 pounds. What if I made a larger one? Wei Chuan toyed with the Dahei Xing, lost in thought. The blueprint opened. While it was impossible to make a rifle with significantly different structures, a high-powered pistol would definitely not be difficult. However, he quickly dismissed this idea because a high-powered pistol would also have significant recoil, and he knew he couldn't handle it. Scenes like the precise rapid-fire Desert Eagle and M500 in movies simply do not exist in reality. It would be more difficult than using a Barrett. Firing a powerful shot requires adjustments afterward. It is better to fire a series of smaller shots to provide direct fire suppression while avoiding injury. Found it. Is there smokeless powder and primer? Can they be used? Suddenly, Lu Qingqing exclaimed softly and shook Wei Chuan's arm. Of course. Wei Chuan immediately opened the trading hall to check for smokeless powder and primer. Item name: smokeless powder. Quantity 5. Price: 10 liters of oil. Item name: primer. Quantity 10. Price: 300 milliliters of fresh water. Smokeless powder: a smokeless white powder that can be used as a propellant, non-explosive in nature, and completely different from explosives, mostly used for driving artillery in combat. Primer: a crystalline substance that can serve as an oxidizer, highly sensitive to external forces, and completely different from explosives, mostly used to ignite propellant with flames. Not raw materials, but semi-finished props. The appearance of these two types of props indicates that there must be hot weapon formulas. However, Wei Chuan wasn't too worried. With great mechanical control and an armored vehicle, he wasn't very afraid of firearms. Moreover, it would be difficult to encounter people on the highway, let alone those with hot weapons. No need to hesitate, buy it. Directly purchasing semi-finished products could save a lot of time and avoid the tedious process of raw material blending and experimentation. As it approached 7 o'clock, the sky gradually brightened. Lu Qingqing carefully placed the steaming stainless steel pot onto the small wooden table and took 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. The freshly fried ham sizzled, its edges crisp and golden, exuding a rich aroma. It smells so good. Qingqing, what delicious food have you made? At that moment, Zhu Lingxue rubbed her eyes and sat up sleepily mumbling. She yawned. The strap that Wei Chuan had loosened last night slipped down, revealing the fair skin of her upper body. Her face turned slightly red, and she hurriedly adjusted the strap back onto her shoulder. Sweet potato porridge and fried ham, come and eat. Lu Qingqing pretended not to see, bringing the open pressure cooker to the table and serving each person a full bowl. The sweet potato porridge had cooled, presenting an enticing orange-yellow color with the rice grains soaked in broth, and the sweet potato chunks soft and fragrant, a hint of sweetness wafting through the compartment. Where is Brother Chuan? Zhu Lingxue sat at the edge of the table, asking with curiosity. Lu Qingqing pointed towards the back of the vehicle, where Wei Chuan was squatting in a corner facing away from them, making no sound, almost invisible if one didn't look closely. Brother Chuan, what are you doing? Zhu Lingxue bent down and walked over, directly hugging him from behind. I'm working on something important. Wei Chuan let out a long breath, lifting a plate with 6 neatly arranged magazines and a few golden bullets. He could not use thought shaping on gunpowder, so he had to load them manually one by one, which made the production efficiency very low. These 55 bullets were the total output of nearly 1 hour's work. Bullets. Zhu Lingxue froze for a moment, having a guess in her heart, but before she could ask, Wei Chuan directly took out the Da Hei Xing from the storage compartment. A handgun. Zhu Lingxue's gaze fell on Da Hei Xing, her eyes filled with excitement. With this thing, who would dare to cause trouble for them? Want to give it a try? Wei Chuan loaded a magazine into Da Hei Xing, lightly brushing his finger across it, rendering the firing pin and trigger inoperable, then handed it to Zhu Lingxue. Yes, this is a gun. Zhu Lingxue eagerly accepted the gun, playing with it lovingly, even aiming it at various spots in the compartment. However, she did not touch the trigger, nor did she point the gun at Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. After playing with it for a while, she returned the gun to Wei Chuan. After packing up the ammunition, Wei Chuan took Zhu Lingxue to sit at the table and handed the gun to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing had little interest in firearms. She merely weighed it before letting it go, urging Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue to eat breakfast. Wei Chuan, with an unaffected demeanor, restored the firing pin and trigger and stored it in the compartment. The cooled sweet potato porridge was very delicious, with soft rice grains mixed with the sweetness of the sweet potatoes, and the ham was savory and tasty, perfectly complementing each other. While eating, Wei Chuan browsed the trading market, primarily looking for gunpowder and solar panels, followed by recipes and various items of interest. In just over 10 minutes of breakfast, he had indeed acquired quite a few good items. Sufficient gunpowder to make 200 rounds, 7 solar panels, 4 boxes of Nirexberry milk, over 3 gene of assorted fruits, a recipe for a massage chair that could be used 10 times, and some metal. Buying directly in the trading market, the prices were higher compared to negotiating with purchase requests. However, Wei Chuan had already achieved material freedom, buying without blinking an eye. After installing the 7 solar panels, Wei Chuan announced their departure. He needed to continue making bullets. Zhu Lingxue needed to wipe away last night's traces and clean the bed, so Lu Qingqing was temporarily in charge of driving. This morning's luck was excellent. Although they hadn't seen a resource point or supply box, the haul from the trading market was substantial. 3 solar panels, 3 kitchen appliances that could be repaired, a case of 24 bottles of 330 milliliters beer, a bulletproof vest, a recipe for a gasoline-powered saw that could be used 5 times, and a pack of unopened cigarettes. These were just Wei Chuan's favorites and most practical items. He also bought many things that were not particularly useful, but inexpensive, most of which were recipes with unlimited uses. These recipes appeared on the first day, and many were displayed in the trading market. Due to reasons of price and practicality, they had not been sold. When Wei Chuan checked, he found that they had all dropped in price, so he activated his cash ability and bought over 20 different recipes in one go. They may not be useful now, but that may not be the case in the future. Some of them were purchased for enjoyment and could potentially be used every night. With all these items combined, Wei Chuan only paid with materials he obtained by trading 4 sets of pistol crossbows, while he had made a full 15 sets of pistol crossbows. Now the storage rack in the vehicle was overflowing, even the space under the bed was packed with supplies. After thoroughly solving the issues of daily life, it was time to prioritize the most important mainline plan. to comprehensively modify the armored vehicle. Crazy acquisition of solar panels creating a hybrid system of wood gasoline and electricity while proportionally expanding the vehicle's body. Otherwise, the current compartment space would truly not be sufficient. At 1230 p.m., the armored vehicle stopped by the roadside. Lunch was already prepared, still made by Lu Qingqing. This southern girl had a great enthusiasm for cooking, voluntarily taking charge of the meals from now on. White rice, yellow flour vegetable, and pork soup, stir-fried greens, and spicy pork. The meat was wolf meat obtained in exchange for 10 liters of water. The other party was also in zone 50001, and Wei Chuan saw it when the seller was promoting. However, today's lunch was not focused on the food itself. Ladies, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Wei Chuan stood in front of the storage rack, gently pressed the power button on the DVD player with his right thumb, and then inserted a movie disc. The screen of the large TV flickered with static, suddenly revealing a deep blue earth as a line of letters circled around it, finally coming to a steady stop in the center of the screen. 3 seconds later, the earth burst forth with dazzling light, rapidly transforming into the sun. This sun slowly descended upon the tip of a pyramid, and the camera panned down, revealing the pyramid surrounded by a stone city as a voiceover began. At the same time, both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue wore surprised smiles. They were actually watching a movie in this barren world. Wei Chuan first looked at the expressions of the two girls, then glanced at the television screen, feeling particularly satisfied. He now had a total of 25 solar panels generating 9 degrees of electricity a day. If all were allocated to the TV and DVD player, they could watch nonstop for 24 hours straight. Chuan-gu, this movie is quite interesting, Zhu Lingxue said, while eating, her eyes shining with excitement. Lu Qingqing was also staring at the screen, unwilling to blink, fearing she might miss even a bit. Wei Chuan smiled and asked the Mummy one. That's an old movie that used to be quite popular. Haven't you seen it before? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both shook their heads. They preferred romance and comedy films. This kind of horror fantasy old movie was something they wouldn't even think about on a regular basis. An hour later, lunch had ended and Wei Chuan was sitting on the sofa with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. On the screen, the male lead saved the female lead from the mummy, escaping with his teammates through the dark corridors of an ancient ruin. Zhu Lingxue nervously clutched Wei Chuan's waist, while Lu Qingqing leaned slightly forward, fully focused. To enjoy this delightful afternoon, Wei Chuan planned to finish watching this movie before heading out. After achieving material freedom, finding supply boxes and resource points no longer mattered. Moving forward was just to avoid being caught by the sandstorm without needing to push themselves as they did in the past days. Chuan-gu, do we have enough electricity now? Can we still watch after sunset? Or should we just watch it tonight? Zhu Lingxue suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Lu Qingqing perked up her ears. Once they experienced the benefits of electricity, it became hard for them to accept the pitch-black nights. If there would be a power outage at night, it would be better to endure now and save the electricity for later. Don't worry, we'll have enough power to last all day. Just keep an eye on the solar panels this afternoon. As long as we collect another $20 or $30, I'll install the remaining appliances, and we can use them freely for 24 hours. Wei Chuan said, casually reassuring the two women. Great. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue instinctively nodded, taking out their survival manuals while watching the movie and browsing the trading post. At that moment, Wei Chuan's mechanical perception went off alarmingly. He sensed malicious intent coming from outside the vehicle. Almost instantly, a roar of engines approached from afar, brutally shattering the atmosphere of the movie-watching experience inside the vehicle. The sound was chaotic and loud, seeming not to come from just one vehicle, and it was charging at high speed. Prepare to drive. Wei Chuan shouted abruptly, springing from the comfortable sofa, rushing 2 steps to the shooting hatch in the center of the vehicle, unlocking the latch, and without hesitation, he leaned his upper body out of the car. In his line of sight, 3 vehicles wrapped in swirling yellow sand were charging crazily down the road, their target being his massive armored vehicle. Leading the charge was a small sedan, followed closely by a van and a small truck. They showed no intention of slowing down, rushing forward with a fierce momentum, clearly hostile. Looking for death. Wei Chuan's expression turned icy, the black star appearing in his hand revealing his killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the nearby dining table over to use as a footrest, aiming his gun directly at the driver's seat of the sedan. Bang, bang, bang. The speeding sedan's front windshield instantly shattered like a spider web. Following that, the sedan lost control, its front veering sharply to the right, spinning wildly, as if drunk, before flipping over and coming to a complete stop. This sudden barrage of fire was like a blow to the head. The small truck and van behind the sedan reacted almost simultaneously, sharply turning around in a panic, clearly terrified. Charge at the armored vehicle under gunfire. Forget it. They only wanted to escape this death zone as quickly as possible, the engines howling as they kicked up even more dust than before. Little punk, how do you like this? Wei Chuan coldly smiled, quickly changing magazines and continuing to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. 8 bullets fired in quick succession. One of the rear tires of the van was hit, and exploded, causing it to slow down dramatically, ultimately getting stuck in the sand. As for the small truck, by the time Wei Chuan aimed it, had already sped away. Too anxious, I should have waited for it to come closer to shoot. Looking at the small truck disappearing in the dust, Wei Chuan showed no emotion, retracting his head back into the vehicle and shouted chase after it. Without a word, Lu Qingqing, seated in the driver's seat, slammed the accelerator all the way down. Meanwhile, the driver of the van had already jumped out of the vehicle, fleeing back in the direction they came from, holding a machete. Bang! Bang! As Wei Chuan's armored vehicle passed by, he sent 2 bullets into the fleeing driver. Sister Qingqing, there's a guy named Wang Biao cursing us. He said we're robbing everywhere in an armored vehicle, and he just got robbed by us, and even exposed our possession of guns. Zhu Lingxue, who was monitoring the communication channel, said unhappily. He still has the time to slander us. It seems there's more than one person in that small truck. He's not just the driver. Lu Qingqing firmly held the steering wheel, her expression serious as she stared at the small truck not far away. The small truck's top speed wouldn't be slower than the armored vehicle and might even be faster, but this wasn't a smooth road, it was a stony desert. A minute later, the armored vehicle caught up with the van. Lu Qingqing was worried that a collision would affect Wei Chuan, so she controlled the speed, keeping 20 meters away from the small truck. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan initiated an American-style draw, emptying the magazine. The windows of the small truck burst instantly. The driver, a young man, was shot in the head and collapsed onto the steering. Lu Qingqing slowed down, parking the armored vehicle in front of the right side of the small truck. The windshield was already cracked, but the cracks were few, allowing her to see. Lu Qingqing slowed down, parking the armored vehicle in front of the right side of the small truck. The windshield was already cracked, but the cracks were few, allowing her to see a bald, middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat, looking quite sturdy. Lu Qingqing slowed down, parking the armored vehicle in front of the right side of the small truck. The windshield was already cracked, but the cracks were few, allowing her to see a bald, middle-aged man. If you're short on supplies, I can send supplies over. Save some bullets for defense. The bald, middle-aged man shook his somewhat dizzy head, unbuckled his seatbelt, climbed to the driver's seat, and shouted loudly at Wei Chuan. Hey, no need to be so polite, I can take care of it myself. Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold smirk as he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, a bloody hole appearing in the forehead of the bald, middle-aged man, who slumped down helplessly. In the next life, be smarter. He considered himself not a good person, but neither was he a bad one. He wouldn't take the initiative to harm others, but if someone targeted him, then he wouldn't hold. After taking down the bald, middle-aged man, Wei Chuan called out to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to get out of the car. Not bad. This will save us a lot of resources. Wei Chuan rubbed the surface of the armored vehicle, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He had planned a comprehensive modification for the armored car in the morning, but he didn't expect the materials to arrive so quick. Brother Chuan, that bald guy just smeared our reputation in the district. Zhu Lingxue said angrily, her hands on her hips, very displeased with Wang Biao's hypocrite. Lu Qingqing patted Zhu Lingxue's arm. There's no need to get worked up. Everyone knows what kind of person he is. No one will stand up for him, and besides, he's already dead. Everyone knows him. Wei Chuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Qingqing nodded. Many people know him. On the first day, someone was tricked by him into parting with their vehicle, and when he spoke, they recognized him from his profile picture. His name is Wang Biao. Wang Biao. Hearing that name, Wei Chuan recalled something. Yesterday afternoon, someone was cursing Wang Biao, claiming they had almost been robbed by him, and it was revealed that Wang Biao's convoy had 2 vehicles and 3 people. Things were developing quite fast. They had gathered 3 vehicles in just 3 days. There were at least 4 people, 2 here, 1 van, and 1 sedan. Lingxue, you should be polite. My good brother worked hard to send me 3 vehicles, and there might be plenty of supplies, so I won't allow you to speak ill of him. Wei Chuan chuckled as he ruffled Zhu Lingxue's hair, making it all messy. Then let's get started right away. Zhu Lingxue's anger diminished significantly as she took Wei Chuan's hand and eagerly headed to the back of the vehicle. The back door was locked with a padlock, which Wei Chuan dismantled using his mental shaping ability. Bang! With a dull thud, half of the door fell to the ground, revealing a chaotic pile of supplies inside. These guys had quite a harvest. Inside were 1 electric bike, 3 bicycles, several pieces of wood that seemed to be used for beds, a pile of clothing, several empty burlap sacks, and 3 gray iron boxes. One of the gray iron boxes had its lid open, spilling out several bottles of mineral water. We need to hurry, we have 3 vehicles to sort out. Wei Chuan squatted down and entered the compartment, followed closely by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Chuan, at the cost of exhausting himself to the point of dizziness, managed to sort out the 3 vehicles just before the sandstorm engulfed the land. Having storage compartments made the transport work effortless, but the energy spent dismantling the vehicle was substantial. Half of the 2 hours had been used for resting. Listening to the howling wind outside and the sound of sand hitting the vehicle, Wei Chuan dragged his weary body to the sofa. He was extremely tired, but the rewards were immense. He didn't waste any part of the 3 vehicles. The metal materials he obtained were measured by the ton, enough for a complete vehicle modification. Fortunately, with so many storage compartments, the armored vehicle would have struggled to carry everything. The three of them had 30 storage compartments, 30 trading post consignments, 15 storage compartments in their backpacks, 10 material compartments on the crafting table, and 40 material compartments for the production of 4 two-wheeled vehicles. These 125 compartments held most of the harvest from this trip. Are you okay? Do you want to drink some water to refresh yourself? Lu Qingqing squatted beside the sofa holding a newly opened bottle of mineral water, her voice filled with concern. It's not a big problem, I'm just a bit drained. Wei Chuan took the water and sat up, gulping down a few mouthfuls. The cold water flowed down his throat, slightly clearing the fog in his mind. He wiped his face and looked at the burlap sacks and gray iron boxes under the dining table, asking, "What good things did my good brother leave for me?" Time was too tight. I didn't count them carefully, but conservatively there's 80 liters of fuel, 10 liters of mineral water, 15 gin of potatoes, 3 gin of snacks, 3 gin of fruits, 10 gin of rice and flour, nearly 100 units of materials along with some spare parts and tools. Lu Qingqing slowly replied, "That's quite a fortune. Oh, I wonder how many dirty deeds he did." Wei Chuan sighed. To him these supplies were insignificant, but to an ordinary person it was already a small fortune. Definitely a lot. Lu Qingqing's face showed a hint of disgust. Having been cursed at since the first day, it was likely that he robbed as many people as he encountered. "Let's not talk about them. There's nothing to say about the dead. My head hurts a bit. Can you help me massage it?" Wei Chuan shifted a bit, gently patting the sofa. Lu Qingqing's face flushed slightly as she sat beside Wei Chuan. Just as she thought Wei Chuan wanted to rest his head on her lap, he suddenly leaned over and lay directly in her arms, his head just resting in front of her. The warm touch and heavy weight transmitted through the thin fabric made her breath catch for a moment. "Is this pressure okay?" However, she quickly relaxed, gently massaging Wei Chuan's temples. After spending the last 2 days in such close contact, even unprotected massages, without fabric blocking them, had occurred. This was nothing to her. She just didn't react immediately. "Good." Wei Chuan let out a comfortable sigh from his throat, his furrowed brows finally easing a bit, and he sank deeper into Lu Qingqing's embrace. He even unconsciously rubbed against her, seeking a more comfortable position. As the armored vehicle continued moving forward, the sandstorm gradually fell behind. Wei Chuan's consciousness, amidst Lu Qingqing's gentle soothing and the retreating noise, slowly sank into the dark ocean of sleep. Lu Qingqing looked down at his sleeping face, a faint smile gracing her lips. That seemingly warm, yet always vigilant, handsome face now revealed a rare vulnerability and fatigue. Holding her man who would be hers tonight, a soft, indescribable emotion spread in her heart. Zhu Lingxue glanced through the rearview mirror, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Time flowed silently. Wei Chuan's eyelids trembled slightly as his consciousness slowly surfaced from deep sleep. A familiar faint body fragrance lingered at his nose, and below his cheek was a soft warm sensation along with a hint of moist coolness. He opened his eyes in confusion, his vision still a bit blurry. What came into view was Lu Qingqing's gentle gaze as she looked down at him, and a wet area around his mouth on his sleeping gown. "What the heck did I drool?" Wei Chuan instantly became more awake, sitting up abruptly, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth. Awake. Seeing Wei Chuan's embarrassing state, Lu Qingqing, unfazed by the dampness in front of her, bit her lip to stifle a laugh. "Yeah. I drank too much soup at noon." Wei Chuan cleared his dry throat, rose from Lu Qingqing's embrace, and then pulled her into his arms. His temples still felt a bit swollen, but the sense of mental fatigue had dissipated and his body was filled with strength, feeling better than ever. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Lu Qingqing gently kissed the corner of Wei Chuan's mouth and asked tenderly. Wei Chuan also returned a soft kiss. For some reason, after waking up from a nap, he felt that his relationship with Lu Qingqing had deepened significantly. It was that kind of special understanding, a particularly heartfelt feeling. "Then let's have rice. You consumed too much this afternoon and porridge will leave you hungry too quickly. By the way, Ling Shui and I bought 12 solar panels all here with me. We could have bought more, but others were also buying, and by the time we placed our order it showed as sold out." Lu Qingqing leaned her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, talking about the gains of the afternoon. "If we can buy it, we buy it. If not, then forget it." Wei Chuan closed his eyes, gently patting Lu Qingqing's waist. "Today marks the 3rd day. Many people's lives have stabilized, and solar panels which generate electricity will only become more sought after. However, it's not a big problem." He acted quickly, and with these 12 panels he already had 37 on hand. They produce 32 degrees of electricity per day. In a month that amounts to nearly 400 degrees. As long as he doesn't waste it, this electricity is sufficient to support all the daily needs of the appliances in the vehicle. The warmth of their embrace did not last long. Wei Chuan pressed a kiss on Lu Qingqing's forehead, took the 12 solar panels, and stood up briskly. "The current time is 5:30. While the sun is still up, the new power station needs to get to work as soon as possible to generate some electricity." Ling Shui stopped for a moment. "I need to go out and install the solar panels." He called out towards the front of the vehicle and then opened the sunroof. The wind outside was quite strong, and the air was filled with the taste of dust, while the scorching sun relentlessly whipped everything on the ground. When the armored vehicle came to a stop, Wei Chuan climbed onto the roof with the materials and skillfully installed the dark blue solar panels in place. 37 solar panels were neatly arranged, coating the left side of the roof with a layer of blue. Wei Chuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, feeling the solid sense of increased power. Back inside the vehicle, he asked Zhu Lingxue to slow down for a while, then connected the wires to the battery pack, powered the refrigerator, and placed some drinks, beverages, and fruits inside. In the morning, he got a watermelon, and he would finish it later. Now he also needed to make some bullets. The consumption from the skirmish at noon was not small. He only had 30 rounds left from 55, which made him feel insecure. Sitting in the rear corner of the vehicle, Wei Chuan organized the materials and entered a state of complete focus. He shaped the primer and shell, filled it with propellant and launching powder, carefully pressed in the bullet, and finally tightened the shell mouth. For safety, the structure must neither be too big nor too small. The gunpowder must not be excessive or insufficient, and every step must be executed meticulously. Time passed in monotonous repetition, with only the occasional sound of bullets sliding within the cabin. An hour later, dinner is ready. Lu Qingqing's melodious voice rang out. At that moment, Wei Chuan pressed the last bright yellow bullet into the magazine, producing a crisp click. 6 new magazines were neatly arranged at his feet, making 7 in total, and he had made 56 bullets in an hour with efficiency similar to the morning. Counting the leftovers from noon, the bullet count reached 86. With so many magazines prepared, he had set up 20 in total, and whenever there were bullets, he would load them right away for immediate use. Alright, I'll finish the rest tomorrow. After tidying up the ammunition, Wei Chuan let out a long breath, feeling the dullness and tension dissipate, replaced by a sense of reassurance. Chuan, go hurry up. Zhu Lingxu's urging voice came from behind. I'm coming. Wei Chuan responded, noticing that both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had not put down their chopsticks, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. After hesitating for a second, he took some materials from the storage rack and made 2 big black stars, loading them with fully loaded magazines, and gently placed them in front of the 2 girls. Chuan, go, is this for us? Zhu Lingxu's eyes lit up instantly, but when she saw the bullets inside, she didn't dare to touch them. Yes, we might encounter people like Wang Biao in the future, so take it for self-defense. I've already switched off the safety. Oh, put it away first, and he'll teach you how to use it after dinner. Facing the expectant gazes of the 2 girls, Wei Chuan nodded affirmatively. Chuan, go, I love you to death. Zhu Lingxue cheered, directly storing the big black star into the storage compartment, then leaned forward and gave Wei Chuan a hard kiss on the face. Feeling the warmth on his face, Wei Chuan grinned and looked at Lu Qingqing. Alright, let's eat. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingqing smiled gently and kissed the other side of Wei Chuan's cheek. Both girls were particularly happy, not because of possessing a handgun, but because of Wei Chuan's trust in them. He dared to face them with the muzzle pointed at his back. After the affectionate moment, the 3 began to enjoy their dinner. The meal was simple: white rice, spicy and sour, shredded potatoes, beef and radish, canned food, fruits and drinks. Halfway through the meal, Zhu Lingxue suddenly put down her chopsticks and looked at Wei Chuan. Chuan, go, let me handle the night demons from now on. Wei Chuan's hand paused as he was picking up food, and he looked up at her. Zhu Lingxue continued, saying, you'll drive over and hit them, then go out to collect the source crystals. I can handle such small matters, you just rest well. Her tone was calm, yet serious, and a hint of determination shone through her clear, yet foolish eyes. We can take turns, 1 person a day. At this point, Lu Qingqing also paused with her chopsticks, her eyes filled with agreement. Although she had not fully committed herself to Wei Chuan, she had already acknowledged him and wanted to help him bear some burdens. Wei Chuan hesitated for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping across Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxu's faces, and finally nodded. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Since they had said it to this extent, he had no reason to be pretentious. Driving during the day saved him some energy, and killing night demons at night saved him more energy. The energy saved could allow him to do much more. Chuan, don't you want to thank us? Zhu Lingxue leaned her head closer to Wei Chuan, pointing at her exquisite face. They'll pay you some interest first. I'll thank you properly tomorrow night. Wei Chuan laughed heartily, leaning in to give her a kiss, followed by Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, both suppressing smiles. The former smiled shyly, while the latter beamed sweetly. Dinner continued in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wei Chuan looked at the lively Zhu Lingxue, and the gentle Lu Qingqing, feeling the heavy burden of survival lightened significantly. After dinner, Wei Chuan taught the 2 young wives how to use the handgun. It's actually quite simple. There is hardly any threshold to it. Many people have heard of it to some extent. Even if they haven't, they would understand it after watching once. At exactly 7 o'clock, night fell. Zhu Lingxue ignited the armored vehicle, the deep rumble of the engine drawing the surrounding night demons. Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, while Wei Chuan stood behind the driver's seat, softly reminding her, Lingxue, there's only one key point, don't be afraid. This is a bulletproof armored vehicle. Oh, just step on the accelerator and drive right through it. By the way, remember to switch to 8-wheel drive mode. The button is this yellow one. Rest assured, Brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue huffed into her palm and slapped it onto the steering wheel while simultaneously pressing the accelerator. Bang, bang, thud. The dull sound of impact echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking as the night demons charging towards the armored vehicle were instantly crushed. Wei Chuan watched for 2 minutes. Seeing that Zhu Lingxue was driving steadily, he slowly retreated to the rear compartment. He picked up a backpack and approached the craft. The first thing to process was the seats from the 3 vehicles during the day, totaling 13, which he tossed in for disassembly. Disassembly successful. Gained 4 aluminum ingots, 4 copper ingots, 3 rubber, 3 plastic, 3 leather. Disassembly successful. Gained 3 aluminum ingots, 3 copper ingots, 3 rubber, 2 plastic, 2 leather. 43 aluminum ingots, 43 copper ingots, 39 rubber, 30 plastic, 30 leather. Wei Chuan had no shortage of the first 4 materials. This disassembly was mainly for leather was needed to make massage chairs, requiring 6 pieces for one. There wasn't much leather in the trading market, only about 10 pieces a day, and he wanted to make 3 massage chairs, so he thought of disassembling himself to free up some space. Disassembling directly wasn't a loss either, as he had already freed up basic materials. The negligible materials on the seats weren't worth his effort to retrieve. Once he had the leather, Wei Chuan directly accessed the massage chair recipe. Aluminum ingot 10, copper ingot 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, a leather 6, cable 3, electronic component 1. Crafting successful. Obtained a full-body multifunctional zero-gravity massage chair 1, aluminum ingot 10, copper ingot 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, a leather 6, cable 3, electronic component 1. He crafted a total of 1 for each person. Wei Chuan organized the right side of the vehicle, placing them side by side between the sofa and the bed. He connected the power and sat down to try it out. It felt amazing as he sank into the chair, every part of him being kneaded and pressed, and his body automatically relaxed, feeling particularly comfortable. If he lay down when completely exhausted, it would definitely feel like flying. However, it consumed a bit too much electricity. Using it for 1 hour would require 1 kilowatt-hours, which he couldn't afford right now, but a few minutes of kneading was still fine. After finishing the massage chairs, Wei Chuan shifted his gaze to the shooting skylight on the vehicle's roof. The height of the compartment was 1.6 meters. Leaning out to scout was manageable, but shooting wasn't very convenient, especially with close targets requiring support from the ground. He immediately took action, using steel to create a tubular hanging ladder along the edge of the shooting skylight frame. The ladder connected to the chassis, allowing him to stand firmly on it. This is much more convenient now. Wei Chuan tested it by stepping up, feeling very satisfied. While Zhu Lingxue was still cleaning up the night demons, he took the opportunity to stroll around the trading market. Solar panels were still in high demand, with only a batch priced exorbitantly that no one was buying, nearly reaching 3 times the normal market price. Wei Chuan, being wealthy, didn't hesitate and quickly purchased them. It was indeed a bit expensive, but this amount of resources was nothing to him. A total of 8 panels. With the original 37, he now had an astonishing 45 solar panels capable of generating 16.2 kilowatt-hours a day. He was not far from electrical freedom. Just as he completed the transaction and stored the newly bought solar panels in the storage compartment, the armored vehicle slowly came to a stop. The headlights remained on, illuminating the chaotic scene ahead. The road was stained black with the blood and remains of the night demons scattered across the ground. Brother Chuan, we need to get down to find the source crystal. Zhu Lingxue shouted back, her voice tinged with excitement. They'll go with you. Will approach from the back. Wei Chuan hesitated not at all, pulling out his Dahai Xing and bending down towards the rear door. Although the night demons on this stretch of road had been cleared, many still lurked in the dark desert, and he didn't want the 2 young ladies to get out alone. The heavy door slowly lowered, a warm breeze carrying a strong stench flooding into the compartment. Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing followed behind Wei Chuan, each holding a pair of tongs for collecting source crystals. Go ahead, I'll keep watch for you. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surrounding deep darkness. The 2 young ladies needed to practice their bravery, so he didn't intend to help, he only needed to protect them. A glimmer of reassurance flashed in Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's eyes. They immediately sprang into action, swiftly moving through the debris on the ground, using the tongs to pick up the source crystals, emitting a faint glow. Area 50001605510000 people. Zhengkai, have you all noticed that there are more and more vehicles on the road? Wang Ersua, I feel the same. I encountered 4 vehicles today, and it seems like the endpoints of these roads are the same. The further we go, the more people we encounter. Yangping, so annoying. There are too many night demons tonight. It's impossible to kill them. Almost got blocked. Li Haihuan, emergency help. Is there anyone who can lend me some water? He Shulin, damn, this lion pack is too awesome, directly pressing the night demons into the ground for a rub. Soon we can pick up source crystals for free. Ma Jin, the vehicle repair kit is now available, an incredible artifact. Jia Lu ha, I found a little creek. While running away I'm going to get rich. Lu Wenming bro, I have a tooth cup recipe, wanna collaborate? While scouting, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel to take a look. He hadn't checked it for a whole day and night, and didn't know what was going on in the district. The population had dropped by a whole 700, which was neither too much nor too little. Vehicle repair kit. Wei Chuan felt a bit curious and immediately opened the trading market to search. Vehicle repair kit can be used by sticking it onto a stationary vehicle capable of repairing any damage and malfunction of the vehicle. Repair attempts 11. Repair requirements depending on the degree of damage and malfunction of the vehicle. Good stuff, Wei Chuan praised, and then closed the survival manual. It was somewhat similar to the modification template, but its functionality was much stronger. For those unable to repair vehicles, this thing was indeed a miraculous tool that could save lives in critical moments. If he thought deeper, this thing could even turn a scrap vehicle frame into a new car. Without considering costs, it was truly a bit over the top. Unfortunately, it was a mechanical type item which he couldn't use. At exactly 9 p.m., the heavy armored door slowly closed, completely isolating the cold night outside that was permeated with a fishy stench. Inside the vehicle, bright lights dispelled the darkness, and the electric fan buzzed, dissipating the slight odors and heat from the three individuals. Zhu Lingxue let out a long breath, placing the bucket filled with source crystals on the dining table, and stretched her somewhat sore wrists and neck. Killing the night demons hadn't taken much effort, but the subsequent bending to search was quite tiring. Wei Chuan stored the Great Black Star in the storage compartment, walked over to the fridge, took out 3 bottles of chilled beer, opened the caps, and distributed them to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue before gulping down a large mouth. The cold beverage with a slight bitterness washed away all fatigue. Also comfortable, Zhu Lingxue took a sip and let out a satisfied murmur before turning on the television and DVD player to continue watching the movie they had left As the images and sounds emerged, they added a touch of liveliness to the steel cabin. The three gathered around the dining table watching the movie while counting the harvest from the pack. One by one, the source crystals, emanating a faint glow, were picked up with tongs and transferred into the silver box designated for storing source crystals. 1020. 5100. Lu Qingqing counted carefully, while Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue verified beside her. Ultimately, the number settled at 155. Tisk, another increase. Wei Chuan compared it with yesterday's income, raising an eyebrow. Yesterday they had gathered 115 crystals in an hour and a half, while today they had collected 155 in 2 hours, averaging 38 crystals every half an hour. However, tonight the driver was Zhu Lingxue, who wasn't as decisive as she had been last night. The fact that they could still gather so many source crystals only indicated that there were more night demons tonight. Last night had only been a guess, but tonight it was confirmed. The number of night demons would continue to increase, and their agility would grow stronger. However, as long as the method of attack remained unchanged, the danger posed by the night demons would not escalate. They could fight if they could, and if not, they could simply lie low. Half an hour later, the movie came to an end. Chuan Guqingqing Jia, I'm going to sleep now. Oh, I have to drive tomorrow. Zhu Lingxue placed the second empty bottle down, stretched lazily, and let out a small yawn. She nimbly climbed up to the upper bunk of the second bed, leaving the space below entirely for Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. The atmosphere immediately turned somewhat subtle and ambiguous. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitated for a moment before sitting on Wei Chuan's lap. Wei Chuan naturally wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her tender lips. The kiss carried a hint of the beer's slight bitterness and a sense of relaxation, gradually becoming deeper and more entwined with affection exploding between the two. In just 1 day's time, their distance had been bridged by an indescribable intimacy. After a long while, their lips parted, their foreheads touched, and their breaths became somewhat hurried. At this moment, no more words were needed. Wei Chuan pulled Lu Qingqing back and sat down on the relatively spacious lower bunk of the first bed. In the warmth of each other's breath and body heat, the two figures gradually blended together. The next morning at 6 a.m., the biological clock woke Wei Chuan on time. Lu Qingqing, in his arms, opened her eyes, almost simultaneously exchanged smiles, and shared an unspoken understanding. They embraced for a few minutes before getting out of bed together. Lu Qingqing stood up to grab a bottle of mineral water from the storage shelf, preparing to wipe her body down, tidy the bed, and then cook. Wei Chuan sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed intently on the ceiling of the vehicle. Last night, he had raised the height of the cabin by 10 centimeters. Today, his goal was to raise it by another 30 centimeters, bringing the cabin height to 200 centimeters. 2 meters isn't very tall, but it was enough for him to stand up straight comfortably. Bending over every day was not a solution. As he focused intently on shaping the materials and integrating them into the vehicle's body, the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Private message. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, temporarily setting aside his work to open the survival manual. Li Yongxing, crossbow bro, are you awake? I've come across a group of wild donkeys by the roadside and want to try some donkey meat, but I don't have enough crossbow arrows. Wei Chuan just woke up, well, why not run them over with the vehicle? Li Yongxing bro, I'm from the north and have seen wild donkeys. They run exceptionally fast when they're desperate and won't stop. A small vehicle can't catch up in the Gobi Desert. I want to shoot a few arrows at them first. Wei Chuan, alright, I'll prepare 50 arrows for you. Just make sure to save me some meat, especially the 3 pieces from the tail, testicles, and kidneys. I'll make you a handgun crossbow as a backup later. Li Yongxing, crossbow bro, didn't you say you only had one left? Wei Chuan, I'll cover lunch today: rice, 3 yong stew, spicy stir-fried donkey, meat, stir-fried vegetables, chilled beer, chilled fruits. Eat as much as you want. And Li Yongxing, if my bro says so, I'll take care of it immediately. The conversation quickly ended, and Wei Chuan prepared 50 crossbow arrows to send over. Exchanges among the wealthy are this simple, unlike regular business transactions that are so complicated where you have to haggle over even the smallest items. Putting away the survival manual, Wei Chuan refocused his attention on the modifications. With a thought, a large amount of material softened and melted, crawling up the vehicle's body like a parasitic tide continuously. This time the full-scale modification was much clearer than last night, as a large amount of material began to melt, bond, and reshape under the influence of his thoughts. Wei Chuan stood in the center of the cabin, clearly feeling the roof slowly rise. 1 centimeter, 3 centimeters, 5 centimeters. His field of vision gradually elevated, and the view outside the windows began to sink bit by bit. Corresponding to this magical process was a rapid depletion of his energy. As 7 o'clock approached, faint rustling sounds came from the upper bunk. Zhu Lingxue, with her somewhat disheveled short hair, poked her head out and yawned sleepily. Qingqing Jie, good morning, let me help you. She tidied her hair as she spoke, descending the ladder. It's already done, go wash up. Lu Qingqing smiled as she turned off the gas canister, flipped the potato pancakes in the pan with a spatula, and glanced at the back of the vehicle, naturally exclaiming, "Hubby, it's time to eat." The moment her words fell, the cabin fell into a subtle silence, with only the sizzling sound of the potato pancakes frying in hot oil. Lu Qingqing froze her hand, holding the spatula, stiffening as her ears turned visibly red at an increasing speed. How could she have called out like that in front of Lingxue? Though it was the truth, Lingxue, being the infatuated one, had never called out like that, which made it quite embarrassing. Wei Chuan, who had already regained much of his energy and was squatting at the back of the vehicle making bullets, couldn't help but smile, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Coming, he responded, tidying up the bullets and materials before sitting down to wait for the meal. Zhu Lingxue blinked, glancing at Wei Chuan, who looked secretly pleased, then at Lu Qingqing, whose face was flushed, and she felt a strange pang of jealousy in her heart. It was clearly her who had made the first move. She pouted and directly sat on Wei Chuan's lap, deliberately using an overly sweet voice to say, "Hubby, I dreamed of you last night." She even elongated the ending, laced with obvious teasing and a hint of defiance. Wei Chuan was overjoyed by the hubby coming from both sides, feeling his recovery speed enhanced significantly. Suppressing his laughter, he said, "It'll reward you well tonight. Maybe you'll dream of something even more exciting." Zhu Lingxue gave him a fierce kiss on the cheek, then proudly tilted her chin towards Lu Qingqing, as if to say, "He's my hubby." Lu Qingqing's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly lowered her head to plate the potato pancakes. This little girl truly had no shame. Just as the atmosphere turned amusing, yet slightly ambiguous, Wei Chuan's survival manual lit up again. "Li Yongxing." Wei Chuan murmured, picking up the survival manual to check the message. Sure enough, it was Li Yongxing. "Li Yongxing, crossbow bro, I'm ready to trade. I caught one, and am bringing it to you now." Wei Chuan, it's been half an hour. I thought you let it escape. Li Yongxing, almost did. It took me 10 minutes to chase it after getting shot in the leg and stomach, then another 10 minutes to process it, and I almost got intercepted by a night demon. Wei Chuan, you're a good brother. Wei Chuan immediately opened the tray to exchange items. Li Yongxing was quite generous, giving a whole donkey leg, a whole donkey ear, a whole donkey chop, and the 3 pieces of the male anatomy. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged knowing glances and subtly averted their eyes. Although they hadn't eaten it before they had heard of it, it was clearly a symbol of a certain male animal said to enhance vitality, which men love to eat. Wei Chuan organized the freezer and placed the donkey meat inside. This freezer was specifically for storing wine, only having a refrigeration compartment without a freezing compartment. He could later get one with freezing functionality. After the trade, Li Yongxing sent another message. "Li Yongxing, crossbow bro, did you freeze your wine and fruits yourself? You didn't use electricity, did you? Do you think I have a refrigerator formula?" Wei Chuan smiled faintly, knowing exactly what this guy was thinking. The storage compartment could hold food, but had no preservation function. The time flow was the same as the outside world, and the vehicle's air conditioning could not preserve food, which was why he hadn't stockpiled large amounts of food. Thinking about Li Yongxing's status as a fuel magnate, Wei Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to deepen their cooperative relationship. "Wei Chuan, don't beat around the bush when talking, bro. Don't say I didn't look out for you. Get a refrigerator and grab some batteries and solar panels, good or bad works, and he'll help you modify a solar refrigerator." By sending this message, he revealed a bit of his own strength. As long as Li Yongxing wasn't foolish, he would be able to recognize what this ability to create solar-powered appliances meant. As for whether this would make solar panels more sought after. How many solar panels does it take to make a solar-powered appliance? Isn't that up to the manufacturers? Li Yongxing crossbow bro, you're really my bro. I just happen to have solar panels. Oh, I disassembled several yesterday afternoon, and I'm going to take them off the shelf right now. Li Yongxing, damn, they were bought. I put them at triple price, and that idiot ruined me. I don't know how long it'll take to get more. Seeing Li Yongxing's reply, Wei Chuan was instantly stunned. He felt his cheeks were slightly flushed, as if something red was about to sprout on his nose. Wei Chuan was at 8 pieces, all exchanged for fresh water. Li Yongxing, crossbow bro, how did you know? Those 8 pieces weren't you. Wei Chuan, no, it was a friend of mine who told me. He said that an idiot took those precious solar panels out to sell, and he got lucky. Li Yongxing, it was me being the idiot. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold them. Crossbow bro, should I save up for now? Wei Chuan, well, see, modifying electronics is quite troublesome. I might be busy these next few days. Li Yongxing, don't bro. I'm on my knees begging. Can I collect a few more solar panels? I'll give you all the extras. And for your friend's fuel, I'll cover that too. Wei Chuan, alright, then let's start with 800 liters. Li Yongxing, ah. After chatting with Li Yongxing for a bit, Wei Chuan turned his attention back to the dining table. Ching, these items are from a friend of mine who sells fuel. He's not in great health and can't cook now, so he asked me to help him out. When you have time in the morning, search for ingredients like goji berries and ginseng, make a good meal for lunch, and I'll send him a portion, while keeping the rest for us. Sure. Lu Qingqing lowered her head to drink her porridge, her face slightly flushed as she agreed. Zhu Lingxue was still sitting on Wei Chuan's lap. She raised her head and kissed him timidly, saying, "Hubby, you're already amazing, but if you get any better, I won't be able to handle it, so please spare me." Nonsense. After a brief interlude, Wei Chuan and his companions continued their meal. However, before they could take another spoonful of porridge, a series of clear mechanical prompts interrupted their breakfast. Survivor, congratulations on surviving the relatively safe first 3 days. The true survival officially begins now. You have entered the first phase of survival, day and night differentiation. The sandstorm season has passed, and sandstorms no longer appear. The night demons are continuously evolving. Their bodies produce a large number of infectious pathogens, contaminating most of the water sources, causing mutations in flora and fauna, turning them into terrifying predators. The mutated creatures exhibit little malice towards humans, but they possess a strong territorial awareness and will attack any beings that intrude into their territory, only active during the day. The evolved night demons come in various forms, filled with malice towards humans, tracking and hunting them, and are only active at night. To combat the mutated creatures and night demons, the human treasure has revealed itself. Oh, please find the key to activate it. Good luck, survivor. What the hell? We just got out of the newbie village. Wei Chuan was somewhat astonished. The first 3 days were already difficult for most people, yet it turned out to be merely the simplest beginner experience. The upcoming new version will ramp up the challenge for players. The next moment, Wei Chuan clenched his fist and hurriedly looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Go to the trading post. In exchange for water, just get the large bottles. Exchange as much as possible. Skip the first few pages and go straight to the later ones. The price of water is about to skyrocket. While many people are still asleep or inactive, he needs to stockpile fresh water in large quantities. It doesn't have to be resold, but he must store enough for the 3 of them to use freely, so they won't be taken advantage of later when buying water. Okay. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both smart. As soon as Wei Chuan reminded them, they immediately understood and opened the trading post to buy supplies. Trade successful. Gasoline 180 liters acquired. 5L drinking water 4. Trade failed. Item sold out. Trade successful. 50G compressed biscuits 10 acquired. 6L drinking water 1. Trade successful. Diesel 130 liters acquired. 14. 8L drinking water 1. Trade failed. Item sold out. Trade successful. Sweet potato 1. 5 kilograms acquired. 18. 9L drinking water 1. Wei Chuan was also busy. His hand speed was the fastest. He specifically chose to buy bottled water. The total price for bottled water was higher, and few could afford it, so it sold relatively slowly, making it more cost-effective for stockpiling. As he continued to trade, Wei Chuan encountered a few invalid purchases. It was simply when he clicked to buy the prompt indicated that the item had been sold out. This situation was expected. Those who had already woken up and weren't lacking in supplies would definitely not miss this great opportunity to stockpile water. He jumped to the later pages to reduce the chances of running into sold-out items. 1 minute later, Wei Chuan and his companions stopped. They had exchanged a total of 505 liters of drinking water, and combined with what they originally had, they now possessed about 700 liters. The reason they stopped was not that they didn't want to trade anymore, but because there were no supplies left to exchange. The materials obtained from selling the crossbow were mostly just essentials and personal favorites. The rest had all been traded away. Honey, we should be able to make a lot of profit this time, right? Looking at the shelves full of drinking water, Zhu Lingxue asked with delight. Guaranteed profit. Most of the water in the trading post comes from the wild. Once these water sources are cut off, the water from supply boxes and resource points will definitely not be enough and prices are likely to triple. However, we're not exchanging water to sell to others, we're doing it to avoid buying from others. I'll use the exchanged materials to craft a few crossbows in the afternoon to make up for it. Wei Chuan nodded with a smile. He then opened the survival manual and sent a message to Li Yongsheng and Xiamei. Wei Chuan, water prices are about to soar, hurry up and stockpile. Wei Chuan made, yeah, are you awake? Water prices are going up, if you can stockpile please do it quickly. Regardless of whether the other party realized this point, reminding them wouldn't hurt, it might even earn him some goodwill. One is a fuel merchant, and the other is a food merchant. Both are extremely important partners. Li Yongsheng did not reply, likely busy buying water, while Xiamei sincerely thanked him and sent Wei Chuan 2 bags of colorful butterfly pasta. At 7:30 a.m., the armored vehicle set off. Zhu Lingxue was still in charge of driving. Wei Chuan sat in the passenger seat, and Lu Qingqing sat. From now on, be cautious when encountering resource points and supply boxes, keep your distance, and make several loops while driving. Wei Chuan gently caressed Lu Qingqing's slim waist and reminded her. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment and suddenly raised her head. Do you think the mutated creatures' territories are near the resource points and supply boxes, or mutated creatures are the guardians of the resource points and supply boxes? Exactly. If it's out in the Gobi Desert, then there's no need for a warning. But there's no need to worry too much. The mutated creatures shouldn't be very strong, at least not at the beginning, Wei Chuan said, squinting at the endless Gobi Desert. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit more reassured, but their spirits remained tense, not daring to relax for a moment. Relatively safe first 3 days. The power of this statement is too great. 4,000 people died in 3 days. How long can the remaining 6,000 last? Although they were doing well, now just thinking that they might never see another living person again sent a chill down their spines. Zhu Lingxue turned her head and asked, Honey, what about the night demons at night? Do we need to keep watch? No need. We absolutely cannot skimp on rest time. In the afternoon, I will reinforce the armor and make a railing on the roof of the vehicle. If something wakes us up at night, we will go to the roof to fight it. Don't think too much. If even we can't handle it, then very few people can. Just live as usual. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Wei Chuan shook his head, speaking in a relaxed tone. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both smiled, feeling good to have someone to rely on. However, soon Lu Qingqing's smile faded, her face showing a hint of shyness with a somewhat reluctant feeling. Don't wait until tonight. Her conscience was held captive, and a warm, tingling sensation surged through her mind, causing her soul to tremble as she weakly leaned against Wei Chuan. Zhu Lingxue in the driver's seat saw this scene and pouted sourly. TCH, what do you mean wait until tonight? Tonight is clearly hers. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan, who was working on his hand coordination, fell into deep thought as he gazed out the window. The human treasure. A power that can combat mutated creatures and night demons. This must be the ability he had been yearning for. The armored vehicle moved slowly along the desert highway. Although the three inside spoke of continuing their lives as usual, their vigilance had reached its peak after the morning's update announcement. Wei Chuan appeared to relax while playing with Lu Qingqing's snowball, but his gaze scanned the seemingly calm scenery outside like a radar. Hubby, there's a resource point. Less than an hour after setting off, Zhu Lingxue suddenly pointed to the left front. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing immediately looked in the direction indicated, and they could faintly see the rooftops of several single-story tile houses behind a low dirt slope. This is a resource point, and it seems to be quite substantial. Don't slow down, go ahead and circle around. Wei Chuan's eyes sharpened as he patted Lu Qingqing's rear, signaling her to get up. Then, he moved to the center of the vehicle and opened the shooting hatch to lean out. Zhu Lingxue stepped on the gas, increasing the speed as she maneuvered the tall armored vehicle around the tiled house area. 1 lap, 2 laps. Just as they completed the 3rd lap, a sudden change occurred. Creak. A wooden window of a tile house shattered and a shiny black shadow darted out at an incredible speed, charging straight at the armored vehicle. The creature's size far exceeded human comprehension, definitely over a meter long. It had a distinctive flat oval body, long tentacles, and 6 rapidly crawling limbs covered. This is a giant cockroach magnified hundreds of times. Its shell reflected a nauseating blackish-brown sheen in the sunlight, its compound eyes flickering with a cruel red light, and its mandibles made a chilling clicking sound as they opened up. Both Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing were startled, their screams reaching Wei Chuan's ears. Damn, so this is the mutation. Wei Chuan was also taken aback. Such a large cockroach was indeed disgusting. Once he regained his composure, he immediately fired with the big black star. The mutated size wasn't a problem, no matter how big. It was just an insect, merely stronger in melee combat, and with thicker armor, far from the ability of an extraordinary beast he feared. Zhu Lingxue abruptly turned the steering wheel, stepping on the gas to shake off the giant cockroach. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan calmly fired in quick succession, the bullets hitting the giant cockroach's shell with precision, splattering green viscous fluid. The creature's shell was very hard. A whole magazine didn't kill it, only leaving several dents on its forehead. It emitted a sharp screech and charged even more frantic. Almost forgot the little strong one's health bar is particularly thick. Wei Chuan quickly swapped in a new magazine, steadied his breath, and continued aiming at the giant cockroach's head, which had already been breached. Bang, bang, bang. Another magazine was fired. The giant cockroach's head was utterly shattered. Although it wasn't dead, yet its massive body had lost balance and was rolling around in place. Worried about its strong self-healing ability, Wei Chuan fired another magazine. This time the giant cockroach finally couldn't hold on any longer, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. Damn, I was scared by it. Something that the 54 type can take down, and the armored vehicle could crush it easily. Wasted 24 bullets on it. Wei Chuan retracted into the vehicle, closed the shooting hatch, and his expression relaxed slightly. Although it seemed exaggerated, its combat power was still within the range that conventional weapons and the armored vehicle could handle, which was good news. That scared me. That cockroach is too big. Zhu Lingxue patted her chest, her heart still racing. If it weren't big, it wouldn't be called a mutation. But if it's only this level, relying solely on the armored vehicle should be easy. There might be more than one. Let's circle around 2 more times. Wei Chuan reached out to pat Zhu Lingxue's head, speaking in a low voice. Zhu Lingxue nodded and circled around the tiled house area for 2 more laps. No disturbances at all. There should only be one. Wei Chuan relaxed significantly and began assigning tasks. Lingxue, you go to the roof to keep watch. Qingqing, come with me to search. Stick close to me. Okay, be careful. Zhu Lingxue cautiously parked the armored vehicle beside the nearest tile house. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing quickly exited the vehicle, keeping their guns trained ahead, covering each other as they entered the futile house. The search process was swift. The supplies were relatively scarce, finding only a small bag of 5 kilograms of rice and less than 1 kilogram of fruit in the earthen stoveroom. We struck it rich, Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Although the quantity wasn't large, rice and fruit were good things that could be kept for themselves. It's not over yet. Wei Chuan's attention was drawn to an old-style water pump in the corner of the yard. He quickly walked over and gently pressed down on the rusty water pump a few times. Sure enough, murky water with a slight yellow tint flowed out from the pump, accompanied by a faint, indescribable stench. Hubby, this should be contaminated water. Lu Qingqing sniffed lightly, immediately wrinkling her brow. We can try filtering it. Wei Chuan nodded, holding Lu Qingqing's hand as they walked back. Back in the vehicle, he opened the crafting station and made all the portable water purification filters. Activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3, crafting successful. Obtained portable water purification filter 1, activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3, crafting successful. Obtained portable water purification filter 1. A total of 5 were made, and their appearance was quite different from what he had imagined. He originally thought they would be faucets for water purification, but they turned out to be funnel-shaped filters. The top was relatively large with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, while the opening was only about 2 centimeters. Not bad, simple and effective. This is better than a water purification faucet. Next, Wei Chuan made 10 sealed plastic containers with lids and called Zhu Lingxue to head to the water source together. When it rained heavily, he placed the water purification filter on top of the plastic container. The water that came out was still slightly yellow and had a fishy smell, but after being filtered by the water purification filter, the water poured into the plastic container was crystal clear and odorless. It worked, Lu Qingqing exclaimed in delight. Not so fast, let's confirm first. Wei Chuan patted Lu Qingqing's waist, closing the lids on the plastic containers, holding the 2 types of water and placing them on the trading platform. Water container, sealed plastic container holding 489 milliliters of clean well water. Water container, sealed plastic container holding 492 milliliters of contaminated water. Drinking directly may infect the night demon virus. It's done. A glint of excitement flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. The purification ability of this water filter was truly powerful, managing to deal with even infected viruses. This is a real windfall. 5 water purification filters can purify a total of 5,000 liters of water. If there are no sandstorms, they have enough time to collect well water, just don't know how much water is hidden underground. If there's too much water, he can manually make a batch of water purification filters. He just doesn't know if those will work, as these 5 are special natural tools. Let's go get some big barrels, fill them up with the big barrels first, and slowly divide them after we finish with the water here. Wei Chuan immediately pulled the 2 women back. What is buried underground is not just a well, it's clearly a gold mine. The plastic on the vehicle was running low, so Wei Chuan went directly to the trading post to exchange for a batch of clean water barrels made from the formula. They were 20-liter and 25-liter covered packaging barrels resembling portable fuel tanks, and they were not expensive, averaging 8 units of materials per barrel. Once the containers were in hand, the 3 immediately got to work. Wei Chuan, being the strongest, was responsible for pressing the water, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue handled the filtering, They stayed busy for an hour and a half until no more water could be pressed out from the nozzle, and the three reluctantly returned to the vehicle. One water purification filter can filter 1,000 liters. It took a full hour to saturate it, and the second filter was only half an hour into use, meaning they had filtered about 500 liters. Preliminary estimates suggested they had gathered approximately 1,500 liters of water. Looking at the vehicle filled with barrels, although the three were sweating profusely, their faces were bright with excitement. They had really struck it rich. Wei Chuan twisted open a bottle of ice-cold beer and took a huge gulp. The refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, instantly dispelling the fatigue of an hour and a half of hard work. He wiped his mouth and quickly assigned tasks. Ching Lingxue, find all the empty bottles we've saved these days to fill with water and head to the trading post to exchange for some plastic, whether waste or specialized materials, as long as it's plastic. Lu Qingqing, wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel, asked, "Are we making plastic containers?" "Yes, the more water we have, the higher the price, making it hard to sell. Just help me prepare the plastic. How to sell it can wait until the water prices stabilize. I need to check on the mutated cockroaches and see if there's any source crystal." After saying this, Wei Chuan pulled out a retired machete from under the bed and got back out of the vehicle. The body of the mutated cockroach still lay there, emitting an indescribable odor. It didn't stink, but it had a strong, oily, fishy smell. Wei Chuan suppressed his discomfort and cautiously turned the mutated cockroach with the machete. Its shell wasn't too hard, and he could pierce it with a little effort. He examined the mouthpart's head and abdomen closely, and aside from the sticky dark green liquid, there was nothing particularly unusual. He even cut off a leg and took it to the trading post, indicating it was inedible. Mutated cockroach leg. The hind leg of a mutated cockroach consumption may lead to infection with the night demon virus. It was a bit regrettable if this thing could be eaten. Even if the taste was terrible, it would definitely fetch a good price at this stage. Just as he was about to head back, the machete seemed to hit something hard within the soft tissue connecting the head and thorax of the mutated cockroach. Found something. Wei Chuan's heart raced as he pried open the shell and flesh in that area, revealing a faint blue glow. Holding his breath, he carefully extracted the object with the machete, scraping it clean on the ground to remove the blood. It was about the size of a pinky finger, irregularly polyhedral, and exhibited a nearly transparent blue hue. Oh, Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. This was an ordinary source crystal. However, when he picked it up, the item description was completely different from that of a source crystal. Evolution crystal, a crystalline body containing weak source energy, a source of power for mutated creatures. Directly ingesting, it may slightly enhance physical and mental abilities, with a very small chance to awaken a second talent. Holy cow! The moment he saw the item description, Wei Chuan's pupils contracted sharply and his breath quickened. An item that enhances physical and mental abilities. This was what he had longed for. Although it only provided a slight enhancement, any direct enhancement was invaluable. What made his heart race even more was the last part. There was a very small chance to awaken a second talent. A second talent. Without any unusual smell, this capability could counter mutated creatures and night demons, likely a supernatural ability. So that's how it works. The night demons produce source crystals, while mutated creatures yield evolution crystals. A huge surprise coursed through Wei Chuan's body like an electric current, causing his hand, holding the crystal, to tremble slightly. He tightly gripped the pale blue crystal, feeling its cool touch, and an unprecedented fervor ignited in his eyes. Mutated creatures aren't hard to kill. If they are indeed the guardians of supply crates and resource points, many people should have obtained evolution crystals by now. These people may have good vehicles and weapons, but they might not have enough food and water. There's always someone unfortunate who can't afford meals. If the price is right, I might be. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and hurried back. On the vehicle, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had already collected quite a bit of plastic, both waste and specialized materials, and were currently organizing them. "Honey, did you find anything?" Upon seeing Wei Chuan return, Zhu Lingxue immediately rushed up to hug his arm. "Yes, take a look at this." Wei Chuan opened his right hand, and the evolution crystal lay in his palm. "Source crystal?" Zhu Lingxue said uncertainly. The color of this crystal was lighter than that of a source crystal, but it looked like a source crystal from any angle. "No, look at the item information." Wei Chuan extended his hand, his voice barely containing his excitement. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both curiously picked up the evolution crystal for a closer look. In the next moment, both women gasped in unison, their beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. It can enhance physical and mental abilities, and there's a chance to awaken a second talent. This thing will become the most valuable item at this stage. Lu Qingqing grasped the evolution crystal, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement. "That's right. From now on, we will dedicate our purchase posts to this. We will post one every hour, taking turns. If anyone asks for a price, we can quote high. Up to 50 liters of water for one." 50 liters. Zhu Lingxue exclaimed. That was even more than 6 boxes of 24 bottles of 330 milliliters mineral water. Those waters could be exchanged for more than 4 pounds of food in the morning and now, just half a morning had passed, raising the price to 6 pounds of food. And this was only the first morning, prices were likely to rise further. It's a maximum of 50 liters, we can start the price at 5 liters. Even if it only enhances physical and mental abilities, it's worth it. Once my energy limit and recovery speed improve, I can easily make more than 10 handgun crossbows, and the resources for buying evolution crystals will be earned back in no time. Seeing Zhu Lingxu's pained expression, Wei Chuan chuckled and ruffled her hair. Got it. Zhu Lingxu nodded seriously and immediately opened the trading post to post a purchase request. Alright, let's test its effects. Lu Qingqing handed the water-washed evolution crystal to Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan took the evolution crystal and tossed it into his mouth. Initially, he worried he might not be able to swallow it, but to his surprise it melted upon entry. The taste was somewhat like chilled goji berry juice, sweet and sour with a hint of bitterness. It was quite pleasant. After about 5 seconds, a gentle warmth slowly spread from his stomach to his limbs. This warmth was not intense, but the overall sensation was extremely pleasant, akin to drinking a warm soup in the cold winter, dispelling fatigue from the inside out. Wei Chuan could clearly feel that his muscles seemed to tense slightly, and a sense of strength subtly emerged. He attempted to lift a 25-liter water bucket, finding it a bit easier than before, confirming that his strength had indeed. An even more marvelous change occurred on a mental level. The mental fatigue from an hour and a half of activity was swept away, and his mind became exceptionally clear. The sounds and changes around him seemed to become distinctly discernible. He was enveloped in a sense of unprecedented refreshment, as if his entire being had been subtly tempered, leading to a rebirth-like sensation. The effect is surprisingly obvious. Wei Chuan looked down at his open palm, his heart filled with shock. Although it was described as a slight enhancement, he felt that his physical constitution and mental strength had increased by at least 10%. He was completely captivated by this intuitive sense of becoming stronger, elevating his assessment of the value of the evolution crystal to a new level, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. Such a great item, I want as many as I can get. At that moment, the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Upon opening it, it was another private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, bro, I've got it sorted: 23 solar panels, 1 small refrigerator, and I've managed to get 9 batteries. The refrigerator and batteries are both broken, but not severely. Li Yongsheng, is it convenient for you now, bro? I want to charge them early, and they'll give you all the extra panels. For your friends. Even from a distance, Wei Chuan could sense Li Yongsheng's excitement and urgency through the text. So many. Wei Chuan was somewhat surprised. Solar panels were a Wei Chuan, so soon did you raise the price? Li Yongsheng, no, there are more sellers today, especially for things they don't need at the moment. I traded them for water. I only posted a buying request once and managed to get this much. Bro, check if it's enough, if not I'll get more. But I need your help to charge them a bit for tonight. Seeing Li Yongsheng's reply, Wei Chuan understood. With today's version update, everyone with a bit of background was stocking up water. As long as one was willing to spend time in the trading market, they could indeed acquire. He opened the trading function and replied to Li Yongsheng. Wei Chuan, alright, I'll help you make a solar panel set. It can charge for 12 hours a day, enough for you to add 2 small appliances. Li Yongsheng, thank you, bro. Li Yongsheng replied, almost instantly trading the items over right away, along with 5 barrels of 20 liters of diesel. Little brother is honest. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with resource people was indeed refreshing. Qingqing Lingxue, I'm going to help my partner make a power system. You both take a break and keep an eye on the evolution crystals. They'll cook in half an hour. He greeted the 2 women and then walked to the back of the vehicle with the supplies. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan completed the transaction with Li Yongsheng. He greeted the 2 women and then walked to the back of the vehicle with the supplies. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan completed the transaction with Li Yongsheng. A large flexible solar panel battery pack connector and electrical appliances can be used separately. Even children can handle it. It can generate 4 degrees of electricity a day, which is sufficient for Li Yongsheng. Any more wouldn't be useful. Li Yongsheng drove a van and couldn't fit too many appliances. They could always add more later when needed. Wei Chuan charged for 2 hours before use, otherwise the power won't keep up. The solar panels need to be fixed on the roof. Can you handle that? Li Yongsheng, absolutely, there are tools in the trading market. Wei Chuan, okay. After closing the private chat window, he put away the survival manual and climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, installing the 8 solar panels. In total, 53 panels. Looking at the increasingly deep blue on the roof, Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Wei Chuan, okay. After closing the private chat window, he put away the survival manual and climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, installing the 8 solar panels. However, there was no rush. Solar panels were not easy to buy, so he could only accumulate them slowly. The immediate core tasks were to modify the vehicle and collect evolution crystals. He patted the dust off his hands, returned to the cabin, and closed the sunroof. Just as he got back inside and hadn't had a chance to speak, a figure rushed in with the wind crashing into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Hubby, hubby. Zhu Lingxu's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy as she bounced a couple of times, cheering, I got it. Still holding onto Wei Chuan's neck with one hand, she eagerly opened her palm to reveal 2 light blue evolution crystals. 2. Wei Chuan's heart raced. A wave of overwhelming joy surged through him. Where did you buy them? Just bought them from the trading market. One cost 30 liters of water, and the other cost 10 liters of water. I was afraid of being robbed, so I bought them immediately. Zhu Lingxue spoke rapidly, her face flushed with excitement. 40 liters of water for 2 evolution crystals. This is simply a windfall. Amidst his overwhelming joy, Wei Chuan cupped Zhu Lingxue's face and planted a heavy kiss on her cherry lips. Lingxue, you've done great work. Hee, I was lucky. I posted a buying request, but no one sold. I didn't expect to buy them in the trading market. Seeing Wei Chuan's surprised expression, Zhu Lingxue was also exceptionally happy. She took Wei Chuan's right hand and placed the 2 evolution crystals in his palm. After the ecstasy, Wei Chuan thought of a very practical issue. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to swallow them immediately, looking at Zhu Lingxue in his arms, and Lu Qingqing on the sofa with a hint of apology in his tone. Lingxu, Qingqing, you both know the effects of the evolution crystals. They are too important for my talent. In the coming days, the evolution crystals may. His words were interrupted before he could finish. Zhu Lingxue stood on her toes, her soft red lips deeply pressed against his. It was an incredibly passionate kiss, filled with love and trust. The kiss ended. Zhu Lingxue gazed intently at Wei Chuan, firmly stating, "Hubby, don't say silly things. You are the pillar for both me and Qingqing. Everything in the vehicle belongs to you." Lu Qingqing joked, "Lingxue, don't mind him, or just eat it yourself. This gentleman said yesterday that we are a family. Today he's being polite, men's words." "My fault." Wei Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, wrapping his arms around Zhu Lingxue as they sat on the sofa, bringing Lu Qingqing closer as well. Embracing the 2 soft bodies, feeling their unreserved trust, Wei Chuan's heart surged with warmth. He tightly hugged Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, planting a kiss on each of their faces. After a moment of quiet warmth, Wei Chuan calmed his joyful heart, no longer hesitating, and placed the 2 precious evolution crystals into his mouth. The crystal once again transformed into a cool stream, flowing into his body. Eating both at once, the warm current was noticeably stronger than the first time. A gentle wave washed over his body, his muscles subtly writhing and stretching, becoming more resilient. Even his bones tingled, as if their density was increasing. The growth of his mental power proceeded, simultaneously elevating his physical attributes to a new level. The effect is so evident. Wei Chuan felt a surge of excitement as his gaze swept across the cabin, finally landing on a 25-liter plastic bucket filled with water. He walked over, gripping the handle with one hand and applying a bit of force. The bucket was effortlessly lifted, his arms steady as a rock, as if he were lifting not 25 kilograms, but merely a small bag of fruit. Although he could easily lift it before, it had required a bit of effort. At this rate of growth, after consuming another 10 or 8 evolution crystals, flipping a small car will be a breeze. Wei Chuan calculated with delight. This power derived from within was undeniably alluring, far beyond what material resources could measure. By the time he adapted to his newfound strength and mental power, the time had approached 11 a.m., and Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began preparing lunch. "He'll handle the meat." Wei Chuan stepped forward to help, whispering, "You might not be able to handle these, nor know how to prepare them. I've seen it done a few times while eating barbecue." He was naturally referring to the 3-piece set for men. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue blushed upon hearing this, but did not object, as they indeed did not know how to handle those things. Wei Chuan took out the 3-piece set, and relying on the bits and pieces he had seen before, carefully cut, modified, cleaned, and blanched. Although not very professional, he was meticulous, ensuring everything was clean. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue busied themselves washing rice, cooking, cleaning vegetables, and cutting up donkey leg meat. The 3 of them were bustling in the cramped kitchen area of the cabin, the clattering of pots and pans blending together, filled with a reassuring sense of daily life. They worked diligently until nearly noon. A sumptuous lunch was finally prepared. A large pot of steaming, fragrant Shenyang stew with some goji berries and red dates added. A plate of spicy and appetizing stir-fried donkey leg meat adorned with green chili peppers. A plate of tender and juicy stir-fried broccoli. A large pot of fluffy white rice, fragrant, and topped with 5 small sweet. Also included were chilled fruits, cold beer, and iced carbonated drinks as the heavyweight guests. The quality of this lunch could be considered luxurious in a post-apocalyptic background. So fragrant. Zhu Lingxue's eyes sparkled. Even the cool and composed Lu Qingqing couldn't help but bend down to take a sniff, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Watching this scene, a sense of satisfaction welled up in Wei Chuan. From the first day until now, he had worked hard, often exhausting himself to the point of dizziness, just so he could enjoy such meals in the future. "Qingqing, Lingxue, you start eating. I'll prepare a portion for my partners." After thinking for a moment, he made several sealed plastic containers, putting a bit of each dish in along with a portion of chilled fruits and drinks. 1 portion each for Li Yongsheng and Xia Mao. He mustn't forget this little favor. After receiving it, Li Yongsheng was very excited and sent Wei Chuan a donkey leg saying he wanted to mooch at dinner too, to which Xiamei was more straightforward, simply saying thank you, and then sending a bag of 5 kilograms of rice. These two resource barons were not short on supplies. However, their current capabilities were limited, preventing them from enjoying it. A warm feast like this was far beyond the continually increasing meager supplies they could compare to. After delivering lunch, Wei Chuan opened a bottle of cold beer and raised it gently. To my wives, for an increasingly better life, for an increasingly better future, cheers. To the future. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also laughed and raised their drinks. After lunch, the three watched a movie for a while before entering the resource point again. Wei Chuan grew up in the county welfare home as a child, and the old well there taught him that as long as groundwater did not decrease, the well water could gradually fill up again. So he thought about getting some water before setting off. This time he truly gained something, managing to collect about 200 liters of water. Now his clean drinking water had reached 2,300 liters, an absolute water resource tycoon. Back on the vehicle, Zhu Lingxue appeared slightly excited. Hubby, there's no sandstorm now. Should we stop here a bit longer and collect more water? Forget it, it's not worth it. Wei Chuan felt tempted, but shook his head after a moment of thought. We have enough water. Next we need to look for more resource points and supply boxes. Evolution crystals are hard to come by, but we need to rely on ourselves to find them. Unlike formulas, evolution crystals have no usage threshold, how anyone can just pop them in their mouth. There aren't that many left behind. Moreover, after the version update, more and better formulas might refresh. He wanted to try his luck. I'll drive this afternoon. Lu Qingqing kissed Wei Chuan on the cheek and got up from the sofa. You've worked hard. Wei Chuan nodded, gently squeezing Lu Qingqing's hand. After delivering lunch, Wei Chuan opened a bottle of cold beer and raised it gently. To my wives, for an increasingly better hubby, I worked hard this morning too. Zhu Lingxue wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's waist, pouting playfully. All right, you've worked hard too. Wei Chuan found it both amusing and helpless. He kissed Zhu Lingxue's lips, lifted her onto his lap, and played with her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Zhu Lingxue smiled, picked up the remote for the DVD player, pressed a button, and continued the movie. The luck of the afternoon seemed completely drained by the morning's water source. In the trading hall, whether at the trading booths or purchase posts, they waited until 6 p.m., but did not encounter any evolution crystals. The search for mutated creatures was equally unfruitful. They did not encounter a single resource point, and only found 2 gray iron boxes. However, there were no mutated creatures near these 2 supply boxes, indicating that only resource points were the territory of mutated creatures. This was bad news, as it reduced the ways to obtain evolution crystals. The only consolation was that while waiting for evolution crystals, they stumbled upon quite a full 20 solar panels, a blueprint for unlimited matches, 3 templates for armored car windows, a recipe for unlimited blocking sprites, and a large amount of snacks and drinks. The sellers were only asking for water, and the prices were not low, but what Wei Chuan lacked the least was water. He directly bought what he wanted. Finally, the progress on the armored vehicle modification was rapid. The cabin height had already been raised to 220 centimeters, and the vehicle's armor had been thickened to 25 millimeters. Originally, he thought raising the cabin height to 200 centimeters would suffice, but the appearance of evolution crystals greatly boosted his energy, allowing him to accomplish many more things. As night fell, the last glimmer of daylight was swallowed by darkness. A sudden gust of wind swept across the Gobi Desert, stirring up dust that produced a mournful sound. After hastily finishing dinner, Wei Chuan's heart gradually began to race. It was the first night after the version update, and he wondered what form the evolved night demon would take. Qingqing, you come up to the roof and keep watch for a moment. Lingxue, take the driver's seat and be ready to ignite the engine at any time. Wei Chuan took a deep breath and retrieved a Dahei Xing from the storage compartment, checking the magazine. He made bullets every day and already had 20 spare magazines. All right, be careful, you two. Zhu Lingxue said no more and immediately sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel while scanning the darkness through the windshield. Let's go. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing nodded at each other, climbing to the roof using the hanging ladder. They used the metal railing added that afternoon as cover, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The moonlight was faint tonight, visibility extremely low, with even the car lights not illuminating far ahead. It felt as if the light had been consumed by the night. This might be one of the new challenges. This is truly eerie. Wei Chuan gripped the cold Dahei Xing tightly, his palm beginning to sweat as various speculations flashed through his mind. The prompt stated the evolved night demon has countless forms, implying that the night demon would no longer be entirely humanoid and might take on the appearance of fierce beasts or even flying creatures. Moreover, they are filled with malice towards humans and will track and hunt them, meaning they would definitely come looking for them, and they had to be prepared for confrontation. Although he didn't believe a ridiculous boss would appear on the first night after the update, having never seen one before still made him feel uneasy. Time passed second by second amidst the mournful sound of the wind and sand. Each second felt elongated, and every dark corner seemed to hide. Just as Wei Chuan was brainstorming and scaring himself into a cold sweat, Lu Qingqing suddenly lowered her voice and urgently said, "Honey, the front of the car is turning left. There's something. Is it coming in?" Wei Chuan's heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately turned to look, his gaze fixed on the left front. In the darkness was there a flash of light. He squinted, trying to adapt to the dark, and suddenly saw a pair of red dots flash. It was clear now those were the eyes of the night demon. "It's really here. Wait a minute, those eyes are so low it looks like it's crawling on the ground. Could it be a reptile?" Wei Chuan speculated, feeling slightly relieved. Regardless, the speed of this night demon was slow, and judging by the size of its eyes, it must not be very large. Its combat power should not be strong. However, as the night demon drew closer, Wei Chuan gradually began to see its true form. He felt as if his scalp had exploded. A cold chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, and every drop of blood in his body seemed to freeze. That was not a reptile at all. It was some kind of a monster that he couldn't even begin to describe. It roughly presented a grotesquely distorted spider form, but its components made Wei Chuan's sand value plummet. Its body resembled a human torso that had been forcibly elongated, with its limbs so thin they were unrecognizable, pale and twisted, supporting its body, with all joints twisted backward, belly up and back down. The most terrifying part was that its face was still upright. On that hideous face the features were distorted, and its mouth opened to an astonishing angle, its crimson eyes locking onto Wei Chuan. Damn it! Wei Chuan's soul nearly flew away from fear, his stomach churning violently, and the back of his neck instantly tensed, as if gripped by an invisible force. Is this really the night demon? Did I stumble into the wrong scene, dude? This kind of thing he had only seen in horror movies and games. On the roof of the car, time seemed to freeze. Not only Wei Chuan, but Lu Qingqing was also pale with fright. "Honey, what is that thing?" She instinctively took 2 steps back, hiding behind Wei Chuan, her icy left hand clutching his waist, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Whatever it is, if it dares to come over, let it taste some bullets." Although Wei Chuan was panicking inside, feeling his wife's fear, he forcibly suppressed his own trepidation and swiftly raised his right hand, gripping the Daheishing. Lu Qingqing relaxed a bit, releasing her hand from Wei Chuan's waist and standing beside him with her gun drawn. The backwards crawling human-shaped spider seemed to have noticed Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing, its limbs pushing off forcefully, and it actually started running. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Fire! Wei Chuan growled, pulling the trigger first. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qingqing almost simultaneously opened fire, her Daheishing spitting flames. The crisp gunshots instantly shattered the night's silence, the bullets whistling towards the humanoid spider, easily tearing through its pale skin, splattering black-green viscous blood. To their surprise, this seemingly terrifying night demon had a rather average reaction speed, or rather it showed almost no evasion ability at all. It simply stared with its eyes wide open, standing still against the hail of bullets. 2 magazines, 16 bullets fired, nearly all hit. Blood holes erupted on the humanoid monster, most of them in the head. Dark green blood gushed out, causing its crawling motion to freeze instantly. Its 4 reverse-jointed limbs twitched a few times, and its entire twisted body collapsed to the ground. Its scarlet eyes flickered a few times before quickly dimming, no longer moving. On the roof of the car, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing, who had just changed magazines, looked at each other, both wearing expressions of astonishment. "Honey, did it die?" Lu Qingqing's voice carried a hint of lingering fear, her face filled with disbelief. This terrifying monster just died like that. Hard to say this was too easy. Wei Chuan's brows furrowed, his unease not dissipating. After a brief second of contemplation, he decisively pulled the trigger again, aiming at the human-shaped spider lying on the ground, emptying another magazine. It would be best if it were dead, if not he would send it to its death. Secret technique, Daheishing ripple rapid fire. Flesh and blood splattered, but that thing still showed no reaction, clearly truly dead. Not to mention being able to withstand a handgun, but it should at least have thrash about a bit, right? Just then Lu Qingqing suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping her forehead. Not to mention being able to withstand a handgun, but it should at least have thrash about a bit, right? Just then Lu Qingqing suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping her forehead. "I know. Honey, do you remember the prompt? The first 3 days were the easiest, like a newbie welfare period in a game. There are many night demons, but they won't directly attack humans, and their physical capabilities aren't superior to humans, so it should be an opportunity for survivors to gather source crystals." As she spoke here, her pace quickened and her eyes lit up. Now that the newbie welfare period is over, the number of night demons has decreased, their combat power has increased, and they will actively attack humans while the yield of source crystals has greatly diminished. This should be the biggest challenge. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan felt enlightened. It made sense. The difficulty of obtaining resources has increased, the evolution crystal has been added, and the risk of acquisition has risen. This should be the core content of this update. If that's the case, I need to collect some source crystals while no one is aware. He looked at the corpse of the humanoid spider, his eyes gradually brightening. The sharp blade of the spear precisely pierced the head of the humanoid spider, the blade stirring and producing a faint scratching sound. Wei Chuan searched carefully for a while, and the tip of the knife finally touched a hard object. With a flick of his wrist, a light blue crystal smeared with dark green slime was extracted, rolling on the ground. Source crystal, a crystalline substance containing weak source energy, the source of the night demon's power, and the core energy for source devices. Upon seeing the item information, it was just an ordinary source crystal. Sigh. Wei Chuan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his tone filled with clear disappointment. He had hoped to unearth evolution crystals, higher-grade source crystals, or multiple source crystals, but in the end, he only managed to find one ordinary source crystal. He never expected it to be the very... Looking around, the darkness remained, and no second pair of crimson eyes appeared. It seemed that this was the only intruder nearby. However, this did not bring him any relief. Rather, it further confirmed Lu Qingqing's suspicion. The production of source crystals had significantly decreased. We must buy. Wei Chuan firmly resolved this thought in his mind, otherwise by the time everyone reacted, the price of source crystals would surely skyrocket. He did not linger any longer, putting away the spear and the source crystal, and quickly returned to the vehicle. How did it go? Lu Qingqing, who had been on guard atop the vehicle, also returned inside, asking curiously. Just one source crystal, what a loss. Wei Chuan replied succinctly, then turned serious as he looked at the two women. Qingqing Lingxue, it is now certain that the production of source crystals has plummeted and prices will definitely rise. While the source crystals at the trading house are still being sold at their original price and haven't been bought out or taken down, we need to hurry and conduct a large-scale acquisition. All right. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also realized the importance of the matter, and without any hesitation they used the bottled water they had prepared earlier to exchange for source crystals at the trading house. Wei Chuan made another batch of plastic containers, as the ones made at noon were not enough. After handing the plastic containers to the two women, he took out the last batch of metal materials at hand, thickening the vehicle's armor from 25 millimeters to 30 millimeters. Dong! Dong! He lightly tapped with his finger, and a dull, yet solid echo came back, giving a sense of immense reassurance. It's almost done. Wei Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in satisfaction. Now, not to mention that weak night demon from earlier, not even an AK fired at close range could penetrate it, allowing him to sleep soundly at night. Area 5000155341000 people. Ding Song, damn, the night demon has turned into a snake person, almost scared me to death. Zhao Baojia, I've already fought against the new night demon, it's very fierce, but its defense remains the same, it can be killed with 2 strikes. Everyone should just ram it with their vehicles. Xia Yujin, why did I encounter a head eagle? This is impossible to fight, it keeps grabbing my vehicle's roof. Does anyone have a bow to lend? Guixiu, is there only one night demon tonight? Jian Lingjie, and not just one, I encountered 2 just now, but let's still be careful tonight, don't let the night demon come close. Kaixian, I can't stand this damn place anymore. My vehicle is a blue trident of friends who want to team up can honk when they see me. Qin Wenqi, lol, only thinking about teaming up now. Our convoy already has 7 members. Before starting the shopping, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel to take a look. The discussions inside were lively. The vast majority of the comments were about the night demon, and he wasn't the only one scared by the new form of the night demon along with Lu Qingqing. There were no discussions about second talents, which was good news. If someone awakened a second talent right after the version update, he would be envious. Time flew by quickly amidst busyness and anticipation. 2 hours later, Wei Chuan and the others, slightly fatigued, yet exceptionally excited, opened 3 bottles of beer to celebrate. On the dining table beside them lay a gray iron box emitting a soft blue glow containing nearly 100 source crystals. 428 of these were accumulated from killing night demons over the past 4 nights, while the shopping just 2 hours ago yielded a whopping 9310 crystals. In total, 97. This quantity far exceeded Wei Chuan's expectations. He originally thought he would be satisfied with 2,000 to 3,000 crystals. When he went to search for source crystals, he realized that they had become so abundant that dozens of thousands of pages were posted, resulting in lower prices. The 9310 crystals only cost around 300 liters of water. 1 liter of water can be exchanged for 31 source crystals. This price is practically a steal, almost like picking it up for free. Upon reflection, it made sense. There had been so many night demons in the first 3 days, and they were so easy to kill that drivers of large vehicles could easily obtain 2 to 3 source crystals with just a push of the accelerator. Unfortunately, this price did not last long. 10 minutes ago, the phenomenon of rising prices for source crystals swept across the entire trading area those who had originally been observing or hadn't yet reacted suddenly felt revitalized, either taking down their listings to repost at higher prices or hoarding. The new price of source crystals could be described as exorbitant, directly skyrocketing 5 to 6 times the original. Wei Chuan could easily guess that it was definitely some knowledgeable person flaunting their findings in the communication channel, accelerating the spread of information and market fluctuations. However, having acquired 9310 source crystals before the prices surged was already an extremely successful investment. Not too much, not too little, just right. Darling, everyone in the district is buying source crystals. They say there are only 1 or 2 night demons a day now, and source crystals will become increasingly scarce. Should we continue buying? No need, this amount is already enough. Well, consider it when we need to use source devices later. Wei Chuan looked at the gray iron box, maintaining a calm mindset. Those who frantically recommended others to buy source crystals were either selling them themselves or were envious and wanted the prices to rise so high that others could not afford them. They were just a joke to watch. Those who truly wanted to hoard source crystals wouldn't create trouble for themselves. Alright, then let's not buy any more. I'm a bit tired, we'll take a shower and then sleep. Lu Qingqing directly muted her mic, abruptly standing up from the sofa and quickly walking towards the back of the vehicle. Lu Qingqing immediately laughed. Oh no, Lingxue has turned into a little glutton. Zhu Lingxue stuck out her tongue and snuggled closer to Wei Chuan. Sister Qingqing, if you're not craving, how about you let me have tomorrow? I'm a bit tired, we'll take a shower and then sleep. Lu Qingqing directly muted her mic, abruptly standing up from the sofa and quickly walking towards the back of the vehicle. Having tasted forbidden fruit, she knew what it was like. She also felt a bit greedy but wouldn't express it like Zhu Lingxue. That would be too embarrassing. Seeing this, Wei Chuan smirked, lifting Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, pinching her cheek, and softly whispered in her ear, "We've also worked up quite a sweat. How about we wash up later?" Zhu Lingxue did not respond directly, but sent a passionate kiss instead. At 6 a.m., the biological clock awakened Wei Chuan punctually. The interior of the carriage was dimly lit, with only 4 windows and 10 small observation windows letting in a hint of light. He carefully shifted Zhu Lingxue, who was still sound asleep, against his shoulder, and tucked her blanket properly before stealthily getting out of bed and sitting down on the sofa beside. Who? Wei Chuan stretched lazily and twisted his neck. He had rested quite well last night. Apart from a humanoid spider causing trouble at midnight, the latter half of the night was unexpectedly peaceful, allowing him to sleep soundly. He habitually took out the survival manual and browsed the communication channel. 50001 area, 511910000 people. Zhang Xiaofu, damn it, it's almost dawn, and yet they come smashing my car window, nearly costing me my life. Hanzalong, let me teach you a trick. Sleep during the day and drive at night. Resource points and supply boxes won't run away, plus it can protect you from night demons. Luoya encountered a car, but the owner is left with only half of their body. After a night passed, the number of people in the district decreased by over 400. TSK. Wei Chuan shook his head, not overly surprised by the outcome. Not everyone has a high defense blood cow like him, certainly some would fall prey to various forms of night demons while asleep. If no countermeasures were devised, the death toll each night would not be small. After a brief glance, Wei Chuan exited the communication channel. In the apocalypse, myriad scenarios unfolded every day. He only needed to take good care of himself and his 2 little wives. Luck was on his side. As soon as he typed in evolution crystal and hit search, his eyes lit up. Item name: evolution crystal. Quantity: 1. Price: 350 liters of gasoline. Item name: evolution crystal. Quantity: 1. Price: 330 liters of diesel. Item name: evolution crystal. Quantity: 1. Price: 20 liters of fresh water. While there are actually 3, Wei Chuan was overjoyed, almost reflexively snatching up the last 2 crystals in an instant, fearing that if he hesitated, someone else would take them. He didn't have gasoline on hand, but he could trade freshwater for it. After some delay, he successfully made the purchase. Probably due to the high asking price, those who could afford it had not yet risen. Nice. Wei Chuan held the 3 evolution crystals tightly, not rushing to consume them, but rather continuing his search and acquiring many other valuable items. 16 solar panels, 1 unlimited bandage recipe, 1 unlimited thermos recipe, and a large pile of winter blankets and winter clothing. The thermos and winter supplies were prepared for cooling purposes. Since the version would update, future seasons might shift from summer to winter. In his eyes, everything was at a bargain price. It was better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Looking at the rewards from just a few minutes, Wei Chuan was in high spirits, cleaned the 3 evolution crystals, and swallowed them one by one. The familiar gentle warmth swept through his body once more, and he felt a clear and tangible enhancement in both his physique and mental strength. His muscles became firmer, his senses sharper, and his thoughts increasingly agile. Unfortunately, I still haven't awakened a second talent. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. That extremely small probability was indeed no joke. He had consumed 6 evolution crystals without any reaction and wondered how many he needed to consume to succeed. He shook his head, casting aside this regret. Being able to steadily enhance his physique and mental strength was already a tremendous gain. The second talent could come slowly. Next, he posted a purchase request targeting metal materials. Purchasing various scrap metal materials, trading for clean freshwater, price negotiable. The metal materials he had previously accumulated were nearly depleted, leaving only 3 bicycles and 1 electric bicycle. The materials from these 4 vehicles were quite useful and could not be dismantled. His upcoming modification plan required a vast amount of metal materials. Thus, he chose to directly post a purchase request aiming to acquire 10 to 8 tons at once. His next target was clear: to transform the armored vehicle into a true land armored beast. The total length would be increased to 15 meters, height to 4.5 meters, and width to 6 meters. The design would adopt a wide-body, highly impactful and stable aesthetic similar to that of cartoon 4-wheel drive racers, without any obvious weaknesses. The 3 bulletproof window modification templates he purchased yesterday were specifically for this upgrade. He planned to divide the rear compartment into 5 main areas: driver's cabin, entertainment lounge, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, kitchen, storage room. For now, this would be the division. He would first build the main framework, and things like the bathroom could be postponed. This was a massive project that would require a large amount of metal materials and effort, probably taking several days to complete. Around 6:30 a.m., movement gradually stirred within the carriage. Lu Qingqing woke up yawning sleepily. Upon seeing Wei Chuan sitting on the sofa, she lazily greeted him good morning before rising to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was quite simple, just heating up some milk and bread. This was agreed upon during dinner last night, that the meals could be simpler for the next few days to save time and to search for resource points and mutated creatures. After about 10 minutes, Zhu Lingxue also woke up. Her movements were much louder than Lu Qingqing's, exclaiming that she wanted a kiss from Wei Chuan. Lingxue, we're out of metal materials. You'll be in charge of collecting them this morning until our storage is full. Wei Chuan pulled Zhu Lingxue into his arms, kissed her twice on the cheek, and assigned her a task. In the last half hour, he had only collected about 1.5 tons of scrap metal, which was far from enough. Okay. Zhu Lingxue nodded earnestly. After freeing his hands, Wei Chuan took out the bullet materials and began making today's batch of bullets. Although he still had a good stock, this item was consumed too quickly. Each time he used it, it was 1 or 2 magazines, or even more so. He had to make them whenever he had time. At the same time, he also crafted 5 sets of pistol crossbows and listed them in the trading hall. He chose to trade them for evolution crystals, 1 set of pistol crossbows for 1 evolution crystal. Not sure if he could trade them, he decided to try his luck. At 7:20 a.m., the 3 finished breakfast and began a new day of searching. Withered trees, wind-eroded rocks, gravel, and yellow sand. Wei Chuan's gaze scanned each detail meticulously like a scanner. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a massive, completely dead poplar tree in the front right. There, a distinct metallic sheen caught his attention. As the armored vehicle gradually approached, he spotted a box half buried in the yellow sand behind the dead poplar tree. The box gleamed with a dazzling and noble golden hue under the sunlight. Holy cow! A golden box! Wei Chuan nearly shouted in disbelief, his heart racing in an instant. If a silver box could yield a handgun crossbow recipe, what treasures lay within a golden box? Could it be a source artifact recipe? Honey, did you find anything? Zhu Lingxue called out from below. Yes, it's a golden box. Wei Chuan's voice rose in excitement as he quickly returned to the vehicle, shouting to Lu Qingqing. Qingqing, the poplar tree in front right. Soon the vehicle stopped by the roadside. Wei Chuan didn't rush over, but observed from the roof for a while, confirming there were no threats before cautiously jogging towards the poplar tree with the Da He Xing in hand. The closer he got, the clearer the golden box became. It seemed crafted from pure gold, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, emitting an enticing glow. Suppressing his heart, which was nearly leaping out of his chest, Wei Chuan used the gun muzzle to pry open the latch. Damn! Upon seeing the items inside the box, Wei Chuan's eyes widened in excitement, his breath abruptly halting. The bottom of the golden box was lined with a black cloth, and in the center of that cloth lay a powerful shotgun. The dark, slender gun body radiated a deadly chill from its metallic barrel. Next to the shotgun, 5 boxes of red bullets were neatly stacked, marked with the number 12. Remington M870 shotgun, long barrel type, effective range of 40 meters, magazine capacity of 77 rounds, fires 12-gauge shells. I've hit the jackpot. This time it's for real. Wei Chuan was ecstatic, nearly jumping up. This was a devastating weapon capable of delivering a blow that would leave the current night demons bewildered, far surpassing the Da He Xing. The mutated creatures would also be easy pickings at close range. Opening a bullet box revealed 10 rounds inside, each totaling 57 rounds with the 7 in the magazine. Gripping the shotgun, a surge of joy coursed through Wei Chuan like electricity. Awesome. He caressed the gun body lovingly. While he already had the Da He Xing, the 2 guns were not even in the same league of power. In this extreme excitement, a previously suppressed thought sparked in his mind. Of course, why not enhance the power of the Da He Xing? When he first obtained the Da He Xing, he had considered crafting a handgun with a larger caliber and greater firepower. He had abandoned the idea, then knowing his body couldn't handle that kind of recoil and might, but now it was different. He had consumed 6 evolution crystals, significantly enhancing his physique. Not to mention anything too exaggerated. 12.7 millimeters should be fine. Wei Chuan excitedly returned to the vehicle, his heart racing again at the new possibilities. Honey, what kind of gun is this? Seeing the long gun in Wei Chuan's hands, Zhu Lingxue asked excitedly, is that a shotgun? It's the one you mentioned before, with many small pellets in the bullets providing a large impact area, not very precise, but extremely powerful. Here, you can try its feel, just don't touch the safety and trigger of shotguns are too dangerous. Wei Chuan handed the shotgun directly to Zhu Lingxue. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingxue quickly waved her hand in refusal. No, I'll wait until I learn how to use it properly. Alright, I'll teach you during the lunch break. Oh, I have something to do now. Wei Chuan nodded, stowing the shotgun in the storage compartment, then grabbed some metal materials from the shelf and crawled into the back of the vehicle. Seeing this, Zhu Lingxue understood that Wei Chuan was getting down to business, so she sat in the passenger seat sharing this haul with Lu Qingqing. 10 minutes later, a delicate silver handgun appeared in Wei Chuan's hand. It measured 27 centimeters in length with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, constructed entirely of metal, and a magazine capacity of 8 rounds weighing 2.5 pounds when fully loaded. It's done. Wei Chuan peered through the observation window, smiling with satisfaction. Now it truly transformed into the big Hei Xing. This was a large handgun he constructed using a blueprint akin to a Desert Eagle. Though he hadn't tested its power yet, based on its caliber and powder load, taking down a wild donkey with a single shot would undoubtedly be feasible. With the shotgun added to his arsenal, his close-range firepower instantly reached a whole new level. I'm truly a genius. Wei Chuan lay back on the sofa, ready to relax his excited nerves a little. However, before he could settle in, Zhu Lingxue in the passenger seat turned around and shouted, "Honey, there's a resource point." A resource point. Wei Chuan sprang up, instantly rushing to the passenger seat, following Zhu Lingxue's pointing direction. Not far from the left side of the road, he spotted an abandoned farmhouse, a small courtyard where most of the walls had collapsed, yet the structure of the 3 rooms remained intact. Qingqing, lure them out. Right once we see them, you can stop. Ooh, I want to test the gun. Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled as he gently squeezed Lu Qingqing's shoulder. Today's luck was just too good. They had only set off for less than an hour and a half. He was eager to test the power of the 2 new guns, hoping the mutated creatures at this resource point were formidable, at least with a thicker health bar. Okay, Lu Qingqing replied, skillfully maneuvering the armored vehicle, slowly approaching the resource point, circling around, while maintaining a distance of about 30 meters from the courtyard wall. This distance allowed for reaction time, while ensuring the gun's range. Wei Chuan climbed up to the roof through the shooting hatch, holding the new handgun and crouching down. The armored vehicle circled the resource point twice, but there was no movement inside. It remained eerily quiet. On the 3rd round, as they passed a pile of collapsed bricks, whoosh! A gray-black shadow suddenly darted out from behind the pile of bricks, moving swiftly towards the moving armored vehicle. Here it comes. Wei Chuan instantly raised his right arm and squeezed the trigger. He saw clearly what was coming. It was a giant rat, its fur a glossy gray-black with green eyes glimmering, and its protruding teeth resembling 2 rusted chisels. Not counting the tail, its body was just over a meter long, slightly smaller than the mutated cockroach from yesterday. Bang! A concussion far louder than a common pistol shot, like a small cannon, suddenly tore through the air. A violent recoil slammed back. Even with Wei Chuan's reinforced physique, he felt his wrist jerk and his whole arm shudder. Powerful. Wei Chuan admired inwardly, quickly bringing the muzzle down and reaming. The mutated rat was extremely quick. The first bullet skimmed past its ear and struck the ground behind, throwing up a plume of dust. It emitted a high squeaking shriek and lunged even faster. Bang! Wei Chuan's second shot was prepared in advance, leading by a body length. The heavy 12.7 millimeter projectile bearing tremendous kinetic energy struck precisely on the mutated rat's nasal bridge. Puffed squeal. Like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer, the rat's entire snout and nasal bridge erupted, bone and flesh spraying everywhere, leaving a ghastly fist-sized squee. The mutated rat let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its lunge toward the armored vehicle froze, then it collapsed onto the ground, rolling and convulsing uncontrolled. Dark red blood gushed from the wound. There was no doubt it had been gravely injured. Nice! Wei Chuan felt extreme satisfaction with the pistol's power. That had only struck the nasal bridge. Had he hit the head directly, it likely would have blown the rat's skull apart. Stowing the pistol, he swapped to a more potent shotgun. Brother Rat, time to send you on your way, Wei Chuan said, coldly staring at the creature still wailing in a pool of blood, lowering the muzzle to aim at the blood-slick skull. He squeezed the trigger. A sound deeper and more resonant than the pistol echoed out. The shotgun fired. Dozens of pellets sprayed like a violent storm, instantly swallowing the rat's head. The massive head burst open in an instant. A viscous spatter of flesh-bone fragments and brain matter splattered the surrounding earth. The rat's body convulsed violently, then went limp, motionless. This is the feeling. Wei Chuan grinned inwardly. The shotgun had not disappointed. An absolute godsend in close quarters. Most importantly, it dealt with big targets superbly. He jumped from the vehicle, enduring the stench, and with his meow-dow he rummaged through the smashed head for a moment, and pried out an evolution crystal. Back in the car, he cleaned it deftly and swallowed it. The familiar warmth surged through him once more. Though the second talent still had not awakened, the steady rise in base attributes was reassuring. Let's go take a look inside. Wei Chuan called, leading Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue into the courtyard. The yard was small with 3 low bungalows. The 2 side rooms lacked doors or windows and were empty. Only the central larger room remained somewhat intact, its wooden door hanging crooked. Wei Chuan kicked the door open and a musty odor hit them. The light inside was dim, dust and cobwebs everywhere, but when they made out the furnishings, all 3 brightened with interest. It appeared to be a rural general store. Shelves leaned askew and debris littered the floor, yet many supplies could still be seen. All manner of staples: rice, oil, salt, sauces, tea. Though much of the packaging was damaged, careful searching still revealed some sealed items. In a corner, a few cardboard boxes held toothpaste, soap, and toilet paper. The counter contained the most goods, snacks and drinks, and even some tobacco and liquor. What pleased Wei Chuan most were a few small packets of vegetable seeds found in a tin box, tomato, bok choy, cauliflower, and the like. Though the quantities were small, their value was immense. Once he built a rapid seedbed planting platform, those seeds would prove invaluable. A self-sustaining source of food is no less important than weaponry. Lucky. Wei Chuan nodded inwardly. A few days earlier, he had traded a pistol crossbow for many supplies. Some people exchanged similar goods at supply points like this one. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue eagerly began inventorying. These supplies were perfect for leisure and would greatly improve their quality of life. The 3 of them methodically scavenged every usable item, making 2 full trips before returning to the vehicle satisfied and resuming their departure. Luck seemed to run out after that. By midday, with the sun overhead, they only found a solitary gray metal box that yielded 2 meager bottles of. They parked beside a wind-sheltered earthen rise. Lu Qingqing began preparing lunch, while Zhu Lingxue and Wei Chuan organized the metal materials they had collected that morning. At that moment, a faint drone of engines came from the distance and rapidly grew nearer. Vroom vroom. Someone's coming. Lu Qingqing reacted instantly, slamming off the stove, dropping her spatula, and leaping into the driver's seat with hands on the wheel ready to floor the gas. Wei Chuan immediately climbed onto the roof and scanned the horizon. From the rear flank of the gravel plain, 3 plumes of dust rose. 3 small cars lurched toward their position. All 3 were small sedans, though their rear compartments were enlarged somewhat like shorter vans, apparently modified with makeshift cargo shells. As Wei Chuan prepared to fire, the approaching vehicle slowed, and one even honked. The horn's sharp beeps carried far across the empty plain, seemingly to warn the people in the armored vehicle. Then an amplified male voice, tense and excited, came through a loudspeaker. "Brothers, can you hear us?" As Wei Chuan prepared to fire, the approaching vehicle slowed, and one even honked. The horn's sharp beeps carried far across the empty plain, seemingly to warn the people in the armor. Yet Wei Chuan's gaze remained ice cold. In this cruel world, those who trust others too readily are the ones who die fastest. He ignored their calls, raised his dahashing pistol, and fired a shot into the air above the 3 cars. Bang! The crisp report roared like thunder, instantly drowning out engines and voices. The bullet struck the scree of the plane, kicking up a small puff of dust. The effect of the equalizer was immediate. All 3 cars stamped on their brakes at once, tires screeching across the stones. "Brothers, don't shoot. We really mean no harm. We'll leave right now." They spun their wheels and accelerated to full speed, raising an even larger cloud of dust. Clearly rattled by the uncompromising warning, they fled, while too soft-hearted. Some prime materials just drove off. Once the 3 cars vanished from sight, Wei Chuan holstered his gun and climbed back into the vehicle. "Honey, should we chase?" Lu Qingqing asked from the driver's seat, her gaze sharp. With the off-road capability of the armored vehicle and the firepower at their disposal, it would be easy to catch up and deal with them. Wei Chuan shook his head. "No need. These people are different from that Brother Biao last time. Their speed isn't fast, and they don't seem to have any intention of surrounding us. They probably just want to He paused before adding, "If we encounter any that charge directly at us, no need to ask me. Just crash into them and attack after." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded in response, putting away their handguns. Though no battle had occurred, this little episode had made the 3 of them more alert. 2 days ago, someone mentioned that the number of people encountered on the road was increasing. They hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now it was something to take seriously. They were not the only ones who could encounter golden boxes, nor were they the only ones who could obtain firearms. Those with good luck could completely find even better supply boxes and acquire stronger firearms. Next time they encountered a vehicle, they had to give a warning on sight. If they didn't comply after the warning, they would take them out. In short, they could never let the other side get close. An hour later, a simple lunch and nap concluded. Just as Wei Chuan was about to announce their departure, Lu Qingqing, reclining in the massage chair, suddenly spoke softly. "Honey, can you move the massage chair to the driver's seat?" The original driver's seat of the armored vehicle was too hard. Sitting for too long made her back uncomfortable. She frowned slightly, rubbing her lower back. "How did I not think of that?" Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on enhancing the armor's defensive capabilities that he hadn't realized the importance of seating comfort, since he rarely drove. Change it, we must change it. Replace both the driver and passenger seats, Wei Chuan said, and without hesitation he immediately dismantled the front seats and installed the 2 massage chairs connecting the powers. Zhu Lingxue sat down to try it out, activated the massage function, and a comfortable vibration enveloped her, causing her to squint her eyes in pleasure. Now driving has become a pleasure. It's my turn in the afternoon, Qingqing Mua. I just thought of that too. Lu Qingqing, who had been driving all morning, sighed helplessly. This is my fault. I should have thought of it when we made the massage chairs. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. We shouldn't neglect ourselves. Wei Chuan smiled, as well silently reminding himself. This highlighted the limitations of an individual's thinking. One simply cannot cover every aspect. In the future, he needed to encourage them to voice their opinions more. After chatting for a while, the vehicle started moving again. Wei Chuan sat at the dining table preparing to make bullets. After acquiring 2 new guns, he distributed all the original Big Black Stars and the corresponding ammunition. He needed to hurry and make the reserve ammunition for the new guns. After about an hour of work, the survival manual he had set aside emitted a soft glow indicating a message. Li Yongsheng is looking for me. Wei Chuan instinctively thought it was the fuel tycoon he had been in contact with frequently over the past few days, and he casually opened the message. However, the alert wasn't from social, but from trading. Your consigned item, semi-automatic hunting falcon pistol crossbow set, has been successfully sold, earning Evolution Crystal 1. Please click to claim in my items. Gained Evolution Crystal 1. It's sold. Wei Chuan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed someone actually made the exchange. He immediately extracted the Evolution Crystal, washed it, and tossed it into his mouth. Although he still couldn't awaken a second ability, the gradual enhancement felt intoxicating. Not bad, this method works. Wei Chuan was in high spirits as he took down the other 4 crossbow sets and added 20 more crossbow bolts, then resumed his bullet-making work. Time passed, and it was around 4 in the afternoon. Zhu Lingxue, who was driving, suddenly exclaimed, "Honey, Qingqing, you all look at the surroundings. Are those cars?" Hearing this, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing immediately looked out through the observation window. The window was too small to see clearly. All they could make out were many black dots and clouds of dust in the distance. It must be cars, and there were many of them. Are they crazy? Wei Chuan's heart sank. Climbing onto the roof of the vehicle, he crouched by the railing to observe. The once barren road where only their vehicle had been traveling had suddenly filled with numerous cars. Those vehicles were traversing the crisscrossing roads, complicated like a spider's web, all heading in a roughly similar direction. At a glance, his pupils contracted suddenly. From all directions, near and far, there were at least 50 to 60 vehicles of various kinds. From tricycles, sedans, and vans to trucks, there were even several modified vehicles that looked quite peculiar. These cars were scattered across the roads like a migrating herd. What the hell? Wei Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Just an hour ago, when he looked outside, there were only 2 or 3 roads in this area. Now there were dozens, or even hundreds. So many vehicles gathered together meant that the chances of friction and even conflict would rise sharply. Indeed, things were unfolding just as he had predicted. Before he could carefully observe the situation, signs of chaos emerged. To the right front, 2 small trucks traveling side by side on the desert suddenly seemed to come to a mutual understanding, abruptly swerving at the same time. They didn't return to the road, but accelerated towards another road. Their target appeared to be a solitary van on that road. The intent was unmistakable. Almost simultaneously, Wei Chuan felt his armored vehicle was also being targeted. A modified large pickup truck with a pair of pointed spikes welded onto the front suddenly darted out from the road behind the armored vehicle, charging straight at them. Following closely behind were 2 vans with protective nets on their windows, seemingly companions of the pickup. What the hell? I'm driving an armored vehicle. The bigger the storm, the more precious the fish, right? Wei Chuan's eyes instantly turned cold and fierce. He hadn't expected someone to charge at him. The allure of the armored vehicle was truly great. He leaned out and shouted into the vehicle, "Lingxue, we're being targeted. Slow down and let them come closer." Understood. Zhu Lingxue immediately understood Wei Chuan's intention and gently eased off the gas. Lu Qingqing followed her onto the roof, half kneeling beside Wei Chuan, her right hand holding a handgun hidden behind her. "Qingqing, when I fire, you follow and shoot to kill." Wei Chuan's gaze swept over the 3 rapidly approaching vehicles, a cruel curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. He was in need of metal materials, and unexpectedly good brothers had delivered them right to his door. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. As the 3 vehicles drew closer, Zhu Lingxue began to accelerate. Yet she did not push her vehicle to full speed. Instead, she increased velocity, just enough to create the illusion that her quarry had sensed danger and was attempting to flee, luring them nearer. Seeing this, the pursuers surged forward like sharks, scenting blood. Their engines roaring louder, the distance shrinking rapidly. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Within effective firing range. Wei Chuan, perched atop the armored vehicle, gazed coldly ahead, his grip steady on the heavy Black Star rifle as he took aim at the lead pickup truck, its front reinforced with a brutal ramming prow. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous volley erupted, the 12.7mm rounds hurtling forth at terrifying velocity, tearing effortlessly through the air before shattering the pickup's windshield. Soft crash. Amidst the sharp, crystalline shatter of glass, the bullets carried devastating kinetic force onward, striking the driver squarely in the chest. Blood exploded outward in crimson bursts. The driver didn't even have time to cry out. His upper torso was nearly torn apart by the barrage, splattering gore and viscera across the entire cab. The pickup veered violently off course, careening wildly off the highway and slamming headlong into a 2-meter-tall wind-eroded boulder. At that very moment, Lu Qingqing leaned out from behind Wei Chuan and opened fire. She targeted the two following minivans. Though her marksmanship was unrefined, proximity and straight-line trajectory compensated for her inexperience. Her magazine held 8 rounds. All struck the rightmost minivan, some piercing its windshield, others slamming into the hood. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The bullets punched through sheet metal, striking the engine block with dull, muffled thuds. Black smoke billowed instantly, and the minivan's speed plummeted before it ground to a halt roadside, immobilized. Whether the driver survived remained uncertain. The windshield hadn't shattered, only pocked with small holes obscuring any view inside. The driver of the final minivan witnessed the carnage befalling the first 2 vehicles and froze in terror. Slamming the brakes, he wrenched the steering wheel hard left, desperate to flee the road entirely. Trying to run now? Too late. Wei Chuan sneered coldly, swiftly swapping magazines. Did they truly believe they could attack at will and retreat unscathed? Boom, boom, boom. His pistol roared again, but this time unable to hit the driver directly, he aimed instead at the minivan's rear tires. Heavy slugs slammed into the desert floor, kicking up plumes of dust. The final 2 rounds struck true. There came a muffled puff, and the minivan's right rear tire collapsed instantly, its rim grinding against gravel with an ear-splitting shriek. The vehicle lurched violently off balance, skidding forward over a dozen meters before jamming itself motionless, trapped beyond recovery. Qingqing, tell Ling Xue to close in. Wei Chuan barked low, switching to a shotgun and racking the slide with a sharp metallic snap. Understood. Lu Qingqing replied crisply, ducking back into the cabin to relay the order to Zhu Lingxue. No sooner had the armored vehicle drawn near the stranded minivan than Wei Chuan fired, without hesitation, without pause. Boom, boom. Both driver and passenger, man and woman, had already fled partway from the vehicle when 2 shotgun blasts tore into their backs, erupting in blossoms of crimson before they crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Wei Chuan wasted no time. He fired 2 more shotgun rounds into the minivan's windows. Both left side panes shattered inward, revealing an empty interior. Clear. Wei Chuan exhaled, faintly, calling back into the cabin to instruct Zhu Lingxue to return and secure the other 2 vehicles. Inside those 2 vehicles, chaos reigned. Walls pockmarked with bullet holes, seats drenched in blood. Each held only a single driver, now utterly lifeless. 4 men total. Pathetic. My brother Biao would have done better. Wei Chuan scanned the scene thoroughly, confirmed no lingering threats, then holstered his shotgun. Husband, shall we begin salvaging materials now? Lu Qingqing climbed onto the roof ladder, leaning halfway out to ask. Yes. You 2 search the 3rd vehicle. Make sure to finish off those 2 first. I'll dismantle these 2 myself. Wei Chuan leapt down from the roof and strode purposefully toward the nearest pickup. Its design had sparked inspiration. He could outfit his own armored vehicle with jagged reinforced rams to amplify impact force. Tires too could be upgraded with additional armor plating. Even military-grade blast-resistant tires benefited from enhanced protection. As Wei Chuan and his companions began clearing the battlefield, the vast Gobi Desert sank into an eerie, death-like silence. Vehicles that moments earlier had streamed across the web-like network of highways, like migrating herds, were now paralyzed by the sudden, horrifying gunfire. Whether they glimpsed fragments of the violence or merely heard its thunder, all reacted instinctively, flee. Accelerating or reversing, every driver steered clear of the gunfire's origin. Within barely a minute or 2, the horizon held only 4 vehicles, 1 armored car, and 3 spoils of war. No other vehicles remained in sight, as if the entire confrontation had been a mirage. Yet reality's stillness stood in stark contrast to the explosive frenzy unfolding across communication channels. Sector 50001, 50981000 survivors. Zhang Liang, holy hell, that was gunfire. Nearly scared me to death. It went off right beside my road. Bai heard it. I've handled firearms abroad. Those weren't ordinary handguns. Definitely 2 types of shotguns. Meng Tao, I saw it. A massive armored vehicle. They took down 3 cars. Li Yu, seriously. An armored vehicle. Meng Tao absolutely confirmed. Camouflage green with silver accents. Heavily modified. They struck first. Gunfire erupted in rapid volleys, emptied entire magazines. Ruthless operators. Huang Lijin, I saw it too. Bigger than any 100-ton freighter. Everyone stay alert. Detour immediately if you spot it. Chen Longquan, what's the difference between them and bandits? How did scum like this get hold of armored vehicles? Messages flooded the channel. Nearly everyone discussed the gunfight. Most assumed Wei Chuan, who possessed both firearms and an armored vehicle, had launched a premeditated assault on the three others. Panic, condemnation, and outrage echoed relentlessly across the frequency. Zhu Lingxue, assisting Wei Chuan with material transport, glanced briefly at the comms channel, and upon seeing the overwhelming wave of accusations, her delicate features flushed with fury. Nonsense. Those three attacked first. Incensed, Zhu Lingxue clenched her teeth, fingers tapping furiously on her survival manual, ready to counter the slander. It felt like being unfairly blamed in a multiplayer game, so unbearable that remaining silent was impossible. Retaliation, however brief, was essential to restore balance. Lingxuan, never mind, it's unnecessary. Wei Chuan's voice came calmly as he smiled and shook his head. Zhu Lingxue paused her actions and looked at him in confusion. Wei Chuan wrapped his arm around Zhu Lingxue's slender waist, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think what they care about is that we have armored vehicles and guns while they do not? He continued, speaking now, we'll only let them know our appearance and names, and later they will curse us with our faces and names. It's best to ignore them. He pointed to the empty Gobi Desert surrounding them. Isn't it great like this? Those with a bit of sense probably wouldn't dare to approach us, saving us a lot of trouble. Well, fine. Zhu Lingxue glanced at Wei Chuan's indifferent profile, and then at the impotent rage in the communication channel. Her frustration gradually. She took a deep breath and put away the survival manual. After all, they were just a bunch of sour grapes. Let them be sour. Instead of wasting time on a war of words, it would be better to gather more materials to make the armored vehicle larger, so they could infuriate those sour grapes next time they meet. Half an hour later, the heavy armored vehicle drove onto the highway. The three vehicles from earlier had already been dismantled and recycled by Wei Chuan. The abundant spiritual energy from 8 evolution crystals allowed him to use his talents with ease, only taking a brief pause for a few minutes. Several vehicles passed by, but when they saw the armored vehicle, they all slammed on the gas, fleeing at the fastest speed, fearing that a second later they would be targeted by the armored vehicle band. Wei Chuan's infamous name had already spread throughout the 50001 area. The vehicles set off again, and the sights before them became increasingly breathtaking. The further they drove, the originally spiderweb-like scattered roads began to merge at a visibly rapid pace. 100 roads became 50, and 50 became 25. Finally, after about 10 minutes of driving in the distance, hundreds of roads from different directions completely converged into a superhighway that was difficult to describe in words. This highway was extraordinarily wide, visibly exceeding a kilometer, and its surface material was not ordinary concrete, but a substance resembling metal. At the end of this superhighway, the outline of a massive complex gradually became clear. Wow, is there a city? Wei Chuan's pupils dilated as he immediately climbed to the roof of the vehicle to observe. It seemed to be a small town, but with an old-fashioned style. From a distance, there were no tall buildings commonly found in modern cities, but rather low, dense, and chaotic single-story structures. Moreover, most of these buildings were constructed from wood, rock, and even mixed iron sheets, and thus lacking any planning. Some were even directly transformed from junk cars and containers, giving a chaotic and patchwork bankrupt punk vibe. On the outskirts of the town, there were several parking lots surrounded by rough wooden stakes in which over 100 vehicles were parked. One could vaguely see shadows moving within the town. Strange. Wei Chuan became increasingly surprised. This place looked like a safe zone. As the armored vehicle continued to approach the town, just as the wheels rolled over a green line, 3 clear and cold notification tones abruptly echoed simultaneously in the minds of Wei Chuan and the others. Survivor, welcome to the service area. The service area will randomly refresh and exist for 24 hours each time. Combat and plundering are not allowed in the service area. Talents cannot be used, and only trading functions are supported. You can use source crystals to purchase goods in the store. As the notification tones faded, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. It really is a safe zone. Wei Chuan put away his handgun and leisurely climbed back into the vehicle. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also relaxed, their faces showing expressions of relief. Since it was absolutely safe, there was nothing to worry about. Zhu Lingxue drove the armored vehicle into parking lot number 3, where a dozen cars were already parked following the metal sign by the roadside. It was quite user-friendly. Each parking space was as large as a basketball court, and it was prohibited to enter spaces already occupied by cars, completely preventing malicious incidents, even avoiding traffic jam. After changing clothes, the 3 of them got out of the vehicle. As soon as they got out, they noticed a huge translucent countdown hovering in the air, emitting a soft green light, 222511. This should be the remaining existence time of the service area. Wei Chuan merely glanced at it before looking away, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. He carried 2,000 source crystals which he had not stored in compartments, but instead packed directly in the main body of the backpack. First, let's see what can be bought. If there are good items in the store, he could return to bring more source crystals. Following the sign, the three entered the street of the service area. Though it was called a street, it resembled a passageway within a garbage dump flanked by all sorts of crooked, dilapidated houses made from rough materials. The signs were varied, featuring restaurants and clinics. Many people hurried through, most with curious and cautious expressions, some even covering their faces, revealing a heavy atmosphere. Wei Chuan casually chose a restaurant to enter. The interior was very simple, lacking any decoration, with walls made of rusty iron sheets, and there wasn't even a set of tables and chairs. Only two brand new vending machines, emitting a soft blue glow, stood side by side in front of the counter, completely out of place with the surroundings. Is this where we buy things? Zhu Lingshui curiously leaned closer. This is our only option. Wei Chuan stepped forward to operate it. Surprisingly, it was a touchscreen. After the screen lit up, it displayed a list of goods. Mineral water, 500 milliliters, 5 source crystals; coffee, 350 milliliters, 4 source crystals; apple cider, 1L, 12 source crystals. This vending machine sold water, while the one next to it. These prices are a bit more expensive than those in the trading hall. Lu Qingxing compared, and felt it was somewhat unworthy. That's normal. Wei Chuan, however, was not surprised and smiled, saying if things could be bought cheaply here, then resource points and supply boxes would be meaningless. However, some things are indeed worth buying. After saying this, Wei Chuan made his purchase, buying 2 boxes of drinks, 2 boxes of beer, and various snacks, spending exactly 500 source crystals. This amount of source crystals was insignificant to his current wealth. He believed that those who also had plenty of source crystals would, like him, not care about this slight markup and would buy items that were difficult to acquire in the trading hall. Perhaps worried that survivors would not be able to take the items away, the purchased goods existed in the form of cards. They could only be retrieved by clicking to use them, and they had a validity period of 24 hours. Putting the item cards into the storage compartment, the three left the restaurant and continued to weave through the streets. Wei Chuan's sharp gaze searched around, excluding restaurants and inns. He wanted to buy some things that could not be found in the trading hall, but would be useful to him, such as source devices, large television, storage props, and so on. 3 minutes later, on the second street, Wei Chuan's eyes caught sight of a sign painted with a gun, a firearms store. Wow, they even have guns. He felt a surge of excitement and immediately led the 2 women inside. The interior of the store was equally shabby, but some firearms hung on display racks on the walls, and there were piles of empty bullet casings in the corner. Strangely, the store was empty, with only a vending machine inside. How could a gun store have such poor business? Wei Chuan wondered, quickly walking to the vending machine. However, as soon as the screen lit up and the product list appeared, he understood why there was no one here. Refined iron ingot unit, 1 source crystal; refined steel ingot unit, 1 source crystal; standard primer unit, 1 source crystal; standard propellant unit, 1 source crystal; magazine, various models, available, 10 source crystals. They don't sell finished firearms here. The main offerings are standard materials required for firearm recipes, with the only firearm part being the magazine. No wonder no one comes here with such a few items. Even a firearms expert would wear their hands out trying to make a gun. Next door, Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed and left the gun shop with the 2 women. He couldn't use his talents, and he was too lazy to even touch the guns on the display rack. The only usable item in the store was gunpowder, but the amount of recipe materials was too small, making the cost-effectiveness so low that he didn't want to be a fool. Just as he reached a corner and was about to switch to another street, Wei Chuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw 2 stores side by side on the other side of the corner. One had a distorted sign made from old circuit boards, an electronics store. The other hung a wrench and tires sign, an auto repair shop. Great. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy, temporarily casting aside his disappointment from the gun shop, and stepped into the electronics store first. Inside the store were 3 vending machines. 2 of them had people in front of them, while Wei Chuan approached the empty third machine. When the product list popped up, his eyes lit up, and all previous disappointment vanished. The list was filled with a dazzling array of products far exceeding his expectations. Mini induction cooker, 15 source crystals; handheld vacuum cleaner, 20 source crystals; multifunction charger, 10 source crystals; mini electric fan, 18 source crystals. These were just appetizers. As he continued to scroll down, even rarer and completely absent goods appeared. Smokeless grill, 50 source crystals; storage water heater, 80 source crystals; rapid electric kettle, 35 source crystals; fully automatic sterilizing washing machine, 100 source crystals. Most exciting for Wei Chuan was that the item description for most appliances clearly stated consumes source crystal every 24 hours of use. They only count usage time. It's much cheaper than the rapidly cycling seed of the planting platform that runs continuously for 24 hours once planted. It was like purchasing singles on a music app versus a monthly subscription. Buy. This is the kind of stuff a service area should have. Wei Chuan did not hesitate, directly spending 825 source crystals to buy 25 types of source appliance, adding a thick stack of resource cards to his hands. To him, the electricity bill for these appliances was very cheap. Even the washing machine, which consumed the most, only needed 5 source crystals for 24 hours of continuous use. The total consumption of the 25 source appliances in a normal month might not even reach 100 source crystals. The consumption for usage is quite similar to normal appliances. It takes a long time for the electricity cost to catch up with the price of the appliance itself. It's the purchase that is expensive, not the usage. This perfectly solved the current problem of having enough electricity, but not being infinite. Today he would replace the electrical appliances and then create a hybrid system of wood, gas, and electricity. The hybrid system he wanted wasn't about 3 energy systems competing with each other, but rather 3 energy systems driving separate transmission systems in different areas. The fastest electric motor would take care of the rear, the most powerful diesel engine would handle the front, and the gasoline engine would be responsible for the middle section, allowing for any combination of driving modes. This way, even if the armored vehicle becomes larger, he wouldn't have to wait long to refuel. Awesome. Even if I don't come across any good stuff later, this trip has been a huge profit. Wei Chuan happily stuffed the resource cards into his backpack and left the electronics store, walking into the adjacent auto repair shop. As soon as he entered, several gazes turned toward him. There were 4 people in the store, 2 men and 2 women. They all seemed to be around 30, apparently a small team, gathered together discussing quietly, with the 2 women each holding a resource card. The arrival of Wei Chuan and his companions, especially the 2 beauties Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, instantly attracted their attention. However, their gazes were restrained. After a brief pause, they withdrew their eyes and soon left together. Wei Chuan paid them no mind. His focus was solely on the vending machine. Sure enough, as expected, similar to the gun shop, next door the auto repair shop sold various vehicle parts, recipe materials, and specialized repair tools. Refined steel ingot unit, 1 source crystal, bulletproof tires set, 80 source crystals, vehicle tool kit, basic senior, 1550 source crystals, suspension reinforcement kit, 40 source crystals, mechanical supercharger, various models available, 10 source crystals. Although these items were practical, most of them were things Wei Chuan could craft by hand. He browsed through the pages, carefully considering which items he couldn't craft and were worthwhile to buy, especially those not available in the trading market. Damn! As the product list scrolled to the last few pages, Wei Chuan's breath hitched and his eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. It was a source engine. Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template, output horsepower approximately 7,500, extreme power, ultra-high torque, stable and consistent, consumes source crystals 35 per 100 kilometers. Hunter 24-cylinder engine modification template, output horsepower approximately 3,200, powerful, adaptable, relatively smooth, consumes source crystals 25 per 100 kilometers. Silent Storm 16-cylinder engine modification template, output horsepower approximately 1,600, ultra-quiet, efficient, performance relatively smooth, consumes source crystals 15 per 100 kilometers. Barbarian King 12-cylinder engine modification template. There were only 4 available. The prices were 3,000, 1,500, 1,000, and 800. From the dimensions given in the product images, these 4 engines were not large in size, and they wouldn't look out of place when installed in an armored vehicle. Hiss! Wei Chuan couldn't help but gasp, his heart racing, blood rushing to his head. Such great items appeared on the 5th day of the server opening. He was interested in the most powerful Mammoth 64 cylinders, 7,500 horsepower, driven by source crystals. Compared to this Mammoth 64-cylinder source engine, his previous plans for a hybrid system seemed utterly ridiculous. How many Star Destroyers can one of these support compared to a second lieutenant's idea? Not from the same dimension, oldly. Imagine it, an engine designed for gargantuan or haulers 2 or 3 stories high, machines whose own weight and payload reach hundreds of tons, engines whose performance simply overflows. Now fit that engine onto his little vehicle, which with everything counted barely weighs 35 tons. What kind of terrifying power would that unleash? A one-step leap to full spec, every setting maxed power, unrivaled. At least for the next few months, no matter how others modify their armored vehicles, this Ming Maxiang would keep pace, solving a fundamental problem at its root. Buy. We must buy it. A single frantic idea seized Wei Chuan's mind. Though the 3,000 yuan crystal's price stabbed at him, the importance of this device was indisputable. If he missed this chance, who knew when they'd next encounter a service area, let alone whether another engine of this caliber would ever appear there. If it were truly a one-time opportunity, then he would have to clap his leg until it swelled. As for the expenditure of yuan crystals, that was not the real problem. The Ming Maxiang would consume 35 yuan crystals per 100 kilometers. The market price for those 35 yuan crystals equated to 3 units of water, which priced as diesel came out to 66 liters. 66 liters per 100 kilometers was not excessive. After all, an armored vehicle already guzzled 55 liters per 100. That mere 11-liter increase could be offset in a month by producing a batch of pistol crossbows. Honey, what's wrong? Zhu Lingxue murmured, tugging gently at his hand, as she saw Wei Chuan staring at the vending machine with reddened eyes, frozen in place for a while. Good news. Wei Chuan breathed. You two wait here a moment. I'll go to the car to fetch the yuan crystals. No, let's go back together. Wei Chuan had intended to leave Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue behind, but thinking of the service area's mixed crowds, he decided it was safer to return. Not being able to act doesn't mean he couldn't speak. He did not relish his wife being pestered by gossip mongers. All right. Seeing his urgency, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue asked nothing and nodded eagerly. A mere 5-minute walk somehow felt infinitely long. Wei Chuan hurried back to the parking lot with Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue grabbed enough yuan crystals and immediately returned to the street. His heart still thudded when he stepped into the repair shop again. A cluster of people loitered by the door. When they saw the three of them head straight toward the vending machine, curious glances followed. Wei Chuan ignored every gaze, drew a deep breath, and stood before the machine. He extended a finger and with resolute certainty selected the purchase option. Please confirm payment of 300 yuan crystals to purchase the Mingmaxiang 64-cylinder engine modification template. Yes, no transaction successful. Yuan crystals 300 obtained Mingmaxiang 64-cylinder engine template. Perhaps because the amount was large, the purchase required confirmation. Wei Chuan did not hesitate and tapped yes. A soft hum issued from within the vending machine as the outlet glowed green. A card of unusual material slid out black gold, its face embossed with a shimmering engine icon. High-end goods really are different. The card itself looks exquisite. Wei Chuan snatched the card. Its cold touch somehow felt scalding, and an immense delight and expectation nearly overflowed from him. He had already mapped out the next steps in his mind, swapping the engine, replacing home appliances, how to deploy solar panels. Countless inspirations surfaced in rapid succession. Behind him, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue wore smiles. Though they lacked an intimate understanding of engines, anything Wei Chuan would spend 3,000 yuan crystals on had to be extraordinary. Come on, I'll take you shopping. Suppressing the impulse to head straight home, Wei Chuan slipped the resource card into a storage slot and turned to the two women with a smile. A rare safe zone where they could relax a little longer, so they decided to linger. The three continued to stroll along the streets of the service area. But their luck seemed spent on encountering that Mingmaxiang engine. They found no other devices of interest. Still, Wei Chuan indulged in generous shopping. He bought several beautiful outfits for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, even a batch of cosmetics which thrilled the two of them. He also bought many household items, air mattresses, soft pillows, shampoo, anything that could improve their quality of life. Altogether, he spent another 300 yuan crystals. Counting that 300, the total expenditure for this outing reached 4,625 yuan crystals. The spending had been explosive. Yet for Wei Chuan, who still held nearly 180 liters of fresh water and 5114 yuan crystals, it was well within acceptable bounds. When they finished shopping and returned to the parking lot, it was already 5 in the afternoon. As they neared the parking area, Wei Chuan sensed something amiss. Along the edge of the lot, a scattered dozen or so people squatted and stood, their eyes drifting repeatedly toward the armored vehicle as they whispered among themselves. When Wei Chuan and the two women appeared and walked straight toward the armored vehicle, those dozen gazes immediately snapped to them in unison. Their looks were complicated: curiosity, awe, appraisal, and a faint, scarcely concealed tinge of envy. Are they talking bad about me again? At the same time, Wei Chuan noticed several people with heads bowed, fingers flying over their devices, no doubt using the survival manual. Area 50001, 50871000 people. Shen Longko and I see them. That armored vehicle belongs to a 3-person team, 1 man and 2 women, all looking fairly young. When Kai, if I ran into them, I'd teach them a lesson with a grenade. Meng Tao, damn, 1 man, 2 beauties. If only I had an armored vehicle. Zheng Liqing, are they still in parking lot 3? I passed by earlier, and they didn't bother me. Could someone else be trying to rob them? Huang Zhongyun, TSK, tisk, the little goddess wants to get close. Zhou Jia, TSK, tisk, the weakling man is losing face. Zhao Baojia, don't worry everyone. Whether they're good or bad, big vehicles aren't very fast. As long as we don't approach them, they can hardly catch up to us. Wei Chuan glanced at the comm channel and could not help but feel both amused and exasperated. It turned out these people were camped here to gawk. No wonder they were overstretched by curiosity. With that time, couldn't they have taken a walk and relaxed? Honey, what do we do? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, made uneasy by the staring, instinctively moved closer to Wei Chuan. They're just onlookers, ignore them. Wei Chuan opened the vehicle door and shook his head with a smile. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, let them talk. We'll drive out of the service area and stow what we bought. All right. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue brightened at his words and quickly climbed in, fastening the doors. They had just bought so many things, many chosen by the two of them, they could hardly wait to start enjoying them. Filled with anticipation, they prepared to leave the lot and return to their own small comforts. Following the directions of the parking lot sign, Zhu Lingxue drove the armored vehicle slowly away from the safe zone. The exit, like the entrance, was flanked by an astonishingly wide superhighway. As they left the service area, Wei Chuan deliberately cracked open the back door, cautiously peeking outside. Damn it. There were 2 cars behind, and it was uncertain whether they wanted to exit the service area or transform into motorcycles. Wei Chuan immediately became vigilant, but just 5 minutes later when a fork in the road appeared, the 2 cars quickly turned and soon vanished from sight. Merely fellow travelers, a false alarm. Half an hour later, the armored vehicle drove onto a 4-lane road where the terrain was relatively open and visibility. Ling Xue pulled over to the side. Wei Chuan stood up from the sofa. This area was relatively safe, suitable for a long rest. Once the armored vehicle came to a stop, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both looked at Wei Chuan and asked, "Hubby, do you need our help?" "No need." Wei Chuan shook his head, excitement flickering in his eyes. "This modification is quite special. Everything might require my talent. Just help me unplug the wires from the old appliances." "All right." The 2 women complied, and Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle with a shotgun in hand. He quickly approached the front of the vehicle, retrieved the Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template from the storage compartment, clicked to use it, and then affixed the blueprint-like template to the engine cover. In an instant, a modification blueprint illuminated the front of the armored vehicle. The blueprint clearly displayed the structure of the modified front. The originally flathead armored vehicle now appeared in the blueprint with its front extending outward considerably, forming a protruding design akin to an Optimus Prime truck. The energy box was next to the armrest box. Simply open the lid and insert the source crystal, allowing for convenient replenishment during travel. Simultaneously, a line of prompt information appeared. Materials required for modification: steel ingots 200, aluminum ingots 50. Please place the materials near the template. Not bad, not too much. Wei Chuan had anticipated this. All modification templates required supplementary materials. He immediately returned to the cabin, exchanged a batch of steel ingots and aluminum ingots for bottled water, and brought over some scrap metal and plastic, transporting all these materials to the front of the vehicle before clicking to start the modification. Buzz! A deep humming sound emanated from the front of the armored vehicle as the metal ingots on the ground vanished instantly. The armor plates of the front began to wriggle, extend, and reshape like living creatures, producing metallic clanging and embedding sounds. It resembled thought-based shaping, but added the sound of transformation, enhancing the sci-fi feel. This process lasted nearly a minute. When the modification blueprint disappeared, the front of the armored vehicle had undergone a complete transformation. A powerful angular protruding front replaced the original flat front, making the overall appearance much more imposing and dominant. "Beautiful." Wei Chuan nodded approvingly, exclaiming as he continued his actions. He employed thought-based shaping to thicken the armor of the new front to 30 millimeters and added 2 rows of sharp glimmering spikes. At the level of mutated cockroaches and mutated rats, one encounter would be fatal. The armored vehicle would also be effective in a collision. It was likely that only top-tier modified vehicles could withstand it. Next, he began to reclaim excess components. The Mammoth 64-cylinder engine was perfectly installed, with the transmission and piping being completed by the template integrated into the new engine system. Thus, the main and auxiliary diesel tanks of the armored vehicle, along with the gasoline engine and gasoline tank added the previous night, all became independent components that could be reclaimed directly. In the space freed up, he fashioned several large water tanks, totaling a capacity of 1,000 liters. Pulling the water pipe to the vehicle's roof, he began constructing a large water collection system. A total of 89 solar panels. 9 panels continued to charge the battery pack for the lighting fixtures not equipped with source devices, while 80 panels were used for the water collector, theoretically capable of producing 80 liters of water per day. After connecting the water collection device to the water pipe, the external modifications were complete. Wei Chuan returned to the cabin and began to take out the source devices, casting his gaze upon the ordinary appliance. He intended to try a talent skill he had never had the opportunity to use. Concept fusion, able to conceptually adapt and fuse seemingly unrelated mechanical principles and products of different technology. Looking at those ordinary appliances that were about to be eliminated, Wei Chuan placed them alongside the source devices and activated the concept fusion. Buzz! A familiar translucent blue modification blueprint reappeared, enveloping both sets of appliances simultaneously. The lines of the blueprint flowed swiftly, disassembling and reconstituting their structures. It was indeed feasible. The blueprint indicated that the source appliances and ordinary appliances could be fused. However, upon seeing the preview model of the fused source appliance generated by the blueprint, Wei Chuan's brows furrowed. The fused source appliance became exceedingly bulky. The once pristine 60-inch source television, after merging with a 21-inch bulky television, resulted in a blueprint for a 70-inch bulky source television. The screen size had increased, but the source crystal consumption had not risen. However, the incredibly heavy, cheap plastic backside made Wei Chuan's eyes twitch. A 70-inch bulky television, seriously. The same went for other appliances. Basic parameters only increased slightly, but they sacrificed aesthetic appeal and interior space. Does an old item weigh down a good one? Wei Chuan realized the issue. Concept fusion was not omnipotent. It would amalgamate the characteristics of the fused items, deriving an average or composite value, where outdated technology would lower the overall quality. Forget it, no fusion then. Wei Chuan shook his head, halting the concept fusion attempt. This deal wasn't worth it, he might as well use the source appliances directly. As for the ordinary appliances, breaking them down for materials was too much of a loss, selling them wouldn't yield much either. He decided to keep them as reserves as they could be gifted. However, this failed attempt did not disappoint him. At least he had grasped some limitations and rules of concept fusion. Perhaps in the future, when he finds more suitable materials or tools, this talent skill could unleash its true power. He selected the appropriate positions for the source appliances, secured them, opened all the energy boxes to insert 10 source crystals, connected the necessary water pipes, and put away the eliminated ordinary appliances. With that, this costly modification was concluded. This is the kind of vehicle a master should have. Looking at the rejuvenated interior of the cabin, Wei Chuan nodded. Hubby, now that these source devices are out, won't fuel and solar panels drop in price? After Wei Chuan finished his tasks, Lu Qingqing raised her question. Of course. Not possible. Not everyone can afford source devices. Fuel and electric energy will still be the mainstream energy sources, and their prices will remain unchanged. Do not hoard them. Wei Chuan shook his head. If excluding the water collection system, this modification would be a significant loss, and it would only worsen over time. Only the top-tier resource magnates could play like him. There might not even be 10 of them throughout the entire server. After chatting with the two women about the potential chain reactions brought on by the service area, Wei Chuan eagerly sat in the driver's seat. With the driver's seat replaced by a massage chair, the sensation was indeed delightful, wrapping around him perfectly. However, at this moment his attention was entirely captivated by the newly refreshed dashboard. With the driver's seat replaced by a massage chair, the sensation was indeed delightful, wrapping around him perfectly. However, at this moment his attention was entirely captivated by the newly refreshed dashboard. In the lower right corner, there was a heart-stopping figure. 580 kmh. 580. Wei Chuan instinctively swallowed, wondering if he had misread. A maximum speed of 580 kilometers is that the kind of speed an armored vehicle should possess. Even the fastest supercars couldn't reach such speeds. Qingqing Lingxue, can you squeeze together in the passenger seat? I want to test the power of 3,000 source crystals. Wei Chuan suppressed his shock, his voice tinged with excitement. Once the two women were snugly seated in the passenger seat and securely fastened their seatbelts, Wei Chuan opened the energy box beside the armrest and loaded in dozens of source. The energy box emitted a faint hum, and all the display lights in the driver's area flickered momentarily. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, shifted the gear into drive mode, and gently pressed the accelerator. Without the roar of a traditional engine, a deep, low hum emanated from the front of the vehicle, causing the entire car to shudder as if a colossal beast had been awakened. In the next moment, an indescribable, utterly violent thrust surged from behind. So exhilarating. Wei Chuan was pressed firmly against the soft backrest of the massage chair as the scenery outside began to blur past in a frenzy, the immense sensory overload even causing him a slight dizziness. What a rush. Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his mouth involuntarily broke into a smile mixed with shock and ecstasy. He instinctively glanced at the speedometer. The needle spun to the right at an incredible speed, much like a clock's second hand in a race. 60 kilometers. 100 kilometers. The acceleration to 100 kilometers was nearly instantaneous. 150 kilometers. 200 kilometers. The scenery outside the window began to blur. 300 kilometers. 400 kilometers. When the needle surpassed the 500 mark, Wei Chuan's vision could no longer capture any specific details. On either side there was only the elongated brown earth flashing backward, and ahead lay the road stretching endlessly toward the horizon. He was pinned to the seat by the overwhelming inertia, adrenaline surging through him as he experienced an almost soul-shaking thrill. This is incredible, absolutely incredible. As the needle passed 550, Wei Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Was 3,000 source crystals really that expensive? Can't afford it. It's been 5 days since the service began. Have you seriously searched for supplies during the day and hunted night demons at night? Sometimes you should reflect on your own reasons. The only regret was that Insight Essence couldn't determine the formula for the source device, otherwise it would have been even more thrilling. After several minutes of racing, Wei Chuan felt completely satisfied. Although he still craved more, he feared he might exhilarate himself to death, so he relinquished the driver's seat. Qingqing Lingxue, why don't you give it a try too and get familiar with the he said with a smile to the two women whose eyes sparkled with excitement. This 4-lane road stretched straight ahead, offering excellent visibility, surrounded by desolate lands, making it a very safe testing ground, even with eyes shut. He'll go first. Zhu Lingxue, eager to give it a try, immediately switched places with Wei Chuan and cheered as she pressed the accelerator. However, this high-speed experience did not last long. About 10 minutes later, once Lu Qingqing had her turn, Wei Chuan signaled her to pull over. It was nearly 6:30 p.m., and they needed to prepare dinner quickly before the night demons arrived. While the two women cooked, Wei Chuan got out of the car with metal materials and began the chassis modification work. Starting with the chassis before the body would better match the power of the mammoth. Not long after starting, his survival manual in his pocket blinked. Upon opening it, it was yet another message from Li Yongxing, who seemed to send dozens of messages daily. Li Yongxing, bro, are you there? Are you there? Haha, I hit the service area and found something fun inside. Li Yongxing, I spent 800 source crystals to get a 12-cylinder engine. Guess what? That thing can make a van reach 250 kilometers, haha, supercar speed. Li Yongxing, the only downside is that the source crystal consumption is a bit high. This thing is a source device consuming 10 source crystals per 100 kilometers, which is about 19 liters of gasoline, more than double what it used to be. Mammoth. Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile at the message. This guy, despite claiming high consumption, was clearly bragging through his words. Li Yongxing's talent was related to fuel. He had an abundance of fuel, so the source crystal consumption was naturally a minor issue. That's too rigid of a setup. Wei Chuan smirked, quickly typing a reply. Wei Chuan, mammoth. Mammoth. Not bad. Wei Chuan, I still prefer the mammoth. Although it only has 580 kilometers, it's still powerful enough since there's nothing better. Wei Chuan, if you encounter difficulties in the future, just give me a shout. If you're really tight on resources, I can lend you some. Don't shortchange yourself. After sending this message, the other side fell silent instantly. It took over 10 seconds for Li Yongxing to reply with a simple following this, messages flooded in like a barrage. Li Yongxing, no way. Li Yongxing, the mammoth. The 64-cylinder one. Did you really buy it? 3,000 source crystals. Li Yongxing, a speed of 580 kilometers. Is this still a car? Even through the screen, Wei Chuan could imagine Li Yongxing's shocked expression, lost for words, scratching his head in disbelief. After sending over a dozen messages, Li Yongxing finally seemed to regain his composure and sent a more reasonable message. Li Yongxing, bro, Chuan, good, this is too exaggerated. How many source crystals have you gathered these past few days? Seeing this question, Wei Chuan paused for a moment. How many source crystals? He instinctively counted the ones in his wallet. When he left the service area, he still had over 5,100 source crystals, but he didn't plan to use them, wanting to reserve them as energy for the source device. As for fresh water, just the clean well water amounted to over 1,800 liters. Based on the current real-time water price, 1 liter of water could be exchanged for about 12 source crystals, thus 1,800 liters of water would yield 21,600 source crystals. Damn, am I really that rich? Just a little calculation left Wei Chuan startled, followed by a wave of satisfaction. As expected of me. After some thought, Wei Chuan replied, it's not much, just around 20 or 30,000 left. It's all from making money off water. I reminded you to stock up on water as soon as possible. Don't tell me you haven't done it. I'm really hurt, buddy. With an indeterminate distance between them, there was no need to be overly cautious. It would be better to flex some muscle again and deal with the little brother. Li Yongxing, bro, I trust you, but I've only got a little over 1,000 after changing all the oil on me. I was planning to make more oil the next day, but I didn't expect the source crystal to rise in price that night. My talent has limits, there's nothing I can do about it. Wei Chuan, making oil. You seem to have every kind of fuel right. It's level talent. Li Yongxing, hee, I can make any fuel I've touched using standard materials for conversion, but it's not S-level. I'm a level fuel expert. Li Yongxing, by the way, bro, I've started using the source device refrigerator. I'm planning to dismantle those solar panels. Do you still want them? Wei Chuan, yes. Solar panels are still very important. One can only power one small water collection device, so having more is not a bad thing. While replying, Wei Chuan recalled another issue. The moisture around the armored vehicle is limited with a cap already set at a certain value. Having more water collection devices doesn't mean more water production. The previously calculated efficiency may need to be adjusted. Forget it, free water is still water. Wei Chuan shook his head, not disappointed, and went to the roof with materials to construct another 15 small water collection devices. Now there are a total of 95 small water collection devices. It's getting close to dark today, so not much water will be produced. Tomorrow he'll gather for a full day and see how the collection efficiency turns out. Returning to the cabin, just after washing his hands, Wei Chuan heard Zhu Lingxue calling out, "Husband, come take a look." Zhu Lingxue held a plate of dishes in one hand and her survival manual in the other, her brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Wei Chuan walked over. Zhu Lingxue handed him the survival manual, pointing at the top of the page. "Look, our area code has changed. It was area 50,001 before, and now it's changed to area 89, and the number of people has also become exactly 10. I can't check other people's survival manuals." Wei Chuan was taken aback, took out his own survival manual, opened the communication channel, and looked closely. Area 89-100, 001, 0000 people. Li Wenwei, damn, opening it up to see area 89 shocked me. Did we merge? Lin Wenwen, it must be so, otherwise how would there be so many people? Lu Chongdong, damn, there are foreigners in this area. That idiot even has a bow and arrow and almost shot me in the head. Adam, buddy, you're a foreigner to me too. Rodriguez, damn it, there's at least a 3-meter turtle elephant at this resource point. I think I have to give up on this place. Xiao Xian recipe kerosene lighter, now available for just 10 liters of water. Li Beaching Brothers, what a missed opportunity. Looking back, the service area was meant for us to gather people and team up, but it's going to be hard to team up after we leave. Sure enough, his interface had also changed to Area 89. The channel was buzzing, countless messages flooding and almost all discussing the merger. He quickly browsed through, noticing that confusion inquiries and searches for companions from the original area dominated the conversation. Just then, he noticed 2 icons next to the speech box that had never been seen before, one resembling a camera and the other like a small package. New features. Wei Chuan curiously clicked on the camera, activating the lens of the survival manual, allowing him to take photos and upload them directly. Next was the small package, prompting him to select an item and send out its information. Interesting. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, instantly understanding the significance of these 2 features. The photo function allows for more intuitive communication, such as sharing terrain, monster forms, or showing off. Of course, it can also more effectively expose certain people and events. The item information sharing function is even more substantial, greatly enhancing the convenience and credibility of transactions. In the past, buying and selling things relied solely on word of mouth, often encountering time-wasting haggling. These 2 features were not available while in the service area, so this merger brought about a small update after leaving the service area. Quite practical. Wei Chuan smiled at the 2 women. Fortunately, the photo function came out late, otherwise would have been mercilessly bullied online by images already. Zhu Lingxue chuckled lightly, poking his arm with the dish plate. Husband, I might not be happy with Sister Qingqing. You probably don't mind, right? If it really gets nasty, I could at least roast 800 of them. Besides, I have a top-tier level talent. I'm driving an armored vehicle that can resist bullets, sleeping with the 2 most beautiful women in the world, and my pockets are filled with either money or guns. It's only right for them to hurl some insults at me. Wei Chuan waved his hand proudly. As long as a person is shameless, they can certainly live happily. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both smiled. At exactly 7 p.m., night fell. Darkness completely enveloped the desolate land, but the cabin was refreshingly bright. A simple dinner of crispy potato pancakes and refreshing vegetable salad had already been consumed, and the tableware was cleaned up. Wei Chuan was comfortably nestled on the sofa with 1 woman on each side. Directly in front of him, the 60-inch Source device television bought from the service area was playing an old movie. The picture quality was exceptionally clear, the colors very vibrant, and the sound effects resonated through the television's built-in speakers, providing an almost perfect viewing experience. The Source device air conditioner was silently operating, maintaining the cabin's temperature just right, creating 2 distinct worlds from the heat outside. This is living. Wei Chuan sighed contentedly, with one hand resting on the smooth thighs of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, feeling the delicate warmth at his fingertips. A powerful vehicle, a comfortable environment, ample supplies, and trusted women. This was a heavenly life, making him feel utterly relaxed, with a surge of satisfaction and security emerging. Husband, it's completely dark now. Should I go up and check it out with you? Lu Qingqing leaned against Wei Chuan's shoulder, feeling sweet, yet somewhat worried about the situation outside, softly asking. In the past, at this time, they would be ready for battle. However, Wei Chuan didn't even change his posture. Instead, he rubbed her gently and said casually, "No need, let's save ourselves from this kind of thing." And he lifted his chin, gesturing at the thick armor plates around them. My 30mm thick composite armor wasn't made for nothing. Those soft-footed shrimp wouldn't even have the strength to scratch it. From now on, let's comfortably stay in the vehicle and wait for them to come knocking on our door, crashing their heads against it. Going out for reconnaissance is so tiring. I'm always drenched in sweat every time. It was fine when there were no resources, and it was just updated. Now that there are resources, one should enjoy it properly, without being on edge like before. I hear you. Lu Qingqing nodded obediently, relaxing her body and cuddling more closely into Wei Chuan's embrace. She exchanged a glance with Zhu Lingxue, and they both saw a strong sense of security in each other's eyes. Inside the cabin, only the dialogue of the movie, the melodious background music, and the chatter of the 3 of them remained, completely isolating them from the darkness and danger outside. A warm cinematic interlude unfolded for roughly half an hour, filling the carriage with relaxed and serene ambience. Yet this tranquility shattered abruptly as an unnatural sound erupted from the front of the vehicle, like a windshield being struck. Wei Chuan and the 2 women instinctively turned their heads. Clinging to the front windshield was a humanoid spider, its pair of blood-red eyes locked unblinkingly upon them through the glass. The creature was grotesque. Its very sight sent chills down one's spine. "I'll be right back." Wei Chuan withdrew his hands from the women's waists, retrieved a shotgun from the storage compartment, and climbed out through the roof hatch. Mechanical perception, exceptionally useful. He had sensed the malice seconds earlier, yet now, emboldened by growing confidence, he felt no trace of the anxiety that had gripped him just days before. Let them come, or not. Either way, it would cost no more than a few rounds. HRR. The humanoid spider spotted Wei Chuan's movement through the windshield and shrieked. A piercing, guttural cry, as its reverse-jointed limbs coiled and launched it upward from the hood in a single violent bound, hurtling straight toward him atop the roof. What awaited it was the cold, obsidian muzzle of the shotgun. Boom! A thunderous blast detonated across the night sky. At such close range, aiming was unnecessary. Multiple lead pellets erupted in a lethal metallic storm, instantly engulfing the leaping creature. Thud! With a sickening wet rupture, its inverted skull exploded into a sieve, dark green viscous fluid and splintered bone spraying outward in all directions. Its lunge froze midair, then its body crashed heavily onto the roof with a dull thud. Slightly faster, but only slightly. Wei Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Swiftly ejecting the spent shell and reloading, he fired 2 more rounds into the twitching corpse, ensuring absolute termination. Next, he drew his Miao Dao expertly carved through the mangled flesh and extracted a source crystal. Combat Experience 1. Source Crystal 1. He murmured softly before disdainfully kicking the revolting carcass off the roof. Having finished, he habitually pivoted, scanning the surrounding Gobi desert darkness with sharp vigilance. His gaze sharpened. Something caught his eye. Approximately 100 meters away, another pair of familiar chilling crimson lights flickered to life and were rapidly closing in. Moments later, a second pair ignited in the right front quadrant. Night demons are increasing in number. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, yet remained utterly unfazed. Their combat prowess hadn't improved. Whether 1 or 3 stood before him made no meaningful difference. He switched to his pistol and waited motionless. The 2 newly emerged humanoid spiders moved swiftly, drawn by their fallen comrades' demise and the gunfire, emitting shrill, rasping cries as they scuttled forward from opposite directions. The moment they entered firing range, Wei Chuan raised his pistol without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 8 precise shots rang out in measured rhythm. Neither creature so much as brushed the armored vehicle's silhouette before meeting the same fate. There's 2 source crystals, that was all. Wei Chuan didn't even bother retrieving them. He simply returned to the cool, comfortable interior of the carriage. All done. He settled between the 2 women and said calmly, 3 appeared tonight. More than last night. But their strength remains unchanged. No need to worry. Even if they scratch at us all night, it won't matter. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, reassured by his unwavering confidence, relaxed completely. An hour later, the film ended. Zhu Lingxue leaned in naturally, giving Wei Chuan a brief, yet deeply intimate kiss, whispering a soft good night, before climbing up to the upper bunk bed to rest. Wei Chuan smiled at Lu Qingqing, still seated beside him, and gently patted his firm thigh. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she obediently shifted sideways onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. He cradled her waist with one arm, while the other slipped beneath the neck of her sleep dress fingertips, tracing gentle rhythmic motions over her racing heartbeat. They lingered in quiet, tender closeness, foreheads touching, breaths mingling. When steady, even breathing drifted down from the upper bunk, Wei Chuan swept Lu Qingqing into his arms and carried her toward the spacious plush double air mattress. Let's test the new bed. It should feel extraordinary. With a smile, he laid her gently upon it and lowered himself over her, claiming her without reserve. The yielding mattress was infinitely more comfortable than the wooden plank bed previously covered only with a blanket, especially for him whose knees bore the brunt of exertion. The next morning at 5:30 a.m., Wei Chuan awoke urgently, needing to relieve himself. He carefully disentangled Lu Qingqing, her limbs wrapped around him like an octopus, dressed quietly, and stepped outside the vehicle. Survivor Wei Chuan. Talent S rank, Mechanical Mastery. Time 0533. Weather clear. Temperature 25°C. This was the coolest hour of the day. The crisp morning breeze sharpened his sense. After relieving himself, he returned immediately to the carriage, picked up the softly glowing survival manual resting on the sofa, and checked for overnight messages. No private messages. Only transaction alerts from the marketplace. Your listed item, semi-automatic Falcon pistol crossbow set, has sold successfully. Reward, Evolution Crystal 1. Claim it under my items. Your listed item, semi-automatic Falcon pistol crossbow set, has sold successfully. Reward, Evolution Crystal 1. Claim it under my... Damn. Wei Chuan muttered under his breath. His drowsiness evaporated instantly. All 4 crossbow sets he'd listed had sold overnight. 3 of them, netting him 3 precious Evolution crystals. Acquired Evolution Crystal 3. This is incredible. A surge of exhilaration flooded his chest. To begin the day with such a windfall, what could possibly feel better? He gleefully retrieved the 3 crystals, savoring their cool, smooth weight in his palm, already envisioning himself ascending towards superhuman power. After meticulous cleansing, he swallowed each crystal in turn. A gentle, radiant warmth spread through his body, visibly strengthening both physique and spiritual energy, an intoxicating, deeply satisfying sensation. Leaning back comfortably on the sofa, eyes closed, he luxuriated in the euphoria of ascension, until just as the inner warmth peaked, and began to ebb. He assumed the enhancement would conclude smoothly as then, abruptly, the anomaly struck. Without warning, his vision blacked out entirely. Light vanished from his field of view, a mild vertigo washed over his mind, and his body went utterly limp, collapsing bonelessly into the sofa. Shit, did I miss a spot? The sudden profound weakness startled him. Yet strangely, beyond the paralysis and blurred sight, there was no pain, no discomfort whatsoever. Soon his vision gradually returned. Blurred hues coalesced once more into the interior of the vehicle, and a distinctly warmer, far more potent current surged forth from the very depths of his body. This warmth was no longer gentle immersion. It erupted like a breached dam, torrential and overwhelming. He felt weightless, every cell jubilant and voraciously absorbing this sudden colossal influx of energy. His physical constitution and spiritual awareness began ascending at an unprecedented frenetic pace, far surpassing the effects of any prior evolution. Damn. This sensation, something's profoundly wrong. Wei Chuan froze for a heartbeat. Then a chilling, lightning-swift suspicion pierced his consciousness. Could it be? Had he finally struck that infinitesimal probability? After consuming 11 evolution crystals, had his accumulated fortune finally triggered the awakening of his second innate talent? The thought alone flooded him with elation, so intense he nearly leapt to his feet. Steady. He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions and focused every shred of his attention on the subtlest shifts unfolding within his body. This torrential energy did not merely fortify. It seemed to scour and unlock something deeper, unknown cellular layers, dormant potentials long buried. His sight had fully restored, and now burned with extraordinary clarity and brilliance. He could discern every detail inside the vehicle without light, even minuscule gunpowder particles lingering near the rear bumper 5 or 6 meters away. The creeping lethargy receded, replaced by an indescribable lightness and lucidity. This wondrous sensation revealed one undeniable truth: this enhancement transcended mere attribute growth. It truly awakened. Wei Chuan clenched his fists, eyes blazing with incandescent light, as he sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting the culmination of transformation. Approximately 1 minute later, the raging tide of energy subsided completely, its essence seamlessly integrated into his being, now part of his intrinsic power. At the precise instant the enhancement concluded, Wei Chuan jolted, a novel, ineffable perception blossoming deep within his consciousness. He sensed countless invisible hands unfurling from within him, a latent force yearning to extend outward and influence everything around him. Simultaneously, a terse, icy notification chimed. Survivor, congratulations. You have awakened your second innate talent, telekinesis. It truly awakened. Though he'd suspected it moments before, confirmation ignited an overwhelming wave of euphoria, his face breaking into an irrepressible radiant grin. If there's a notification, it must also be recorded in the log. Without delay, he opened his survival handbook and flipped to the first page, the basic profile section. Survivor Wei Chuan, innate talents, S rank, mechanical mastery, telekinesis, time 0537, weather clear, temperature 26°C, telekinesis. Is that psychic force? Wei Chuan scrutinized his second talent closely, noting its absence of rank designation. Clearly secondary talents bore no tiered classification. He concentrated and tapped open the detailed description of telekinesis. Telekinesis, the ability to directly manipulate physical systems through sheer mental focus. Usage consumes spiritual energy. Its intensity, precision, effective range, and duration are all strictly governed by the wielder's spiritual energy reserves. The description was stark and unadorned. No branching skills, no embellishments. Only one unyielding core principle: pure mental will. So it is psychic force. This is incredible. His heart hammered wildly. He knew this ability intimately. From sci-fi films and anime to countless novels, telekinesis stood among the most formidable and versatile superhuman abilities. Remote object manipulation, telekinetic barriers, disintegration of adversaries. Its applications were boundless, its potential limitless. Were one to assign it a rank, it would unequivocally merit the highest S-class. Alas, the threshold is steep. After the initial euphoria faded, Wei Chuan noted the critical limitation, stroking his chin with a wry grimace. It mirrored mechanical mastery perfectly. Both were voracious consumers of spiritual energy. Right then, evolution crystals won't be stopping anytime soon. Wei Chuan sighed faintly, yet his gaze burned with fierce intensity. Room for growth was a blessing. Merely envisioning the sublime applications of advanced telekinesis rendered such costs utterly negligible. He could scarcely wait to test it. His eyes swept the cabin, finally settling upon the refrigerator. Let's begin with you. Focusing intently, Wei Chuan summoned that nascent ethereal force, extending it slowly, deliberately toward the refrigerator. When the invisible telekinetic field brushed against the cold metal door, an astonishing sensation reverberated through his mind. Not tactile, yet undeniably real, he had touched it. Like gaining an incorporeal hand, he perceived the object's shape, texture, and temperature with startling fidelity. Incredible. Awe swelled within him, indescribable, transcendent. With a mere thought, he gently pulled. A soft click echoed. The refrigerator door swung open. Success. Calming his breath, Wei Chuan extended his telekinetic grasp inward, delicately enveloping a chilled beer bottle, and lifted it smoothly from the shelf. The bottle hovered unsteadily in midair, cradled by an unseen hand, gliding steadily toward the sofa. Wei Chuan extended a finger and tapped it lightly. The icy chill confirmed absolute reality. Pop. He even attempted to mimic dexterous hands, holding the bottle in one telekinetic grip and the lighter in another, precisely prying open the metallic cap. Catching the bottle, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. The frosty liquid coursed down his throat, yet ignited his already feverish spirit, flooding him with profound visceral relief. Ah, exhilarating. He exhaled a long, spirited breath, eyes gleaming with unrestrained exhilaration. This telekinesis was utterly gloriously intoxicating. Success on the first attempt bolstered his confidence immensely. For the next several minutes, he played like a child with a newfound treasure, manipulating every small object in the cabin with boundless delight. Remote controls, fruit daggers, even a pistol, floated, spun, and darted through the air, obeying his will with seamless, intuitive grace. After exhausting smaller objects, Wei Chuan turned his attention to the true test, the massage chair beside the sofa. This premium model weighed heavily, nearly 300 Gene. He focused all his mental energy. An invisible wave of telekinetic force surged forth like a turbulent undercurrent, instantly enveloping the heavy massage chair. Lift. Wei Chuan silently commanded, veins pulsing faintly at his temples from the strain. The chair shuddered violently, then wobbled unsteadily upward, hovering silently in midair. 300 Gene. Remarkable. Wei Chuan gazed at the levitating chair, his eyes blazing with astonishment. The raw power of his telekinesis now rivaled his heavily augmented physical strength, nearly identical in magnitude. This meant he could wield telekinesis directly in combat. He lowered the chair, slowly muffling its descent to avoid disturbing the two women still deep in slumber. Yet within him, exhilaration roared like a tidal wave. Mental exertion proved surprisingly modest, comparable to moderate physical exercise. A single reservoir of focus could sustain prolonged use, provided he avoided sustained or maximal output. I can forge my own techniques. Wei Chuan rubbed his palms together, excitement sparking in his mind. Dozens of ideas ignited, rudimentary applications first, blunt telekinetic fists, concussive psychic. Later he would refine precision, shaping telekinetic constructs, piercing cones, focused beams, or micro-guided control over sharp metallic projectiles like throwing knives. Even more advanced applications beckoned, simultaneous manipulation of multiple firearms, enabling absolute suppressive fire. Inspiration abounded, in films, anime, and novels alike. At the thought, his blood surged hot. Eat. I must consume evolution crystals relentlessly. Wei Chuan reaffirmed his resolve, and immediately selected materials from storage, crafting 9 handgun crossbows for auction, filling all 10 available vendor slots. Telekinetic potency scaled directly with mental strength. Evolution crystals were non-negotiable. Purchase requests would follow, but dawn was still early, most users remained asleep. Noon would be 3 people, 9 posting slots, enough to sustain continuous listings until 9 p.m. At 6:30 m. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue stirred awake, beginning their morning routines. Wei Chuan lounged comfortably on the sofa, watching their graceful movements as they prepared breakfast, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. His thoughts shifted subtly, a newly awakened telekinesis extended silently outward, like 2 invisible hands, gently tapping each woman's shoulder. Moi. Both women turned simultaneously, puzzled, glancing at one another. Zhu Lingxue whispered, Qingqing Jia, what is it? What do you mean? Wasn't it you who tapped me? Lu Qingqing replied, equally bewildered. Their eyes met, mirroring mutual confusion. Just then, pat, pat, 2 faint, delicate taps echoed. Both women felt their backsides brushed lightly by unseen force. Up! They cried out in unison, leaping backward in alarm, gooseflesh rising instantly. Only 3 people occupied the vehicle, and Wei Chuan remained seated unmoving. Husband, something's wrong aboard the vehicle. Zhu Lingxue rushed to his side, gripping his arm tightly. Something invisible is tapping us. Lu Qingqing drew near to her, usually composed face edged with uncertainty, nodding emphatically. Something? Where? Wei Chuan nearly burst into laughter, but instead assumed a stern, vigilant expression, scanning the cabin with razor-sharp gaze. His right hand gestured casually, yet deliberately. In the next instant, the handgun resting on the nearby table lifted smoothly, as if guided by invisible filaments, and flew straight into his waiting palm. The sight froze Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue mid-breath. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths slightly agape, witnessing the impossible. A breathless silence fell, Then both women exclaimed in perfect unison, "Second awakening." Ha ha ha. Wei Chuan could no longer contain himself, bursting into triumphant laughter as he pulled them close, planting affectionate kisses on each fragrant cheek. Exactly, the moment I woke up. 11 evolution crystals finally unlocked this second awakening. Is it telekinesis? Is it telekinesis? Zhu Lingxue seized his arm, shaking it eagerly. Having watched countless sci-fi films, she recognized that very phenomenon, the hallmark of pure telekinesis. Correct. Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, briefly explaining telekinesis and sharing his hypothesis about the second awakening. No hierarchical tiers, strength scaled solely with evolution crystals. Its potential was boundless. Hearing his confirmation, both women beamed with genuine joy. Wei Chuan was their unwavering pillar, their greatest hope. They wished only for his strength to grow without limit. Lu Qingqing nestled against his arm, her cool, luminous eyes gleaming. Husband, no one's mentioned a second awakening on the comms channel yet. You may well be the first. First. Unlikely, Wei Chuan mused, shaking his head. Awakening depends on chance. Some might awaken after just one crystal. They simply choose discretion over disclosure. Second awakenings are inherently potent. We must proceed with greater caution. Someone's ability might involve magnetism, posing a direct threat to our vehicle and weapons. At his words, both women tensed alertly. After several more minutes, discussing the implications, they returned to the kitchen, smiles lingering warmly on their faces. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan fabricated additional ammunition. Half an hour later, the three, well-fed and fully equipped, drove their armored vehicle toward the horizon. Zhu Lingxue, piloted. Wei Chuan sat beside her, while Lu Qingqing clung to him like a languid sloth. An hour passed smoothly. Outside, the landscape transformed dramatically. The endless desolate Gobi, barren sands and scattered stones, began receding, replaced by vast lowlying grassland stretching to the horizon in muted gray-yellow hues. The blades were brittle and slender, the soil exposed, radiating aridity, a landscape starved of moisture. This is a dry steppe, found only in arid zones dominated by drought-resistant flora. Lu Qingqing identified the terrain from the window. Looks like we've entered a new biome. Wei Chuan watched the scenery blur past, voice tinged with quiet wonder and delight. For him it was auspicious. Though lifeless and colorless, this steppe, by virtue of its geography, held higher ambient humidity than the Gobi. The 95 miniature atmospheric water harvesters mounted atop the vehicle would likely yield substantial condensate by day's end. The monotonous drive dragged on for another half hour, the unchanging expanse of grayish-yellow arid steppe outside the window lulling passengers into drowsiness. Just then Zhu Lingxue suddenly spoke. "Honey, senior sister Qingqing, there's a resource site ahead." Wen Chuan and Lu Qingqing perked up instantly and turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. There, 200 to 300 meters to the right of the highway, sprawled a sizable ruin. Unlike previous ruins they had encountered, this one was a true ruin, unmistakably desolate and utterly shattered. At first glance, it was a landscape of collapsed walls, snapped beams, and fractured concrete slabs, scars of fierce artillery bombardment leaving devastation as far as the eye could see. Yet faint outlines of surviving perimeter walls suggested this had once been a sprawling architectural complex, likely spanning over 1,000 square meters. I don't need to explain this time, do I? Wen Chuan smiled at Zhu Lingxue. A piece of cake. She nodded slightly, then deftly steered the armored vehicle off the highway, guiding it steadily toward the ruin. When they reached a distance of roughly 50 to 60 meters from the ruin's edge, she began circling it slowly, occasionally tapping the accelerator. Though the vehicle's thick armor and chassis muffled most noise inside, the exterior erupted and the mammoth engine roared with thunderous intensity, its defiant echo reverberating across the arid steppe. The tactic proved highly effective. Before even completing a full circuit, 2 wild guttural howls echoed from deep within the ruin. Aolo. Immediately afterward, 2 massive gray silhouettes shot forth like lightning from behind crumbling rubble, charging straight toward them. They were gray wolves, yet monstrously enlarged. An ordinary gray wolf stands no higher than 80 centimeters at the shoulder. These stood well over 1 meter, matching the stature of tigers. Their fur was matted and filthy, muscles coiled like tempered steel, saliva dripping from snarling jaws, and their eyes burned with feral, bloodthirsty light, radiating palpable menace. Whoa, 2 at once. Wen Chuan paused momentarily upon spotting the mutated beasts, then broke into a calm, confident smile. This was excellent news. 2 evolution crystals awaited him. Utterly unruffled, he flung open the rear door, raised his shotgun, and took deliberate aim. Boom, boom. A rapid succession of muffled reports fused into near unison as a wide fan of buckshot erupted, precisely blanketing the wolves' charging path. At such close range, barely 10 meters, the shotgun's devastating power reached its zenith. Crimson blossoms exploded across both wolves' bodies, agonized shrieks tore from their throats as their momentum shattered mid-stride. They tumbled violently onto the ground, limbs thrashing yet unable to ride. "Stop the vehicle," Wei Chuan called back. Zhu Lingxue braked instantly. Once the vehicle stilled, Wei Chuan leapt out through the rear door and strode forward, delivering a precise pistol round to each wolf's skull, ending their suffering without hesitation. With practiced ease, he slit open their skulls using a miao knife and retrieved 2 blood-smeared evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing approached, gazing down at the colossal carcasses, and sighed wistfully. "What a shame. Such magnificent wolves." "Not necessarily. Compared to cockroaches or rats, wolves are relatively clean." Wei Chuan shared her regret, and seizing a slim chance, severed the meatiest hind leg from one wolf, uploading it to the trading platform for appraisal. Item details appeared immediately: mutated wolf hind leg, the hind limb of a mutated gray wolf. Consumption carries an extremely high probability of night demon virus infection. Though visually unremarkable, it proved even more perilous than cockroach legs. Where cockroach legs carried only a possible risk of infection, this carried an extremely high probability. So it truly cannot be eaten, not due to species, but because all mutated creatures' flesh is inherently contaminated. Wei Chuan shook his head ruefully after reading the warning. He longed for an encounter with ordinary wildlife along the roadside. He had never hunted properly, relying instead on meat purchased from others. Though procurement cost little in resources, hunting promised far greater satisfaction than buying meat. After rinsing and securing the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan prepared to lead the 2 women into the ruin for thorough exploration. Yet just as they stepped forward, an icy system notification, sudden and simultaneous, resounded in all their minds. "Survivor greetings. As your second awakening manifests, increasing quantities of primordial energy seep from the shadow realm into the light shadow realm. This influx triggers mutations in certain resource sites, transforming them into perilous zones overflowing with extraordinary materials. Information on such zones will auto-display upon approach. Proceed with caution and only within your limits. Wishing you fortune, survivor." The message faded. Wei Chuan froze. Perilous zones, abundant yet deadly, flagged automatically upon proximity. Wasn't that precisely a dungeon? His mind instantly leapt to the earlier phrase, "as your second awakening manifests." Perhaps a threshold number of second awakenings had been reached, or perhaps a single survivor had already entered such a zone, triggering this minor update and officially unlocking the dungeon function. His gaze instinctively swept over the ruin before him, yet no special interface appeared. Just an ordinary resource site then. He stroked his chin, lips curving upward despite himself. How fascinating. Dungeons had truly arrived. Extraordinarily abundant. But just how abundant? To others, such zones might be death traps, inescapable pitfalls. For him, however, they represented overwhelming advantage. He wielded the meta solution: shotgun, enhanced pistol, and telekinesis. 20 minutes later, the trio returned to the vehicle laden with spoils, each face alight with quiet triumph. "Size truly makes all the difference," Lu Qingqing remarked while sorting supplies laid out on the floor. This haul was substantial. Rice and flour totaled over 20 gene of fruits, and vegetables roughly 4 gene, plus sundry items. And best of all, 2 rare schematics. Unlimited use telescope schematic. Unlimited use curtain schematic. Curtains held little value, but telescopes were priceless. Across barren deserts and open steppe, a telescope was the ultimate reconnaissance tool. Wei Chuan had long coveted one, yet none appeared on the trading platform or at service stations. To discover an unlimited use schematic here was sheer serendipity. Listed on the trading platform, it would sell instantly. Back aboard the vehicle, he fabricated 3 telescopes immediately, 1 for each. Once Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had neatly organized all supplies, Wei Chuan retrieved the 2 evolution crystals harvested from the mutated wolves. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly handed them to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. "Here, 1 for each of you," Wei Chuan said with a smile. "Perhaps you will be the next lucky ones awakening with just 1 crystal." However, both women looked at the precious evolution crystals and shook their heads at the same time. Lu Qingqing spoke first. "You should eat it. Your telekinesis has just awakened, and it's crucial to enhance your mental strength as soon as possible. It's most important to strengthen your telekinesis quickly." Zhu Lingxue nodded seriously. "Qingqing is right. Your strength means our strength. You should eat it. This is called raising pigs. But I want to enjoy the benefits." Wei Chuan felt a warmth in his heart and insisted on placing the evolution crystals into the hands of the 2 women. "Listen, eat it. My mental strength isn't reliant on these 2 crystals. What if you get lucky? Even if you don't awaken, it's still good to enhance your physique and mental strength. The stronger you are, the better you'll be able to store things in your storage space." "All right, just this 1 crystal." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, and without further hesitation took the evolution crystal and swallowed it. The interior of the vehicle fell silent as Wei Chuan watched the 2 women expectantly, hoping for a miracle. However, after a few seconds, the 2 women sensed the changes within their bodies and revealed a hint of regret, shaking their heads at Wei Chuan. Their physique and mental strength had indeed been enhanced, and the feeling was distinctly perceivable. But that was all. Their bodies felt no strange sensations, nor did they hear any awakening prompt. Although Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed, he quickly let it go. If the probability of awakening was so small, how could I have awakened after consuming 11 crystals? That would be unlucky. It's alright, let's accumulate slowly. He pulled the two women into his embrace. Little by little we can build up the probability. For now, let's leave this place and see if we can find a dungeon we can charge in with guns. Hearing about the dungeon, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both very excited. The vehicle started again, continuing to explore the unknown along the endless road. Small collection devices linked together and spread across the roof of the vehicle trembled slightly in the wind of the dry grassland, quietly collecting the precious moisture from the air. The morning's good fortune seemed to have been exhausted by that limitless recipe for the telescope. The armored vehicle continued to drive until noon, but no second resource point appeared in sight, not even a shadow of a gray iron box. As lunchtime approached, Wei Chuan asked Zhu Lingxue to stop the vehicle, deciding to eat and rest first and continue after an hour. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began to busy themselves in the simple kitchen area. Taking advantage of this break, Wei Chuan opened the trading post again. He carefully considered his wording and posted a purchase request wanted by evolution crystals and thermal weapons. Broken thermal weapons are also acceptable. I can trade with handguns, crossbows, or source crystals. Water is also fine. I'm sincerely looking to buy. This time he omitted the phrases he often used, like large quantities wanted, high price offered, and self-priced. On one hand, it was to avoid appearing wealthy and being treated as a fat sheep. On the other hand, it was to lower his stance proactively. He knew very well that both evolution crystals and thermal weapons were extremely scarce high-end goods at this stage, and there wouldn't be many people willing to sell them. On the other hand, it was to lower his stance proactively. He knew very well that both evolution crystals and thermal weapons were extremely scarce high-end goods at this. After posting the purchase request, he casually opened the communication channel to take a look. Area 8999231000 people. Hu Taishao, ha ha ha. After consuming an evolution crystal, all the lipomas on my body disappeared. Gustav, recipe glass ashtray, where is the elegant gentleman? You deserve it. Hally, hey, does anyone know how to clear the tunnel dungeon? Pan Xiaodong, what the hell, this church dungeon has over a dozen night demons in it, almost scared me to death. Li Jing, I just saw a convoy with a total of 6 vehicles, one of them was a large truck, and they had bows and arrows. Everyone be careful. Betty, I succeeded. There is no concept of clearing in the dungeon, you can exit at any time. I suggest running immediately after finding supplies. Gao Shujuan, I didn't expect to find wild fruits by the roadside picture. The area was bustling with many people sharing valuable information related to the dungeons. Just from the names of the dungeons, it was clear that they were not the same. After browsing some useful comments, Wei Chuan's gaze fell on the area's population. In the merged Area 89, after nearly a day, the total population had only decreased by a mere few dozen. After the appearance of the dungeons, the death toll was likely to start increasing significantly. After all, those who survived to the second phase of the version update had some skills and luck, and their ambition and spirit were naturally not small. In the face of resource-rich dungeons, there would always be those who would enter to expand their advantage or change their fate. The results were predictable. There would certainly be many successes, but the number of failures would only be greater, and the cost of failure would most likely be death. An hour of lunch break quickly passed. In the afternoon, the driver switched from Zhu Lingxue to Lu Qingqing. Not knowing if the change of driver brought good luck, the armored vehicle had only been on the road for about half an hour when Lu Qingqing exclaimed, "There's a resource point just by the roadside. It's very large." Very large. Wei Chuan immediately turned to look. He saw a massive outline of a building group appearing on the horizon to the left front. Taking the telescope hanging from his neck, the details of the building group gradually became clear. A red cross appeared among the buildings. It seemed to be an abandoned hospital. There were several large buildings inside. Although the outer walls were weathered and some windows were broken, the overall structure still appeared relatively intact, exuding an aura of decay and silence. If it really is a hospital, then we've struck gold. Wei Chuan suddenly became excited. The medicines he had previously acquired could only treat common mild illnesses like colds and fevers. But the hospital might have more precious medical equipment and rare medicines. If things went well, the hospital might even have serums that could eliminate the night demon virus. Qingqing, speed up a bit. Wei Chuan's voice held a hint of urgency. Lu Qingqing maneuvered the armored vehicle off the road, driving over a patch of dry grassland, slowly approaching the silent hospital. The rusty hospital doors creaked open, and the square inside was littered with abandoned gurneys, hospital beds, and some medical waste. However, just as the armored vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of the dilapidated hospital, several rows of translucent gray text unexpectedly floated into view above the hospital doors, resembling an in-game prompt interface. Survivor, welcome to the Shadowlight Hospital. The Shadowlight Hospital stores a large amount of scarce medical supplies and special items, but please be aware that it has been occupied by night demons and mutated creatures Proceed. Hazard level bronze. Hazard access time 30 minutes. Hazard existence time 115180 minutes. The hazard levels range from low to high gray iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, shadow source crystal. Dungeon. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with astonishment. The dungeon that had just been updated in the morning unexpectedly appeared before them so quickly. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan and asked nervously, "Honey, should we go in?" The hospital in front of them was terrifyingly silent, its darkened windows seeming to transform into hiding places for countless crimson eyes. "Of course we should go in," Wei Chuan replied without a hint of hesitation, his gaze sharp and resolute. The mere fact that there are mutated creatures inside that can yield evolution crystals is reason enough to venture, and not to mention the medical supplies and special items. He was aware that the two women were somewhat scared, so he paused and gently analyzed. "Moreover, you see, this dungeon's difficulty is bronze level, just one level higher than the simplest black iron level. Regardless of whether this level applies to everyone or just to us, it falls within our capability to handle." He added, "Of course, we must be well prepared before entering." Although he spoke as if it wouldn't be difficult, Wei Chuan showed no signs of carelessness in his actions. He glanced at the dungeon's remaining time and estimated this dungeon can still exist for 114 minutes. "We can enter for 30 minutes, leaving us 84 minutes for preparation. We need to stock up on ammunition." "All right." Hearing this, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue relaxed. The three immediately got to work clearing the dining table to transform it into a makeshift armory. Wei Chuan focused on the core steps, shaping the shells, installing the primers, and pressing in the bullet heads. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue took on auxiliary tasks. Wei Chuan measured out several small scoops, filling them for the propellant, while they used the small scoops to fill the shells with the propellant. Though it was just a minor task, it saved Wei Chuan a lot of time. Inside the vehicle, the only sounds were the faint metallic clinks and the distinctive smell of gunpowder. The three worked in perfect harmony, their efficiency remarkably high. In just 1 hour, the dish beside them was neatly stacked with a full 100 rounds of yellow bullets. There were 3 types: shotgun shells, large bullets, and small bullets. They also made 2 spare enhanced big black stars and shotguns. The quantity wasn't vast, but it would definitely suffice for a bronze-level dungeon. At this stage, just having left the beginner village, what low-level dungeon could possibly have hundreds of monsters? Done. Wei Chuan exhaled deeply, giving his slightly stiff neck a heavy twist, producing 2 cracking sounds. He counted the current ammunition reserves: 69 shotgun shells, 76 large bullets, and 180 small bullets. In total, there were 325 rounds, only 100 of which were made today, while the remaining 225 were from previous stock. Looking at these gleaming rounds, Wei Chuan felt a surge of confidence. The bronze-level dungeon wouldn't be too difficult. These bullets would definitely be enough, even if only a few were used. The reason for making so many was still due to a fear of insufficient firepower. The fist must be strong. That should be enough. Load all these bullets into the magazines, and make sure to take all the magazines with us. If the storage slots are full, just put them in the waste pack. They are sold in the trading market. As Wei Chuan spoke while assembling the magazines, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded seriously and began organizing the bullets. 5 minutes later, the preparations were complete. Wei Chuan drove the armored vehicle into the parking lot, and then got out with Lu Qingqing and the 2 women. Like the service area, the dungeon entrance also had a dedicated parking lot with the same rule of 1 car per person, so there was no need to worry about theft. After checking the firearms, Wei Chuan led the 2 women to the entrance of the hospital. Danger zone entry time 3,030 minutes. Danger zone existence time 46,180 minutes. Damn. It was only upon seeing the time limit again that Wei Chuan realized an issue. The dungeon was limited by time, not by the number of attempts. It wasn't necessary to stay full 30 minutes at once, but rather that this 30 minutes could be used intermittently. Forget it, it's just a small dungeon. How big of a deal can it be? However, when encountering high-difficulty dungeons in the future, we can take it steady and first spend a few minutes exploring to avoid falling into a trap. Wei Chuan took a deep breath and was the first to step through the dilapidated entrance. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue followed, closely forming a simple triangular formation, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The first thing that caught their eye was a vast square. The ground was littered with a large number of discarded papers, broken medicine bottles, overturned chairs, and some unidentifiable trash. At the end of the square were several connected main buildings, most of the glass shattered, and the darkened windows resembled the eye sockets of a giant, appearing somewhat eerie. The square seems safe, Wei Chuan murmured, his gaze sharply sweeping over every corner. After surveying the area, he found nothing. There were neither the anticipated supplies, nor any night demons pouncing, only heaps of garbage. Honey, there are many metals and plastics that can be recycled. Lu Qingqing pointed to some discarded metal frames and disassembled chair parts. Let's leave those be. Wei Chuan shook his head. The hospital is too large, and we have only half an hour for searching. Time is tight, and tasks are heavy. We can't waste time on these trifles. The goal of this trip is medical supplies and hunting mutated creatures to obtain evolution crystals. His gaze fell on the largest main building at the end of the square. Instead of approaching recklessly, he picked up a few larger stones from the ground, gave his arm a strong swing, and hurled them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several stones flew like cannonballs, accurately smashing into a few still relatively intact windows of the main building. Crash! The harsh sound of shattering glass echoed, standing out starkly in the silence of the environment. This intentionally created noise was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the hospital. Roar, hiss. Almost immediately after the sound of the glass breaking, several fierce roars filled with violence came from deep within the main building. Following that, 3 twisted figures charged out at high speed from 2 windows on the first floor and the main entrance. The first was a familiar humanoid spider. The second resembled a grotesque monster formed from multiple corpses sewn together. The third was the most bizarre, appearing as a floating, oozing sack covered in 3 grotesque night demons, each with different forms, but equally disgusting, rushed toward the trio. What a welcome! A glint of cold light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes, and without a hint of hesitation, he drew 2 pistols from his waist. Done a good start. Wei Chuan skillfully retrieved the source crystals, his tone relaxed. The small monsters in the bronze-level dungeon indeed posed little threat, and the monsters inside would automatically drop items, eliminating the need to spend time digging. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue did not fire a shot throughout the process. Their task was to provide cover and vigilance, conserving all ammunition for when Wei Chuan might be overwhelmed. After eliminating the welcoming party in the square, the 3 of them cautiously entered the outpatient building. The interior of the hall was exceedingly dim, with only sparse light filtering through broken windows, and the air was thick with dust and the stench of decay. The registration window was a mess, with shards of glass scattered across the floor. Like the square, there was nothing of value in sight. In a normal hospital, the pharmacy is usually located in areas that patients pass through the least, such as basements or corners of operating rooms, and some important departments are typically on higher floors where it is quiet. Lu Qingqing analyzed based on her understanding of common knowledge. Alright, let's check the first floor first. Stay alert. Although Wei Chuan felt that the supply refresh points in the dungeon would not adhere to real-world logic, he was indeed unfamiliar with the hospital structure, so having a search direction was certainly better than wandering aimlessly. The structure of the outpatient hall was complex, with corridors crisscrossing and many room doors were blocked. Without a map, the 3 could only advance along the paths available, moving deeper inside. During this time, night demons continuously sprang from dark corners behind broken doors, and even from the ventilation ducts in the ceiling. Sometimes there was just one, and other times 2 or 3 would appear simultaneously. Their forms were increasingly bizarre, some resembling elongated humans, others fused with animals, and a few twisted beyond description. However, their combat power was not strong. Overall, they were equivalent to somewhat stronger humans. Wei Chuan could easily dispatch them with his pistol, requiring no assistance from Lu Qingqing or Zhu Lingxue. As they advanced, they fought continuously. In just 10 short minutes since their entry, they had eliminated 12 night demons and collected 12 source crystals. A minimal amount of ammunition had been consumed, and their reserves remained ample. Finally, after passing through a dim corridor marked Administrative Management Department, Wei Chuan spotted a distinctive door. It was a heavy double iron door with the sign long since fallen off, unlatched, and slightly ajar. Through the gap, he could see many cardboard boxes and shelves piled inside. Found it should be the warehouse. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy. After 10 minutes, he had finally located a decent target. With so many boxes, there should be something worthwhile. He signaled the 2 women to remain vigilant, while he cautiously approached the ajar iron door, preparing to push it open. But just as his fingers were about to touch the cold door, a series of faint yet extremely clear sounds reminiscent of many hard objects rapidly striking the ground emanated from within the door's crack. This sound? No way. Wei Chuan's movements froze instantly, his body bristling with goosebumps as a chill shot up his spine. He was all too familiar with this sound. Or rather, it was the sound he most dreaded hearing, bar none. This was the sound of a multi-legged arthropod scuttling quickly across the ground or walls. Disgusting. It's a centipede. Wei Chuan's face instantly paled, and he almost gritted his teeth as he stepped back. Having been bitten by a centipede in his childhood, he had endured days of pain, leading to a severe physiological fear and aversion towards them, almost evolving into a psychological shadow. To put it frankly, he would be startled just by seeing a centipede. Even hearing the sound of its footsteps in his dreams would cause him to wake up in a panic. Centipede. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue immediately tensed up, slowly backing away, their guns trained on the slightly open iron door. They were not afraid of normal centipedes, but these centipedes were mutated ones. Tap tap. The centipede in the warehouse seemed to have noticed the 3 outside, and the sound of its footsteps grew clearer, as if it was approaching the door. Get ready, shoot on sight, hit it hard. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the discomfort and dread within him. No matter what mutated creature was hiding inside, they had come this far, and would not return empty-handed. He gestured to the two women to prepare their fire support. Then he directly unleashed his telekinesis using no techniques, just the simplest energy shock, and slammed it against the iron door. Bang! The iron door was violently smashed open by the telekinesis, crashing heavily against the inner wall with a loud noise. Lights surged into the warehouse. When the three of them saw the scene inside the warehouse, even with Wei Chuan's mental preparation, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his stomach churning and his legs feeling a bit weak. The interior of the pharmacy warehouse was quite spacious, filled with tall shelves and many cardboard medicine boxes scattered all over the floor. And on these shelves, on the ground, and even on the walls and ceiling, there were countless centipedes crawling all over. These centipedes were much larger than ordinary ones, with each measuring at least half a meter long, their bodies exhibiting a glossy and eerie dark red color, countless pairs of legs undulating like waves, producing a spine-chilling clicking sound. Their sharp jaws opened and closed, emitting a hissing threat. Their compound eyes reflected glimmers of light under the illumination, filled with a cold and bloodthirsty aura. At the very back of the warehouse, a particularly massive centipede, nearly 2 meters long and comparable to a door, was coiled atop the highest shelf. Its shell was a deeper color, almost blackered, with 2 long antennae on its head whipping around like whips, and its menacing mouthparts dripped with transparent venom, clearly the leader of this mutated group of centipedes. Damn it! Wei Chuan felt his scalp tingle, his limbs weak as he began to sweat, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. Is this really a bronze-level dungeon? Are you kidding me? Husband! Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue instinctively called out to Wei Chuan, their voices trembling with uncontrollable fear. They were also horrified by the multitude of large, glistening dark red centipedes in the warehouse, nearly triggering their fear of densely packed objects. With so many of them, and their size so formidable, just looking at them sent chills down their spines. A slightly frightened Zhu Lingxue whispered, "These fellows look tough to deal with, and there are so many of them. How about we back off and think of a plan?" Upon hearing the words, so many, Wei Chuan, who was already feeling nauseated by the sight of the centipedes, suddenly froze. Many mutated centipedes. Many. Does that mean there will be a lot of evolution crystals? This thought surged into his heart like a strong stimulant. Fear and disgust receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable excitement and greed. These mutated centipedes were walking treasures. Let's fight here. Wei Chuan, whose body had felt weak, was suddenly filled with energy. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, a fierce glint igniting in his. The corridor is small, which is our greatest advantage. If we let them out, we'll have trouble. Before he finished speaking, his movements were as quick as lightning. He quickly retrieved the spare firearms from the storage compartment, 2 enhanced Black Stars and 3 M870 shotguns, throwing them at his feet, including the 2 enhanced Black Stars he held. In the next moment, a powerful telekinetic force surged forth. The 7 guns seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, instantly floating up, the muzzles automatically aimed at the warehouse door. The 7 firearms hovered in the air, forming a tableau infused with science fiction and the aesthetics of violence. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure. Indeed, what was there to fear? The current mutated creatures were not strong enough to withstand bullets. They were numerous, but could they outnumber the bullets? The fear in the hearts of the 2 women was instantly replaced by excitement, and they no longer hesitated, raising their Black Star pistols. Just then, the centipede leader perched atop the shelves seemed to be issuing orders, letting out a piercing shrill hiss, while its robust antennae flailed wildly. Dozens of centipedes, each over 100 meters long, began to move, surging out of the warehouse like a dark red tide, pushing against each other as they rushed towards Wei Chuan and the 2 women in the corridor. The cacophony of many feet striking the ground converged into a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Fire! Wei Chuan shouted coldly, his hands suspended in midair, snapped his fingers. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 At the same time, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue fired simultaneously. In an instant, 9 firearms unleashed deadly tongues of fire, bullets pouring down like a torrential rain, creating a nearly impenetrable metallic barrage that engulfed the foremost mutated. Puff! Puff! The bullets easily tore through the seemingly tough dark red shells of the mutated centipedes, spraying green fluid and shattered limbs. The foremost centipedes didn't even manage to run 2 meters before being instantly riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground in violent spasms. Seeing that the mutated centipedes' defenses were not high enough to withstand the penetration of bullets, Wei Chuan's last shred of hesitation vanished completely, and he let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, there are no tough opponents in a bronze-level dungeon. He was reassured knowing that as long as these mutated centipedes could not withstand bullets, their numbers would only mean moving evolution crystals. Fire without mercy, leave none alive. Wei Chuan reminded again while retrieving magazines from his backpack, using his telekinesis to reload. The intense gunfire echoed through the hospital corridor like firecrackers, spent shells clattering to the ground. Just a single round of suppressive fire, and dozens of slightly smaller mutated centipedes were already incapacitated. However, their vitality was somewhat tenacious. They twitched without showing any signs of death. Seeing his minions falling like cut wheat, the centipede leader lurking at the back could no longer contain itself, releasing a sharp and furious hiss. Its enormous body suddenly leapt down from the top of the shelf, the tunterlong dark red form crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. A nauseating stench accompanied by a chilling killing intent rushed toward them. Its countless legs flailed wildly like an out-of-control vehicle thundering into the narrow corridor, charging at Wei Chuan and the two women. The massive size and frenzied momentum caused a tightening in Wei Chuan and the two women's hearts, instinctively filling them with panic. This was too exaggerated. Don't be afraid. We have enough firepower. Aim for its head. Wei Chuan suppressed the quaking in his heart and shouted to encourage himself and the two women. Thinking of the firepower and ammunition they had brought, he steeled himself and aimed directly at the terrifying insect face, madly pulling the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. All the guns once again spat fire bullets, pouring onto the centipede leader. Puff, puff, puff. The dense sounds of penetration rang out consecutively, causing the centipede leader's charge to stall abruptly, countless bullet dents appearing on its dark red hard-shell green fluid spraying out like a fountain. Its defense was indeed much stronger than that of the smaller centipedes. But against such overwhelming firepower, it was still insufficient, especially with its head directly in front of the gun muzzles becoming the primary target. Countless bullets erupted forth, quickly shredding its head, revealing a horrific gash where one could even see its internal organs slightly writhing. Hiss hiss. Huff huff. The centipede leader emitted strange sounds, its massive body starting to uncontrollably twist and convulse. Its head and tail whipped like two gigantic whips, wildly striking and crashing against the walls and floor of the not-so-wide corridor, creating loud thuds. Quick retreat. Watch out for its charge. Seeing this, Wei Chuan immediately controlled his telekinesis to swiftly retract the 7 floating firearms, leaving only one shotgun in his hands. While reloading the shotgun, he called for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to fall back, avoiding the wildly rolling massive insect body. The three of them kept their eyes on the dying centipede leader, the gun muzzles always trained on it, ready to fire as soon as it showed any signs of approach. After waiting for about a minute, the chaos of thrashing and collisions gradually subsided. The centipede leader's massive body lay motionless in the middle of the corridor. But Wei Chuan immediately sensed something was off. The corpses of the several centipede minions, which were completely dead, had already vanished into thin air, leaving only evolution crystals on the ground with no physical remains. Are you fishing here, brother? Wei Chuan snorted coldly, raising his fully loaded shotgun and firing a violent burst at the massive limp insect body. Boom, boom, boom. The shotgun shell struck the centipede leader with precision, causing its battered body to convulse violently once more. Finally, after the 5th shell blasted into its body, the centipede leader's enormous form began to dissipate, like smoke, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Only a slightly larger than usual source crystal with a deeper hue remained and clinked as it fell to the ground. Done. Wei Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He switched to his handgun and cautiously approached, finishing off the remaining centipede minions on the ground to ensure none. Only after all the centipede corpses began to fade did he proceed to collect the spoils. 135. When he picked up all the scattered evolution crystals in the corridor, he could no longer contain the smile on his face. 14 evolution crystals in total. This was a windfall. Moreover, the evolution crystal dropped by the centipede leader was of the 2nd tier. 2nd tier evolution crystal, a crystal containing a faint source energy, the source of power for mutated beings. Direct consumption can slightly enhance physical constitution and mental strength with a small chance to awaken a 2nd talent. This large one is of the 2nd tier, while the normal smaller ones can be considered 1st tier. The item information for 2nd tier evolution crystals is similar to that of 1st tier. It's just that the extremely small chance part has had the extremely removed, slightly increasing the probability of awakening a 2nd talent upon consumption. However, Wei Chuan believed that 2nd tier evolution crystals would undoubtedly be more effective for enhancing physical constitution and spirit than 1st tier ones. After all, being larger means they must contain more source energy. Perhaps the difference in source energy hadn't reached a certain threshold, which is why the item information hadn't changed. It's like New Year. He carefully packed these 14 evolution crystals into his backpack, feeling his heart joyfully racing. This trip was truly worth it. Even if he didn't gain anything else afterward, he wouldn't feel the slightest regret. Let's go check the warehouse. With so many mutated centipedes guarding it, there must be good stuff. Wei Chuan gathered his spirits and called out to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue as they officially stepped into the medicine warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was even more chaotic than it appeared from the entrance, with shelves toppled over, many medicine bottles broken, and the contents scattered all over, covered with a thick layer of dust. Just a few steps into the warehouse, Wei Chuan's gaze was drawn to a shelf on the left. On that shelf sat a brand new silver-white metal briefcase, starkly contrasting the surrounding decay. He quickly walked over and picked up the case. It wasn't locked. He gently flicked the latch and the lid popped open. Inside it was lined with 2 pieces of black cushioning foam neatly holding 5 syringes. Shaped much like insulin pens, the outer shell was made of transparent plastic, allowing a clear view of the pale yellow liquid inside, with the needle protected by a cap. Medicine. Wei Chuan's heart stirred as he picked one up for a closer look. When he saw the item information of the medicine appear, his breath caught sharply. Antiviral serum administered within 1 hour of infection by the night demon virus. It can completely eliminate the virus from the body. If injected after more than 1 hour of infection, 3 doses must be administered to completely clear the virus. It's ineffective during the mutated phase. Good stuff. This is truly a lifesaver. A look of surprise erupted in Wei Chuan's eyes as he quickly closed the lid and stuffed the entire briefcase into his storage compartment. Such treasures must be kept safe. Although he didn't believe he would be infected, having the medicine as a backup was always good. This way he wouldn't be timid when facing the night demon, leading to mistakes and unintended consequences. At that moment, Lu Qingqing also made a discovery behind a pile of cardboard boxes. She ran over with 2 recipe sheets, exclaiming, "Hubby, look what I found." Upon seeing, Wei Chuan realized that both recipe sheets were top-tier recipes. Recipe: basic adrenaline injection. After injection, increases physical strength and mental strength by 50 within 5 minutes, significantly reduces pain perception, and falls into a weakened state for 100 minutes after the effect. Crafting: count 100100. Materials needed: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, plastic 3, steel ingot 1. Recipe: basic medical injection. After injection, can rapidly heal non-fatal external injuries. Crafting: count 100100. Materials needed: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, plastic 3, steel ingot 1. Isn't this just a buff potion and a healing potion? Wei Chuan immediately understood that these 2 potions were for combat and survival. It's a pity they were limited recipes and each one required an evolution crystal to make. With his current financial situation, he could hardly afford them. No rush. Once I have an abundance of evolution crystals, I'll make a few as trump cards. Wei Chuan directly clicked to learn using both recipe sheets. On the other side, Zhu Lingxue also had to find. She unearthed a brand new medicine box from a relatively intact cardboard box in the corner, containing 24 bottles of solution in small plastic containers. These were not conventional medicines, but rather item-based medicines. Source: energy glucose oral solution. Drinking restores a large amount of physical and mental energy quickly. Effectiveness decreases as physical and mental strength increases. We also have blue potions. Wei Chuan smiled, collecting the box of restorative blue potions. After that, there wasn't much else to gain. The truly valuable items in the entire warehouse were these. The cardboard boxes that seemed to contain a lot of goods were either empty or contained items that had long since rotted and deteriorated, utterly worthless. However, Wei Chuan was already extremely satisfied. 5 antiviral serums, recipes for healing potions and buff potions, 24 blue potions, and those 14 evolution crystals. His gains had far surpassed expectations. He glanced at the time. It had been 18 minutes since entering the hospital, leaving only 12 minutes before the entry time expired. He had to hurry to search and leave the hospital before time ran out. He didn't want to know the consequences of exceeding the time limit. Let's go search other areas, or we have to move quickly. Wei Chuan didn't dare to delay, immediately leading the 2 women out of the warehouse and running down another corridor towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. As Wei Chuan ran, he reflected on his thoughts. A mere bronze-level dungeon can yield antiviral serums and special potion recipes. Oh, what about the higher-level silver, gold, or even source crystal-level dungeons? They must be hiding mountains of wealth. Machine guns, automated turrets, mechs, gene evolution serums. With this thought, his heart raced again, but at the same time another thought emerged. The overall combat power level in this world should not be low. Perhaps in a few more iterations there will appear a strong man who can crush a car with a single punch, or even stronger conventional weapons or energy. In the remaining 12 minutes, Wei Chuan and his companions searched at a sprinting pace. They swiftly swept through the remaining areas of the main building and then dashed into the adjacent hospital wing. Logically speaking, 12 minutes would barely suffice to conduct a rough search of 1 building, let alone 2. However, the actual situation turned out to be surprisingly smooth. In these 2 buildings, apart from the 1st floor of the main building, the other floors were almost completely empty, leaving little of value to be found. Along the way, they encountered no dangers apart from 2 or 3 night demons. The search process became exceedingly simple. They merely needed to run through the corridors while quickly scanning the rooms with their eyes. The hall was meager. They only found some scalpels, suturing needles, and other basic surgical tools, as well as some blood glucose meters and small medical devices like portable respirators. Although their value was not insignificant, it was still far from comparable to the riches they had acquired from the warehouse. Wei Chuan believed that the warehouse guarded by the mutated centipedes was the core area of this hospital instance. Other locations hardly yielded any resources. Thus, even with 3 buildings left unexplored, he felt no regret. It was better to avoid greed. Securing the most essential rewards was already sufficient. As the time reached the 27th minute after their entry into the instance, Wei Chuan decisively led Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to retreat. He did not want to cut it too close. If they were caught up in any unforeseen circumstances, it would spell trouble. The 3 quickly retraced their steps, bursting out of the outpatient hall, crossing the desolate square, and directly exiting the hospital gates. Just as they stepped beyond the threshold of the gate, the scene before them suddenly blurred, as if they had passed through a layer of light. The dim, oppressive, and lifeless atmosphere within the hospital instantly vanished, replaced by the relatively bright outdoor light, and the sound of the wind across the grassland returned to their ears. They had exited the instance. Wei Chuan instinctively looked around and noticed that besides their armored vehicle in the parking lot, a modified van had appeared at some point. It seems that others have also found this instance, Wei Chuan said quietly to the 2 women. We didn't encounter them while inside. Either they avoided us. It seems that others have also found this instance, Wei Chuan said quietly to the 2 women. We didn't encounter them while inside. Either they avoided us, or the instance is an independent space. Not encountering anyone was naturally a good thing, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and troubles. Let's go back to the vehicle for now. Once back inside the sturdy armored vehicle and locking the doors, the 3 finally let out a sigh of relief. Wei Chuan eagerly took out all the spoils from this trip, with a particular focus on the 14 evolution crystals. He placed them on the table and began to consider how to distribute them. Lu Qingqing immediately said, Honey, you take more. Lingxue and I will just take 1 or 2 to try our luck. After the instance appears, each team needs a primary combat power. The stronger you are, the higher our safety in the Zhu Lingxue nodded in agreement. Qingqing is right, just let the strong carry us along. Wei Chuan looked into the sincere eyes of the 2 women, feeling warmth in his heart. He thought about it, realizing that this was indeed the most reasonable and quickest way to enhance their team's overall strength. All right. Wei Chuan was not one to be overly sentimental. He immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Let's do it this way for the next couple of days. Once I enhance my abilities a bit more, I'll concentrate the evolution crystals to help you awaken. He ultimately decided to keep 10 first-tier evolution crystals for himself. The remaining 3 first-tier and 1 second-tier evolution crystal would be distributed to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. 2 for each of you. The second-tier one has a slightly higher awakening probability. You can decide with rock, paper, scissors. Wei Chuan pushed 4 evolution crystals toward them. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and promptly extended their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. In a single round, Zhu Lingxue won against Lu Qingqing's paper with scissors. Yay! Zhu Lingxue showed a hint of delight as she carefully picked up the second-tier evolution crystal. Lu Qingqing congratulated her with a smile, urging her to try her luck. Even though this batch of evolution crystals was pristine, untouched by any mutated centipede's blood, the 3 still felt a bit uneasy and decided to wash them thoroughly before consuming. A familiar warm current surged through them, enhancing their physical strength and mental power. After consuming all 10 first-tier evolution crystals at once, Wei Chuan's strength significantly increased, allowing him to lift 500 pounds with his telekinesis, with his arm strength nearly matching. If this power could be concentrated, it would be almost on par with the force of a bullet, making it suitable for dealing with larger mutated creatures. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with developing his telekinesis. Regrettably, neither Lu Qingqing nor Zhu Lingxue awakened. However, they were not disappointed. Rather, they felt that Wei Chuan's 11 attempts to hit the extremely low probability was particularly lucky. After a brief rest of a few minutes, the vehicle started moving again. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, holding a handheld gaming console, playing the classic Contra game. Zhu Lingxue quietly sat beside him, engrossed in a book. Lu Qingqing was at the wheel, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle was tranquil and relaxed. Just as he was about to finish a life in the game, the survival manual on the side table suddenly emitted a faint glow. Has the pistol crossbow been sold again? Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy and immediately set down the gaming console to check the survival manual. He was particularly sensitive to information prompts now, as each prompt could potentially mean 1 evolution crystal gained. However, upon opening it, he found another private message from Li Yongsheng. This guy again, always chattering around, truly idle. Wei Chuan chuckled, shaking his head as he opened the private message interface. Li Yongsheng, bro, are you there? Something big has happened. I encountered an instance and got a lot of good stuff, we can share some experience. Seeing the words instance and good stuff, Wei Chuan immediately became interested. Wei Chuan, what good stuff? Send it over to have a look. The response from the other side was remarkably quick, as if he was waiting right in front of the manual. Li Yongsheng source power glucose oral solution primary adrenaline injection super awesome. 1 increases mana, the other boosts combat power. Wei Chuan looked at the names of those 2 familiar items, momentarily taken aback, and then his expression became somewhat peculiar. Wasn't this just a buff potion and blue potion? Wei Chuan, you must be in a hospital-type instance, right? Li Yongxing, yeah, a shabby hospital, it's eerie inside, and I even encountered some competitors. The ground is littered with shell casings, and there are gunshots coming from the building, which scared me so much that I dared not go deeper. I could only scavenge a bit from the corners. Li Yongxing, those competitors were too well equipped. They had guns, and their vehicle was an armored one bigger than a 100-ton truck, really impressive. The ground was littered with bullet casings, gunfire echoed within the building, and an armored vehicle larger than a 100-ton behemoth was present. Wei Chuan's hand gripping the survival manual suddenly stiffened as a guess flitted through his mind, and the expression on his face gradually solidified. Li Yongxing indeed drove a van, having modified it several times with transformation templates. What the hell? Wei Chuan couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, feeling a bit dazed. In other words, the instance they entered was the same one. While they fought the night demon or the mutated centipede, did that brat Li Yongxing sneak around to scavenge? Could this even happen? Wei Chuan felt a mix of laughter and disbelief, a rather subtle feeling. Wei Chuan, District 89, Bronze Level Hospital Instance. Li Yongxing, yeah. What the hell could that fellow be, you bro? Wei Chuan, if you're talking about a 10-wheeled armored vehicle, then it's definitely me. You're clever, kid. If I encounter someone in the instance, I'll certainly blast them. There was silence for a few seconds from the other end of the screen before new information came through. Li Yongxing, that's amazing. I was so scared that I had to tiptoe while walking you. I didn't expect it to be you, bro. Immediately after, another message followed, the tone shifting to one of flattery. Li Yongxing, bro. Dear bro, you aren't lost, right? Wait for me, can we form a convoy? I'll cover all the living expenses, you just have to look out for me. Seeing that Li Yongxing was not scared off, but instead wanted to team up, Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned. He thought carefully and realized it might not be a bad idea. By having Li Yongxing, this resource person, by his side, if they encountered an urgent situation requiring a lot of supplies in the future, he could borrow some for turnover, which would indeed be convenient. Moreover, through these days of interaction, he had also discerned that Li Yongxing was rather straightforward, his thoughts not too complicated, somewhat resembling a wealthy recluse in reality, someone he could trust. Most importantly, Wei Chuan had absolute confidence in his own strength and was not afraid of a little brother turning against him. However, forming a team was no small matter. Some issues had to be addressed up front. Wei Chuan, I have 2 wives, so teaming up is a bit inconvenient. Also, you know the rules of this world. If you follow me, you won't be able to access resource points and supply boxes. Only the instance can take care of you. Do you still want to team up? It was essential to clarify potential issues to avoid conflicts later. After sending the message, Wei Chuan patiently waited for a while. Soon Li Yongxing's reply came back, unusually resolute. Li Yongxing, boss, take your little brother along. I don't want the resource points and supply boxes. Ooh, as a fuel seller, I don't lack that little bit. Safety is more important than anything. Just share a bit of soup with me when we go into the instance. Li Yongxing, I understand the rules. If you don't say anything, I absolutely won't wander around after getting out of the car. When I exit the car, I definitely won't have anything in my hands. I'll walk ahead when entering the instance. We're all brothers, I trust you. Seeing himself go from bro to boss, Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This kid is quite perceptive. In fact, Li Yongxing felt quite anxious at heart, worried about Wei Chuan's gun and armored vehicle, but it was also Wei Chuan's gun and armored vehicle that solidified his resolve. He didn't think that someone as successful as Wei Chuan would care about his little possessions. His entire net worth probably wouldn't even compare to what Wei Chuan would casually gain from a single instance. After all, he could find treasures just by scavenging. So someone like Wei Chuan who could charge through the instance must be incredibly wealthy. Mixing with such a big shot, personal safety was guaranteed, and he could also get a bit of soup when going into the instance. It was 100 times better than running solo. Wei Chuan, alright, it's all in our minds, I won't say more. You head straight forward. Once you exit the instance, no detours. I'll wait for you on the road. Li Yongxing, I'll charge through fire and water for you, boss. Closing the survival manual, Wei Chuan called out to Lu Qingqing in the driver's seat. Qingqing, pull over. Lu Qingqing obediently parked the armored vehicle slowly by the roadside. Wei Chuan got up from the sofa, went to the storage shelf, took some materials, and crafted a hand crossbow, along with exactly 100 crossbow bolts. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, Honey, have you switched to evolution crystals again? No. Wei Chuan shook his head and smiled. It's from a friend who delivered donkey meat. He's right behind us, and will be joining us soon. This is a small gift for him. The one selling fuel? Can he be trusted? Zhu Lingxue frowned slightly, asking with a hint of caution. Wei Chuan smiled confidently. Most likely trustworthy. I met him on the first day. That kid's thoughts are simple, and... He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With my current mental strength, I could crush someone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Qingqing also approached. Lingxue, did you notice something? It's not Lingxue, it's my business. Wei Chuan shook his head and briefly explained the team-up situation. To alleviate Lu Qingqing's and Zhu Lingxue's worries, he emphasized the nature of the team-up. They would be in the same team, but in different vehicles, each still driving their own car. However, they could park together and enter the instance together at night, keeping an eye on each other while their daily routines would remain unchanged, not affecting their lives. Both women nodded in agreement, feeling that this arrangement was quite good. Having a neighbor in such an open and dangerous area would allow for a more secure night's sleep. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wei Chuan, who was on the roof of the vehicle, finally spotted a small black dot on the distant road behind, rapidly approaching. It was indeed Li Yongsheng's van, which had undergone multiple modifications. Wei Chuan stood up and waved towards the approaching vehicle. Li Yongsheng, who was driving, clearly saw the imposing armored giant vehicle ahead and the shadow of a person on the roof. The speed of the van gradually slowed down and finally came to a steady stop about 10 meters away from the armored vehicle. This distance signified respect while leaving a safety buffer. "Boss, it's me, Li Yongsheng." The car door opened and a young man in his 20s got out, nimbly, a warm smile plastered across his face as he vigorously waved his arms. Wei Chuan assessed him. He appeared slightly chubbier than in the profile picture, especially his belly, which looked like it was hiding a football stretching his t-shirt. Seeing this, Wei Chuan jumped down from the 3.6-meter-high roof and landed steadily. He didn't approach immediately but smiled and raised his right index finger, gently beckoning, while Li Yongsheng watched with a mix of confusion and nervousness. In the next moment, before Li Yongsheng's eyes filled with disbelief, a hand crossbow and a large bundle of crossbow bolts were levitated by an invisible force, slowly descending from the armored vehicle's roof and hovering steadily in front of him. Wei Chuan originally intended to keep his mental power as a trump card, but after consideration, he decided against it. Never test human nature, especially that of teammates. "Is this mental power?" Li Yongsheng gasped, his eyes wide like brass bells, his mouth open enough to fit an egg. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his brain nearly halting its thoughts. Telekinesis. Mind control. This is completely the telekinesis concept from science fiction. After the immense shock, overwhelming joy and relief followed. The boss really found the right path. With this golden opportunity, he could truly relax and enjoy life. Li Yongsheng looked at the crossbow arrow floating before him, then at Wei Chuan, who wore a gentle smile, his voice trembling with excitement. "Boss, this is mental power, right? Is it the initial talent or the second talent?" "Mental power, second talent." Wei Chuan smiled, and with a thought, the hand crossbow, an arrow gently fell into Li Yongsheng's arms. "From what I understand, the initial talents are related to survival, manufacturing, and support, while the second talents are not classified and lean more towards combat. Their strength depends entirely on how many evolution crystals one has consumed." He gave a brief explanation to satisfy his younger brother's curiosity. Upon hearing that the second talent leans towards combat, Li Yongsheng's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. A combat-oriented talent means actual supernatural abilities. Besides mental power, there might also be abilities like flames, ice, and physical metallization. Which man could resist such temptation? "Boss, how many evolution crystals did you consume to awaken?" Li Yongsheng eagerly asked, clutching the crossbow arrow. Wei Chuan didn't hide it from him and replied directly, 11 crystals. "To gamble on that extremely tiny probability, I can't be sure if it's good luck or bad luck. No one usually talks about such things." 11, huh? Li Yongsheng muttered to himself, firmly committing this number to memory. He had already consumed 3 evolution crystals. Although he might not awaken at 11, at least he had a preliminary goal. At this moment, he seemed to envision himself awakening a powerful talent and dominating the battlefield. "Alright, let's not talk about this for now." Wei Chuan clapped his hands, interrupting his daydreaming. "While there's still time, let's see if we can find another dungeon or resource point. Once it gets dark, we can chat more slowly." He paused, smiling as he added, "Come over for dinner tonight and try your sister-in-law's cooking." Li Yongsheng nodded vigorously. Yes, thank you, boss. I'll stick close behind you. Just call me if you need anything. I'm always ready." He was determined to hold on to this sturdy leg, his attitude extremely respectful. "Alright, let's go, guys." Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, turned around, and opened the back door to return to the vehicle. Soon the armored vehicle emitted a deep, powerful roar and slowly started up. Li Yongsheng hurriedly held onto the gift Wei Chuan had given him, scampering back to his van, quickly starting the engine, obediently following behind the armored vehicle, beginning his follower journey. With a strong backing, Li Yongsheng felt as if his path to survival suddenly became broad and bright. He gripped the steering wheel, occasionally grinning foolishly, already beginning to look forward to tonight's meal and the future days of awakening powerful talents. The next 3 hours were relatively fortunate. The armored vehicle encountered 3 gray iron boxes and 1 bronze box along the road. The gray iron boxes contained mineral water, compressed biscuits, and small batteries, while the bronze box contained a recipe for unlimited garbage bags. All were quite ordinary basic supplies. For Wei Chuan, who had already achieved freedom in basic supplies, these items could only be considered a meager supplement, hardly stirring any emotional waves. What Wei Chuan was currently focused on was the evolution crystals that could enhance his strength. At 6 p.m., the brightness of the sun gradually diminished. Wei Chuan signaled Lu Qingqing to stop the armored vehicle by the roadside, and the following van immediately stopped as well. Qingqing Lingxue, let's make something nice for dinner. I'm planning to treat Li Yongsheng. Wei Chuan instructed the two women. Okay. Lu Qingqing replied with a smile, starting to select ingredients from the source device refrigerator. Zhu Lingxue also nodded and began to help prepare. Wei Chuan opened the back door and got out, walking towards the van behind. Li Yongsheng also got out almost simultaneously, and seeing Wei Chuan approach hurriedly greeted him warmly, his face beaming with a smile. Boss. I came to see your van. Wei Chuan smiled. Boss, feel free to look around. Li Yongsheng quickly stepped aside, sliding open the side door of the van, inviting Wei Chuan inside. Wei Chuan bent down and squeezed inside, his eyes lighting up. This van seemed unremarkable from the outside, just a bit large and somewhat worn, but inside it was a different world. The space was utilized extremely well. On the left was a fixed single bed with a soft mattress, and on the right was a neatly arranged row of source device appliances. Although cramped, all basic living facilities were present. Though the sparrow is small, it has all its vital organs. Wei Chuan exclaimed, clearly appreciating the thought put into the renovations. Li Yongsheng chuckled, taking out 2 cans of chilled beer from a small refrigerator and handing one to Wei Chuan, somewhat proudly asking, Boss, what do you think? My van isn't bad, right? It was all traded for supplies using fuel bit by bit. It's quite good. Your talent is excellent. To be frank, it can definitely support a whole convoy. Wei Chuan accepted the cold beer, took a sip, and nodded. Hearing the term convoy, Li Yongsheng's smile immediately faded, turning into a bitter grin. Boss, forming a team isn't that simple. I thought about forming a team on the first day to get someone to protect us or to pull together a team myself, but it's too difficult. Those we encounter on the road are either so poor they rely on me to support them, or they try to rob us as soon as they approach. If it weren't for that hand crossbow, I would have been devoured to the bone by now. He patted the bed, his tone filled with relief and satisfaction. This is best now, with a powerful boss protecting me, who I don't have to worry about safety, and I lack for nothing in resources. Tonight I can finally sleep soundly. His words conveyed a sense of relief. Clearly his previous solitary journey had subjected him to immense psychological pressure. Finding reliable support now was more gratifying to him than discovering several resource boxes. Wei Chuan nodded in agreement. I've encountered a few waves of would-be robbers as well. Although I'm not afraid of them, I do feel genuinely tense. In this world of broken order, if a lone wolf doesn't have some means and luck, life can indeed be very hard, and one might stumble into a trap at any moment. Wei Chuan looked at Li Yongsheng, his expression becoming more serious. Since you have joined us, you are one of us. I can't promise anything else, but I will definitely not let you be bullied. Thank you, boss. Li Yongsheng's face immediately revealed a look of gratitude and reassurance upon hearing this. Wei Chuan changed the subject and continued, moreover, I won't let you follow me for free. I'll assign you a task. As long as you can accomplish this, I'll arrange a gun for you which will compensate for the loss of resource points and supply boxes. A gun. Boss, whatever you command, I will do it. Li Yongsheng straightened up instantly, his eyes wide open, speaking with great enthusiasm. For someone like him, who could only use a pistol crossbow, the temptation of a real gun was immense. Wei Chuan smiled and said, forget about the mountain of blades and the sea of fire. This task is not difficult. It's just about collecting some hard-to-get goods. What goods? Guns. Nobody sells good guns or formulas, so what I want are malfunctioning guns, but they must come with bullets. Even if it's just one bullet, that's fine. For someone like him, who could only use a pistol crossbow, the temptation of a real gun was immense. Wei Chuan smiled and said, forget about the mountain of blades and the sea of fire. This, even if they're broken. Li Yongsheng was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with shock. He remembered clearly that Wei Chuan had the ability to repair and modify household appliances. Now it seemed that he could repair and modify more than just appliances. A talent that could be used on guns. Isn't that just a weapons factory? However, he quickly suppressed his shock and didn't ask too many details. He just thumped his chest confidently, saying, boss, don't worry, I've got this. I'm a professional businessman. Good. Wei Chuan nodded with satisfaction. The price can be higher. Water source crystals or a pistol crossbow are all acceptable. If the seller is too greedy, just let me know, and I could even offer him a pistol and a shot. All right, understood. Li Yongsheng nodded repeatedly, his mind quickly calculating how to operate. In short, the core idea is to recover scrap guns, stabilize the seller when encountered, and negotiate a good price, collecting as many as possible. The two of them discussed the details of the collection for over 10 minutes. Only after clarifying all the possible issues during the collection did Wei Chuan prepare to leave. As he got out of the car, Wei Chuan turned back to remind Li Yongsheng, while you're at the trading hall, try to collect some scrap metal, preferably steel. In a few days, I will help you modify the chassis and the body of your vehicle to make it bulletproof. After saying this, Wei Chuan patted his shoulder and turned to walk toward the armored vehicle. What a stroke of luck. Li Yongsheng stood in place watching Wei Chuan's back and then touched his beloved, been feeling warm inside. He felt he had truly latched onto a thick golden thigh with a promising future ahead. Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. Nonsense. In this cannibalistic world, only by following those capable of eating people can one hope to become the next capable eater, gaining access to resources and opportunities that were previously unreachable. As evening approached, the sky was left with only a remnant of orange-earth. Inside the armored vehicle, the lights were bright, cool as autumn, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of delicious food. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had prepared a sumptuous dinner. 3 dishes and a soup. A plate of fragrant braised wolf meat, a plate of stir-fried cauliflower, a plate of luncheon meat, and eggs, a pot of steaming seaweed, and cucumber soup, and a stack of cut fruit. After arranging the food, the 2 women exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and walked to the tail corner of the vehicle to open the refrigerator. They usually dressed casually in the vehicle, often just wearing a comfortable nightgown, and sometimes even chose to go without anything to relax, adding only stockings based on Wei Chuan's interests. But since Li Yongsheng was coming over for dinner, they naturally couldn't remain so casual. They quickly changed into sporty long pants and long-sleeved t-shirts. Although their figures were still hard to conceal, they appeared much more proper. Once the 2 women had changed clothes, Wei Chuan got out of the car to call Li Yongsheng. "Boss, I estimate the night demons will be coming soon. Should we eat after we take care of the first wave?" As Li Yongsheng got out of the car, the time had just hit 7 p.m. And the sky darkened instantly, with sunlight completely swallowed, leaving only a sliver of moonlight. He looked around nervously, rubbing his hands as he asked. At this stage, he wasn't afraid of the night demons. Even without a direct attack with the vehicle or rapid fire from the pistol crossbow, he could handle them with a longer cold weapon. But if too many night demons gathered, it would be troublesome. No need. Wei Chuan shook his head decisively, his tone filled with absolute confidence. "Eat without worry. With my 30mm thick composite armor, let them come at me. If they can leave even a scratch, that would count as impressive. Let's go. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold." Upon hearing this, Li Yongsheng immediately felt at ease. Looking at the steel behemoth glimmering with a cold sheen, he was filled with infinite anticipation for the promised modifications to his van. Once his van also had bulletproof level defense, he could sleep freely at night. What the hell are night demons? Let them rampage outside. Damn. Following Wei Chuan onto the armored vehicle, Li Yongsheng was stunned by the spacious interior and complete facilities for the first time. Especially when he saw the fully equipped source appliances, he was envious beyond measure. At the same time, he also saw the 2 sisters-in-law, both of whom were rare beauties. However, he understood the taboos of interactions between men, so he did not linger or scrutinize, merely bowing slightly and saying politely, "Hello, sisters-in-law, I'm Li Yongsheng." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also smiled and nodded in response. "Hello, please sit down, don't be polite." The 4 gathered around the dining table and began to eat. At first, Li Yongsheng was a bit restrained, even struggling to serve himself. But under Wei Chuan's influence, after drinking 2 bottles of cold beer, he became completely talkative. Perhaps having been suppressed for too long, he found a sense of security in having a backing, making him unable to stop once he started talking. He shared various interesting stories and strokes of luck from the past few days, as well as complained about his misfortunes and the bizarre people he had encountered. Wei Chuan and the others listened with great interest. Throughout their journey, thanks to the high-defense armored vehicle and increasingly powerful firepower, they had sailed smoothly, rarely experiencing the kind of dangerous encounters Li Yongsheng described, making it sound. Dinner lasted for more than half an hour with a warm and lively atmosphere. It was only when the thud, thud, thud of impacts from outside the vehicle and the faint howls of night demons reached their ears that Li Yongsheng reluctantly paused the conversation. "Boss, thank you for the hospitality. We'll be heading back now. You all should rest early too." Li Yongsheng downed the remaining wine in the bottle in one gulp and quickly stood up to bid farewell. "He'll see you off." Wei Chuan nodded and led him out through the back door of the vehicle. As soon as they got out, they saw a humanoid lizard night demon crashing against the rear right wheel of the armored vehicle. The proximity frightened Li Yongsheng, causing him to shrink his neck. However, Wei Chuan's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even draw his gun. He simply raised his right hand, concentrating his mind, and an invisible force instantly coalesced into a fist, striking fiercely at the night demon. Bang! With a dull sound, the humanoid lizard was struck as if by a giant boulder. Its head instantly shattered into pieces, with chunks of flesh and slime splattered everywhere. Li Yongsheng stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, deeply shaken once again by this supernatural power. The unease he felt because of the night demon vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of security. "Awesome!" Li Yongsheng's voice became slightly high-pitched with excitement as he patted his chest, firmly assuring, "Boss, I will definitely handle the gun situation well. Alright, go back now and park the car close by. Just sleep tonight. If any night demons appear, I will take care of them." "Okay." Li Yongsheng practically bounced back to his van, feeling immensely relieved. After seeing off Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan circled around the armored vehicle, checking the water tank. The combined capacity of the water tanks was about 65 liters. 65 liters of water was enough for 3 people to use daily, and even allowed for a quick shower. Although it didn't reach the maximum collection efficiency of 95 small water collection devices, Wei Chuan was already quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, there wasn't enough water vapor to demand. After carefully checking the water collection device, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle, closed the shooting hatch, and completely isolated himself from the outside world. Honey, my relatives are here. How about you find Qingqing tonight? Zhu Lingxue, now changed into her nightgown, gently pulled Wei Chuan to the sofa and whispered into his ear with a hint of apology. Relatives? Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh, pinching her cheek and saying, I'm not a cow. How can I be plowing every day? Having relatives over is just a nice break for me. Then I'll give you a few more days off. They'll be coming over in a couple of days too. Lu Qingqing smiled as she sat on the other side of Wei Chuan and rested her head on his shoulder. Then I'll give you a few more days off. They'll be coming over in a couple of days too. Lu Qingqing smiled as she sat on the other side of Wei Chuan and rested her head on his shoulder. What if I get angry? Wei Chuan smirked, wrapping his arm around Lu Qingqing's slender waist, his gaze falling on her cherry lips. Noticing Wei Chuan's gaze and thoughts, Lu Qingqing said nothing, but turned her head to look at the television, her face flushed. Wei Chuan had already received his answer, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Zhu Lingxue, watching the secret conversation between the two, narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, deciding to make the first move. The first time must be hers. After their chat, the three of them snuggled together and found a light-hearted comedy movie to watch. During the movie, another oblivious humanoid spider knight demon approached and attacked the vehicle, which Wei Chuan effortlessly dealt with using an invisible force punch. After the movie ended, the three turned off the lights and rested. Just as Wei Chuan was about to drift into slumber while holding the fragrant Zhu Lingxue, she suddenly left his embrace. Before he could reach out to pull her back, his half-body defense was lifted. He suddenly opened his eyes, wanting to look up. However, a strong sense of softness and warmth emanated from his dignity, transforming into an indescribable pleasure that spread throughout his body, as if his soul had been this naughty. Wei Chuan instantly understood Zhu Lingxue's intentions. This girl always wanted to take the first bite, and if she didn't get it, she'd sulk. Facing such a lemon-essence, he could only say, bring it on. The next morning, Wei Chuan still woke up very early. The first thing he did was pick up the survival manual from the bedside, skillfully open the trading interface, and check the selling status of the pistol crossbow. With a good mindset, Wei Chuan casually took out the evolution crystal and stored it in the storage compartment. He habitually browsed the trading hall again, hoping to find some new interesting items. With a good mindset, Wei Chuan casually took out the evolution crystal and stored it in the storage compartment. He habitually browsed the trading hall again, hoping to find some new interesting items or overlooked bargains. He thought it would yield nothing again, but to his surprise, as soon as he clicked to search for gun, an actual piece of information popped up. Item name: PPSH-41 submachine gun, quantity 1, price 50 liters of diesel. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the old Soviet's PPSH? The price was very low, and upon opening the item information, it was indeed a defective gun. The seller wasn't foolish. PPSH-41 submachine gun, caliber 7.62 mm, effective range 150 meters, drum capacity 1671 rounds, barrel severely bent and unable to fire. Big treasure, snatch it. Wei Chuan was overjoyed. After exchanging fresh water for diesel, he unhesitatingly clicked to purchase. Transaction successful. Diesel 50 liters, obtained. PPSH-41 submachine gun 1. Wei Chuan excitedly rubbed his hands and took the gun out from the storage compartment. The barrel was severely bent, and there were several twists along the bent point, indicating that the seller had tried to straighten it himself, but only made it worse, hence decided to sell it. Awesome. Wei Chuan lovingly caressed the PPSH, almost wanting to kiss it. Last night he had asked Li Yongsheng to help keep an eye out for guns, and unexpectedly he stumbled upon one himself today. His luck was truly remarkable. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the model of the gun. Although he wasn't an expert in firearms, he was quite familiar with the classic PPSH submachine gun. This thing had a powerful fire rate, and came with a drum magazine. Pistols and shotguns were directly out. However, the price of the submachine gun's powerful fire rate was the consumption of ammunition. Just a slight pull of the trigger would unleash several rounds, making it impractical for regular use, so he could only save the ammunition for critical. Walking to the storage shelf, Wei Chuan selected some suitable metal materials, wiped off the rust and scratches from the PPSH, and finally repaired the deformed barrel. Looking at the nearly brand new PPSH submachine gun, Wei Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he could use fully automatic firearms. Next, let's make some bullets. First, at least I need to fill one drum. For a full hour afterward, Wei Chuan immersed himself in the repetitive yet meticulous task of crafting bullets for the Bobo Shah submachine gun. The craftsmanship of the 7.2625mm bullets was slightly more complex than that of the Dawoxing bullets and shotgun shells, making the initial attempt at production rather. Fortunately, with the talent, skill, insight into essence at his disposal and ample materials, he barely managed to complete a magazine with a capacity of 71 rounds within an hour. During this time, when he went to the trading post to buy gunpowder, he also conveniently exchanged some water for an evolution crystal, consuming it alongside the one he had eaten earlier in the morning. The continuous growth in his physique and mental power brought him great delight. Now he had consumed a total of 23 first-level evolution crystals. Around 6:30 a.m. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue gradually woke up and the cabin began to buzz with activity. Wei Chuan finished his bullet-making task and stored the entire gun in the storage compartment. Instead of resting, he retrieved the remaining metal materials and continued modifying the armored vehicle. In his plans, the next phase of this mobile fortress would measure 15 meters in length, 5 meters in height, and 6 meters in width. Currently, it had been modified to 5 meters in length, 4 meters in height, and 4 meters in width, not far from the target. I should be able to finish it by tomorrow. After integrating this batch of metal materials into the vehicle's body, Wei Chuan estimated the progress. In truth, with his significantly enhanced strength and mental power, the efficiency of the modifications could have been increased 2- or 3-fold, allowing him to complete it yesterday. However, in order to prepare for any resource points or dungeons that might suddenly emerge, he always preserved about half of his energy during each modification to handle emergencies, which made the progress appear somewhat slow. After all, safety is always the top priority. He did not want to end up like he did at the beginning, exhausting himself every time and placing himself in a state of weakness. As it approached 7 a.m., the sky was only slightly bright, but the temperature had already risen. The survival manual on the table lit up, displaying a message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, are you up? I got some breakfast milk for you and your sister-in-law. Wei Chuan smiled and replied, Wei Chuan, it's not even 7 yet. There may be night demons outside. Be careful, I'll go get it myself. He took 2 packs of the best cigarettes from the storage rack and exited the vehicle through the back door. Li Yongsheng's van was parked just a few steps away. The guy was leaning against the car door, munching on an apple, living quite comfortably. Boss, here, get some calcium. Seeing Wei Chuan approach, Li Yongsheng turned and pulled out a whole box of well-packaged breakfast milk from the car. Thanks. Wei Chuan accepted the box of breakfast milk, casually stowing it in the storage compartment, then naturally pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over. Waki Huazi, great smokes. Li Yongsheng happily accepted them, then lowered his voice, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Boss, guns are hard to come by. They can't be found in the trading post, and no one pays attention to purchase posts. We might have to wait a few days. Wei Chuan had anticipated this, shaking his head with a smile and a relaxed tone. It's fine. If we can buy one, it's luck. If not, it's no big deal. It's normal for them to be hard to find. If they were easy to obtain, he would have become an arms dealer long ago. It was precisely due to their extreme scarcity that he monitored them daily. After chatting idly with Li Yongsheng for a while, Wei Chuan returned to the armored vehicle, where Lu Qingqing handed him a portion of heated milk and bread. As he ate his simple breakfast, he instinctively opened the communication channel. Region 89, 8801100000 people. Xia Yizhong, damn, a dungeon just appeared by the roadside, gave me quite a scare. A kindergarten of gray iron level, sounds like a terrifying dungeon. Zhou Jia, someone is selling bows and arrows in the trading post. Victor, I do not recommend entering dangerous areas so soon. Trust me, even if it's just a gray iron level danger, it's best to cooperate with multiple people. Yishu, I just want to survive. With spear recipe will last a lifetime. There's no need to venture into dungeons to die. Qiu Shi, a dungeon also appeared here, a bronze level mine. As soon as I entered, I saw a giant python as thick as a bucket. The difficulty is too high. The first thing that caught his eye was the number of people in the region, causing him to frown slightly. In less than 20 hours, the population in the region dropped from 9923 to 8801, a decrease of 1122 people. The death rate was alarmingly high. As expected, after the dungeon system emerged, it would surely lead to many deaths. Gray iron level dungeons might not be difficult. With a bit of courage and decent equipment, one might even manage to solo them. However, the difficulty of bronze level dungeons escalated sharply. Just look at those mutated centipedes in the hospital yesterday. They couldn't be dealt with using cold. One either needed firearm firepower or a large group to coordinate or a strong second talent. Otherwise, one would definitely not make it out after entering. He continued to scroll through the rolling messages. There was no valuable information. All the dungeons encountered so far were gray iron and bronze level, and no one had encountered higher difficulty dungeons yet. After quickly finishing his breakfast, Wei Chuan closed the communication channel. The outside world had already brightened significantly. It was time to set off. This morning's luck was truly a bit poor. The armored vehicle had been driving for the entire morning, with the view consisting of nothing but blue skies and dry grasslands. Not a single resource box, resource point, or dungeon in sight. Wei Chuan even occasionally stopped by the trading post hoping to find something, but the results were equally disappointing. Nothing piqued his interest. The entire morning passed in this dull and tedious driving and waiting, and the atmosphere inside the cabin became somewhat oppressive. Just as Wei Chuan was about to announce a stop for lunch, creak, Zhu Lingxue suddenly began to slow down, and the lack of significant inertia caused everything in the vehicle to sway slightly. What's wrong, Lingxue? Wei Chuan immediately became alert, quickly walking to the ladder and pulling out his pistol from the storage compartment. Darling, my talent has sensed something. Zhu Lingxue turned back and waved her hand, her tone excited and certain. Wei Chuan heard this and immediately looked towards the as far as the eye could see. Apart from the vast dry grassland and some low hills, there were no signs of any buildings. Not a resource point, not a dungeon. It must be a supply box. You two stay alert, we'll go take a look. Wei Chuan immediately made the decision, leaving the two women in the vehicle as he jumped out through the back door. Chief, is it a supply crate? Li Yongsheng followed Wei Chuan off the vehicle and stood by the roadside shouting out. Having spent 3 hours yesterday afternoon, stopping and starting repeatedly, he already knew that one of his senior brother's wives possessed an innate talent eerily similar to a supply radar. Now, even without Wei Chuan's explanation, he could deduce why the vehicle had halted ahead. Yes, go over there. Wei Chuan nodded and pointed across the highway. And just like that, another figure vanished into the tall grass. After searching for roughly 2 or 3 minutes, Wei Chuan spotted a dazzling flash of gold nestled deep within a patch of low, dense undergrowth, a golden crate. This was his second golden crate. His pupils contracted sharply, his heart surged with adrenaline as he strode forward eagerly to inspect it. The previous golden crate had yielded a shotgun and ammunition. This one surely wouldn't disappoint. Whatever lay inside would undoubtedly be exceptional. Let it be a massive haul. Suppressing his rising excitement, he rubbed his palms together, took a deep breath, and snapped open the crate's latch. Yet no scrolls or gear materialized, as he'd anticipated. Inside lay only an empty void, save for 3 identical, fully unfurled blueprints resting silently upon the black cloth lining the crate's base, their intricate patterns resembling jagged lightning. Huh, that's it. Wei Chuan froze instantly. He recognized this item well, a modification template. Every such template bore this exact appearance. No, it can't be ordinary. A golden crate's modification template must vastly surpass those cheap street market variants. Clutching a sliver of hope, he picked up all 3 templates. Smart Voice Control System Modification Template. Upon application, enables voice command operation of any vehicle, controlling all energy systems, enabling autonomous driving device activation, deactivation, and cruise control. Consumes 10 source crystals per 24 hours of use. In modification attempts, remaining 11 in required materials, electronic components, 5, copper ingots, 10 cables, 10 glass, 10 plastic, 10 place materials adjacent to the template. Damn! His eyes widened in shock the instant he read the template's description, and he blurted out an expletive. This was nothing less than an onboard AI system. An extraordinary find. He'd never seen anything comparable at the trading hub. It would grant complete hands-free operation during routine travel, making it nothing short of divine for a lone operator. Moreover, this vehicular AI harmonized perfectly with his own mechanical perception ability, and with Zhu Lingxue's fortunate favor. When misfortune struck, mechanical perception would guide him. When fortune smiled, fortunate favor would shine. No human needed at the driver's seat. Absolutely brilliant. He carefully stowed the 3 precious templates and practically glided back toward the road. One thought now consumed him: build this vehicular AI, immediately, without delay. Back on the highway, he spotted Li Yongsheng still crouched in the grass across the road, frantically sifting through weeds. Yongsheng, I found it. Come back. Wei Chuan called out. Upon hearing him, Li Yongsheng straightened up, brushed grass clippings from his clothes, and jogged over. You found it, Chief. What did you get? What did he get? Wei Chuan met his junior brother's earnest, hopeful gaze, and hesitated. This smart voice control system modification template was genuinely rare. Parting with even one copy would sting. Yet he paused and reconsidered. A loyal, discerning subordinate was equally scarce in this world. They were still in the early pioneering phase. Many had not yet hardened into cold pragmatists. This was precisely the optimal window to cultivate trusted allies. Miss it, and finding dependable companions later, once everyone had become jaded veterans, would prove nearly impossible. That very reason had prompted him to recruit Li Yongsheng in the first place. Besides, the template wasn't singular. He held 3 copies. Giving away one changed nothing. It's a vehicular AI. Once installed, driving becomes effortless. With that resolve, Wei Chuan withdrew one template and tossed it to Li Yongsheng. AI. Li Yongsheng fumbled the card, instinctively focusing his mind to examine it. The moment he grasped its function, he gasped sharply, frozen rigid as if struck by lightning. Holy hell, autonomous driving. He reread the template's description, twice, overwhelmed by sheer exhilaration. But he quickly reined in his emotions, gently pushing the template back toward Wei Chuan, his eyes shimmering with wistful admiration. Chief, if you ever find something this good again, don't forget your little brother. Get lost. Wei Chuan reacted swiftly, laughing as he raised a hand and planted it squarely against Li Yongsheng's round belly, halting the onslaught. In the next instant, Li Yongsheng unleashed a shriek of pure, unfiltered elation, a banshee wail, and launched himself forward like a rolling meatball, arms flung wide. Get lost. Wei Chuan reacted swiftly, laughing as he raised a hand and planted it squarely against Li Yongxing's round belly, halting the onslaught. Hurry up and install it. Drag my progress, and I won't go easy on you. Yes, sir. Grinning broadly, Li Yongxing snapped upright, puffed out his belly, and delivered a comically exaggerated salute before bellowing his reply. Then, cradling the template like sacred scripture, he sprinted toward his van, moving as if every millisecond delayed were a mortal sin. Still got sense, I see. Wei Chuan chuckled, shaking his head as he returned to the armored vehicle. Honey, what did you find? Zhu Lingxue asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Something extraordinary. No more daily driving required. Wei Chuan teased, then hurried to the trading hub to purchase standard materials before rushing into the driver's seat. What? At the mention of ending manual driving, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both leaned and captivated. Watch closely. The treasure's about to awaken. Wei Chuan murmured softly, arranged all materials at his feet, affixed the smart voice control system modification template onto the dashboard, and tapped Initiate Modification. A familiar hum resonated. Then in an instant, every material at his feet vanished, absorbed entirely by the template. Immediately afterward, the dashboard stirred to life, reconfiguring itself with astonishing speed. Components flowed, and fused glass panels extruded smoothly from its core. Within mere seconds, the once plain dashboard region had birthed a crisp, ultra-high-definition, deeply futuristic 30-inch vehicular control display. Simultaneously, the power module materialized beside the armrest console. Once a source crystal was inserted, the screen ignited, revealing a vibrant cobalt blue cartoon lightning bolt centered upon it, followed by a gentle synthetic voice. Greetings, Commander. I am Lightning, your dedicated driving assistant. System initialization complete. And before operational use, please follow on-screen prompts to register your fingerprint and voice signature. Driver assistant. The moment the electronic voice sounded, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exclaimed in unison, their eyes bursting with incredible joy. They understood all too well what this meant. With this, they could completely liberate themselves from the driver's seat. So what do you think? Isn't it great? Wei Chuan crossed his arms, looking at the two women with pride, his face radiating a praise-me expression. Hubby, you are amazing. Zhu Lingxue pounced onto Wei Chuan, giving his face a flurry of kisses. It's a perfect practicality rating. Lu Qingqing nodded vigorously, her gentle eyes filled with smiles. Wei Chuan laughed heartily and immediately began to set it up. He first input his fingerprint and voice print as the highest authority, then recorded Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's fingerprints and voice prints into the system, granting them control permission. These two permissions were actually quite similar. Each time the vehicle was turned off, it could only be activated using the highest authority. Then he eagerly tested this intelligent system. Lightning, drive at a slow speed. Yes, Commander, the speed is set to 30 kilometers per hour. Please feel free to call me if you need to adjust the speed. The armored vehicle slowly started moving. Lightning, activate the main driver's seat massage function, set the intensity to medium. Yes, Commander, the command has been executed. The massage chair beneath him immediately began to work, a comfortable vibration coursing through. Lightning, lower the air conditioning temperature. Yes, Commander, the air conditioning is set to cooling mode at 18 degrees. Lightning, open the windows. Sorry, Commander, your windows are integrated bulletproof windows and cannot be raised or lowered. The testing results left Wei Chuan immensely satisfied. This system could not only perfectly execute driving commands, but could also precisely control the vehicle's devices and appliances through voice, maximizing convenience. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also happily tried various commands, quickly familiarizing themselves with the system, and the cabin was filled with laughter. An hour later, the lunch break ended. Wei Chuan sent a private message to Li Yongxing. Have you finished? Li Yongxing replied, almost instantly, done, boss. This AI is incredible, I really love you. Wei Chuan smiled and replied, alright, stop joking. You lead the way at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, keep an eye on the surroundings, and honk if you see anything. Li Yongxing received. Guaranteed to complete the task. The van slowly started up, overtaking the armored vehicle from the side. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back against the sofa and said, Lightning, you can drive now, maintain a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Yes, Commander, cruise mode activated. The electronic voice sounded, and the armored vehicle smoothly started up, gradually accelerating and following behind Li Yongxing's van. This is what life is all about. Wei Chuan wrapped his left arm around Lu Qingqing, holding Zhu Lingxue, with his right blissfully watching the movie playing on the 60-inch screen. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The road survival turned into a camper van experience. However, this pleasant atmosphere was shattered half an hour later. A roar of engines, clearly not belonging to the armored vehicle or the van, thundered closer. Wei Chuan immediately became alert. Although mechanical perception had not been triggered, indicating no malicious intent outside the vehicle, he still did not dare to let his guard down. Qingqing, Lingxue, take over the driving. He gestured for the two women to get ready in the driver's seat, while he swiftly took out a handgun and climbed onto the roof through the shooting hatch. Standing atop the vehicle and looking out, he saw a parallel road about 100 meters to the right. A chase was unfolding on that road. There were 4 modified vehicles, 3 cars were frantically pursuing a large pickup truck. Both sides' engines roared, especially the desperate pickup truck whose exhaust was spewing black smoke, seemingly overloaded. Looking ahead, Li Yongsheng had also heard the commotion. He had opened the driver's side window, gripping a handgun crossbow ready to shoot at any moment. However, this chase did not involve them. The pickup truck was moving fast, and the driver's skills were quite fierce, dodging left and right, never allowing the 3 cars behind to overtake. As the angle between the 2 roads widened and the distance increased, the intense engine sounds gradually faded into the wind. It's getting harder for lone wolves to survive. Wei Chuan sighed in relief as he climbed down from the roof, feeling somewhat sentimental. After the service area appeared, the convoy grew larger because the service area not only offered good products, but also helped many find teammates. This scenario of one vehicle being chased by multiple vehicles would likely become more common in the future. After this little episode, the convoy continued to drive steadily for another half hour. Suddenly, Li Yongsheng, leading the way, began to honk the horn furiously. Lightning slowed down. Wei Chuan immediately ran to the driver's seat to check and saw a solitary small hill on the right side of the road surrounded by lush greenery. At the foot of the small hill, there was a dark tunnel entrance flanked by a row of empty, oversized parking spaces. As they drove into the parking space, several familiar gray lines of text floated above the tunnel entrance. Survivors, welcome to the Mountain Tunnel. The Mountain Tunnel was captured by the night demons before its construction was completed and has now become their lair. There are some supplies left by the construction team that could not be taken during the hasty evacuation. Please explore with caution. Survival difficulty: gray iron level. Access time 6,060 minutes. Existence time 222,300 minutes. A vibrant little hill suddenly appeared, confirming it to be a dungeon, but the difficulty was not high, just the lowest gray iron level. The time limits were different from the hospital dungeon encountered yesterday, possibly varying for each dungeon. Boss. Li Yongsheng, who had parked the car, ran to the front of the armored vehicle, waving. Get ready, we go in 5 minutes. Wei Chuan replied as he opened the door and then tidied up his equipment at the storage rack. Gray iron level dungeons can be used to train mental strength, so there's no need to bring too many firearms and ammunition. Just a submachine gun in the pocket, plus 1 handgun and 3 magazines will suffice. However, just before setting off, Wei Chuan asked Zhu Lingxue to stay in the vehicle. Yesterday they bumped into Li Yongsheng, and today they might encounter others. Someone needed to keep an eye on the entrance to prevent being caught off guard. By the way, it would definitely be very dark in the tunnel, so he needed to buy some lighting equipment. Once everything was prepared, Wei Chuan brought Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng to the entrance of the deep tunnel. Li Yongsheng looked at the flashlights in Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing's hands and awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that his hands were empty. Wei Chuan rolled his eyes, slightly annoyed, and swiftly pulled out a brand new flashlight from his backpack, tossing it over. He had anticipated various situations and had purchased a total of 10 flashlights of the same model. They could be used casually or as thrown lights during emergencies to prevent any accidents. His life was at stake. He never fought without preparation. I did prepare, but I didn't expect this situation, thanks to the boss. Li Yongsheng fumbled to catch the flashlight, his face filled with admiration and relief. Soon the 3 turned on their flashlights and stepped into the pitch-black tunnel. As they entered the instance area, the light instantly dimmed, with only 3 beams of light flickering in the dust-laden, musty air. The initial section of the tunnel looked no different from an ordinary tunnel, long and wide with a dark and deep semicircular arch. However, it was filled with numerous abandoned vehicles, rusty and reduced to mere frames stacked haphazardly, forming a steel graveyard. After walking a few steps, a hoarse howl came from behind the wreckage of an abandoned small truck ahead. A night demon, seemingly a worker mutated, dressed in tattered overalls, lunged at them with claws bared. Li Yongsheng, feeling a bit cowardly or too tense, didn't wait for the night demon to get close, and quickly pulled the trigger in rapid succession, firing several crossbow bolts that whistled through the air. Although his aim was average, the sheer number of bolts paid off. The one bolt struck the night demon square in the eye, instantly exploding its head and causing it to vanish. Damn, that startled me, Li Yongsheng sighed in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow as he hurriedly replenished his arrows. Wei Chuan was dumbfounded. It was no wonder Li Yongsheng always came to buy crossbow arrows from him daily, given this strategy. However, it was quite a solid tactic that he could learn from. The trio continued deeper into the tunnel. There were no forks in the tunnel, but the abandoned vehicles and construction obstacles significantly slowed their progress. Wei Chuan shook his head in disappointment. While a simple instance was a good thing, the lack of mutated creatures was quite annoying. He wanted evolution crystals. Too simple. Wei Chuan shook his head in disappointment. While a simple instance was a good thing, the lack of mutated creatures was quite annoying. He wanted evolution crystals. However, they did find quite a few other supplies along the way. They discovered many specialized protective suits, goggles, searchlights, various tools, and standard materials, even some water and food in abandoned construction vehicles or toolboxes. Though not very useful, it was still a harvest. After walking for another 10 minutes, the 3 finally reached the end of the tunnel. Ahead lay an unfinished rock face where construction had evidently been halted. Under the beam of the flashlight, several skeletal remains long turned to bones were scattered at the end, their clothing having long since decayed. Amidst those bones a pair of eerie green lights suddenly flared up. Accompanied by a sharp piercing scream, an enormous mutated rat comparable to a full-grown Alaskan Malamute suddenly stood upright. Its filthy greasy fur coupled with incisors like two massive chisels emitted a foul wind as it charged towards Wei Chuan and the others with astonishing speed. "Ill handle this," Wei Chuan said softly, stopping Lu Qingqing and Li Yongxing from getting ready to shoot. He wanted to test the effect of mental power against mutated creatures. As his thoughts moved, a powerful mental force surged out. The intangible psychic energy rapidly gathered ahead, forming an enormous hand invisible to the naked eye, which struck fiercely at the charging mutated rat. Bang! With a muffled thud, the aggressive mutated rat seemed to collide with an invisible wall, abruptly halting its charge as its entire body was forcefully pinned to the dusty ground. It flailed its limbs in a frenzy, desperately struggling, but unable to break free. Wei Chuan felt the strength of its struggle and felt reassured. He adjusted his intent, transforming the invisible hand into a grip, tightly holding the mutated rat's plump body, lifting it high into the air, and then slamming it down forcefully onto the ground. Thud! The mutated rat let out a pained wail as blood gushed from its mouth and nose, clearly suffering from the impact. Wei Chuan excitedly experimented with various applications of his mental power, whether striking, pressing, or tearing. Initially, the mutated rat could still struggle wildly, but as its injuries worsened, it soon could only emit feeble groans, eventually becoming completely limp and motionless. Seeing that it could no longer endure, Wei Chuan concentrated his thoughts and extended his right hand to grasp the air. Pop! The massive sharp head of the mutated rat exploded as if crushed by a hydraulic press. The corpse quickly dissipated, leaving behind a dull source crystal. "Boss, that was too cool." Li Yongxing watched in awe, nearly drooling with envy. He didn't expect to awaken such a monstrous talent himself. As long as he could have half the strength and coolness of mental power, he would be satisfied. "There's no way forward. This rat should be the lord of this area," Lu Qingqing said, looking at the dissipating corpse. "It seems so. This gray iron level instance is much simpler than I initially thought. Let's begin and carefully search this area." Wei Chuan nodded, bending forward to pick up the evolution crystal. "All right." Lu Qingqing and Li Yongxing nodded, shining their flashlights around to start collecting supplies. The area was messy, filled with various construction tools, wooden boxes, oil drums, and even a small transport cart tipped over to one side. The visible supplies here were much richer than in the earlier sections of the tunnel. "We found the finishing materials for the modifications." This small transport cart was the best preserved vehicle in the tunnel, hardly rusted, requiring no effort for renovation. It was made of solid materials, mostly steel, with plenty of plastic and wiring, and most materials on the vehicle were useful. With his current strength, he could roughly carry away these useful materials. By organizing the compartments, he could free up 20 each, holding 500 pounds of materials, allowing him to carry a total of 1,000 pounds. 20 minutes later, Wei Chuan and his companions emerged from the tunnel, their arms laden with bountiful rewards. Each of their storage compartments was full, and their backpacks were stuffed to the brim. This outing was remarkably easy. It ended without a single shot fired. A total of 7 night demons were all dispatched by Li Yongxing with his pistol crossbow, while Wei Chuan only killed one mutated rat, feeling as relaxed as if he were strolling through a supermarket. Risk area entry time 860 minutes. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, realizing he had 8 minutes left to enter. He couldn't afford to waste any time. He instructed Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to organize the basic supplies, while he took out all the metal materials and tossed them onto the ground, freeing up storage space before rushing back into the tunnel. This time the target was the abandoned vehicles at the tunnel entrance. Before time ran out, Wei Chuan retrieved 2 more vehicles. Done. Wei Chuan clapped his hands, looking at the pile of metal beside the armored vehicle, feeling quite satisfied. Metal materials were never too much. Those he couldn't use in this round could be utilized in the next, so it was wise to gather as much as possible. "I need to find a way to get more storage compartments." While moving the metal materials to the vehicle, Wei Chuan couldn't help but frown. His current storage method was very primitive. Underneath the 2 iron-framed beds, he had stuffed 3 bicycles and 1 electric bike, leaving only the main frames. 4 crafting tables could provide him with 40 material slots. These 40 material slots constituted his current materials warehouse. However, this method was not a long-term solution. It took up space and was inconvenient for access, as he had to crawl under the bed. Storage items. Let's see. Wei Chuan opened the trading post and posted a request. Wanted various storage items, exchanging for water and source crystals. Sincerely purchasing. Please include your price. He initially thought it would take a while to find a seller for such relatively rare items, but unexpectedly the survival manual lit up shortly after he posted. Several people messaged him simultaneously. "Zhang Fan brother, do you want a nightstand? It has 15 storage slots. How about 10 liters of water?" Feng Yi, a backpack with 5 slots, fixed price of 45 source crystals. Sean Buddy, check out the refined iron storage cabinet. It's compact, but has an astonishing 20 storage slots, only requiring 15 liters of water. Equivalent items are also acceptable. Huang Lihua, I have a hiking backpack with 10 slots. Wei Chuan quickly skimmed through the messages and offers, finding the prices to be quite similar. On average, one storage slot cost about 1.5 liters of water. Having never purchased storage items before, he wasn't sure if this price was high or low, but since so many were offering at this price, it should be the normal market rate, and to him, it was merely a small expense. He'll take them all. Without hesitation, Wei Chuan activated the Allow Trading feature and swiftly completed the transactions. 1 item, 2 items, 5 items. As a result, the storage items piled up beside the sofa. There were nightstands, storage cabinets, wardrobes, hiking backpacks, and regular backpacks. That's about it. Wei Chuan looked at the diverse array of storage items, feeling quite pleased. This haul had shot his storage slots into triple digits, more than sufficient in the short term. Some of the furniture doubled as backpacks, usable both inside and outside the vehicle. After organizing these storage items, he immediately moved to pull the bicycles and electric bike from underneath the "Now you can retire." Wei Chuan chuckled, activating his mind's shaping ability to convert the 4 two-wheeled vehicles into materials. Out. Cleanup complete. 10 minutes later, the convoy set off, heading towards the unknown ahead. This journey felt particularly slow and uneventful. From 3 p.m. until 6:30 p.m., they had encountered nothing, not even other vehicles, as if the entire world consisted solely of their 2 lonely cars. A simple night passed, and the 8th day of survival had arrived. Upon waking, Wei Chuan habitually picked up the survival manual to check. Survivor Wei Chuan, Talent S-Class, Mechanical Mastery, Telekinesis, Time 0605, Weather clear, Temperature 30. Upon seeing the temperature reading, Wei Chuan instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Is it already 30 degrees this early? In the past, the temperature at this time usually hovered between 25 and 27 degrees. Not cool, but certainly not hot. During the hottest hours of the day, around 2 or 3 p.m., the temperature would soar to 39 degrees and never surpassing the 40-degree mark. But today it was already 30 degrees before dawn, but would the maximum temperature likely exceed 40 degrees, or even higher by the afternoon? Absurd. Without any notice or anything, Wei Chuan muttered, then thought of some good news. In reality, water prices were about to rise again. High temperatures would inevitably lead to increased water consumption, making the water he had on hand more valuable. He'll check again in the afternoon. He shook his head, closed the survival manual, and prepared to start the new day's work on the armored vehicle. However, just as he turned to grab the materials, a glimpse from the corner of his eye through the vehicle's observation window caught sight of something that shouldn't exist on this desolate prairie. A slender, slightly tall shadow that was gently swaying. What the heck? Wei Chuan felt a chill run down his spine, and almost reflexively the Wave Shock assault rifle appeared in his hand. He held his breath and focused, peering closely. The swaying shadow outside seemed somewhat familiar, and it looked as if it were a tree. Where did a tree come from on a grassland? There wasn't one last night. Could it be a roadside instance? Wei Chuan quickly opened a flashlight, skillfully climbed up onto the roof through the shooting hatch, and abruptly swept the beam toward the right side of the road. What the hell? In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Just a dozen meters away from the road, a vibrant patch of green that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment appeared. It was a small oasis resource point. Not very large, about 500 square meters, it shone like a paradise amidst the desolate grassland. Several tall, upright coconut trees grew in the oasis, their canopies thick with clusters of heavy green coconuts. The ground was no longer covered in sand and dry grass, but rather lush green grass adorned with various wildflowers. One could even catch glimpses of some low plants bearing round watermelons. What excited Wei Chuan the most was that in the very center of this small oasis there was a box he knew all too well, faintly glowing with a golden light under the illumination. A golden box. What incredible luck these past 2 days. Wei Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration rush to his head, nearly flinging the flashlight from his hand in his excitement. A lush oasis brimming with abundant fruit resources, and a golden chest guaranteed to yield treasures. This place was nothing short of paradise. Well, not quite. Add 1 evolution crystal to the equation. Every resource node was guarded by mutated creatures, a fundamental rule of such sites. Lingxue, Qingqing, wake up. Wei Chuan immediately began packing his gear while shouting. Before dawn broke and temperatures rose, he intended to venture out now and claim this oasis resource node. Honey, what's wrong? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue stirred awake at Wei Chuan's call, sitting up drowsily on their beds and blinking blankly toward him beside the storage rack. Hurry up, we've just spawned a lush oasis resource node outside. It's overflowing with fruit, and there's a golden chest inside. Wei Chuan spoke rapidly, his voice trembling with barely contained elation. Fruit, and a golden chest. Those two words acted like adrenaline, instantly burning away every trace of lingering sleep from the two women. To them, fruit was merely an ordinary snack, but plucking it fresh from an oasis with their own hands was in this world an extravagantly rare delight. And then there was the golden chest. Yesterday's sentient AI had emerged from one just like it. Perhaps this time would yield something even more extraordinary. The two women leapt from bed at once, donned athletic attire, and checked their weapons and ammunition. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan maneuvered the armored vehicle slightly forward, aligning its two ultra-bright headlights directly onto the oasis, banishing darkness and revealing intricate details across the entire area. Once fully equipped, Wei Chuan led the two armed women down from the vehicle. As they passed Li Yongxing's van, he rapped sharply twice on the door. "Yongxing, something valuable has appeared. Get up now." Boss." A groggy reply drifted from inside the van. "Get up, time to pick fruit." Hearing the response, Wei Chuan didn't wait. Instead, he led Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue straight toward the oasis. Under the intense beam, coconut palms, poplar trees, emerald grass blossoms, and ripening melons glowed with vivid, irresistible allure. Even more captivating was the angular golden chest, radiating a mesmerizing, intoxicating luster. Yet something felt deeply unsettling. The node was eerily silent. Not a single sign of mutated life stirred within sight. "Stay alert." Wei Chuan murmured a warning, then clapped his hands sharply, deliberately generating loud noise to provoke any hidden mutants. Yet the oasis remained utterly still. Only the soft rustle of wind through leaves broke the silence. Wei Chuan's palms stung from repeated clapping. He was already considering firing a warning shot when, "Boss, it's the trees." Li Yongxing's panicked cry erupted from behind. He'd just finished gearing up and arrived in time to witness the astonishing sight. Almost simultaneously, Wei Chuan detected movement to his upper left. Two seemingly ordinary thick poplar trees, mere paces ahead, suddenly came alive. Their massive trunks coiled like serpentine giants, gnarled branches whipped outward like supple muscular lashes, tearing through the air with deafening roars, as they struck sideways toward the trio with terrifying speed and force. No wonder no mutants had responded. The node's guardian wasn't an animal. It was two mutated trees. Dodge! Wei Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. Instinct overrode thought as his spiritual energy surged. An invisible force seized Lu Qingqing's and Zhu Lingxue's collars, yanking them backward midair, while Wei Chuan executed a lightning-fast donkey roll, hurling himself sideways to the right. Whoosh! The colossal wooden whips grazed their bodies, the shockwaves stinging their skin like shards of ice. A direct hit would have been catastrophic. Damn it! Overconfidence had nearly cost them everything. The system update notification had clearly stated causes mutation in flora and yet for the past 2 days, every resource node and dungeon they'd encountered featured only mutated animals, lulling Wei Chuan into a fatal misconception. By then, Li Yongxing had sprinted into position. He raised his crossbow pistol and fired several bolts straight into the trunk of one mutated poplar tree. But the mutated tree reacted with uncanny swiftness. Slender branches darted like nimble arms, intercepting and deflecting every bolt with unnerved. "Damn!" Li Yongxing cursed under his breath, his face paling slightly. Mutated plants were far more formidable than mutated beasts. They could actually defend and parry. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Chuan, now regaining his footing, drew a shotgun from his storage compartment without hesitation and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the thrashing poplar. You can deflect bolts, but try stopping buckshot. A metallic storm of lead pellets engulfed the area. Though most were intercepted, splintering bark and scattering leaves, many pierced the defense, slamming hard into the trunk. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, scrambling upright, were both stunned and furious, immediately opening fire with pistols on the second mutated poplar. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets slammed into trunk and branch alike, exploding into viscous bioluminescent fluids, swirling crimson and viridian like sap mingled with blood, ghastly and grotesque. Scree! The twin poplars shrieked, a sound like splintering timber, seemingly racked by agony, plunging into frenzied, uncontrolled violence. Trunks and branches twisted chaotically, lashing wildly, seeking destruction. Yet by now Wei Chuan and his companions had already retreated far beyond reach. They regrouped at the oasis periphery, launching sustained long-range assaults with firearms and crossbow pistols. Though terrifyingly powerful, the mutated poplars remained rooted, unable to advance beyond their base. Their attacks became futile flails, striking only air and foliage. Wei Chuan issued the order calmly, swapping his shotgun for a pistol and methodically hammering rounds into the left. Wei Chuan issued the order calmly, swapping his shotgun for a pistol and methodically hammering rounds into the left poplar's main trunk. The others instantly pivoted their aim. Bullets and bolts rained down like a merciless storm. Under the relentless barrage, the left poplar's trunk bloomed with ever-deepening wounds, crimson-green ichor oozing steadily, while its lashing branches grew sluggish, weak, and uncoordinated. So much flesh. Wei Chuan stared at spent shell casings scattered at his feet, heart aching, as if he'd lost precious blood. His spiritual energy currently extended only 25 meters, forcing reliance on firearms. This ammunition could easily fell 5 standard mutated beasts, yet this single mutated poplar remained grievously wounded, not slain. That was the plant's ultimate advantage, staggering regenerative vitality. Fortunately, its immobility remained a fatal weakness, otherwise victory would have been nearly impossible. Upon returning, he would craft javelins and throwing spears, specialized weapons designed precisely to counter such tenacious hard-to-kill mutated flora. Change to another one. Wei Chuan turned the gun around, aiming at another mutated poplar tree that was still thrashing wildly, and opened fire fiercely, with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue immediately following suit. Bang! 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 Another person fired several shots, and the second mutated poplar tree was also hit, its sap spraying everywhere, and its flailing branches visibly slowed down and weak. Yongxing, the cleanup is up to you. Wei Chuan did not want to waste any more precious bullets, and said to Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng immediately loaded crossbow bolts into the quiver, and began shooting at the 2 mutated poplar trees that had already lost their vitality, with the bolts deeply embedded in their trunks. After emptying 2 quivers, the 2 mutated poplar trees seemed to have all their life force instantly drained. Their branches and leaves rapidly withered, shrank, and darkened at a visible speed, finally turning into what looked like charcoal, completely losing any movement. Clearly they were as dead as could be. That was quite meaty. Wei Chuan sighed in relief, unable to hold back his emotions. The defense and vitality of these 2 mutated poplar trees far exceeded all the mutated creatures he had encountered before, even more than the mutated centipedes. If a squad without long-range firepower were to come, they definitely wouldn't be able to take them down. However, upon further reflection, it wasn't necessarily required to fight. These 2 mutated poplar trees could not move as long as they avoided being ambushed by them. They could easily bypass them and head directly for the golden chest and fruits. Of course, he certainly wouldn't take the detour. Wei Chuan smiled at the 2 dead trees. The evolution crystals were treasures not to be missed. After tidying up his clothes and pants that were covered in dust from earlier dodging, Wei Chuan approached the 2 already dead mutated poplar trees with the 3 others. The dead mutated poplar trees had become very fragile. The trunks were as brittle as sun-dried plastic, and a gentle poke could dig out a large hole. Wei Chuan rummaged inside their main trunks and quickly dug out 2 evolution crystals. Second-tier evolution crystal, a crystal containing weak source energy, the source of power for mutated creatures. Directly consuming it can slightly enhance physical attributes and mental strength, with a small probability of awakening a second talent. No wonder they were so meaty. It turns out they were second-tier. Wei Chuan weighed them in his hand before putting them into his pocket. Then he looked at Li Yongsheng and said, Yongxing, I have use for the second tier. After we finish searching this resource point, I will give you the first tier 1 dropped by the mutated rats earlier. If it hadn't been for Li Yongxing's timely shout earlier, they might have been ambushed and injured, so this credit must be acknowledged. Li Yongsheng hurriedly waved his hands. No, boss, you keep it for yourself. Just give me some when there are more in the future. As long as I have you backing me up, I'll be fine. Besides, if it weren't for your and the sisters' fierce firepower, I wouldn't have been able to handle this level of boss. Just accept it, and let's search. This place isn't small, we should try to finish before the sun comes up. Wei Chuan smiled and patted Li Yongsheng on the shoulder. After saying that, he eagerly took the lead into the oasis, his first target being the golden chest in the center of the oasis. Facing the golden chest again, the same expectations, the same actions. Let's have some black technology. Wei Chuan narrowed his eyes and softly chanted. After the AI transformation template appeared, he had completely fallen in love with this type of black technology with special capabilities. With a forceful push, the lid of the chest snapped open. 2. Recipes. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow. There were no finished products in the chest, only 2 light yellow scrolls tied together with white ribbons. He directly picked up the 2 recipes, untied the ribbons, and unfolded them. When he saw the item information given by the recipes, he almost popped his eyes out. Recipe: SCAR Standard Assault Rifle. Description: a modular assault rifle with excellent shooting performance, effective range of 300 meters using 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle cartridges, magazine capacity of 20 rounds. Crafting times 55. Materials required: refined steel ingots 5, refined aluminum ingots 5, engineering plastics 5, engineering rubber 5. Recipe: 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle cartridge, a well-performing full-power rifle cartridge featuring a copper-jacketed lead core structure, relatively lightweight, commonly used in standard rifles and light machine guns. Crafting times. Materials required: standard primer 1, standard propellant 1, a refined copper ingots 1. Damn it. Wei Chuan was overjoyed, unable to resist punching the air with his fist. This was actually a complete set of manufacturing recipes for an assault rifle, and its ammunition. The recipe for the gun could be crafted 5 times, while the bullet recipe was unlimited. This really struck a chord with him. If it were just a simple rifle recipe, or a finished rifle to be honest, it wouldn't be of much use to him now. After all, he already had a PPSH-41 submachine gun, with firepower fully overflowing at close range. A rifle with a magazine capacity of only 20 rounds, no matter how precise and powerful, couldn't compete with a submachine gun that could hold 71 rounds in its drum in close combat. But the unlimited bullet recipe had an entirely different significance. With his financial resources, he could easily achieve bullet freedom, firing one round after another without care, no longer needing to worry about ammunition. Damn it, now I can really take off. Wei Chuan directly used the two recipes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Although he felt a small regret for not opening a black technology item, this unlimited bullet rifle recipe was truly too enticing. Darling, what good stuff did you get? Show me. Zhu Lingxue had been keeping an eye on Wei Chuan's movements, and when she saw him open the golden chest, she immediately ran over, curious and expectant. It's a surprise, or I'll tell you later. Wei Chuan, in an excellent mood, looked at Zhu Lingxue's eager expression and playfully teased her. How long later? Seeing Wei Chuan's mysterious demeanor, which clearly showed he had found a treasure, Zhu Lingxue felt as if her heart was being scratched by little cat paws itching terribly. She immediately took advantage of her charm, pressing her soft body against him, wrapping her arms tightly around Wei Chuan's arm, and gently shaking it, using a sweet and sticky voice to act cute. Darling, just tell me okay. Come on, please. Good treasure. Feeling the soft touch on his arm and the delicate voice in his ear, Wei Chuan almost lost control. However, he still restrained his delight, gently flicking Zhu Lingxue's delicate and slightly upturned nose with his index finger, insisting, I said it's a surprise, spoiling it in advance would be pointless. You'll find out soon enough. Humph. Stingy. Seeing her cute act fail, Zhu Lingxue immediately changed her demeanor, pouting in annoyance as she released her grip and playfully pinched the soft flesh at Wei Chuan's waist. Ouch! Wei Chuan called out in sync. I won't help you tonight. Zhu Lingxue, seemingly still unsatisfied after pinching, suddenly stood on her tiptoes, leaned toward Wei Chuan's cheek, opened her little mouth, and gently bit down, leaving a shallow tooth mark and a moist trace. After doing all this, she seemed to have turned the tables, proudly lifting her chin, giving a light hum, and skipping away to pick fruits. It's not me who's craving. Wei Chuan touched the spot on his face where she had bitten, watching Zhu Lingxue's graceful and cheerful figure, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. This girl really knew how to tease him more and more. At this moment, Wei Chuan's mood was akin to this oasis, overflowing with vitality and vigor. He glanced around, temporarily suppressing the immense joy. The branches were laden with coconuts, watermelons, and cantaloupes hidden among the leaves, along with some unidentifiable fruits, all waiting for his harvest. The four dispersed eagerly, beginning their gathering. Some fruits were more laborious to collect. For instance, coconuts required chopping down the tree, while sandthorn and goji berries had to be picked one by one. After nearly half an hour of picking, they only managed to finish gathering all the edible fruits in the oasis by 7 a.m. when the sky brightened. Spending more time also meant a bountiful harvest. The total weight of the fruits they gathered exceeded 200 pounds. Most of it consisted of large fruits like coconuts, watermelons, and cantaloupes, while a smaller portion included figs, sandthorn, goji berries, ginseng fruit, and pomegranates. This harvesting expedition was exhilarating. Although the fruits weren't particularly precious, the sensation of gathering them by hand from the branches and fields was immensely satisfying, and everyone was thoroughly enjoying the process. This laborious task surprisingly allowed them to relax. It would be great if there was a small lake here, Wei Chuan said, wiping his sweat and tossing a few goji berries into his mouth, feeling exceptionally pleased. However, just as he was about to call his wife and younger brother to wrap things up, boom! Suddenly a series of dense and violent engine roars came from behind the highway, indicating that many vehicles were rapidly approaching. Back to the car. Wei Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately drew his pistol, shouting a warning. But just as they started to run, several arrows whizzed through the air towards them, with a sharp whooshing sound, landing in a nearby pile of grass after losing momentum. The other side clearly had bows and arrows, but the distance was too great to pose a threat. Damn it, looking for death. Wei Chuan was furious. If they were just passing by, avoiding a confrontation would have sufficed. Yet it was evident that they were coming for them, and they likely spotted them from afar, deliberately waiting until they had gathered their supplies before attacking. Want to play the hunter? You try it. A glint of cold light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. Don't fire. Lure them over. Li Yongxin, get on the roof with me. Wei Chuan immediately halted Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were preparing to retaliate, while he pulled a pistol from his storage compartment and tossed it to Li Yongxin. Don't worry, boss. He'll take them down. Li Yongxin caught the pistol, his heart racing with excitement. He understood that this meant Wei Chuan truly considered him one of their own, gripping the pistol tightly, aiming carefully at the ground, and quickly following Wei Chuan towards the armored vehicle. The short distance of 30 or 40 meters felt like nothing to someone with enhanced physical abilities. Meanwhile, the attackers had fully come into view. It was a convoy of 7 modified vehicles led by a seemingly heavy-duty truck, followed by 6 vans and sedans. People leaned out from the rooftops or windows, brandishing a variety of weapons, primarily bows and knives. The leading truck appeared intent on crashing directly through. The 6 sedans following it accelerated from both sides, clearly aiming to encircle and block Wei Chuan and the other's 2 vehicles. Next time, be more clever. By the time the convoy approached within 100 meters, Wei Chuan had already climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. With a cold smirk, he retrieved his PPSH submachine gun from the storage compartment, aiming directly at the driver's seat of the truck. Rat-a-tat-tat. The firepower unleashed from the 71-round drum was instantaneous, with bullets pouring out like rain. The seemingly sturdy windshield of the truck shattered into countless fragments, and the driver in the cabin didn't even have time to scream before being turned into a sieve along with his seat. The out-of-control truck swerved, thundering off the road just as it was about to crash into Li Yongsheng's van, plowing into a nearby patch of grass, with a dull thud, flipping over and ceasing to move. Awesome. Li Yongsheng's eyes widened as he saw Wei Chuan pull out the PPSH submachine gun. In the next moment, he snapped back to reality, gripping his pistol tightly and firing repeatedly at the window of a van, trying to flank them from the right. His marksmanship was poor. With one magazine emptied, he had no idea where the bullets went. Yet, by sheer luck, it seemed he struck a tire or startled the driver, causing the van's front end to swing abruptly and collide with another sedan that was rushing to provide support. The 2 vehicles immediately became entangled, coming to a halt in a pile of grass. Inside the vehicle, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue weren't idle either. They concentrated their fire through the shooting ports at the 2 crashed. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, gunfire erupted across the hay field, completely shattering the morning's tranquility. In just one encounter, this impressive-looking convoy of 7 vehicles was down to only 4 that could still move. The occupants of those 4 vehicles were so terrified by the terrifying firepower that they disregarded their teammates' conditions, and without even the time to turn around, they slammed into reverse and attempted to flee. Thinking of running now? Too late. Wei Chuan leaped down from the roof, wielding the PPSH with only half a magazine left, sprinting forward like a cheetah. As he ran at high speed, he efficiently executed precise shots. His body, enhanced by 23 evolution crystals, showcased its capabilities to the fullest at this moment. His speed was astonishing. A 100-meter sprint could be completed in just 5 or 6 seconds, even faster than those who had just begun to reverse. He raised his gun and fired a round of precise shots, accurately hitting the driver's side windows of 2 cars on the left roadside, instantly splattering blood across the driver's seats. As the PPSH's drum was emptied, Wei Chuan unhesitatingly stowed it away and replaced it with an upgraded version of the DSHG, beginning his assault on the vehicles on the highway. Bang, bang. The last 2 vehicles had already reversed a fair distance. Wei Chuan emptied the last 3 magazines, blowing out both front tires of one vehicle, its rims sparking against the pavement as it came to a crooked stop. The other vehicle was still in reverse, but the front swayed back and forth as if the driver had been shot. It barely escaped for about 200 meters before finally stalling in the middle of the road. Wei Chuan quickly pursued, switching his handgun for a shotgun, cautiously approaching the first vehicle. The driver in the front seat was completely pale, yet appeared to be in decent condition, gripping a bow with an arrow nocked, aiming at the window, intending to retaliate as Wei Chuan approached. Bang, bang, bang. Yet how could Wei Chuan give him the chance? Before he even reached the rear of the car, he fired 3 shots of buckshot at the driver's seat, taking the driver out instantly. After dealing with this vehicle, Wei Chuan continued to pursue forward. The second vehicle was the same. Before he got close, he unleashed a barrage of buckshot. There were 2 people in this vehicle, and both the primary and co-drivers were present, completely bloodied, turned into a sieve. Suddenly, a series of urgent gunshots echoed from the direction of the armored vehicle. It was the distinct sound of standard black stars, indicating that Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were firing. Are there still stragglers? Wei Chuan's heart tightened, and he immediately turned around, rushing back at top speed. However, by the time he returned to the armored vehicle, he found that the battle here had already concluded. Indeed, there were stragglers, but they were not struggling for survival. Rather, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were executing a thorough eradication. Among these 7 vehicles, there were a total of 10. Wei Chuan had eliminated 3 individuals from the 2 vehicles he pursued. There were still 5 vehicles left, with 7 individuals, 3 of whom were fortunate enough not to be killed instantly. After the vehicles were shot to a halt, they attempted to flee, but were discovered by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Each received a few shots, all of them downed. Li Yongsheng was even more ruthless. Regardless of whether the individuals were dead or not, he didn't feel reassured. He used his handgun crossbow to shoot at the corpses until they were riddled with holes. Only then, seeing Wei Chuan return, Li Yongsheng proudly patted his chest. He spoke as if claiming credit. Boss, don't worry. With me around, even if these bastards have the talent of rapid regeneration, they definitely won't survive. Wei Chuan initially felt a bit speechless, thinking that this kid might be overly nervous. But upon further reflection, in such a bizarre world, any peculiar talent could emerge. Although Li Yongsheng's approach seemed wasteful, it was precisely the most cautious and reliable. Well done, let's continue like this in the future. Wei Chuan's expression shifted from speechlessness to seriousness as he appreciatively patted Li Yongsheng's shoulder. Indeed, they were soldiers of General Wei. At this moment, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue approached, both gripping handguns. Their faces were slightly pale, and their breathing was noticeably rapid. This was their first time personally participating in a direct confrontation and killing, and both the physiological and psychological discomfort required time to adjust. However, they understood the survival rules of this world. There was no hesitation when they acted earlier, and they only ceased fire once their targets were completely dead. All right, everyone, listen to me. Wei Chuan clapped his hands to gather the attention of the three. Now let's organize the storage compartments and search for all the supplies in these 7 vehicles. We'll leave the vehicles themselves for me to retrieve personally. He quickly assigned tasks. Yongxing, take care of those 2 vehicles that are farther away. Drive over directly, while Qingqing and Lingxue handle the nearby ones. If any other vehicles approach, fire. Pausing for a moment, Wei Chuan produced 2 shotguns, tossing one to Li Yongsheng and handing the other to Lu Qingqing. This is the last of the ammunition. You search first, they'll make some bullets in the car and help you later. Boss, don't worry. I've got this and no one can get close. Li Yongsheng clutched the shotgun, feeling extremely touched, sensing a great deal of trust, and immediately hurriedly ran towards his van. Then we'll head out first. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue hugged Wei Chuan and turned before walking towards the nearest big truck. This damn survival. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette at the original spot, watching Li Yongsheng ignite, and turn the vehicle around before turning back to the car. The interior of the vehicle was very quiet. He sat quietly on the sofa for 2 minutes, suppressing the emotional fluctuations triggered by the intense killing before standing up and approaching the crafting table. Restocking ammunition was the primary task. No one knew when the next wave of danger would arrive. Damn, all high-grade materials. As Wei Chuan opened the crafting table, he remembered that the materials required for the Scar rifle and bullets were all high-standard materials. The gun shop at the service area had them for sale, but he hadn't bought any. However, these materials were also found in the supply boxes he had seen many times in the trading hall, and they were not difficult to buy. Transaction successful, source crystal 5, gained refined steel ingot 6, transaction successful, source crystal 5, gained refined copper ingot 5, transaction successful, source crystal 9, gained standard propellant 10. The prices were slightly cheaper than at the gun shop, and Wei Chuan immediately made a series of purchases directly, using up 4 crafting opportunities. Refined steel ingot 5, refined aluminum ingot 5, engineering plastic 5, engineering rubber 5, crafting successful, obtained Scar standard assault rifle 1, refined steel ingot 5, refined aluminum ingot 5, engineering plastic 5, engineering rubber 5, crafting successful, obtained Scar. These bullets are a bit expensive. As he crafted the bullets, Wei Chuan calculated carefully. The cost of 1 batch of bullets was nearly 3 source crystals, meaning that 1 liter of water could only be exchanged for 4 batches of bullets. If each batch contained only 1 bullet, that would truly burn money. Standard primer 1, or standard propellant 1, a refined copper ingot 1, crafting successful 7. 62 by 51 mm rifle round 5. Fortunately, after crafting, there were 5 bullets per batch, meaning that 1 liter of water could fill 1 full magazine of 20 rounds, a price he could accept. Thus, Wei Chuan purchased another batch of materials and crafted 400 rounds of ammunition in one go. 400 rounds meant 20 magazines. He kept 11 for himself, and evenly distributed the remaining 9 among his 2 wives and a younger brother, giving each of them 3 magazines. Indeed, he prepared to arrange some for Li Yongsheng as well. Li Yongsheng's performance since joining had already earned his trust. In fact, every time Li Yongsheng had a gun in hand, Wei Chuan secretly prepared his telekinetic power, but Li Yongsheng had always given up the opportunity to grow stronger. Indeed, he prepared to arrange some for Li Yongsheng as well. Li Yongsheng's performance. Finally, Wei Chuan crafted another batch of metal magazines. After manually loading 4 magazines for 4 guns, he set aside part of the remaining magazines and bullets into plastic bags. A little too relaxed, Wei Chuan halted just before stepping off. He glanced down at his t-shirt, shorts, and slippers, feeling the outfit was somehow off, as if he were dressed to collect rent. So he opened the trading post and searched through it carefully. Transaction successful, Yuanjing 12, obtained desert camo combat uniform set X1 U, transaction successful, 500 milliliters water canister 1, obtained multifunctional tactical vest X1 U, transaction successful, Yuanjing 7, obtained land combat boots X1 U, transaction successful, compressed biscuits 1, obtained tactical goggles X1 U, transaction successful. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan finished that round of procurement, his identity having shifted from rent collector to special forces. He had changed into a combat ensemble that screamed single-operator professionalism. A police-grade blast helmet on his head, tactical goggles over his eyes, a tactical vest strapped to his torso, with several magazines hanging from it, a pistol holster clipped to the outer thigh, with a pistol inserted, and a pair of camo combat boots on his feet. He had also bought knee pads and elbow guards. Whatever the trading post offered he purchased. Half of it was second-hand scavenged from resource points, but that did nothing to diminish the equipment's prestige and intimidation. Because the gun in his hand was real. To improve his shooting accuracy, he searched for a sight. He was lucky and secured an advanced combat optical sight capable of basic holographic aiming and up to 4 times magnification. He couldn't find a grip, so Wei Chuan planned to fashion one himself. The bulletproof vest and ballistic helmet he wanted most were also unavailable. Those he could not make, so he might post a buy request later. In short, maximize everything that can be maxed and find ways to max out what cannot. Ugh, it's sweltering. When he climbed down, Wei Chuan couldn't help squinting, but when he noticed eyes on him, he straightened his back and assumed a cold, composed expression. Li Yongsheng had just driven a working sedan over from a distance and parked it beside the armored vehicle. As Li stepped out, he immediately spotted the clean lines of the new rifle in Wei Chuan's hands and blurted a series of exclamations. Holy, holy, holy. Scar, boss, that new rifle of yours is insane. Where did you get it? It's okay, do you know it? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow and patted the cold hard gun in his hands, his tone still tinged with swagger. Of course I know it. The Scar is a famous rifle. The recoil isn't strong, very controllable, but feels better than the M4, and the 94 weapon swap feel is nice, if later guns hadn't gone totally over the top. Li Yongsheng gushed, leaning in as if beholding a rare treasure while examining the Scar. Hold on. Before he could continue his gun review, Wei Chuan cut him off with a dry remark. Are you playing CF? Talking about weapon swap feel. Don't you know that's a bad habit? You look like a rookie. At that moment, Zhu Lingxue, having heard the commotion, hurried over, tugging Lu Qingqing along. The two women's beautiful eyes flickered over Wei Chuan, ultimately fixing on the Scar they saw for the first time. Zhu, curious, asked, Honey, is this the thing you opened from that golden chest? Yes. Wei Chuan nodded and explained, I unlocked a complete blueprint set. The rifle itself is just a good weapon, nothing extraordinary, but its ammunition schematic is unlimited use. An unlimited use bullet schematic. At his words, the 3 listeners simultaneously grew excited. Bullets are a low-cost commodity. With an unlimited ammunition recipe, they could let loose without counting every round and feeling guilty for each shot. Wei Chuan drank in the surprised expressions on their faces and felt a deep satisfaction. After showing off the new gear for a while, he produced 3 Scar rifles from his storage and handed one each to Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng. Then he tossed Li a small plastic bag. There are 2 magazines worth in here. Compress them yourself. All right. Li Yongsheng took the bag, stared at the golden bullets inside, felt the heft of the pristine rifle in his hands, and grinned like a man who could not close his mouth. He stowed his things, looked at Wei Chuan earnestly, and slapped his chest with feeling. Boss, I won't give you a long speech. Just tell me what to do. We're brothers. Wei Chuan smiled and tapped his own chest with his fist in response. All right, get back to work. Finish the search quickly. If the sun rises fully, we'll be baked to jerky. Okay. The 4 separated and resumed the unfinished task of cleaning the battlefield. After the earlier searches, the supplies on the 7 vehicles had been picked nearly clean, and the operable cars had been driven over by Li Yongsheng. The remaining work was dismantling and salvaging the vehicles. This final phase took nearly an hour to complete. Each of the 7 vehicles had been modified to varying degrees and reinforced. There was a bounty of metal to salvage. Having expended energy from picking fruit once and fighting twice, Wei Chuan's stamina was low, so he rested for half an hour. With the influx of supplies and metal, the recently expanded storage became stretched again, leaving only a pitiful dozen slots. It was almost full. After the convoy set off, Wei Chuan did a rough tally of the haul. The reclaimed metals totaled about 13 tons, roughly 2600 jin. There were 17 ordinary crossbows and nearly 200 arrows. Just over 500 yuanjing. Various standard materials amounted to nearly 300 units. A miscellany of life supplies was plentiful. Water and food alone would feed 10 people for a month. Among all the finds, the best was a gun. A pistol called the Glock 19, compact, but pleasant to hold with only 3 rounds remaining in the magazine. Zhu Lingxue had found it on the big truck driver, who was probably the convoy leader and the unlucky first to be taken out. After Wei Chuan obtained the schematic, he tossed the pistol onto the storage shelf. It was a fine item, but he had little use for it now. It would simply gather dust. Perhaps when he decided to sell firearms, he would manufacture copies of such a low-powered pistol and rake in a fortune from the schematic and rare items. Those were the main supplies. Items he could not use. Furniture, dishes, clothing. He was too lazy to inventory and simply listed on the trading post at low prices in exchange for yuanjing. Is the effect this obvious? Sitting on the sofa, Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. Earlier he had consumed a 2 entire evolution crystal and the surge of energy and enhancement far exceeded that of the 1-star evolution crystals he had taken before. Roughly estimating the effect was almost 3 times that of the first tier. He smacked his lips, feeling the increasingly abundant power within him, and consumed the second 2-tier evolution crystal. The mighty energy once again surged forth, washing over his limbs and nourishing his spiritual awareness, enhancing both his physique and mental strength at a distinctly perceptible rate. He had originally intended to save these 2 evolution crystals for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, hoping they would awaken their second talent sooner. However, they insisted that after solving the ammunition problem, it wouldn't matter whether they awakened their second talent sooner or later, and urged him to use them to enhance his own power. With 2 entire evolution crystals consumed, Wei Chuan's power had risen to a new level. Although he couldn't conduct precise tests, he estimated that he could now easily move 600 pounds using only his telekinesis. His physical strength was likely similar, as the levels of both powers had always been comparable during previous tests. Just as he was savoring the newly acquired strength, the survival handbook beside him emitted a faint glow. Wei Chuan casually picked it up and opened it to find a private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, I've awakened. HM. Wei Chuan paused, slightly surprised that this guy had only consumed 4 1-star evolution crystals and had managed to awaken a second talent. What luck! However, given Li Yongsheng's boisterous nature, he should be jumping for joy after awakening his second talent. Why was he so calm? Not satisfied with the awakened second talent. Wei Chuan, what talent? Tell me about it. Li Yongsheng resilient revival. The effect is that when injured, as long as consciousness remains, the body will automatically consume stamina to recover, with recovery speed linked to stamina. In simple terms, it's a bankrupt version of rapid regeneration. After reading the description, Wei Chuan was taken aback. What a coincidence. Just this morning, Li Yongsheng had been shouting about needing to be ruthless with finishing blows, fearing that enemies might have recovery-type talents, yet he turned around and awakened a recovery-type talent himself. No wonder he was feeling so down. For a young man yearning for cool and flashy powers, such a simple, damage-absorbing passive talent was indeed not very appealing. However, upon careful consideration, Wei Chuan realized that the development prospects of this talent were actually quite promising. As long as he consumed more evolution crystals and continuously enhanced his physique and stamina, he could develop it in the direction of Wolverine. It wouldn't be a bankrupt version of rapid regeneration, but rather the genuine article with a new name. Wei Chuan, it's already quite powerful. Oh, as long as you're alive, you can deal damage. What could be more important than life? Li Yongsheng, boss, I understand the logic, but I want to be a mage. I can accept being a healer, but to be a healer who can only heal himself. I'm really cracking up here. Li Yongsheng, it's only been 10 days since the server opened and submachine guns and rifles have already been introduced. Who knows, there might even be missiles later. No matter how resilient my talent is, I can't withstand an RPG to the... Wei Chuan looked at the messages and could almost imagine Li Yongsheng's mournful face, which made him chuckle a bit. Wei Chuan, that may not be the case. Eat more evolution crystals and stack your physique. As long as you don't get killed instantly, you could say this is an immortal talent. Li Yongsheng sighed, it can only be like this. This awakening mechanism is too unfair. It should be made with a material card and clearly priced. Wei Chuan, now that you've awakened, there's no use in saying this. I'll get some hand crossbows for you to trade for evolution crystals, and we'll split whatever you get. Li Yongsheng, thank you, boss. I'll give it a try. After finishing the chat with Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan shook his head and prepared to start making the Scar rifle. The recipe produced a standard version made of half metal and half engineering plastic, which felt a bit too light for him. He preferred the heavy, durable, and stable feel of full metal. Buzz. Just as he closed the survival handbook, it suddenly lit up with a red glow that had never appeared before and emitted a slight vibration. HM. Wei Chuan was taken aback. This was the first time the survival handbook had reacted in such a way. He turned to see Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also looking surprised, holding their survival handbooks, indicating that everyone had received some kind of information. It wasn't a private message, nor was it a transaction prompt. Wei Chuan looked through the notifications and discovered that the anomaly came from the world channel that had never been opened. The Shadow Realm's energy is exceptionally active, with a massive influx of rogue power into the Light and Shadow Realm, triggering the Shadow Tide on the Light and Shadow Highway. Following the emergence of the Shadow Tide, the mysterious Shadow Merchant has entered the Light and Shadow Highway, bringing a large quantity of rare items, but their prices are also extremely high. Due to the influence of the Shadow Tide, the Night Demons have fallen into a state of extreme frenzy. They will launch a concentrated attack on the Light and Shadow Research Institute at 8 p.m. tonight, and the assault is expected to last for 30 minutes. The Light and Shadow Research Institute urgently needs support. Survivors can enter the Research Institute through the temporary portal beside the Light and Shadow Highway between 7:30 p.m. and 7:59 p.m. to assist in defending against the Night Demons' attack. Researchers will provide generous rewards based on each survivor's contributions. Another update. Wei Chuan's pupils contracted slightly after reading the announcement. This update is quite interesting. The mysterious merchant is akin to a hidden merchant, and the Research Institute's defense battle resembles a world boss that tests damage. Let's do this. Wei Chuan's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. The rules of rewards based on contributions were incredibly favorable for him. The difficulty might exist, but it certainly wouldn't be too high. As the saying goes, if even he couldn't withstand it, those participating tonight would likely see a 99 death rate, so there was no need to worry too much. The only consideration was how to deal more damage. I need to make more bullets. Wei Chuan immediately entered a state of battle readiness, calculating rapidly. Calculating based on a normal firing frequency, he could shoot about 100 rounds a minute, which would amount to 3,000 rounds in 30 minutes, requiring 150 magazines. If he factored in telekinetic gun control, he would need even more. The cost was simply astronomical. This was just for himself, his 2 wives, and a little brother would also need supplies. While they might not need as many as him, each would still require about 30 magazines. Thinking this through, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait. I'm being foolish. With the talent skill of blueprint construction, he could simply craft a high-capacity extended magazine instead of using the standard 20-round short magazines. Lightning, slow down and park. Ching Lingxue, take out all the source crystals we have left. There's going to be a big battle tonight. Wei Chuan sprang up from the sofa, his eyes glimmering with excitement and sharpness. As soon as the armored vehicle came to a halt, Wei Chuan opened the trading interface. His movements were swift and resolute, with a clear objective in mind: to exchange all the source crystals he had for gunpowder. In recent days, the consumption of source crystals was mainly focused on the operation of the engine and household appliances, resulting in relatively minor expenses. Additionally, he had sold off some miscellaneous supplies that he deemed unnecessary or too abundant, which replenished his reserves, so he was quite affluent with a total of around 5,000 source crystals. He planned to convert this substantial sum entirely into ammunition. 5,000 source crystals was indeed a significant amount, enough to make most people in this world envious. However, for Wei Chuan, it wasn't a big deal. Roughly calculated at current market prices, these source crystals were equivalent to 420 liters of drinking water, and he still had a stable reserve of over 1,500 liters of drinking water. Most importantly, ammunition was one of the primary guarantees for survival. Even if it might not be used tonight, it would undoubtedly be needed in the future. Ammunition would never be a burden. Therefore, he felt no regret over these 5,000 source crystals. He focused intently on the trading interface, searching and purchasing, his fingers sliding rapidly. A few minutes later, just as Wei Chuan was handing over the procurement task to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, preparing to first research the extended magazine, a familiar honking sound came from outside the vehicle. It was Li Yongsheng's heavily modified van. Wei Chuan suddenly remembered that he had been so absorbed in viewing announcements and making purchases that he forgot to notify the little brother leading the way. Li Yongsheng was evidently also fully captivated by the sudden announcement, only realizing after driving quite a distance that the armored vehicle had not followed, prompting him to hurriedly turn back. As soon as the armored vehicle door opened, Li Yongsheng exclaimed with urgency and excitement, "Boss, did you see the announcement? Shouldn't we prepare in advance?" His thoughts coincided perfectly with Wei Chuan's. If they wanted to participate in tonight's defense battle, stockpiling ammunition was undoubtedly the top priority, and the more they had, the better. "I've seen it. Standard primer, standard propellant, refined copper ingots, 110. Wei Chuan nodded succinctly, stating, while giving Li Yongsheng a knowing glance. "Understood." Li Yongsheng immediately grasped the idea, enthusiastically declaring, "Boss, I've saved over 1,000 source crystals. I'm going to put them all in. Let's do this." 1,000 or so. He had barely finished his sentence before he turned and sprinted towards his van, moving so quickly it created a gust of wind. Wei Chuan watched Li Yongsheng's retreating figure, quickly calculating in his mind. Adding his own 5,000, they would have a total of 6,000 source crystals, just enough to produce 1,000 rounds of ammunition. According to his earlier plan, the new magazine was a 50-round semi-arc design, and 200 of these magazines would be able to hold exactly 1,000 rounds. The distribution plan quickly formed in his mind. He would take 100 magazines and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would each take 35 magazines and 1,750 rounds. Li Yongsheng would take 30 magazines and 1,500 rounds of ammunition. Naturally, he had a bit of selfishness. If damage were to be ranked, the top 3 spots must belong to him, a Wei family member. However, he believed he had been quite generous to his little brothers, providing them with a full 1,500 rounds of ammunition, with material costs reaching as high as 900 source crystals. As the boss, he only took a small handling fee, which could be considered quite conscientious. If it were someone else, they wouldn't help even for 900 source crystals, let alone double that. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Yongsheng returned. He was carrying a wooden box on his shoulder containing exactly 360 sets of ammunition materials. "Take this back and compress it slowly. Wei Chuan handed him a heavy camouflage backpack, which contained the 1,500 rounds of ammunition already made and 30 empty magazines along with a fully metal structured. It was easy for a single gun to overheat. When firing continuously, two guns could be rotated for safety. Alright. Li Yongxing opened the backpack and immediately his eyes lit up. After showering a few compliments, he returned to the van. For the next 20 minutes, Wei Chuan was fully engaged in production. Mass-producing ammunition was an extremely tedious process as he could only make 5 rounds at a time. For the next 20 minutes, Wei Chuan was fully engaged in production. Mass-producing ammunition was an extremely tedious. The most daunting part was that compressing the ammunition was even more tedious and bothersome. At least 8,500 rounds needed to be pressed one by one into the magazines. However, this task didn't require him to squat in front of the production table, and Wei Chuan didn't plan to endure it stubbornly. He first completed all the remaining magazines, then turned on the television, selected a comedy movie, and finally began compressing ammunition with the company of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Take the bullets, compress the bullets, then take the bullets again. The air was filled only with the cheerful dialogue and background sounds from the movie, as well as the crisp sound of bullets being pressed into the magazine. This compression lasted for 4 hours from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m., with lunch being only a simple affair of fruits and milk. During this time, after Li Yongxing finished his 1,500 rounds, he even asked Wei Chuan for several hundred more to help out. Otherwise the time would have extended even further. From purchasing materials to finishing the bullets, it took nearly 5 hours of hard work. The results of these 5 hours were quite fruitful. On the sofa, 178 fully loaded extended magazines were stacked together, resembling a small mountain gleaming with a metallic glow. They contained a total of 8,900 rounds of ammunition, providing both destructive power and a sense of security. Wei Chuan looked at the mountain-like stack of magazines and let out a long sigh of relief. He perked up, dividing these heavy magazines into 3 camouflage backpacks, keeping the largest one for himself, while handing the 2 slightly smaller ones to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Lingxue, the bullets I gave you in the morning can be used to practice your marksmanship. Keep the original magazines for collection. I'm going to take a nap. Wei Chuan rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. Making bullets, crafting magazines, and compressing bullets had consumed quite a bit of his energy, especially mentally. Tonight's defense battle was extremely important, and he needed to approach it in the most prepared state. Okay, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue replied in unison, putting the camouflage backpacks into the storage compartment. They turned down the television volume and picked out 2 sets of combat uniforms identical to Wei Chuan's from the trading interface, then organized all the empty bottles from the vehicle. They were also looking forward to tonight's operation, wanting to bring back some rewards for Wei Chuan. These empty bottles could be used as targets. However, not right now. The temperature outside had already risen to 43 degrees, the air filled with dust and a burnt scent. Practicing marksmanship under the scorching sun was tantamount to courting death. Uncertain how long it had been, a series of dense and crisp gunshots jolted Wei Chuan awake from his slumber. Survivor Wei Chuan. Talent S-Class Mechanical Control Telekinesis. Time 1905. Weather clear. Temperature 32°C. He abruptly opened his eyes, glanced at the survival manual, and was slightly taken aback by the displayed time. It was already 7 p.m. Outside the window was a pitch-black night. He had somehow slept for nearly 6 hours in one go. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, and his bones emitted a faint crackling sound. The prolonged deep sleep had dispelled all fatigue, and his spirit was fully restored. He rose from the sofa bed and opened the back door of the armored vehicle. Outside the vehicle, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were intensely focused on their shooting practice. Their target was a humanoid night demon, which had already been riddled with holes. Li Yongxing squatted by the roadside with a kerosene lamp in hand, carefully cleaning his firearm with a clean towel under the dim light, his actions meticulous. Boss, I'm ready. Li Yongxing was the first to notice Wei Chuan waking up, immediately standing up to greet him, excitement evident on his face. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also stopped shooting and walked over. Lu Qingqing gently reminded, "Darling, there's porridge in the pot. It's already cooled down and the dishes are in the microwave. I'll go get it now." Wei Chuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them to confirm that they were all equipped properly. There are still about 20 minutes before the portal appears in all populated areas. You can practice shooting, but don't tire yourselves too much. After entering, there will only be half an hour of rest time. Lu Qingqing and the others responded earnestly. After a brief reminder, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle. Dinner consisted of sweet potato porridge with marinated venison and a can of loach simple. Exactly at 7:30 p.m. A soft blue light suddenly illuminated the roadside, casting a dreamlike glow on the desolate night of the grassland. A temporary parking lot outlined in light appeared out of thin air at the roadside. At the end of the parking lot, a deep blue energy portal was slowly rotating, resembling a miniature black hole vortex. Beside the portal stood an armed soldier. The 4 of them, already prepared, walked directly over. The soldier's equipment was surprisingly sophisticated. A full-cover dark gray exoskeleton armor enveloped him entirely, even his eyes hidden behind reflective goggles making it impossible to discern any expression. The weapon was not a conventional firearm, but rather a weapon emitting a faint blue light, seemingly an energy weapon. Wanderers, the Research Institute needs your assistance. A mechanical synthesized voice emanated from beneath the helmet, cold and devoid of emotion. After saying this, the soldier became as motionless as a statue, clearly just a part of the guidance program. Having a parking lot makes things easier. I was really worried about the vehicle being stolen. Li Yongsheng looked at the light-formed parking area and chuckled, easing his inner tension. Drive the vehicle over and go straight in. Wei Chuan's gaze lingered on the soldier's equipment for a moment before turning back toward the armored vehicle. He personally drove the armored vehicle into the parking space, then, without hesitation, led the three of them directly into the blue vortex. In an instant, the world spun around. The scene before him abruptly changed from the dry, desolate grassland to a vibrant oasis. A magnificent silver-white circular complex stood at the center of the oasis, vast in scale, resembling a future city surrounded by high walls. And the four of them were standing on the steel defensive wall of this future city. Looking down, the ground was filled with enormous anti-tank cones and various bunkers, evidently prepared as fortifications for participants, as not everyone possessed ranged weapons. Wanderers, all acts of harm and plunder are prohibited within the Research Institute. You only need to attack the incoming night demons. Rewards will be issued after the battle concludes. A soldier clad in exoskeleton armor walked past them, leaving behind a clear explanation of the rules before silently moving on. Boss, sister-in-law, I'm familiar with this gameplay, but it's just a tower defense damage ranking. We can just hit hard. Li Yongsheng immediately became excited, quickly understanding the rules from his past gaming experience. Wei Chuan nodded, but his gaze kept scanning the surroundings. The defensive wall had already gathered a multitude of people, at least 100 were visible, and new points of light continued to appear as new participants were teleported in. The number was not small, but compared to the global survival population it seemed too few. This event must be conducted in partitions. Retracting his gaze, Wei Chuan casually opened the regional communication channel. Area 898355100000 people. Lin Jian's, with so many people defending, it seems there will be a lot of night demons tonight. Du Jia, the risk shouldn't be too great. Look at the Research Institute itself. Even the automatic turrets are here. It feels more like a welfare event. Bloom, shit. That guy over there is holding a grenade. What luck? Jinxing Sai, no way. I respawned on the city wall. How do I fight without ranged weapons? Can I get down? Beth, I've already tried. You can return through the portal downstairs. If the Research Institute falls, we can evacuate early. Xinyo, those without ranged weapons should go to the west side of the wall. There are many bunkers outside, which should be prepared for melee players. The regional channel was filled with a flurry of messages, most of which were discussing the situation of this event. However, valuable intelligence was scarce as the event had not yet begun. Wei Chuan quickly scanned through, and then closed the communication. Meanwhile, as more and more people gathered on the steel defensive wall, the small group, formed by Wei Chuan and his companions, attracted increasing attention. Their equipment at this stage was truly exaggerated. Uniform combat suits were relatively common, with many available in the trading market at reasonable prices. So many people had similar ones. However, this combat suit paired with each person holding a Scar assault rifle created an extremely strong visual impact. After all, many people were still using cold weapons at this point. Those in better conditions were only using various bows and arrows with crossbows. A squad possessing rifles at this stage nearly meant invincibility, silently declaring their strength. For a moment, the regional communication channel became even more chaotic. The equipment information of Wei Chuan's team was instantly spread around, with countless photos shared. This was the reason why Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng all chose to dress like Wei Chuan, and no one wanted to be the subject of gossip through photos. During the wait, many people came over to greet them, either to build connections or to inquire about buying weapons. Wei Chuan had no intention of selling guns, saying he had acquired them from the trading market. Of course, he was not opposed to meeting more people, especially those whose weaponry revealed they were not to be underestimated. These individuals could be potential buyers or sellers, and he could add them as friends. Half an hour, neither brief nor prolonged. It vanishes in the blink of an eye when one is immersed in labor, yet stretches interminably when one waits second by second for the spoils of battle. To dispel this taut unease, Wei Chuan turned his gaze toward the colossal research academy. Though the structure itself was visually arresting, its sleek metallic contours and vast glass facades exuding unmistakable technological grandeur, it posed no formidable challenge to him, bearer of the strength, talent, mechanical mastery. At least not its outer shell. Given sufficient materials and stamina, he could transform an armored vehicle step by step into an impregnable mobile fortress. What truly seized his attention were the silent steel behemoths mounted upon the defensive wall. Rocket launchers, multi-barrel machine gun emplacements, mortar platforms, and others humming with faint azure energy, unmistakably advanced energy. No operators stood beside these killing machines, no manual controls or mechanical interfaces marred their seamless monolithic forms. Each appeared fully autonomous. As he gazed upon these formidable defenses, a thought crystallized within Wei Chuan's mind. Such devastating armaments must possess schematics, likely concealed within height-tier supply crates or at resource nodes guarded by exceptionally powerful mutated creatures. Perhaps tonight's ultimate reward lies precisely there. At the very notion, Wei Chuan's eyes sharpened with sudden incisive intensity. Honey, it's beginning. As silence rippled toward its breaking point, Lu Qingqing's soft voice gently pulled Wei Chuan back from his reverie on automated armaments. Honey, it's beginning. As silence rippled toward its breaking point, Lu Qingqing's soft voice gently pulled Wei Chuan back from his reverie. Precisely at 2000, every light within the research institute flared into a disquieting crimson hue. Urgent alarms shrieked across the sky, casting a palpable veil of urgency over every soul. Simultaneously, a translucent line of luminous script materialized upon each person's right forearm, name on the left, numeral in the center, and a distinct star emblem on the far right. Wei Chuan 0. So this is the score, Wei Chuan realized instantly. It's begun. Keep some distance, conserve bullets wisely, but don't hoard them either. Aim true, and every shot will land. He cautioned the three beside him, then swiftly repositioned 20 meters to the left. For people, 4 rifles, ample ammunition. If they clustered too tightly, they'd waste firing angles and risk mutual interference or excessive damage overlap. In other words, don't steal kills from your own team. Let's do this old way. Adjusting his scope to 4 magnification, Wei Chuan steadied his rifle and peered through the lens toward the oasis periphery. So few. Through the scope, nightmarish figures began filtering into the oasis, but their numbers were far smaller than anticipated. A rough estimate suggested barely 100. These 100 nightmarish entities scattered across the vast oasis terrain. Even if they attacked along a single axis, they would scarcely suffice for such a multitude to engage. After all, well over 1,000 fighters crouched behind cover beneath the wall, lacking long-range capability. A collective urination from that crowd alone might drown the entire horde. This must be the introductory difficulty. The first wave merely an appetizer. To secure first place, I must begin racking up points now. Wei Chuan's thoughts raced as he took aim. He held his breath, subtly adjusted his barrel, and locked onto a humanoid nightmare, slight in stature, yet grotesquely oversized in cranium, loitering near the oasis edge. The distance from that fringe to the defensive wall measured approximately 500 meters. That range fell comfortably within the effective lethality zone of the scar. Its listed 300-meter effective range denoted precision accuracy, not the limit of bullet kinetic energy. Beyond 300 meters, however, marksmanship demanded meticulous compensation for wind velocity, humidity, and gravitational pull. Bang! A single gunshot shattered the battlefield's prelude stillness, the first round fired by Wei Chuan's scar. The searing projectile tore through air, only to impact the ground. The scorching heat had made his palms sweat. Yet Wei Chuan felt no frustration, instead a faint confident smile curled his lips. The scar handled superbly, the recoil negligible for him now. Its deep, resonant report harmonized with the crisp clatter of ejected casings, instantly immersing him in the raw visceral essence of combat. Bang! Bang! After minor adjustments, Wei Chuan delivered 3 rapid, precise shots, the 4th detonating directly within the nightmare's ocular cavity. Wei Chuan 1. His forearm display flickered, its digits shifting from 0 to 1. I needed to aim higher. Those years of tactical shooters weren't wasted. Glancing briefly at the rising tally, Wei Chuan refocused entirely on his rifle, coolly refining his technique in real time. Bang! 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 Gunfire echoed repeatedly, and nearby participants, after brief hesitation, streamed away en masse, 200 or 300 vanishing in moments. Compete for headshots with someone who knows firearms? Hardly worth considering. Those who grasped the rules and coveted ranking knew remaining here was futile. Better to seize opportunity while the horde remained distant, seeking zones with lighter firepower. Those who stayed fell into 2 categories: the unprepared, and those who believed proximity to armed allies offered greater safety. Go on, move farther away. Watching the once thick crowd beneath the wall thin dramatically, Wei Chuan's lips curved into a wry smile. They were simply too timid. Were he armed only with cold steel, now he'd charge forward without hesitation, exploiting the horde's scarcity and the limited reach of ranged weapons to claim victory before it slipped away. Hesitation at this juncture meant missing even the broth. Bang! Bang! Steady rhythmic gunfire erupted beside him. Wei Chuan glanced sideways. His 2 wives and junior brother had likewise opened fire, their trigger pulls decisive and unwavering. He immediately stilled his thoughts, banished all distractions, and pressed his cheek against the rifle's cool stock, resuming focus through the scope. His marksmanship surpassed all in the group. not only due to accumulated experience, but also because he'd acquired the sole magnifying scope available at the trading post. Exceptional skill, optimal optics, and limitless ammunition. So long as he remained awake, an alert first place was already secured. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Chuan 8. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Chuan 9. His score climbed steadily, each increment igniting his rhythm, sharpening his instinct, fueling his flow. Under the continuous precise fire of 4 Scar rifles, the initial scattered shadows of the night demons at the Research Institute were unable to make any progress. Before they could even breach the 100-meter range, they were picked off one by one, collapsing onto the grass. In an instant, the entire defensive line exhibited a strange safe zone situation. The melee fighters remaining by the wall were left dumbfounded, followed by a wave of frustration. Safety was one thing, but damn, how could they not earn any points? Staying here was purely for watching the show and eating dirt. Many began to curse and turned to sprint towards the areas devoid of gunfire, hoping to get a taste of the action. This leisurely situation lasted for about 10 minutes. Starting from the 11th minute, everything suddenly changed. The shadows at the edge of the oasis were no longer sparse. Instead, they transformed into a writhing black tide with numbers exceeding 1,000, densely packed, sending chills down the spine. Moreover, they no longer waited for one wave to be wiped out before the next one appeared. Instead, there was a seamless transition, as if some sort of respawn mechanism had been activated, with night demons continuously surging into the oasis, showing no end in sight. Well, the main course has finally arrived. Wei Chuan was not surprised, but rather delighted, feeling even more excited under pressure. Faced with the tightly packed night demons, single-shot firing was outdated. He unhesitatingly switched his shooting rhythm from sniping to suppression, starting to rhythmically fire in bursts. Noticing the change in gunfire, Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng also caught on, increasing their firepower output. The dull, forceful sound of gunfire immediately became dense. The 4 of them had over 10,000 rounds combined, and were waiting for this moment to unleash their firepower. However, just as Wei Chuan was in the midst of a fervent fire, whoosh, boom, a distinctly different explosion suddenly erupted from his left front. A rocket-propelled grenade RPG trailing flames traced a deadly arc and slammed into the distant tide of night demons, exploding with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a large area was cleared with at least a dozen night demons blown to pieces. What the hell? Wei Chuan's hand trembled, almost losing control of his gun RPG. Is it really that powerful? Before he could locate the source, a muscular man less than 30 meters away had already skillfully put down the launcher and was reloading. Another rocket screeched out once again, creating a bloody spectacle. Damn, is it really that fierce? Wei Chuan's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling genuine pressure. He immediately gathered his focus, casting aside all feelings of envy and jealousy, channeling all his attention back into the scope, pulling the trigger even faster. Fortunately, the explosions from the rockets did not last too long. After a barrage of over 10 rounds, they finally ceased, likely due to running low on ammo. I need to give it my all too. Wei Chuan relaxed slightly, but the sense of urgency within him only intensified. His speed in reloading magazines became astonishingly fast, almost a muscle memory. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the number of night demons had gathered into a true tide. They even began to divide into multiple routes, surging like black sewage towards the area 100 meters away from the defensive wall. Only then did those who remained beneath the wall with melee weapons become completely dumbfounded. It was too late. They had missed the best opportunity to rack up points. Now rushing out meant not only missing out on points, but even standing firm for 3 seconds amidst the mob of monsters was questionable. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield seemed to have been ignited. The sounds from all directions suddenly escalated, with explosions from various explosives, gunfire from different models of handguns and rifles, and even the distinct roar of more than one machine gun. You really can't underestimate others' luck. Listening to this sudden frenzy of firepower, Wei Chuan felt his scalp tingle. He had always believed that his luck and strength were overwhelmingly superior, but now it seemed that the fortunate ones were far from just him. Now he had to thank this event for helping him deplete a lot of potential enemies' ammunition stockpiles. Wei Chuan 259. Wei Chuan glanced at his score, then buried his head and poured bullets with all his might. The scar in his hands continued to roar, only pausing briefly for a few seconds while changing magazines. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng clearly felt the pressure, as well, significantly increasing their firing rate and unleashing their firepower. Under the enhanced fire coverage of everyone, the advancing momentum of the night demon tide was finally forcefully curtailed. The front row of night demons fell in droves, while the back row continuously filled in the gaps, plunging the battlefield into a stalemate. This stalemate continued until 8:20. The gunfire on the defensive wall began to noticeably thin out one after another. Not everyone had a complete set of firearm formulas like Wei Chuan, and certainly not everyone could casually pull out thousands of source crystals to make bullets. The vast majority of those with firearms had exhausted their ammunition reserves. The fatigue of competitors was undoubtedly the best news for Wei Chuan, as his position as the first place was now a certainty. However, the situation was also completely spiraling out of control at that moment. Without enough firepower for suppression, the night demon tide surged like a black flood, nearly covering the entire visible surface. From a high vantage point, one could see the research institute seemingly transformed into an island in a dark ocean surrounded by an endless tide of flesh and blood teetering on the edge of crisis. At that moment, the melee fighters beneath the wall were already terrified, turning back into the research institute. Those with slightly lesser courage or more cautious personalities directly fled through the teleportation portal in the square, not even looking back. Damn it, can this hold? Just as this thought flashed through Wei Chuan's mind, preparing to remind his wife and younger brother. Ding ding ding. A crisp and urgent electronic sound suddenly rang out from all around. The next moment, on the defensive wall, all the long silent automated defensive weapons, rocket launchers, mortars, heavy machine guns, energy weapons, etc., were instantly activated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang. Countless tongues of fire spat forth, weaving a web of deadly barges and energy beams that rained down upon the tide of night demons. The brilliant flames erupted, instantly tearing apart swathes of night demons. With just one round of concentrated fire, the seemingly overwhelming tide of night demons, numbering possibly over 100,000, was blown apart, creating vast empty spaces. The endless black ocean suddenly became mere trickles of sparse streams. So fierce. This is the battle a man should fight. This is the weapon a man should use. Wei Chuan watched, his heart surging with excitement and adrenaline spiking. He directly placed his backpack filled with magazines at his feet, fully unzipped it, and then took out 4 all-metal Scar rifles from the storage compartment. In the next moment, he activated his psychic power. The 5 Scar rifles, including the one in his hand, floated before him. As his right hand extended and gently grasped forward, the 5 gun muzzles aimed at the densely packed area of night demons, beginning to unleash a furious torrent of fire. This was his current strongest firepower. Although he could control a few more guns, too many would slow down his reloading speed, and 5 was just the right number for efficient control. Bang, bang, bang. When Wei Chuan stopped holding back and truly unleashed his firepower, the score tracker on his right arm began its insane ascent. At 821, the score reached 456. At 822, it hit 589. At 823, it soared to 723. Just a few minutes earlier, at 820, his score had barely broken 300. But from that moment on, the score began to skyrocket, almost leaping upward at a terrifying rate of 130 points per minute. 5 Scar rifles hovered beside him like metal beasts with their own life, continuously spewing flames. Shell casings rained down like raindrops, and a storm of bullets wove a metallic curtain of death, killing an average of 2 night demons per second. This near-manic firepower instantly made Wei Chuan the focus of the front line. Look over there. What the hell? Can we really play like this? Damn, is that Magneto? Surrounding eyes were fully drawn to Wei Chuan, and many began taking photos in shock. At this moment, even the slowest person understood. Wei Chuan, the wealthy gun enthusiast, not only possessed the formula for the Scar assault rifle, but also held the recipe for its ammunition. Even more frightening was his displayed second ability, telekinesis. It resembled telekinesis or magnetism. Either way, combined with multiple firearms and nearly infinite ammunition, it was a bug-like existence that provided a dimensional advantage. Such sustained and overwhelming firepower left no room for thoughts of resistance. Perhaps there existed super tanks that could withstand this firepower, but at least in their District 89, there was none. The wealthy companions of Wei Chuan, who had been added as friends earlier, were now so excited that their fists were shaking. Bro, you can't hide the formula anymore. Name your price. They firmly believed that in this world no deal was impossible, only the price offered was insufficient. In stark contrast to the excitement of these people were the experts whose ammunition had long run dry, and who still harbored a faint hope of ranking. They looked at Wei Chuan's performance with complex expressions, almost bleeding inside. Damn, what a loss. Crap, if I had known, I wouldn't have used the machine gun. It was a pure waste. This tactic consumes ammunition like splashing water. You're killing yourself. At 8:25 p.m. Wei Chuan's score firmly settled at 890. With a thought, the 4 pure metal Scar rifles floating in the air instantly floated back to his storage compartment. The release of such powerful firepower was certainly gratifying, but the cost was equally significant. The previous 300 points only consumed 25 magazines. However, the subsequent 590 points required a full 80 magazines of firepower, and that was at close range. The efficiency had sharply declined, and the rate of ammunition consumption was terrifying. Now he was left with only 3 magazines totaling 150 rounds, and he had to be frugal, returning to the rhythm of precise sniping. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng were in similar situations. Earlier, when the night demons clustered together, they had quickly opened fire with little aiming, racking up a lot of points, but also using a lot of ammunition. Now they had begun to conserve firepower. Of course, From another perspective, this tactic could not be considered wasteful. After all, with so many bullets, they couldn't finish them without suppressive fire. They were just a bit too impatient. As the firepower on the defensive wall gradually weakened, the advance of the Night Demon tide had become unstoppable. The black tide surged, drowning the cover area beneath the wall, and the menacing claws were about to touch the cold metallic wall. At the moment of impending collision, the defense system of the Research Institute once again displayed its terrifying power. All automated defense weapons awakened, erupting with deafening roars. The automated firearms accurately shot down threats beneath the wall, turning every Night Demon that approached the defense wall into fragments, while the Night Demons farther away were dealt with by various turrets and energy weapons. A massive barrage of shells and energy beams wove a comprehensive net of firepower, harvesting Night Demons in clusters, with the explosions sending blood and flesh fragments splattering nearly onto the defense wall. The turf was completely shattered, leaving only a series of horrifying dark red marks. Wei Chuan seized this last opportunity. He held his breath and focused, stabilizing his scar for precise fire, with nearly every other shot drilling accurately into the heads of the Night Demons. Thanks to the convenience of close range, his killing efficiency reached an astonishing peak. Time flew by amidst the last smoke and roar. At 8:30 p.m. it finally arrived. Just as the event concluded, a deep black light, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, erupted from the top of the tallest tower in the Research Institute. All Night Demons touched by this black light couldn't even let out a roar before their bodies disintegrated like weathered sand sculptures, turning into swirling dust. All Night Demons touched by this black light couldn't even let out a roar before their bodies disintegrated like weathered sand sculptures, turning into swirling dust that eventually dispersed into the air. The battlefield, which had only moments ago been filled with deafening roars, instantly fell into an eerie silence. Following this, the Research Institute's broadcast rang out once more. The Night Demons have been eradicated. Thank you all for your dedication. The Research Institute will distribute rewards based on each person's contribution. Please return to the Light and Shadow Highway via the portal to claim them. At the same time, several huge holographic screens lit up in the sky, clearly displaying the final rankings of this event. 1. Wei Chuan 965-2. Lu Qingqing 3063. Zhu Lingxue 3014. Hannah 295-5. Wang Gang 292-6. Li Yongxing 257. Chun Jialing 244. 917. Deng Yingying 1. In everyone's view, their names and rankings were magnified, particularly eye-catching. With only 917 rankings, this was far too few compared to the number of participants. After all, at the beginning there had been over 1,000 people just on one defensive front. The leaderboard likely only recorded the living with scores. What a pity, just a little shy of breaking 1,000. Wei Chuan twisted his somewhat stiff neck, glancing at his score, a hint of regret passing through his mind. However, he finally secured the first place. Moreover, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue took the second and third places. The Wei family had swept the top three, making it all the more satisfying for him, not having wasted the many origin crystals spent on bullets. What surprised Wei Chuan was that Li Yongsheng was only ranked 6th. But after a quick calculation, he understood this guy's shooting skills were too poor, averaging 6 shots to take down a single Night Demon. Even if he had the same number of magazines as Lu Qingqing and the others, he would still only rank 6th. As for the 4th and 5th places, they were definitely heavy firepower players putting in significant investments. Wei Chuan was almost certain that the person using the RPG earlier must be the 4th or 5th. The density of Night Demons was so high that firing a dozen rockets could easily rake in nearly 300 points, which was entirely understandable. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Chuan 8. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Chuan 9. His score climbed steadily, each increment igniting his rhythm, sharpening his instinct. Well done. Wei Chuan smiled as he patted their arms and turned his tone warm and full of approval. The efficiency is high, much better than that guy Yongsheng. As Li Yongxing, who was walking behind, heard this, he instantly wore a distressed expression and sighed, "Boss, you can't blame me for this. At the beginning I was afraid of running out of bullets and didn't dare to shoot. In the middle I was worried about not finishing in time and shot hard. It was only when I was close to finishing that I realized I truly didn't have enough bullets. I was trapped by the monster respawn mechanism." Alright. Wei Chuan was amused by his review and waved his hand, saying the 6th place is already impressive enough. The 2 ahead of you are also tough competitors. One of them seems to be playing RPGs. If he had blown up a couple more rounds, I would have been taken down by him. The 4-person team occupied the top 3 and 6th positions, which was already an explosive achievement. He paused for a moment and added softly, "There are quite a few strong contenders this time. If they don't have the bullet formula, they won't pose much of a threat to us later. We should thank this event. Let's go back to claim our rewards, though we should get them from that gatekeeper." After comforting the slightly downcast Li Yongxing, Wei Chuan led the 3 of them down the defense wall and into the central square. The massive blue vortex portal was slowly rotating, with people continuously stepping into it. As soon as Wei Chuan stepped into the square, several individuals who had been waiting by the portal immediately approached him with very warm attitudes. "Hey buddy, take a look at my private message when you have time." "Big shot, I sent you a private message." "Bro, I sent over the quote. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss it further. Please give me a chance." "Okay, I'll check it when I get back." Wei Chuan wore a polite smile and nodded. These people were potential clients he had added half an hour ago. It was obvious that these people were there to buy guns. He only had the full set of formulas for the SCAR, but this gun was his main equipment and was nowhere near being phased out. Unless they offered a price he could not refuse, he would never sell it. After all, they were all in the same area. Selling a gun today could mean being shot by it tomorrow. The handgun business might be worth considering. Although he didn't have the bullet formula, if he had Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue help out, they could produce 100 rounds in an hour, perfect for squeezing some money out of these wealthy clients. After casually chatting for a while, Wei Chuan stepped into the portal with the three of them. Their vision flickered and they returned to the familiar parking lot where the armored vehicle and van were quietly parked. The handgun business might be worth considering. Although he didn't have the bullet formula, if he had Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue help out, they could produce 100 rounds in an hour, perfect. Before Wei Chuan could step forward, the soldier spoke first, his mechanical voice devoid of emotion. He handed each person a small square box made of a special material that glimmered with a faint light. At the moment the four of them received the boxes, the soldier, the portal, and even the parking lot vanished like phantoms, leaving only the originally barren patch of dry grass. "Formulas," Li Yongsheng exclaimed in surprise, looking excitedly at Wei Chuan and the other's boss. "Sister-in-law, this is the reward package. Everything is inside." Wei Chuan nodded, his gaze falling on the box in his hand. The Light and Shadow Research Institute's reward contains 965 source crystals, 10 evolution crystals, 5 intelligent gun platform modification templates. Intelligent gun. Even Wei Chuan, who was of considerable worth, couldn't help but have his heart race upon seeing the rewards. Intelligent gun platform modification templates. He had previously suspected that such weaponry might appear in the rewards, but he never expected to actually receive them. Damn, this is not very pleasing. Looking at the item information in the silver box, Wei Chuan's brows slightly furrowed. If the rewards were based on ranking, then intelligent guns of this level would appear in every area. If the rewards were based on score, then there could be weapons better than intelligent guns, as there could exist super lucky individuals who went from start to finish without any setback. He would need to be cautious when merging areas in the future. He couldn't let himself be easily approached like before. This intelligent gun came at the perfect time. It could intimidate and fight, providing a full sense of security. Wow, I got a complete machine gun formula, and it even includes a bullet formula named M249, plus 301 source crystals and 4 evolution crystals. Zhu Lingxue was so excited she was almost jumping, her voice filled with delight. Big pineapple. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. The sustained firepower and suppression capability of the M249 far surpassed that of the SCAR, capable of keeping riflemen's heads down in direct firefights. Source crystals and kill counts are the same. The number of night demons killed determines the number of source crystals obtained. Evolution crystals were more generous, likely awarded based on percentile for each stage. 1 crystal for 1100 points, 2 for 101,200 points. I got the source energy potion formula with 306 source crystals and 4 evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing also smiled as she reported her rewards. Though she was still unclear about the effects of the source energy potion, the core reward for second place definitely wouldn't be bad. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng reported excitedly 250 source crystals, 3 evolution crystals, and a tactical waste pack formula. Although it's just a waste pack, the 6th place waste pack must be different from an Wei Chuan held the reward box and nodded. Let's head back to the car and sort things out. Keep the source crystals and evolution crystals for yourselves, and we'll share the formula information later. At this point he paused and a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. As for my reward, I'll tell you tomorrow after I make it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep. This immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Not again. Zhu Lingxue huffed and directly dragged Lu Qingqing back to the car. Li Yongsheng rubbed his hands together and leaned closer, asking ingratiatingly, "Boss, does that treasure have a share for me?" "Of course." Wei Chuan laughed and scolded lightly, giving him a mock kick. "Since you call me boss, how could I leave you out? Hurry up and scram." "Oh right, the waste pack has to be offered up." "Yes sir, I promise to complete the task." Li Yongsheng instantly beamed with joy, exaggeratedly saluted, and scampered towards. Back in the armored vehicle, Wei Chuan opened the cold metallic reward box. With a flash of light, a crisp sound rang out as 965 source crystals mixed with 10 evolution crystals fell onto the dining table, with 5 small brown blueprints lying beside them. Just as Zhu Lingxue was about to reach out to snatch them, Wei Chuan was quick to secure the modification templates first. Zhu Lingxue immediately pouted, losing interest, and turned to open her reward box. The 2 women, filled with anticipation, opened their reward boxes. In an instant the carriage was illuminated with a faint glow, and the crisp sounds of spirit stones clinking echoed continuously. After briefly scanning the descriptions of the items in the formula, they handed the formula to Wei Chuan and began to tidy up the scattered spirit stones on the table. With over 1,500 spirit stones accounted for, it was enough to support at least a week's worth of daily consumption, eliminating the need to specially purchase them at the trading hall. Wei Chuan walked over to the fridge, grabbed a chilled beer, took a big gulp, and felt the icy stimulation suppress the heat in his heart before he began to carefully examine the formulas in his hands. The first one he checked was the Source Energy Potion formula obtained by Lu Qingqing. Formula: Source Energy Potion description: a precise potion containing considerable source energy. Drinking it directly can significantly enhance one's physique and mental strength. Number of productions: 1010. Materials required: evolution crystal 1, spirit stone 10, glass 3, plastic 3. Significantly enhance. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow. The terms considerable and significant in the item description sounded more powerful than a Tier 2 evolution crystal. However, to know exactly how much it could enhance, he would have to produce it and drink it first. Next, he looked at the blueprint for the large pineapple that Zhu Lingxue had obtained. Formula: M249 standard light machine gun, a light machine gun with extremely strong, sustained firepower, effective range of 600 meters using 5.56 by 45 millimeters rifle ammunition with a magazine capacity of 100 rounds. Number of productions: 1010. Materials required: refined steel ingot 10, refined aluminum ingot 10, engineering plastic 3, engineering rubber 3. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded. It was indeed a good item, a classic within the light machine gun family known for its fierce firepower. Unfortunately, he was too familiar with this machine gun to feel any surprise. The cost of the associated 5.56 ammunition formula was about the same as the 7.62 ammunition he was currently using. However, this bullet formula had a highlight: 100 rounds per production, required a minimum of 100 rounds to produce, but it came with its own belt and magazine. This meant he wouldn't need to reload bullets anymore, and those all-natural magazines could stack 10 together in one storage slot. A single storage slot could hold 1,000 rounds of ammunition, so he wouldn't have to worry about running out of bullets even if he left home unprepared. Just to free up his hands and save time, Wei Chuan was ready to temporarily set aside the excellent-feeling scar. Sorry, it's not that you're bad, it's just that the large pineapple understands me better. Finally, his gaze burned with intensity as it fell upon the 5 brown blueprints. This time, the real highlight of the reward. Smart Cannon Platform Modification Template loads a 30mm chain-driven smart cannon equipped with an intelligent targeting system that allows for various attack modes, such as free attack and area defense, achieving autonomous strikes in all directions, effective range of 3,000 meters, maximum firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, and each high-explosive shell requires 3 spirit stones to fire. Modification count: 11. Materials required: electronic components 3, a refined steel ingot 50, refined iron ingot 30, refined copper ingot 30. Please place the materials near the template. Awesome. After reading this exaggerated item information, Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. He initially thought it was just a small caliber automatic cannon, but it turned out to be a 30mm caliber source-powered rotary cannon. It even used high-explosive shells. Of course, the cost of such awesomeness was an extremely high usage cost. Each high-explosive shell cost 5 times that of SCAR and M249 ammunition. If 5 cannons fired simultaneously, they would consume a staggering 9,000 spirit stones in just 1 minute. This was truly burning money and could not be used lightly. Just as he was immersed in the shock brought by the cannon, the survival manual flashed, indicating that Li Yongxing had sent a message. Li Yongxing, boss, that waist pouch is indeed a treasure. Li Yongxing, a small waist pouch, actually has 50 storage slots. It's simply a divine artifact. The formula can create 10. I'll keep 3 for myself, and you and your sister-in-law can take the other. Wei Chuan, I'll keep the evolution crystals too. I'll get you a potion tomorrow that's even more powerful than a Tier 2 evolution crystal. Li Yongxing, no problem. Boss is mighty. After replying to the message, Wei Chuan looked at the table filled with powerful blueprints, a smile curving on his lips. Wei Chuan, I'll keep the evolution crystals too. I'll get you a potion tomorrow that's even more powerful than a Tier 2 evolution crystal. Li Yongxing, no problem. Bosses, the original plan was to complete the modifications this afternoon, but the preparation for the Research Institute's activities took too much energy and time, and he completely neglected the armored vehicle. The sooner he completed the modifications, the sooner he could relax. He needed to expend some energy, as he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight after sleeping all afternoon. Almost forgot. Wei Chuan was about to get up to fetch the metal materials, but as soon as he lifted his butt off the chair, he sat back down. He opened the survival manual and clicked into social. Yuping and brother, I'm really sincere in buying 500 spirit stones for just 1 gun and 100 rounds of ammunition, I reply, when you see this. Benson buddy, if you don't need spirit stones, I'm willing to offer 2 bulletproof vests. 1 SCAR isn't much for you, but you'll need better protection. Collins, hey, why are you silent? I admit the previous price was a bit low, but you can make a counteroffer. I said the price is negotiable. Jian Shuhui, master, why don't you respond to me? I'll add a pack of cigarettes and 100 spirit stones, is that okay? Many wealthy individuals' private messages had yet to be replied. Seeing that everyone had sent several messages and even started to raise their offers, Wei Chuan almost burst out laughing. He wasn't unhappy with the price, he just simply forgot. He indeed had no intention of selling before, but that was prior to obtaining the smart cannon modification template. He was worried that others would become his enemies after buying the gun. Once he created the smart cannon, he could keep it firing 24 hours a day, directly letting lightning control it. Ambush. Tell that to my 30mm caliber cannon. He could hit a small thief from 3 kilometers away and turn them into human debris. Reloading bullets is indeed troublesome. The large pineapple is so convenient, and its firepower is fierce and precise. After thinking for a moment, Wei Chuan decided to sell. He already knew about the rewards for tonight's event. Even if only one set of gun formulas was produced per district, the firearm market in the trading hall would be activated. Taking advantage of the fact that others hadn't started making profits, yet he aimed to seize the best opportunity. However, he couldn't sell the extended magazine that held 50 rounds. He needed to exchange it for a 20-round magazine. The price also needed to rise. He would only exchange the gun for formulas, evolution crystals, or rare items, and would not accept any other materials. As for the bullets, a full magazine of 20 rounds requires 6 liters of water, with 1 liter being the cost, and 5 liters being pure profit, just enough to offset the consumption of the smart cannon. No bargaining. 8 days had passed, and Wei Chuan was well aware of how deep the pockets of resource dealers were. Wei Chuan, brother, it's not that I refuse to sell, it's that the production cost of this rifle is simply too high. 500 source crystals yield only 140 rounds. In the past half hour alone, I've burned over 20,000 source crystals. No one would believe it if I told them. This business is unsustainable. Wei Chuan, my friend, keep the alcohol. I'll take only the formula and evolution crystals. Wei Chuan, I do require protection, but a honey badger will never rival a lion. If you aspire to become a lion, your resolve must be unshakable. For instance, the bulletproof vest formula. Wei Chuan, comrade, your offer lacks sincerity. If I recall correctly, you're the 20th participant tonight. What formula did you acquire? Wei Chuan, senior sister Gao Shou, did you use the bulletproof helmet formula during last night's battle against the night demons? Thereafter, for several minutes, Wei Chuan continued replying to messages. Most negotiations revolved around price haggling. All these customers ranked within the top 50 of tonight's event. They undoubtedly possessed valuable assets. Though every buyer cried out that his prices were excessive, none withdrew from the deal. After roughly 20 minutes of back-and-forth bargaining, Wei Chuan finalized 4 transactions: 1 SCAR rifle plus 100 rounds in exchange for a bulletproof vest formula, usable 10 times, and 1 SCAR rifle plus 60 rounds in exchange for 4 bulletproof helmets, a pack of cigarettes, 1 fragmentation grenade, and 100 source crystals. 1 SCAR rifle plus 300 rounds in exchange for 3 evolution crystals, a source device walkie-talkie formula, usable 10 times, and 1 SCAR rifle plus 100 rounds in exchange for 1 evolution crystal, 3 bulletproof vehicle window modification templates, and 1 bulletproof vehicle tire modification template. Package pricing was not standardized. Each trade was tailored to mutual desire. Yet the per-round ammunition price had been uniformly settled. A 20-round magazine cost 7 liters of water, or 84 source crystals, far exceeding initial expectations. Frankly, even Wei Chuan himself considered the price steep, yet every buyer accepted it without hesitation. These buyers each possessed reliable means of acquiring resources, though none matched Li Yongxing's oil trading prowess. Their capabilities were scarcely inferior. Thus, before the allure of attaining the Tao, they willingly exhausted their reserves rather than miss this rare, karmic opportunity. A few buyers, however, possessed thinner wallets and remained undecided. Still, Wei Chuan was certain they would soon commit. Whether or not they would buy had already been decided the moment hesitation flickered across their minds. Only those who both could afford it and truly desired it hesitated at all. The first round of trading concluded as the clock struck 9 p.m. Wei Chuan briefly tallied his gains. Source crystals flowed in and out. His current stock stood at approximately 1,800. He had crafted 4 bulletproof vests and acquired 4 finished bulletproof helmets. Exactly 4 complete protective sets ready for immediate distribution tomorrow. He also assembled 4 walkie-talkies, each boasting a straight-line communication range of 10 kilometers and consuming merely 1 source crystal per hour of operation, compact enough to hang at the waist like a mobile phone. He now held 22 evolution crystals. Adding Li Yongxing's 3 brought the total to 25. 10 would be allocated for synthesizing source energy elixirs. The remaining 15 would be divided among the 3 occupants of the vehicle tomorrow. The bulletproof vehicle window and vehicle tire modification templates would be deployed immediately. Once all supplies were meticulously categorized and neatly stored on the shelving units, Wei Chuan exhaled deeply. The gleam in his eyes grew steadily more intense. Next came tonight's ultimate task, armoring the armored vehicle. Current modifications remained incomplete. Height fell short by half a meter, length by 1.5 meters, and width by 2 meters. The scale of engineering required was immense. He had already prepared himself for an all-night effort. Focusing his psychic energy, he telekinetically transported every storage artifact containing metallic materials onto the open ground beside the vehicle, then extracted a portion of the metal. His mental shaping technique activated. The metallic mass liquefied en masse, flowing smoothly to coat the armored vehicle's surface. The transformation had officially begun. First came the vehicle's longitudinal extension. Under his precise control, the molten metal coiled like sentient tendrils, seamlessly integrating into the body and chassis. A deep, resonant metallic hum emanated from the entire vehicle as it visibly elongated rearward. 5 centimeters, 1050. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the full 1.5-meter extension was complete. Though the work progressed swiftly, its physical toll was immense. Upon finishing the body extension, Wei Chuan's stamina had plummeted by 60 to 70%. He lit a cigarette and leaned lazily against the vehicle's HRRGH. A guttural roar erupted from the distant darkness. 2 emaciated, grotesquely elongated night demons, drawn by the scent of living flesh, surged forward with terrifying. Their velocity was staggering. Their needle-thin claws glinted coldly in the gloom. Too noisy, Wei Chuan murmured, barely lifting his gaze, his posture unchanged, as he flicked 2 fingers, still holding the cigarette, toward the air. Thump! Thump! 2 muffled detonations sounded almost simultaneously. The night demons' skulls imploded under invisible crushing force, bursting apart instantly. 2 faintly glowing source crystals, guided by telekinetic will, obediently shed their coating of gore and floated gently into Wei Chuan's waiting palm. Faster again. Wei Chuan murmured softly, exhaling a plume of white smoke. He sensed the night demons' physical capabilities escalating daily, and even nascent intelligence beginning to stir within them. Yet his own evolution far outstripped theirs. Slaying night demons had become as effortless as crushing ants beneath his heel. The sole regret was their dwindling numbers, far fewer than those encountered during the first 3 nights. Otherwise, harvesting 800 or even 1,000 source crystals in a single evening would have posed no challenge. Once the cigarette burned down, he returned to the vehicle to watch a film with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. With his constitution dramatically enhanced, his stamina recovered astonishingly fast. What once required a full hour to replenish now took merely 15. After brief respite, he descended once more to undertake the second phase. Height augmentation. Compared to elongation, raising the vehicle's walls by half a meter proved comparatively simple. No complex structural interlinking was involved, and the psychic expenditure remained modest. Metallic material fused seamlessly into the side panels. Within less than a minute, the armored vehicle's total height reached 4 meters. Finally came the most intricate phase, widening by 2 meters. Widening demanded proportional expansion and re-engineering of the chassis, synchronized extension of front rear panels and roof, and even recalibration of tires to match the broadened. In short, this final modification was exceptionally demanding, consuming both the greatest quantity of materials and the most psychic energy. From 9:30 p.m., Wei Chuan entered a disciplined cycle of modifying, grasping, adjusting, repeating, painstakingly refining every detail. It was not until midnight that the final widening was fully completed. The convoy encountered yesterday proved invaluable. Without their salvaged components, materials would have fallen drastically short. Merely refitting 10 large tires would otherwise have consumed an entire day's worth of resource gathering. Magnificent. Standing 10 meters before the vehicle's prow, hands planted firmly on his hips, Wei Chuan's face glistened with sweat and radiant, uncontainable satisfaction. Before him stood the newly forged armored vehicle, 15 meters in length, 4.5 meters in height, 6 meters in width. Its colossal frame bore stark angular lines, its obsidian-plated hull shimmered with a cold, lethal luster beneath the moonlight. A slumbering steel leviathan, profoundly stable and immovable, radiating unparalleled security. Truth be told, it bore a faint resemblance to a giant cockroach, yet undeniably fiercely cool. The position of the cannon. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, slowly pacing around the steel behemoth, rapidly devising plans in his mind. Since it was a multidirectional intelligent attack, placing it on the roof would be a waste, creating low-angle attack blind spots. His gaze swept over the vehicle, ultimately settling on a plan. Directly extending from the sides of the vehicle, 1 cannon on each side at the front and 1 on each side at the rear would create a crossfire network with almost no blind spots. Let's do it. The moment this thought crossed his mind, it surged within Wei Chuan like wild grass. The originally planned break was cast aside. The thought of the powerful, intelligent cannon soon becoming part of the armored vehicle made him restless, bursting with energy. Having started, he might as well keep the momentum and finish it overnight. Wei Chuan wasted no time. The metal material was once again shaped by his thoughts, conforming to the vehicle's sides with precision like obedient cement. Before long, 4 incredibly sturdy steel platforms extending directly from the vehicle's walls had taken shape. Having started, he might as well keep the momentum and finish it overnight. Wei Chuan wasted no time. The metal material was once again shaped by his thoughts. Having built the platforms, Wei Chuan immediately returned to the vehicle, exchanged materials for the 4 intelligent cannons at the trading post, and hurried back outside. The required materials for the modification have been met. Begin modification, cancel modification. He ran around the armored vehicle confirming start modification next to each platform. Virum. A low hum rose simultaneously from the 4 platforms. The sounds of metal meshing and structures reshaping echoed continuously, filled with a sense of technological power. Like the previous mammoth engine, the energy boxes for these 4 intelligent cannons were also located in the driver's area. 1 minute later, the modification was complete. Awesome. The moment he saw the final product, Wei Chuan felt so exhilarated, he could almost float, fatigue fading away. It looked incredible. The 4 30mm intelligent cannons stood quietly on the platforms, their black barrels reflecting a cold gleam under the moonlight. They seemed like mechanical arms of the armored vehicle, slowly rotating, occasionally extending and retracting, their barrels reminiscent of living creatures stretching their limbs, exuding a sense of pent-up power. Now it looks even more like a cockroach. Wei Chuan walked around his beloved vehicle, stroking his chin, unable to suppress a chuckle. A bionic cockroach war vehicle. It sounded pretty good. After enjoying the thought for a while, he returned to the driver's seat and decisively inserted 500 source crystals into the energy box as the initial energy for the cannons. Lightning, can you control the intelligent cannons I just installed? Wei Chuan began to call the onboard AI. Yes, Commander, I can operate all energy devices on the vehicle. They are powerful weapons with an integrated intelligent target acquisition system, compensating for my lack of physical ability. Lightning's electronic voice remained calm. Good, from now on take control of them. Eliminate all approaching night demons or mutated creatures and issue warning shots at any unfamiliar vehicles or humans attempting to approach within a kilometer. If they continue to advance, fire directly to destroy. By the way, just use the burst mode unless I order a change in attack mode. Understood, Commander. The defense protocol is now active. Alright, do your best. After assigning the security task to the ever-watchful Lightning, Wei Chuan moved to the crafting table. The formulas that Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue obtained were all with him. After spending so many days together, the relationship among the 3 of them had long surpassed mere teammates or lovers, resembling a faithful community infused with passionate romance and stable affection. They no longer needed any formalities. Trust and understanding had become habitual. Thus, when the 2 women received the formulas, they handed them to him without a word, and he naturally used them. 10 steel ingots, 10 aluminum ingots. Wei Chuan calculated the materials needed to craft the M249 light machine gun, quickly purchasing 4 sets at the trading post, and additionally buying materials to create 100 rounds of ammunition. Consumption: refined steel ingot 10, refined aluminum ingot 10, engineering plastic 3, engineering rubber 3, crafting successful, obtained M249 standard light machine gun 1. 4 prompts flashed in succession, and 4 gleaming new metal M249s appeared on the crafting table. Next, he crafted 10 ammunition boxes holding 100 rounds each. Finally, it was time for the energy potions. Consumption: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, glass 3, plastic 3, crafting successful, obtained energy potion 1. Consumption: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, glass 3, plastic 3, crafting successful, obtained energy potion. After 10 successful crafting attempts, 10 vials of potion resembling laboratory reagents appeared. They looked rather unremarkable: transparent glass bottles with blue plastic caps containing a faintly red liquid, not much different from ordinary laboratory reagent. The effect should be excellent. Wei Chuan restrained the impulse to try one, immediately deciding to wait until tomorrow to take them with the 2 women and stored them all away. The brand new standard items were quite convenient. For M249s, 10 ammunition boxes and 10 energy potions only took up 3 storage slots. Having completed all this, Wei Chuan's gaze swept across the spacious cabin, his eyes shining brighter. Since he had acquired the house, how could he not renovate it? After resting for 10 minutes and slightly recovering his energy, Wei Chuan began to take action. The armored vehicle was 15 meters long and 6 meters wide. Removing the armor layers and fixed driving area, approximately 80 square meters of usable interior space remained. He already had a preliminary plan in mind. 2 16 square meter bedrooms, 1 5 square meter bathroom, and a 35 square meter living room that combined kitchen, storage, and living areas, leaving 8 square meters as a corridor connecting the various areas. That was the core idea, but more details would need to be discovered and adjusted during the renovation. Let's start with the bedrooms. Wei Chuan focused his mind, activating both thought shaping and blueprint control. Before him, the 2 sturdy double-deck iron frame beds seemed to come to life, their metal legs moving silently and steadily like soft metal tentacles. On the beds, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue remained sound asleep, completely unaware of the movement of the beds. Wei Chuan regarded these two beds as the core of the bedrooms and began constructing them. A large amount of metal material under his control flowed like obedient water, slowly growing from the chassis, extending and shaping along the lines of the blueprint, finally connecting seamlessly to the vehicle's roof. These metal walls not only divided the space, but also provided additional support to the roof, enhancing the stability of the vehicle. Let's start with the hard installation. The soft furnishings can wait. Wei Chuan was fully concentrated, controlling the metal materials to continue working, this time targeting the bathroom at the rear. The cold metal felt alive in his hands, emitting an extremely faint humming sound, quietly constructing a warm home in the serene night. At 6:30 the next morning, Lu Qingqing awoke from her dreams. She instinctively thought of getting out of bed to prepare breakfast. However, when she saw the scene before her, the remnants of drowsiness were instantly shattered, and a wave of immense astonishment surged in her heart. The spacious carriage had vanished. In its place was an independent room surrounded by smooth metal walls roughly 15 square meters in size. A thick round glass porthole was embedded in the wall, through which faint morning light was filtering in. Above, a simple light bulb hung alone from the ceiling. Inside the room there was nothing but the iron-framed bed beneath her. It was somewhat crude, but this distinctly defined, independent space made her feel a long-lost sense of stability that belonged to home. Has it been modified again? After a brief moment of shock, she immediately thought of Wei Chuan's initial talent. She hurriedly got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and cautiously pushed open the somewhat rough, yet sturdy metal door. The scene outside the door startled her once again, and before her was a rather spacious corridor, perhaps 2 meters wide. 3 rows of neatly arranged storage shelves extended from the walls, categorically holding various daily necessities, all in perfect order. One end of the corridor led to the familiar cockpit, while the other extended toward the rear compartment. She noticed that there was another identical door along the path leading to the rear compartment. Gently pushing it open, she found the size and layout of the room to be identical to hers, with Zhu Lingxue quietly sleeping on the iron-framed bed while Wei Chuan was not present. With a light and curious heart, Lu Qingqing walked down the corridor toward the rear compartment. The scene before her opened up. It had been transformed into a brand new integrated kitchen and dining area. Although the area was much smaller than the original carriage, it was distinctly functional, truly resembling a standard living room. On either side of the carriage walls were rectangular glass windows about 3 meters long, allowing. Wei Chuan lay sprawled on the sofa, wearing only a pair of shorts while a movie played on the TV across from him, its volume turned down to the lowest. On the metal table beside him lay a casual assortment of evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing walked over to tidy them up and discovered a note tucked beneath the crystals. She picked up the note, which read, "Qingqing, I hope I didn't scare you. Haha, I was too excited last night and worked late to finish everything. Go take a look outside. There's a surprise waiting for you. You idiot, we can modify it again today, if needed." Lu Qingqing immediately understood that Wei Chuan must have been exhausted to the limit and had fallen asleep right there. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, enjoying this kind of special dialogue, and she carefully folded the note, treasuring it in her storage compartment. Then she tiptoed toward a small compartment at the end of the carriage. Upon opening the door, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. It turned out to be a fully functional bathroom. The internal space was small and the decor was somewhat rough, but it had all the essentials: a toilet, water heater, sink, and mirror, making it well equipped. While she didn't mind cleaning under the watchful eyes of her man and sisters, having a bathroom was something else entirely. It held a different meaning. A stable life on the right track would bring more peace of mind. This bathroom had required Wei Chuan a lot of effort. Besides the water heater, which was a source device, all the other sanitary fixtures were handcrafted. Especially the seemingly inconspicuous pipe fitting, showerhead, and faucet all required adjustments and modifications. To avoid disturbing Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing suppressed the urge to wash up. She found a flashlight on the storage shelf, tiptoed through the corridor, arrived at the cockpit, retrieved a large black star pistol with bullets from the armrest box, and then opened the door to exit the vehicle. As soon as she stepped out, she raised the pistol and flashlight. The moment the light swept across the vehicle's body, she froze as if struck by a spell, her pupils narrowing slightly in shock. The armored vehicle had undergone a dramatic transformation. It had become much larger, exuding a sense of heft and power. What shocked her the most were the 4 additional metal platforms at the corners of the vehicle, each topped with an intelligent machine gun radiating an aura of cold death. Those were the terrifying weapons she had encountered on the defense wall of the research institute last night. Is this the reward for being first? Lu Qingqing's heart was instantly stirred by a tidal wave of excitement. Even though she wasn't very familiar with firearms, she clearly understood what these 4 autonomous attack machine guns represented. It meant that henceforth, day or night, regardless of what they were doing, there would always be 4 pairs of powerful, deadly eyes watching over them. It meant they had gained almost absolute security. She stood in place, unable to calm the excitement in her heart, for a long time, her gaze lingering on the 4 silent, intelligent machine guns. No wonder she didn't see any ammunition on the table today. Oh, it was indeed unnecessary. Returning to the vehicle, she approached the kitchen and looked at the man collapsed on the sofa, her eyes filled with indescribable tenderness and pride. Sister Qingqing. At that moment, a soft, sleepy call came from behind her. Lu Qingqing turned around to see Zhu Lingxue rubbing her eyes, staring in bewilderment at the completely transformed carriage, her little mouth slightly agape, clearly still in shock from the enormous changes. Lu Qingqing quickly placed her right index finger on her lips, then gestured with her eyes toward the still slumbering Wei Chuan on the sofa. Shoo. Zhu Lingxue immediately understood, waking up significantly. Playfully, she made a zipping motion in front of her mouth, then waved at Lu Qingqing, beckoning her to come over. Sister Qingqing, what's going on? Seeing her shocked and confused expression, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly and replied in a low voice. What else could it be? It's obviously a surprise from our Mr. Wet. Saying this, she took Zhu Lingxue's hand. Come with me, the real surprise is outside. She pulled along the curious Zhu Lingxue, and they moved stealthily like thieves, trying to make no sound as they tiptoed through the corridor to the cockpit. What is this? A cannon. When Zhu Lingxue's foot hit the ground, and she looked up to see the steel beast that had completely transformed, her reaction was even more exaggerated than Lu Qingqing's earlier. She gasped in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. Her eyes, which usually held a hint of mischief, were now wide open in disbelief. Yes, he installed it overnight as a reward for being first. Lu Qingqing stood beside her, clearly feeling the slight tremor of her body. This is amazing. Sister Qingqing, can we be like rice weevils now? Zhu Lingxue slowly circled around the rear of the vehicle, taking a long time to pull her gaze away from the intelligent machine guns, and turning to Lu Qingqing, her voice slightly dreamy. Actually, we've always been. It's fine to be like rice weevils, just don't hold them back, understand? Oh, Sister Qingqing, you've fallen in love. The two girls stood side by side next to the armored vehicle, fully armed to the teeth. Although the morning light was still dim, their hearts had already brightened. Actually, we've always been. It's fine to be like rice weevils, just don't hold them back, understand? Oh, sister. As soon as he opened his eyes, a delicate face rapidly magnified in his view, carrying a refreshing fragrance, followed closely by a soft and warm sensation that pressed heavily against his cheek. It was Zhu Lingxue. Before Wei Chuan could react to this sudden attack, Lu Qingqing also leaned down, her gentle smile accompanied by a light kiss on his forehead. What's going on? Wei Chuan was completely bewildered, the sleepiness evaporating instantly, as he sat up abruptly from the sofa, staring at the two girls with radiant smiles and confusion. Hubby, you are amazing. Zhu Lingxue's voice was filled with excitement as she directly leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face against his chest like a spoiled. Instinctively, Wei Chuan embraced her slender waist, gently patting her back, seemingly beginning to understand, and he smiled as he asked, "Did you see the artillery outside?" "Yes. Sister Qingqing took me to see it." Zhu Lingxue nodded vigorously in his embrace, lifting her head to look at him with sparkling eyes. "The car is awesome too. It really feels like a home now. As long as you like it." Wei Chuan's heart was instantly filled with a tremendous sense of achievement, and a satisfied smile spread across his face, recalling how he had been busy until 3 a.m. the previous night to get everything done. He held Zhu Lingxue and smiled at Lu Qingqing as he began to briefly introduce his labor results. Both rooms are 16 square meters. The bathroom is 5 square meters. The kitchen and dining area is 27 square meters, and the corridor is 16 square meters. I initially planned to allocate only 8 square meters to the corridor, but it would have been too cramped to access the driver's cabin, so I decided to take 8 square meters from the rooms for the corridor, just enough to move the daily necessities in. I think it's great. Lu Qingqing looked around the not particularly spacious but lively kitchen and dining area. Although it feels a bit cramped compared to before, staying here feels very warm. A larger space would actually feel like exactly this is the best. Zhu Lingxue nodded repeatedly, clearly very satisfied with the final outcome. Also, the windows are made into bulletproof windows using templates. To keep up with the next vehicle modifications, I directly made them 10 centimeters thick, and the protruding parts are covered with metal on the outside. Although they can't be opened for ventilation, there's absolutely no need to worry about safety. I'll hang up some curtains later, and I don't plan to install a skylight anytime soon. The current temperature, Wei Chuan continued speaking. After such a long night of work, the result was far more than just spatial separation. In any case, the foundation had been laid very firmly, and only various minor additions. By the way, I'll go wash up first, though I have something for you later. As he spoke, Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue, who was still nestled in his arms. Go ahead." Zhu Lingxue quickly got up and gave him another kiss on the cheek. Entering the brand new independent bathroom, Wei Chuan took a quick shower and brushed his teeth. "Wow, it really feels different," Wei Chuan mused while drying his hair. No longer needing to get out of the car just to brush his teeth, and not having to curl up at the back of the car while showering, even cleaning up had become infinitely simpler. The improvement in quality of life brought about a tangible sense of happiness. Feeling refreshed, he returned to the kitchen and dining area, where Lu Qingqing had already served him a large bowl of sweet potato porridge accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables and 3 golden fragrant fries. Hubby, this was brought over by Yongsheng this morning. After Wei Chuan finished his breakfast, Lu Qingqing handed him a plastic bag. Wei Chuan took it and looked inside, finding 7 brand new tactical waste bags and 3 evolution crystals. These are indeed good items. Wei Chuan nodded secretly. The exaggerated capacity combined with the small size made it a storage artifact at this stage. You each take 2. He took out 4 tactical waste bags and handed them to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, then opened the survival manual and sent a message to Li Yongsheng. Wei Chuan, come over to get the items. Just as the message was sent, before he could even wait for a reply, the back door gently trembled twice and a faint voice came in, boss. Take it and study it yourself. Wei Chuan smiled as he opened the back door, handing over the prepared items one by one to Li Yongsheng, who was eagerly watching him. 1 smart artillery modification template, 1 big pineapple, with 2 ammunition boxes, 1 intercom, 1 bulletproof vest, 1 bulletproof helmet, and 1 source energy potion. Thank you, boss. Li Yongsheng's eyes turned red the moment he saw the modification template, his lips curling up wildly, almost reaching his ears. He hurriedly stowed the items into the storage compartments, his voice slightly altered with excitement. After thanking him, he rushed back to his van, as if these items would expire in the next moment. After getting up in the morning, he had already noticed the changes in the armored vehicle. Those 4 formidable smart artillery pieces were simply stunning. He remembered Wei Chuan's promise from the previous night. Thus from the moment he got up until now, he had done almost nothing, sitting tightly in the driver's seat waiting for Wei Chuan's call, as if awaiting the lottery results. And now this coveted super treasure was truly in hand. Closing the back door, Wei Chuan returned to the dining table. He looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were snuggled up on the sofa watching a movie, and waved with a smile. Qingqing, Lingxue, don't watch for now. Oh, I have treasures to share. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls immediately paused the movie and curiously leaned closer. These are new equipment. The intercom has been set up and can be used directly. As Wei Chuan spoke, he first laid out 2 sets of brand new gear on the table. Then he took out the more precious source energy potions and evolution crystals. 9 bottles of potions, 15 evolution crystals. Oh, let's split these evenly. These are all good items that can directly enhance our strength, so let's use them as soon as possible. Wei Chuan allocated the items in a light-hearted tone, as though he were merely handing out ordinary candies. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and instinctively reached out their hands. They accepted the combat gear without hesitation, but when it came to the source energy potions and evolution crystals, their motions halted. They carefully counted the total, each taking only 2 bottles of source energy potions and 3 evolution crystals. Drink. As Wei Chuan was about to speak, the usually gentle Lu Qingqing suddenly put on a stern face, pushing the remaining 5 bottles of source energy potions and 9 evolution crystals, all in front of Wei Chuan. You too. Wei Chuan watched the source energy elixirs and evolution crystals that had been pushed toward him. He parted his lips, but met the 2 women's resolute gazes and could not bring himself to object. With a helpless, indulgent smile, he accepted this weighty token of their affection. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged a reassuring smile. Just as they were about to swallow the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan suddenly remembered 2 medicine formulas that had been overlooked earlier. Basic adrenaline injection. Basic medical injection solution. At that time, they had found 4 medicines in the hospital instance. The antiviral serum and glucose were ready-made. Only the adrenaline injection and the medical injection required recipes. Because crafting them demanded evolution crystals, they had been set aside for the moment. 1 apiece. Wei Chuan quickly finished the porridge in the bowl and rose to the crafting bench. Consumed evolution crystal X1, source crystal X10, plastic X3, steel, ingot X1. Crafting succeeded. Obtained basic adrenaline injection X1. Consumed evolution crystal X1, source crystal X10, plastic X3, steel, ingot X1. Crafting succeeded. Obtained basic medical injection X1. He placed the evolution crystals and materials into the bench without hesitation and produced 3 of each, 6 injections in total. Qingqing, Lingxue, these are the last 2 medicines. Like the others, you must carry them with you. At a critical moment, they can save your lives. Wei Chuan handed the 2 injections to the women. In truth, given the convoy's current strength, these medicines might not be needed for a very long time, perhaps never. Yet medicines are a strategic asset. They may go unused, but they must never be absent. Having wasted 9 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan felt the 2 mixed gazes of gratitude and helplessness upon him. He wisely refused to meet their eyes and hurried to consume the evolution crystals and the source energy elixirs. 3 Tier 1 evolution crystals downed. There was no overwhelming sensation. It felt like a momentary numbness that quickly faded, and the improvement that followed was no longer as dramatic as at the start. But the source energy elixir that followed was ferocious in its effect. Far more potent than a Tier 2 evolution crystal, its impact almost twice as great. A rough estimate, a single vial of source energy elixir contained energy comparable to 6 Tier 1 evolution crystals. After the first vial, his body surged with heat. Deep in his muscles a fierce soreness bloomed, as if he had endured an extreme limit-breaking workout. He felt limp and soft. Even lifting an arm was a strain. As that intense alien sensation gradually ebbed, he could clearly perceive marked enhancements to both his constitution and his mental fortitude. Without pausing, he swallowed the remaining 4 vials. The rise brought by 5 source energy elixirs was terrifying in its magnitude. When the last trace of potency was absorbed, Wei Chuan snapped his eyes open, feeling an almost explosive force coursing within him. An intoxicating illusion of omnipotence filled his mind. He fancied a single punch could breach an armored vehicle. On a sudden impulse, he rose and punched the wall of the carriage. A dull, heavy thud. To his astonishment, the thick armor plate bore a distinct fist imprint, and his hand remained unscathed. Thrilled, he glanced across the cabin at the furniture, willed it with a thought, and lifted his right hand slightly. The next moment, the heavy metal dining table, the broad sofa, the weighty massage chair, even Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who stared in surprise, were all freed from gravity and floated gently into the air. His telekinetic power had surged to the point of easily manipulating weights of thousands of pounds. Delight surged through him. Feeling the newly unleashed strength and the majestic telekinetic force that obeyed his every command, the corner of Wei Chuan's mouth rose in a satisfied smile. This advancement was enormous. His overall capabilities had at least doubled compared with yesterday. As he prepared to set the furniture and his companions gently back down, that familiar cold prompt echoed through the minds of all survivors without warning. Survivors, congratulations. You have begun to master the latent treasures of the human body. Continue to strengthen them. Please note, mutated creatures and night demons are evolving in parallel. Their dormant powers are awakening and will soon catch up to you. Good luck. To help eliminate these growing threats, Guangying Highway will grant you new assistance and unlock the function's fleet and leaderboard. Only true heroes can ascend the leaderboard and receive the gifts of Guangying Highway. Leaderboard. It updated just as I took off. Intrigued, Wei Chuan pulled the survival manual from a storage compartment to inspect the new features. The moment his hand touched the manual, it dissolved into a stream of light and quickly sank into the back of his left hand, leaving a faint, softly glowing rhombus-shaped mark. At the same time, an item description illuminated: survival device, the most reliable survival assistant. Open, Wei Chuan willed, and a translucent screen unfurled before his eyes. All the familiar functions were present, but the interface was cleaner and more intuitive. A conspicuous leaderboard icon had been added at the bottom. Not bad at all, Wei Chuan murmured, nodding. The new survival manual had become a true assistance system, much more convenient. He first opened the updated personal information panel. Survivor Wei Chuan. First talent: strength, mechanical mastery. Second talent: 2 and drank telekinesis, Vate. 3. Time 0851. Weather clear. Temperature 33°C. When he read the third line, Wei Chuan's heart leapt. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, confirmed once more, and then the corner of his mouth rose into a knowing smile. Indeed, his telekinetic power had broken through a major bottleneck and reached a new stage, triggering this small update. That meant if the newly opened leaderboard included a strength ranking or a talent ranking, he would assuredly occupy the top spot. But he did not rush to check it. Instead, he browsed the other functions in turn. The talent and skill pages were unchanged: thought sculpting, mechanical perception, and so on, while a fleet option had been added to the social features. The vehicle functions remained as before, but the vehicle information had been updated. Vehicle 1010 wheeled bulletproof source energy combat vehicle. Maximum highway speed 560 km/h. Energy consumption at cruising speed consumes source crystal 35 per 100 kilometers. Special feature: crafting bench. The name had become more imposing, but the top speed had dropped by 20 km/h, clearly due to added weight, a possibility Wei Chuan had already suspected the night before. After that came the trading hub and the communication channels, unchanged. Finally, his gaze fell upon the newly appeared leaderboard function. Wei Chuan clicked in with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. The light screen flickered and instantly switched, displaying 3 parallel leaderboard icons. This place belongs to true heroes, and each hero will receive the gifts of the Light and Shadow Road, which will be distributed at midnight every day at 0000. Please claim them before 2359 the next day. Hero leaderboard. Vehicle leaderboard. Wealth leaderboard. From the perspective of game rules, these 3 leaderboards represent personal level rankings, vehicle level rankings, and resource rankings. Simple. Wei Chuan did not hesitate and first clicked on the leaderboard for heroes that interested him the most. This records the second talent level of survivors, ranking them based on the improvement time in case of equal levels. Top 1, Wei Chuan level 2 area 89. Top 2, Copier level 1 area 299. Top 3, Nia level 1 area 10047. Top 4, Nicholas Level 1, Area 380. Top 5, Chun Jijan Level 1, Area 36654. Top 6, Carol Level 1, Area 6541. Top 7, I Kofi Level 1, Area 1678. Top 8, Erickson Level 1, Area 161651. Top 9, Jean E Level 1, Area 9489. Top 10, Kayasipu Level 1, Area 14654. Indeed, the earlier guess was correct. He was the only one who reached Level 2. There are a total of 10 pages with 10 people on each page, making a total of 100 people eligible for the leaderboard. The ranking reward is source crystals, and all 3 leaderboards are the same. The first place can receive 100 source crystals every day, which is neither too much nor too little, just enough to cover daily expenses. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also made the leaderboard, ranking 46th and 43rd respectively. Li Yongsheng did not make the list. After all, this is a ranking across the entire server, and the competition is too fierce. Qingqing Lingxue, what is your experience bar? Wei Chuan raised his head and asked the 2 girls who were also checking the survival device. 32, 36. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue answered in turn, and this answer gave Wei Chuan a rough estimate of the experience bars between Level 1 and Level 2. If the effects of source energy potions and Level 2 evolution crystals are converted to Level 1 evolution crystals, then Lu Qingqing has already consumed 16 Level 1 evolution crystals, while Zhu Lingxue has consumed 18. This means that to upgrade from Level 1 to Level 2 requires 50 Level 1 evolution crystals. He has consumed 62 Level 1 evolution crystals, and his current experience bar is 2. 3. So to advance from Level 2 to Level 3, he needs a total of 100 Level 1 evolution crystals, leaving him short by 88. My advantage is significant. Even if the second place player consumes 1 more Level 1 evolution crystal to reach Level 2, I am still ahead by 13 Level 1 evolution crystals. Wei Chuan calculated the gap in experience bars, feeling secretly pleased. This ranking list is timely, allowing him to understand the levels of players across the server. Next is the vehicle leaderboard. This records the comprehensive performance of vehicles, ranking them based on improvement time when the performance is the same. Top 1, Hayden 141, Area 37. Top 2, Lao 133, Area 453. Top 3, Zhang Baiwan 125, Area 783. Top 4, Amir 117, Area 43655. Top 5, Yang Zhaodi 111, Area 9984. Top 6, Shengwan Jinhua 106, Area 2151. Top 7, Wei Chuan 101, Area 89. Top 8, Grover 94, Area 8162. Top 9, Lai Yu 90, Area 16800. Top 10, Kalami 86, Area 60461. 7th. Wei Chuan felt a bit regretful about ranking 7th, but he could accept it. Last night's event yielded so many good items. While he got the smart machine gun, others might have obtained the smart rocket launcher, so it was understandable. Having checked both leaderboards, he was the only one to make it into the top 10 of both, which was already impressive. Besides, they were not in the same area. Even if someone drove a battleship, how would they come to confront him? Finally, the wealth leaderboard. This records the comprehensive value of resources, ranking them by improvement time when the comprehensive value is the same. Top 1, Clarissa 340, Area 648. Top 2, Jia Guanjuan 321, Area 8755. Top 3, Jones 311, Area 148912. Top 4, Troy 299, Area 42708. Top 5, Chi Jiaying 294, Area 967. Top 6, Song Gang 288, Area 65100. Top 7, Sphinx 280, Area 255. Top 8, Nandina 277, Area 1. Top 9, Shun Mingho 275, Area 19846. Top 10, Wei Chuan 269, Area 89. Got it. Seeing his name among the top 10 of the wealth leaderboard, Wei Chuan clenched his fist and couldn't help but exclaim quietly. First place in a single leaderboard. 3 top 10s. No one else but him made it into all 3 top 10s, not even 2 top 10s, which meant others had weaknesses while he did not. Personal strength, vehicles, and funds. All 3 are crucial. Lacking any one of them would slow down development, ultimately allowing a well-rounded player to catch up. Feels good. Wei Chuan turned off the survival device and stretched lazily. He walked over and squeezed between Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, pulling them both into his embrace. At this moment, Zhu Lingxue had also finished checking the leaderboard. Excited, she turned around and hugged Wei Chuan's waist tightly, saying, "Darling, you have a first place and 2 top 10s. The first leaderboard is the most important. Strength is fundamental, and as long as the latter 2 are not too bad, it's fine." Wei Chuan smiled, kissed Zhu Lingxue's smooth cheek, and although his tone was calm, the satisfaction in his expression was unmistakable. On the other side, Lu Qingqing thought further ahead and softly said, "Once this leaderboard is released, it should stimulate many people. Yeah. Wei Chuan nodded his eyes, revealing a hint of understanding. The gap is laid out right here. The only way to catch up is to push hard to conquer those high-difficulty dungeons. Many people will likely die in the process. Zhu Lingxue was a bit confused. Since we know it's dangerous, can't we just not go? Sure, but not going means falling behind. Anyone encountered along the way could easily take us down. How many people can maintain their composure in such situations? Not to mention the increasingly powerful night demons. If one's strength doesn't keep up, they might not even see the sun the next day. Wei Chuan shook his head. Unless this survival game stops, who would dare to stop? After saying that, he opened the survival device again and checked the regional communication channel. Area 8981001000 people. Xin Jiayu, wow, we have a super expert in our area, first place on the hero leaderboard. Read, damn, I consumed 5 evolution crystals to reach 10 in level 1, and I haven't even awakened my second talent. How did he do it? Jian Shuhui, it's normal, Wei is selling arms. The dungeons we are afraid to enter, he can push through with just a bit of ammunition leaking through his fingers. Samuel, he sells arms. Can you recommend something for me? Vincent, do check out this Scar standard assault rifle. This is Weiss power. Lian Jun, why you guys are missing the point. We have 3 people on the hero leaderboard, and the other 2 names clearly belong to women. Remember the 2 beauties beside the expert. The channel indeed exploded with almost all discussions revolving around the leaderboard. Wei Chuan's representation of Area 89 became the absolute. The channel indeed exploded with almost all discussions revolving around the leaderboard. Wei Chuan's representation of Area 89 became the absolute focus. Watching the various astonished, envious, and even slightly reverent discussions in the channel, especially being called expert continuously by people, Wei Chuan felt quite pleased. After all, who doesn't enjoy the feeling of being admired and praised? After spending some time in the communication channel feeling the stir, he had caused Wei Chuan switched to the trading interface. Wanted source device formulas and evolution crystals. Practical ordinary item formulas are also acceptable. I can exchange them for an Scar assault rifle, and the bullets can be sold long-term with a fixed price. The plan to sell guns had been decided yesterday. Since he had made up his mind, he needed to act quickly. He had browsed the trading hall early in the morning and found that various bows and crossbows were about to flood the market, and there were even multiple types of handguns. He had a premonition that rifles and even machine guns would flow into the market today. He had to seize the opportunity before other gun dealers were still hesitating, aiming to harvest as much as possible from the first wave, which would also be the most profitable. After posting his wanted ad, he manually crafted 10 Scar rifles, then exchanged half of his source crystals for bullet materials, making exactly 1,000 rounds. He decided to wait for half an hour to see if he could directly find suitable customers for his wanted ad. If not, he would hang it in the trading hall. Rifles are still rare equipment, so the price cannot be low, but if the price is too high, they won't sell, as not many can afford them. If the price of handguns is set a bit lower, they can be used to harvest sporadic evolution crystals. Wei Chuan clasped his hands on his forehead, falling into deep. Last night's activities guaranteed at least 1 evolution crystal for anyone with points. Although most people would eat it immediately, there would always be some who thought about saving it or exchanging it for more urgently needed supplies. His target was that 1 evolution crystal in the hands of these people. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Every little bit adds up. I need to hurry. Manually crafting bullets is too inefficient. I must use formulas for mass production. But I only have the rifle bullet formula, and handguns can't use such pointed rifle bullets. As Wei Chuan pondered, a sudden thought flashed across his mind. Could he use his blueprint construction ability to create a handgun that could fire standard handgun bullets? Theoretically feasible, let's give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, got up, and took 2 large black stars from the storage rack, one standard, and the other the previously researched large enhanced version. Blueprint construction, go go go. He concentrated, and a blue light lit up in his eyes. The 2 handguns instantly transformed in his vision into semi-transparent, 3-dimensional structural diagrams, with countless fine lines outlining every part and internal structure. Wei Chuan modified the blueprint with his concept as the core, using 5.56 by 45 mm rifle bullets of fully metal structure, stable performance, and controlled dimensions. The blueprint began to rapidly evolve, adjust, and combine under his mental guidance, generating one new handgun design after another. This won't do, the size is almost as big as a small submachine gun. This one won't do either, the grip is too large, suitable for an octopus perhaps. Wei Chuan focused intently, screening each design one by one. This process was far more complex than simply scaling the large black star proportionally. Although it wouldn't consume too much energy, it was extremely time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Finally, after eliminating 40 unsatisfactory blueprints, the 41st blueprint caught his attention. It had a total length of 28 centimeters, utilized a fully metal structure, could fire standard 5.56 by 45 mm rifle bullets, and had a magazine capacity of 8 rounds. It was 1 centimeter longer than the enhanced version of the Black Star with a rugged appearance and a hint of Desert Eagle style, while the magazine and grip were slightly bulkier to accommodate the rifle rounds. This is the one. After carefully inspecting it, Wei Chuan immediately set to work crafting one. Then he dismantled a large pineapple's ammo box, took out a few rounds, loaded them into the new handgun's magazine, and tested it by firing one magazine through the shooting hole on the chassis. Bang, bang, bang. The recoil was greater than that of the enhanced Black Star, but the gun body was very stable and reliable in performance. The kick is a bit much, but anyone who can afford to buy a gun with an evolution crystal should be able to handle it. Wei Chuan was very satisfied with this handgun. He immediately got to work crafting another 49 new handguns, then made 4 ammo boxes, melting down the shells and belts, leaving only 400 rounds. Using SCAR bullets could save this step, but SCAR bullets were longer, and he didn't want to make the handgun 30 centimeters long. Ching Ching Lingxua helped me compress the bullets, and once done, load them into the guns and hang them in the trading hall. As for the price, just hang them all at 1 evolution crystal. Wei Chuan said decisively. This price wasn't high. To exaggerate, it could be considered a bargain, but that was exactly the price he wanted to attract the most buyers. After finishing this task, Wei Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and reopened the survival device. Having been busy for over half an hour, his private messages must have piled up like a mountain. However, before discussing business, he shouted into the intercom, "Yongxing, let's hit the road." It was time to leave after staying here for a day and night. The search for dungeons and resource points couldn't stop. Immediately, Li Yongxing's voice came through the intercom. "Okay, starting now. Boss, did you check the leaderboard? Those people have been blown away by you. I saw it, the ranking is not bad. You should put in some more effort, your experience is almost there. Find a couple of bronze-level dungeons, and you'll make the leaderboard." "Boss, are there a lot of mutated creatures in the bronze-level dungeons?" Hearing that he also had a chance to make the leaderboard, Li Yongxing immediately got excited and curiously asked. Before night fell on his first day, he bought a handgun crossbow from Wei Chuan, so he wasn't too afraid of night demons and mutated creatures. Now he wanted to encounter more of them, to farm more source crystals and evolution crystals. A lot. Last time in that hospital, there were over a dozen mutated centipedes hiding. The largest one was 2 meters long. Luckily you went around it, or else you would have definitely been done for. Wei Chuan briefly recounted the situation from last time. It had indeed been perilous, and he still felt a lingering fear when he thought back on it. The true difficulty of the dungeon was unclear, and many people were killed because of it. What the hell? A 2-meter-long centipede. Thank goodness you went, otherwise if you had been a little late, I would have definitely gone in to deliver my head. Li Yongxing was both shocked and delighted, shocked that he almost met his end, delighted that there were many mutated creatures in the bronze-level dungeons. Now don't worry about so much, just pull the trigger, and let's go at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Okay, driving now. After chatting with Li Yongxing for a bit, Wei Chuan put down the intercom and entered the social interface. Sure enough, his private messages were already overflowing with a dense array of message windows that were still continuously increasing, and just reading through them would take quite a bit. Pan Xiufu, whoa, top donor. Sir, I've got an AWM, the premium L115A3 model. Would you trade it 1 for 1 for a rifle? Ito Sinkawa, I'll offer you 2 recurve bows and 1 electric baton. In Wang Ping, would you trade for a fragmentation grenade? That single grenade delivers firepower equivalent to 2 magazines. In Taylor, how about the nylon rope formula? In Santiago, may I inspect your firearm first? You may remove the magazine beforehand. In Huang Liqiu, young sir, I have 2 bulletproof military blast shields. Would you trade? In Tracy, sir, may I ask how one advances to tier 2? Turner, what about 2 evolution crystals? In Susanna, how about exchanging this vehicle repair kit? It grants a vehicle its second life. In Wei Chuan opened each chat window, meticulously deleting irrelevant messages outright and retaining only those from serious. He spent roughly 10 minutes. He traded away 7 ACAR rifles and 17 magazines, acquiring in return none AWM sniper rifle and 3 spare magazines, 3 military blast shields, 70 source crystals, and 10 cans of instant noodles. None fragmentation grenade, 1 evolution crystal, and 70 source crystals. 2 evolution crystals, and 160 source crystals. None vehicle repair kit, and 70 source crystals. None full-face gas mask blueprint, yielding 10 units. And 1 fully sealed heavy-duty hazmat suit plus 5 portable gas detectors. 1 UTS-15 shotgun, and 60 source crystals. These supplies comprised both essentials Wei Chuan urgently needed and practical items likely useful later. Truly equitable exchanges, each party fulfilling its own needs. No exceptional blueprints or artifacts surfaced at this stage. Bargains had grown exceedingly rare. What a pity. Wei Chuan tossed the grenade lightly in his palm, a faint regret stirring within him. With this addition, he now possessed 2 fragmentation grenades of differing models. He longed to mass-produce them, but lacked the means. The explosive charge required high-grade primary and secondary explosives, bore no relation to standard firearm propellants. None were available on the exchange, rendering handcrafting impossible. Otherwise, he could easily fabricate 80 or 100, hurling them with devastating effect, obliterating everything within 100 meters, rendering firearms utterly obsolete. "They're sold." Inzer Lingxue head bowed while loading magazines, suddenly cried out, her voice brimming with delight. "And how much did they fetch?" Wei Chuan instantly turned toward her. All 5 listed rifles sold instantly. I confirmed their listing just moments before they vanished." Lu Qingqing exclaimed, eyes wide with exhilaration. Such trades, exchanging evolution crystals for pistols, seemed deeply unfavorable in her estimation, yet proved astonishingly lucrative. "I'll try too." In hearing this, Lu Qingqing immediately listed her 6 fully loaded pistols on the exchange. The result was identical. In almost the instant they appeared, online success notifications chimed in rapid succession. The entire process took under 3 seconds. "Excellent." Wei Chuan's spirits surged. A sharp, incisive light flashed across his gaze. He promptly shelved the SCAR project entirely, channeling all focus into pistol fabrication. His mental shaping accelerated to a feverish pace. Metal reconfigured at blinding speed, yielding 50 gleaming holy metallic pistols. My stamina is likely halved now. Resources and dungeons may emerge at any moment. I must conserve strength. Wei Chuan forced himself to pause, retaining a sliver of caution. Then he crafted 4 large pineapple-shaped ammo crates and joined the others in loading cartridges. As he loaded cartridges, curiosity prompted him to open the exchange to survey other firearms. Item name: Mauser C96, pistol quantity 1 and price 303 source crystals. And item name: Walther P38, pistol quantity 1 and price 333 source crystals. And item name: Taurus M85, revolver quantity 1 and price 310 source crystals. And pistols abounded. Dozens of listings spanned over a dozen pages, showcasing myriad models. Yet every price began at a steep 300 source crystals. That equated to 25 liters of water, or a staggering 550 liters of fuel. Consider that neighboring categories listed rifles and machine guns averaging only 600 and 800 source crystals respectively. How could mere pistols command such exorbitant prices? Preposterous. Wei Chuan shook his head inwardly. Wealthy survivors would rather pay extra for rifles than settle for these grossly inefficient pistols. Meanwhile, those less affluent, precisely the ones who truly needed pistols for self-defense, could scarcely afford such sums in one go. They aren't necessarily foolish, Wei Chuan mused, shaking his head again. These sellers might simply be posting inflated prices on speculation, fishing for buyers while simultaneously circulating private purchase requests or soliciting offers directly within their district. Approximately 20 minutes later, all 100 pistols had been fully loaded with ammunition. Since they sold concurrently with loading, 97 pistols had already been purchased. During their brief respite for hydration, the final 3 consignment notifications arrived, completing the sale of all 100 pistols. The final yield was 100 softly glowing Tier 1 evolution crystals. They lay scattered across the table like a miniature starfield, ethereal, breathtaking. Scrap metal and 800 rounds of ammunition cost well under 500 source crystals. The profit margin was staggering. At that moment, Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue exchanged stunned glances, speechless beneath the sheer magnitude of their windfall. "We could elevate 2 people to Tier 2 with this," Zhu Lingxue murmured. "I'll level you both to Tier 2 right away." Wei Chuan snapped back from his daze, first eyes blazing with fierce intensity. While other firearm vendors remain oblivious to the exchange surge, and before price wars erupt, we must seize this narrow window. Every crystal counts. That strategy was sound. Without hesitation, he strode toward a cabinet equipped with storage compartments and selected raw metals. Conserve stamina for dungeons and resource nodes. Nonsense. This opportunity, akin to printing currency, was too extraordinary to miss. To let it slip would defy cosmic justice. Full throttle, production must accelerate. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue shared his fervor. To eliminate distraction, they switched off the television entirely and focused solely on loading cartridges, doubling their. Wei Chuan even contemplated using telekinetic force to load cartridges, but his stamina proved insufficient. Fabricating firearms remained the far more efficient use of energy. With his remaining stamina, Wei Chuan forged 120 additional pistols, ceasing only when vertigo clouded his vision and his limbs trembled with exhaustion. Precision work consumed stamina disproportionately. Our recycling scrap metal at 100-fold volume would have been trivial by comparison. Time slipped away silently. An hour vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Serves you right. Go ahead and eat dirt. Wei Chuan cursed under his breath as he slammed shut the trading interface, his face etched with irritation and a faint trace of helplessness. Just half an hour earlier, the situation had taken a sharp, catastrophic turn. Sellers listing high-priced handguns finally noticed a relentless market disruptor flooding the exchange. someone deliberately crashing prices across the board. At first they attempted to join the frenzy, adjusting their own handgun prices down to 1 evolution crystal each. But the problem was this: Wei Chuan's all-metal rifle caliber handgun vastly outperformed their compact pistols and revolvers, not only in raw capability, but also in replenishment speed. Thus, even at identical pricing, buyers waiting within the trading hall preferred to wait for Wei Chuan's restocks rather than purchase from competitors. This dynamic shattered the composure of several sellers. Their frustration boiled over into full-blown collapse. They watched helplessly as profits evaporated, then launched an even more frenzied price war. Abandoning evolution crystals entirely, they reverted to source crystals and slashed prices repeatedly until they hit a bone-breaking floor: 100 source crystals per unit. That sum equaled barely 8 liters of water, affordable even for those scraping by. Consequently, Wei Chuan's 1 evolution crystal handguns saw an immediate precipitous drop in sales. After all, at this stage, evolution crystals were nearly impossible to acquire through basic commodities. Barter was the norm, and they were effectively priceless, far exceeding the value of 8 liters of water. The plummeting sales were tolerable. He could still move some units. But worse was the wildfire spread of the news. The handgun price collapse raced across communication channels and private chats like wildfire. Many who had previously hoarded blueprints or sold discreetly could no longer sit still. Fearing further devaluation, they flooded the market in panic and initiated yet another round of reckless. Though 100 source crystals seemed cheap, not everyone could afford it. Desperate to claim even a final sip of profit, these sellers resorted to barter, trading handguns for water, food, or other essentials, driving prices down to absolute rock bottom. Within 30 minutes, the average handgun price on the exchange plunged again, from 100 down to just 60 source crystals. 60 source crystals, equivalent to merely 5 liters of water. This tsunami of deflation sweeping through the entire handgun market began spilling over into higher-tier sectors. Rifles and light machine guns were most visibly affected. Listings multiplied, prices declined steadily, and had already fallen to 80% of their original value. Wei Chuan himself felt the aftershocks. His Scar rifles stalled completely. Prospective buyers vanished mid-negotiation. 2 prior customers even messaged him angrily, accusing him of greed, while others mocked him openly in public channels. Unbelievable. Am I not serving the masses? Without me, rookies wouldn't touch a firearm for another fortnight. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and shook his head wryly. The exchange now listed handguns across a staggering 1086 pages. The handgun market had fully imploded. That sheer volume confirmed one truth. Those earlier high-priced sellers weren't foolish at all. They were shrewd and had quietly sustained a lucrative private market consensus. Had Wei Chuan not intervened, that golden equilibrium might have persisted indefinitely. Frankly, he felt a flicker of quiet regret. Had he known the outcome, he'd have released stock gradually, sustaining demand, maximizing long-term returns. Yet objectively speaking, his strategy wasn't flawed. While others cautiously licked at the edges, he devoured the entire feast at breakneck speed, leaving only thin broth for those who followed. One decisive strike, eliminating every competitor at once. Now evolution crystals piled high on his table, 423 gleaming orbs. This was the harvest of his relentless campaign. His stamina recovered steadily, allowing him to craft and list dozens of handguns, accumulating this staggering hoard. These crystals alone could instantly elevate 8 individuals to Tier 2. Let the market collapse. It had already delivered its bounty. Wei Chuan extinguished his cigarette, wiped sweat from his brow, and turned toward Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. My wives, time to reap our rewards. Eat first, until you reach Tier 2. Oh, I forgot you haven't awakened yet. This time success is certain. Let's see what your second innate talent manifests. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, eyes alight with anticipation. Without hesitation, they began swallowing evolution crystals one after another. When supplies were scarce, they'd insisted Wei Chuan consume first, but now abundance made such deference unnecessary. He watched them intently, heart pounding with hope. Their luck was unremarkable, neither extraordinary nor dire. Only after swallowing over a dozen crystals did either hear the awakening chime. Counting earlier attempts, both achieved awakening around their 30th crystal. Zhu Lingxue awakened first. Her face bloomed with delight as she turned to Wei Chuan, voice trembling with excitement. Husband, I've awakened the ice heart. I can expend physical energy to generate and command ice, even manipulate ambient ice. This talent is extraordinary. She raised her hand gently, and visible frost surged from her palm. Pristine ice crystals rippled outward, encasing her hands in exquisitely sculpted crystalline gauntlets. Wei Chuan's pulse quickened. This mirrors the ice Logia ability, lacking only elemental intangibility. Undeniably elite, immense combat utility, and unparalleled growth potential. Moments later, Lu Qingqing completed her awakening. She savored the surge of newfound power, her tone warm with satisfaction. Mine is Guardian, a mental energy-based shield. Its size and strength are fully adjustable at my will. Remarkable, barrier Logia. Wei Chuan's astonishment deepened. In team combat, this talent offered overwhelming strategic advantage. Keep eating, push straight to Tier 2. He suppressed his elation and urged them onward. Awakening a second innate talent was merely the beginning. The foundational attribute boosts from enhancement mattered equally. Both women nodded obediently and resumed consuming evolution crystals. After absorbing another dozen, they sensed the violent surge of power and ascended seamlessly to Tier 2. Upon reaching Tier 2, they halted simultaneously and turned to Wei Chuan with unmistakable intent in their eyes. It's your turn. All right. Meeting their expectant gazes, Wei Chuan smiled and popped evolution crystals into his mouth one after another as casually as snacking on peanuts. As the energy of the evolution crystal spread within his body, the experience bar for the second talent began to rise slowly on the survival devices panel. Second talent Tier 2 Telekinesis 16. 6. When he reached the 88th crystal, that familiar transformative sensation surged once more. Stronger than the previous morning, his blood felt like it was boiling, every muscle and bone radiating intense soreness and heat, as if being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. Damn! Wei Chuan quickly lay back on the sofa, gritting his teeth. After enduring for about 3 to 4 minutes, the intense discomfort gradually receded like a tide. Damn it, that hurts. Wei Chuan closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath filled with scorching air, slowly extending his hands to carefully sense the terrifying power surging within him. It was hard to quantify the exact improvement, but it was definitely a significant increase compared to Tier 2, perhaps even an astonishing growth of over 100. With a thought, he opened his personal information panel. Survivor Wei Chuan. First talent S rank Mechanical Control. Second talent Tier 3 Telekinesis 0. Time 1129. Weather clear. Temperature 39°C. Indeed, he successfully advanced to Tier 3. To calculate how much experience was needed to rise from Tier 3 to Tier 4, he tossed another evolution crystal into his mouth. However, this crystal did not budge the experience bar, remaining at 0, so he continued to try. It wasn't until the third evolution crystal was absorbed that the stubborn experience bar finally flickered. Second talent Tier 3 Telekinesis 1. It actually requires 300 crystals. Wei Chuan's face darkened instantly, unable to suppress a low curse. That's way too many. He had originally hoped to break into Tier 4 today, but now it seemed he was overly ambitious. However, after calculation, he found there was still hope. A total of 423 evolution crystals had been consumed. Lu Qingqing 834, Zhu Lingxue 832, and he himself 891, leaving 266 on the table. 266-3. Only 31 crystals left to reach Tier 3. If I'm willing to trade my scar for evolution crystals, I can absolutely reach Tier 4 today. A thought flashed through Wei Chuan's mind. Although the rifles were now on sale in the trading post, the quantity was still limited with only a few pages available, and exchanging one rifle for 2 evolution crystals was definitely reasonable. I must reach Tier 4 today. At worst, I'll trade 1 for 1, flooding the market with rifles. Wei Chuan steeled his resolve and shared his thoughts with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were very supportive of Wei Chuan, and even as he finished speaking, they were eager to post a purchase request in the trading post. No rush, let's eat first. Wei Chuan quickly waved his hand. It was already 1130, and after a busy morning, it was time to take a break. After saying this, he used the intercom to notify Li Yongxing, ensuring he didn't wander off again. Survivor Wei Chuan. First talent S rank Mechanical Control. Second talent Tier 3 Telekinesis 89. 7. Time 1129. Weather clear. Temperature 39°C. While Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were cooking, Wei Chuan consumed the remaining evolution crystals, raising his experience bar to 89. 7. Thinking that he could reach Tier 4 today, Wei Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction and opened the leaderboard to take a look. Top 1 Wei Chuan Tier 3 Zone 89. Top 2 Clarissa Tier 2 Zone 648. Top 3 Kapil Tier 2 Zone 299. Top 4 Nia Tier 2 Zone 10047. Top 5 Sphinx Tier 2 Zone 255. Top 6 Chun Zhizhan Tier 2 Zone 36654. Top 7 Jia Guanjuan Tier 2 Zone 8755. Top 8 Shin Mingho Tier 2 Zone 19846. Top 9 Jones Tier 2 Zone 148912. Top 10 Song Gang Tier 2 Zone 65100. The changes in the Brave list were significant, with all top 30 rushing to Tier 2, and 6 of the top 10 from the morning were pushed down. It's worth mentioning that the 6 newcomers who just broke into the top 10 were all in the top 10 of the wealth list. Resource tycoons were starting to exert their influence. It's worth mentioning that the 6 newcomers who just broke into the top 10 were all in the top 10 of the wealth list. Resource tycoons were starting to exert their influence. The rankings in the vehicle list remained unchanged, with only a few individuals gaining an extra star, but improving by one rank required several stars, making it no easy feat to surpass. The changes in the wealth list were also minor, with 3 individuals being ousted from the top 10. Wei Chuan was among them, falling to 15th place. However, Wei Chuan was not too concerned. He believed that among the 3 lists, the wealth list was the easiest to climb, as one could easily earn resources. Bang bang bang. As Wei Chuan just turned off the survival device's screen, there was a light knock on the back door. Wei Chuan went to open the door, and it was Li Yongsheng. Who else could it be? Boss, you've reached Tier 3. And your sister-in-law is also at Tier 2. How did you do it? Take me along, brother. Li Yongsheng's eyes sparkled with admiration and eagerness upon seeing Wei Chuan. After setting off in the morning, he hadn't checked the leaderboard much, but while chatting on the regional communication channel, just now, he heard someone mention that there had been major changes. Upon checking, he realized that Wei Chuan had actually reached Tier 3, and even his 2 sisters-in-law had reached Tier 2. This upgrade speed was truly astonishing. I can take you, but you'll have to put in the effort yourself. Wei Chuan chuckled, handing over a cigarette. After lunch, they'll give you 50 handguns. You can trade them for source crystals or resources, and then see if you can exchange them for evolution crystals. Well, split it evenly. Boss, that's too easy. Even though we look down on handguns, many people are still using bows and knives, so I can directly trade them for evolution crystals. Li Yongsheng took the cigarette, his face full of confidence. It was possible in the morning, but not now. Wei Chuan shook his head, exhaling a smoke ring. Do you think I reached Tier 3 just like that? Li Yongsheng took the cigarette and paused for a moment, but quickly understood. His boss must have made quick money by exploiting opportunities. Upon further reflection, this strategy was simply brilliant. Before unlimited gun recipes became widely available, the mass production of firearms was the greatest advantage. By directly flooding the market with quantity and low prices, he could fill his pockets while squeezing the survival space of all competitors, slowing their development speed. As expected of the boss, Li Yongsheng sincerely gave a thumbs-up, admiration evident on his face. All right, stop bragging. Wei Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Rest while you have work to do this afternoon. Don't worry, boss. Li Yongsheng pounded his chest, saying confidently, even if the market crashes, handguns are still valuable, leave it to me. After saying this, he turned around excitedly and began fiddling with the survival device as he walked. He hadn't been idle these past few days. He had met quite a number of minor tycoons and could reach out to them in advance, perhaps securing a few orders. Sitting on the sofa, Wei Chuan turned on the car's television and DVD player, selecting a comedy film to help relax his slightly anxious nerves. Taking advantage of the movie's opening, he activated the survival device. He set the private chat function to friends only and restricted friend requests to no one can add me. It wasn't that he had installed it after taking off, he was simply forced into it. Before the leaderboard appeared, any private chat or friend request could only be initiated by clicking on avatars in the communication channel or purchase posts. But once the leaderboard was released, one could directly initiate private chats and friend requests by clicking on names in the list. As the number 1 with a significant advantage in the hero leaderboard, his social functions were nearly overwhelmed. Private chat notifications and friend requests were refreshing every second, severely affecting his daily usage, so he had to temporarily disable these functions, reasoning that he could always turn them back on when needed. 20 minutes later, the aroma of lunch wafted through the air. Today he was having colorful butterfly pasta accompanied by wolf meat mushrooms, some ham slices, and bok choy. Looking at the butterfly-shaped pasta in his bowl, Wei Chuan suddenly thought of Siamei. This butterfly pasta was the same one she had sent him before. He hadn't contacted her for 2 days, and in this world filled with immense survival pressure, relationships could easily fade if not maintained. As long as she's not dead. He opened his friend list and saw Siamei's name still there, feeling a slight sense of relief. Wei Chuan made, yeah, I've had some good luck these past 2 days. I have some handguns and rifles on hand. Do you want me to get you a couple for self-defense? Siamei, the top scholar, finally remembers this poor Andy. I thought you had struck it rich and looked down on old acquaintances. Wei Chuan, that's not true. I'm not that kind of person. I've just been a bit busy these past 2 days. Siamei, seriously, your speed of improvement is too astonishing. Everyone in our district is talking about it, speculating whether you've hacked or are a reborn expert. Wei Chuan, it's not that mystical. Just good luck. In this world, no matter how capable you are, it can't compare to having a good recipe. After chatting with Siamei for a while, Wei Chuan turned off the survival device. Siamei mentioned that she had already bought an AK at the trading post, but there was only 1 magazine of bullets. Wei Chuan noted it down, planning to prepare an extra scar and 5 magazines for Siamei when he stocked up for Li Yongsheng. Though it was a gift, Wei Chuan felt this investment was well worth it. Despite Siamei not being on the leaderboard, her talent related to food production was a truly long-term and stable core ability. No matter which stage one reached, talents that could solve fundamental survival issues were always in demand. If there was ever a chance, he wanted to bring Siamei into his convoy. After finishing lunch, Wei Chuan crafted all the ammunition he could for remote weapons. Honeycomb hand crossbows still make money. Seeing Wei Chuan preparing a few crossbow bolts, Zhu Lingxue curiously asked. Not for sale. Wei Chuan shook his head. I want to test my current telekinetic strength. Can you help me with that? Isn't that too dangerous? Zhu Lingxue gathered up the ammunition with a hint of worry on her face. Silly, just don't aim at my body. Wei Chuan chuckled affectionately, tapping her nose with his hand. Oh, right. Zhu Lingxue suddenly understood and went to the storage cabinet to pick out all the remote weapons she would need before following Wei Chuan off the vehicle. Let's start with the hand crossbow. Aim here and shoot. Wei Chuan stood about 20 meters away from Zhu Lingxue, pointing to an empty space on his left side. Okay. Zhu Lingxue took a deep breath, raised the hand crossbow, aimed at the empty space 1 meter to the left of Wei Chuan, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The bolt shot out rapidly, but after flying just a few meters it seemed to hit an invisible steel wall, instantly twisting and deforming, then falling helplessly to the ground. That was easy. Wei Chuan relaxed considerably, feeling that the bolt, which could pierce through a night demon hitting his telekinetic wall, felt like raindrops falling on the back of his hand, with almost no pressure. Approaching the fourth stage of telekinesis, the strength was beyond imagination. Lingxue used the remaining bolts in rapid succession. Wei Chuan waved to the opposite side. At this moment, Lu Qingqing, who had just finished washing the dishes, and Li Yongxing, who was munching on a piece of watermelon, also noticed the commotion outside the vehicle and came down to watch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zhu Lingxue pulled the trigger repeatedly, sending out 4 bolts in quick succession. As expected, all the bolts were easily blocked by the invisible telekinetic wall at the same distance, twisting and falling to the ground. Next, let's try the handgun. Wei Chuan gathered all the bolts from the ground with his telekinesis and crushed them into a metal block with a gentle force. Zhu Lingxue switched to a standard version of the large black star handgun, her expression becoming more serious, intentionally tilting the gun to the left to avoid bang. The sound of the gunshot rang out. However, the handgun bullet, just like the previous bolts, slammed into that invisible barrier, its kinetic energy completely suppressed, falling to the ground. There's a lot of power. Wei Chuan felt as if he had received a heavy pass. While playing basketball, his hands were jolted, but it was far from dangerous. He nodded at Zhu Lingxue, signaling her to continue. Zhu Lingxue understood and fired the remaining 3 bullets from the magazine. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, there was no change. All the bullets were steadily blocked by the telekinesis wall, unable to budge even slightly. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lingxue, Lu Qingqing, and Li Yongsheng were all stunned. Could he really use telekinesis to block bullets? Li Yongsheng erupted with excitement, shouting, "Boss, you're amazing." It's all right. Wei Chuan smiled, not explaining much. In truth, he couldn't even see the trajectory of the bullets, and his own neural reaction speed couldn't keep up completely. Being able to block these bullets relied entirely on the telekinetic wall released in advance. This was merely passive defense. However, this level of defense was already sufficient to handle the vast majority of threats. After that, Wei Chuan tried out rifle, submachine guns, and light machine guns. Like the handgun, they were all quite easy to block, but during continuous blocking, his mental energy consumed rapidly, making it impossible to sustain for too long. At 1:20 p.m., the convoy set off. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, holding Zhu Lingxue, who was browsing the survival device, while leisurely watching a movie. Before departure, he prepared a batch of firearms. He sent 1 SCAR to Xie, 20 SCARs to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, and 50 handguns to Li Yongsheng. With these arrangements in place, all he had to do next was patiently wait. He awaited the arrival of the evolution crystals, ready to elevate his power to a new pinnacle. 31 evolution crystals should be collected before sunset. He casually opened the regional communication channel, curious about what had transpired in the outside world. Region 89, 8077 10000 people. Karaishima 2 convoys are fighting at the entrance of a dungeon. Several people have died. What a bunch of lunatics. Eon finally got to use a gun, feels great. Rin Haochu, is anyone trading car modifications? We'll swap for water or a composite bow. Private message me. Robert, hey, I just got my second ability. I only consumed 5 evolution crystals. Irina, another bronze level dungeon. Damn it, can I get a gray iron level 1? Latinia, has anyone encountered a station type dungeon? We can exchange information. I've been through both a station and a villa dungeon. Luo Qing, damn, the handgun I just bought last night has dropped in price by morning. Qing Guangjia, hahaha, unlimited source device fan recipe. I'm about to make a fortune. 2 hours passed, and the discussions in the communication channel returned to normal, no longer overwhelmed by topics related to the leaderboard, but rather filled with various shares, boasts, and trading information. Wei Chuan glanced over briefly, then turned off the survival device, redirecting his attention back to the movie. As long as no one disturbed him, he was indifferent to the rest. Time quietly slipped away, gradually reaching 6 p.m. The sky began to yellow, but today's journey felt unusually eerie. It had been too quiet today. For an entire day, he hadn't encountered a single resource point or supply box, nor seen any forks in the road or vehicles, which was a stark contrast to the usual daily encounter. It seems today's luck has all been spent on wealth. Wei Chuan sat in the driver's seat, adding some source crystals to the mammoth engine through the energy box. This afternoon, he received a total of 21 evolution crystals. 15 of them were exchanged by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue for SRHs, while the other 6 were traded by Li Yongsheng for hand. Li Yongsheng didn't keep a single crystal for himself. He gave them all to Wei Chuan. He knew Wei Chuan was pushing for the 4th tier and explicitly stated he would assist fully while his own 2nd tier could wait a few more days. After swallowing all 21 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan's experience bar soared to 96. 7 in the 3rd tier. He only needed 10 more to break through to the 4th. 10 crystals are not a problem. He would definitely receive them before going to sleep tonight. Even if scars and handguns were hard to trade, he still had the big pineapple. Version-strong firearms are in high demand. As it neared 6:30 p.m., Wei Chuan picked up the intercom, preparing to inform Li Yongsheng to find a flat stretch of road ahead to park for the night. However, just as he raised the intercom to his mouth, before he could press the talk button, Li Yongsheng's almost broken voice exclaimed over the speaker boss. "Look ahead. The lightning didn't give a warning. Is there danger? Have we stumbled upon a high-level supply box?" Wei Chuan's heart suddenly stirred, and he reacted quickly, striding to the front driver's seat. He picked up the binoculars and looked ahead, his pupils instantly narrowing sharply. At the end of the road, an incredibly grand giant structure appeared. Its outline appeared particularly menacing in the sunset, resembling a colossal bird of prey, crouching on the ground ready to pounce at any moment. As they drew closer, it could barely be recognized as a large airport. The terminal stretched horizontally, extending at least over 100 meters, with its entrances and windows resembling countless deep black holes, making it impossible to see the situation inside. "Hubby, is that a resource point?" Zhu Lingxue approached, her tone filled with shock. "Unlikely." Wei Chuan shook his head gravely. "If this is a resource point, we'd better avoid it. A resource point of such scale is definitely guarded by forces beyond our capability. It should be a dungeon. I've never heard of a resource point being this large and new." Soon the convoy arrived right in front of the giant airport. At that moment, several lines of huge characters emitting a semi-transparent gray light floated into view before the deep entrance. "Survivors, welcome to the Light and Shadow Airport." The Light and Shadow Airport has been abandoned for many years and is now occupied by numerous night demons and mutated creatures. Some emergency supplies remain inside. Please explore with caution. Survival difficulty silver level, access time 120,120 minutes, existence time 369,500 minutes. Indeed, it is a dungeon, and it's a higher difficulty silver level dungeon. "Boss, it's a silver level dungeon," Li Yongsheng shouted through the intercom from the van, his voice clearly tense. "There are at least a dozen mutated creatures in bronze level dungeons. This silver level will definitely have more, and it looks particularly difficult. How are we going to fight this?" "I see it. Let's park first." Under Wei Chuan's command, the 2 vehicles entered the oversized parking lot outside the airport and came to a stop. Li Yongsheng immediately jumped out of the vehicle, his expression serious, as he ran over. If it were a gray iron or even a bronze level dungeon, he would have been excited just following the boss in to wreak havoc, but a silver level dungeon genuinely made him a bit apprehensive. "What's there to panic about?" Wei Chuan's tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of eagerness. "Go back and bring food, water, medicine, and all useful items. I'll start making ammunition now." He paused, a strong confidence flashing in his eyes. "If bullets can't solve the problem, my almost 4th-tier telekinesis is no joke." Gray iron level dungeon bosses are usually 1st-tier mutated creatures, and bronze level ones are 2nd-tier. So the boss of this silver level dungeon will most likely be a 3rd-tier mutated creature. But Wei Chuan himself was already approaching the 4th tier, equipped with top-tier gear for this stage, and with ample ammunition and teammates to assist. "What's there to fear? Let's just do it." All right. I'll go right now." Hearing Wei Chuan's steady and confident words, Li Yongsheng quickly calmed down, replaced by a surge of excitement. The harder the dungeon, the better the rewards. Once the boss breaks through to the 4th tier, he can push for the 2nd tier. 20 minutes later, the fully armed foreman team gathered in front of the terminal. Everyone had changed into camouflage combat uniforms, donned bulletproof helmets, and put on heavy bulletproof vests. This gear finally gave them the semblance of a regular army, providing basic protection. In addition to standard protective equipment, they also carried ample combat supplies. Each person was equipped with 5 100-round magazines, and with the additional ammunition they had made previously, each had 700 rounds. Considering the time needed to change magazines, Wei Chuan also prepared an extra 10 50-round extended magazines for the scar for emergencies. In terms of medicine, Wei Chuan brought a complete set of 4 items: antiviral serum, adrenaline injection, medical syringe, and glucose. He also prepared antiviral serum and medical syringes for Li Yongsheng, although he did not give them directly. Instead, he kept them in his tactical waist pack as a backup. Wei Chuan knew in his heart that when it came to saving lives, he wouldn't be stingy, even though there were only 5 vials of antiviral serum in total. However, this second life would have to wait until the moment it was truly needed to. At that time, he could say it was for his own survival, to maximize the loyalty of his junior. Let's go in and take a look. If the situation isn't right, we retreat immediately. Standing before the terminal entrance, which resembled the mouth of a giant beast, Wei Chuan reminded the others, then took a deep breath and stepped through the door first. The scene before them suddenly shifted as the four of them passed through the empty door frame, as if crossing an invisible membrane, entering the airport's reception hall. Inside and outside the door were two completely different worlds. The light in the hall was extremely dim, and the air was thick with dust and the odor of decay. Although there was only a thin barrier between here and the outside, the atmosphere inside was deathly silent and eerie, reminiscent of an abandoned scene from a horror movie. The check-in counters were askew, and the ground was littered with shattered glass and debris. Everything appeared dilapidated and strange. As they entered the hall, a roar came from the lounge area on their right. Three night demons, still maintaining a humanoid form, but with ashen skin, were lurking near the tattered sofa, and almost the moment they spotted Wei Chuan and his team, they charged over in twisted postures. "They'll handle this," Wei Chuan whispered, then casually raised his right hand and lightly grasped at the air. A loud explosive sound erupted, and the three night demons seemed to transform into clay, gripped by an invisible giant hand, their bodies twisting and compressing midair before bursting apart. Puddles of red and black meat mixed with shattered bones splattered onto the ground, then disintegrated into powder, leaving behind three glowing source crystals floating in place. Wei Chuan summoned the source crystals and stored them in his inventory. He remained expressionless as he scanned the surroundings and chose a relatively clean passage on the right. Find a corner without windows, fire a shot to draw nearby monsters over, and clear out one batch before advancing further, he calmly instructed while stepping forward. This was the most prudent tactic, finding and utilizing the terrain advantages to avoid being surrounded, gradually wearing down the enemies within the instance. The three behind him immediately followed, holding the large pineapple light machine guns, cautiously advancing along the dim corridor behind Wei Chuan deeper into the airport. The exploration of the silver grade instance officially began. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan found an ideal monster spawning point. It was a right-angled corner without windows connecting to the reception hall they entered from behind, while ahead lay an open commercial area flanked by the remnants of various dilapidated shops. "This will do." Wei Chuan surveyed the commercial area ahead, which was silent but harbored hidden dangers, and nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Yongxing stepped forward, brandishing his large pineapple and firing a shot in several different directions deep into the commercial area. The crisp gunshots reverberated violently within the empty structure, echoing into the distance. Crack bang. The gunfire stirred the still air like stones dropped into still water, instantly creating ripples. From deep within the commercial area came a cacophony of noise, the sound of shattering glass, heavy objects colliding, and distant growls, clearly indicating that something had been disturbed and was rushing toward them. "Qingqing, keep an eye on our rear. Lingxue and Yongsheng will handle the front." In the commercial district, resources were abundant. In just 5 minutes, nearly 100 pounds of food and water were collected. Wei Chuan found a large tattered curtain and packed the food and water into a bundle, storing it in the storage compartment. He also found 3 recipes, but they were all for cooking utensils. Even though they were unlimited, they held no allure for Wei Chuan at this moment, so he distributed one to Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing each. After a brief cleanup, the 4 continued deeper into the first floor. The path ahead was clean. The wide corridor looked as if it had been looted, with not a single rest chair or flower pot in sight. They moved unobstructed to the end of the corridor. Before them appeared an elevator shaft, but the elevator was out of service due to a power outage, while the nearby stairs were still accessible. The underground layer of the airport is usually for luggage transport and storage, so there should be plenty of supplies worth searching for. Wei Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to explore downwards. As he stepped into the stairwell, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Only the emergency lights on the walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the descending steps, while the air was thick with dust and a musty odor. Upon reaching the basement, the scene before them opened up, but it was even more dilapidated. This was indeed the luggage processing center, with numerous luggage conveyors crisscrossing like dead giant pythons. Countless suitcases were piled high, most of them damaged, revealing rotting clothes and miscellaneous items inside. The air was damp and murky, mingled with a strong smell of rust and a foul stench. Roar! As the 4 stepped in, a deep growl came from behind a pile of luggage not far away. At first they thought it was a mutated creature, but when the figure emerged they realized it was a night demon, still retaining a humanoid shape. It hung several tattered strips of cloth which were vaguely recognizable as work uniforms, and its body had swollen to nearly 3 meters in height, with skin that resembled a rocky gray texture. Most strikingly, it had sharp, white bone spines protruding from critical areas like its arms and shoulders, giving it a fearsome appearance. An evolved night demon. Wei Chuan felt a chill in his heart. The oppressive aura it exuded was far beyond that of the lesser creatures they had encountered before. Upon noticing the intruders, this mutated night demon showed no hesitation, letting out a roar and charging forward with heavy steps like a small tank. Fire! This time there was no need for Wei Chuan to remind them, Lu Qingqing had already shouted coldly. Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng immediately responded, quickly joining in the gunfire, and the roar of 3 light machine guns filled the underground space. Bang! 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 The dense bullets poured down on the mutated night demon like a torrential rain, creating bursts of blood. Indeed, this creature was extraordinary. Even when its head was hit, it did not explode immediately, leaving only several noticeable dents as black blood flowed out. However, its body defense was clearly not as strong as its head. Under the violent barrage, flesh and blood flew, and its forward momentum suddenly faltered, slowing its movements. It's indeed not a mere fish. This is the level of a second-tier mutated creature, but it still can't withstand too many bullets, Wei Chuan thought to himself. Just when he thought victory was assured, an unexpected change occurred. The night demon suddenly swung its right arm, and a sharp bone spike about 20 to 30 centimeters long shot out, like a crossbow bolt, targeting Lu Qingqing, who was closest. The speed was comparable to that of a bullet. Lu Qingqing's face changed drastically. She instinctively tried to conjure a protective barrier, but the bone spike was too swift. In a split second, the flying bone spike struck an invisible wall just less than a meter away from Lu Qingqing's face, abruptly halting in midair. In the next moment, without giving anyone time to react, the bone spike instantly reversed direction at a speed even faster than before, transforming into a flash of white lightning shooting towards the night demon's own head. Puff! With a muffled sound, the bone spike accurately pierced through its eye socket, exiting through the back of its head. The towering body of the night demon stiffened suddenly, then crashed to the ground, its body rapidly turning to ashes, leaving only a few source crystals clattering as they fell to the ground. Husband! Lu Qingqing sighed in relief, still shaken. The speed of that bone spike had been astonishing. Although she had thought of a countermeasure, she dared not say it would be timely. Don't be afraid, I've got your back. Wei Chuan slowly lowered his hand and stepped forward. On the ground lay 5 source crystals. It's remarkable that a single night demon could yield so many. This night demon is at the level of a second-tier mutated creature. We need to be cautious. This is just the beginning. What comes next will be even stronger. Wei Chuan stored the source crystals and turned to remind them softly. The silver-grade dungeon was indeed different, its difficulty far exceeding all the resource points and dungeons they had encountered before. Although he felt quite confident, he knew he had to stay alert to avoid casualties. Lu Qingqing and the other 2 nodded gravely, no longer daring to treat this dungeon as a place to casually gather resources. Roar, roar, roar. Almost as the 3 nodded, a series of deep, wild roars echoed from the dark depths ahead, overlapping and reverberating, indicating that more than one was coming. Evolution crystals, you finally arrived. Wei Chuan focused his gaze and saw several large, fast-moving figures, feeling a tightness in his chest, quickly followed by an uncontrollable surge of joy. What approached was a pack of mutated dogs. These mutated dogs were not ordinary. Each had 2 fierce dog heads, making them a breed of mutated 2-headed dogs. Moreover, they had another identity: evolution crystal carriers. This pack of mutated 2-headed dogs had been attracted by the gunfire, numbering a full 6. One of them was particularly large, standing nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, its muscles bulging, and its 2 heads appeared even more menacing, clearly the leader of. The other 5 were slightly smaller, but still around 1.5 meters tall, baring their teeth and drooling, exuding a wild aura. However, what surprised Wei Chuan even more was their behavior. Upon discovering them, the 2-headed dogs did not mindlessly charge forward. Instead, they let out several low growls, as if communicating. Then they agilely leaped up, using the piled luggage and crisscrossing conveyor belts as cover, quickly flanking from both sides, attempting to form an encirclement. Damn, they're employing tactics so quickly. Wei Chuan was taken aback. If not for their dog faces and bodies resembling golden retrievers, he might have mistaken them for a pack of wolves. However, since they had 2 heads, would they also possess 2 evolution crystals? Ice Heart. At the very moment the 2-headed hounds began to encircle them, Zhu Lingxue shouted, stepped forward, clasped her palms together, and thrust them violently. In an instant, a bone-piercing chill surged from her palms like white freezing mist, swiftly blanketing a vast stretch of ground ahead. Though Zhu Lingxue had only just awakened her second talent, it was genuinely rank 2 and immensely potent. A crisp, crystalline crack accompanied the sudden freeze. The concrete instantaneously congealed into a smooth, hard sheet of ice, sprouting dozens of half-meter spikes that reflected the emergency lights with a glacial sheen, directly sealing off the main path the 3 mutated 2-headed hounds had taken around the right flank. Holy! Li Yongsheng's eyes went wide, and he couldn't help swearing. He had known both sisters-in-law had awakened their second talents, but had been busy helping Wei Chuan gather evolution crystals and hadn't had time to ask for details. Seeing this almost magical ice control ability with his own eyes, he was envious to the point of drooling. This was an elemental type ability. It was incredible, offensive, defensive, and controlling. far beyond his own passive Blood Ox talent that could only take hits and do little else. Roar! The three two-headed hounds attempting to flank on the right planted their paws on Zhu Lingsu's frozen ground, immediately slipping and nearly slamming into the sharp ice spikes protruding from the They were not ordinary pet dogs but fierce mutated two-headed hounds. They reacted with blinding speed, muscles tense to halt the slide, and using the momentum, they leapt high like projectiles hurtling straight toward the most exposed Li Yongsheng. Screw you. Li Yongsheng, long prepared, roared and squeezed the trigger. The big pineapple light machine gun spat a savage tongue of fire. A storm of metal instantly filled the air. With barely a moment's contact, the lead two-headed hound had one of its heads blown apart by a dense burst of bullets. Its massive body lost balance and fell with a mournful howl. Lu Qingqing's supporting fire arrived in time. Bullets howled into the bodies of the other two hounds, ripping them from the air. They hit the ground riddled with holes, blood gushing forth. The three that had circled from the left met an even grimmer fate. Zhu Lingsu's eyes narrowed. She swung a fist through the air at the foremost one, and a biting chill instantly enveloped it. The other two reckless lunged at the seemingly most relaxed Wei Chuan. The outcome was predictable. The smaller one had its two savage heads burst like punctured balloons. The other two reckless lunged at the seemingly most relaxed Wei Chuan. The outcome was predictable. The smaller one had its two savage heads burst like punctured balloons and died instantly. The nearly 2-meter tall alpha hound was seized as if by an invisible giant hand, frozen motionless in midair. No matter how it thrashed its claws or how its two heads tore and snapped, it could not break free. It didn't crush in one go. No wonder it's the boss, Wei Chuan said with mild admiration. His right hand's fingers slowly curled, as if gripping something, then he suddenly clenched with tremendous force. With a dull heavy boom, the formidable alpha didn't even manage a wail. Its massive body from head to tail was crushed, as if under a titanic will torn apart by unseen telekinetic force. Flesh and bone were pulverized into dust that drifted in the murky air. Wei Chuan willed it using telekinesis to draw 2 evolution crystals back into his palm. Pathetic creatures. After inspecting, he pursed his lips in disappointment. Despite 2 heads, their essence was only 1-fold. The alpha yielded a rank 2 evolution crystal, while the underling dropped a rank 1, just as expected. By then, the other 4 mutated two-headed hounds had been dealt with. Zhu Lingxue froze one to pieces. Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng each shot another. The last one, reduced to a single head, was finished off easily by Li Yongsheng's follower. Wei Chuan made a casual gesture, and 4 more evolution crystals flew into his palm. The total haul was respectable: 1 rank 2 evolution crystal and 5 rank 1 evolution crystals. Soon, Wei Chuan did not consume them immediately, instead storing them away. The total equaled 8 rank 1 crystals, but he needed 10 to step into rank 4. Still a little short. Boss, you're too fierce. That massive mutated alpha. You said 1 second, and it was done. Li Yongsheng looked at Wei Chuan, envy reddening his eyes. Being a blood ox was not without merit, but as everyone around him became veritable war gods, he felt reassured and yet deeply uncomfortable. Stop dreaming, being a blood ox is fine, Wei Chuan said, rolling his eyes. I should have sent you up to take a couple hits earlier, see if your talent could withstand infection. Tenacious Revival, Jinren Fusu. Such a formidable name. Undeniably a top-tier life-saving talent. If he could choose again, he would surely. He would still choose telekinesis, but that did not prevent him from seeing potential in Li Yongsheng's talent. Darling, there are mutated creatures here. The quality of supplies should be high. Lu Qingqing scanned the mountain of suitcases warily, her eyes bright with expectation. Start searching. Wei Chuan nodded, but did not immediately rummage through the luggage. Instead, he stepped deeper into the baggage handling area. Clear the place first, and make sure no stragglers remain. Safety always comes first. 20 minutes later, the search of the basement level was declared complete. The haul was substantial. Setting aside basic supplies and junk recipes, there were 7 useful items and 3 valuable recipes. The items were as follows: a source artifact smartphone. Akin to an in-vehicle intelligent AI, it requires identity binding and functions like a survival interface. 3 suitcases, each offering 30 storage slots. 1 box of coffee that restores stamina. 1 Glock 18 pistol loaded to capacity. 1 emergency medical kit containing 5 basic medical syringes. All of these were solid finds, but compared with the items, the recipes were the true core gains. Recipe inscription engraving device. It imprints inscriptions onto the Bodhi's surface to grant the corresponding inscription's power. Inscription power lasts 720 hours, and each imprint consumes 100 source crystals. Crafting availability 11. Requirements: 10 evolution crystals, 100 source crystals, 100 steel ingots, 100 copper ingots. Recipe: shadow smoke bomb. A multifunctional smoke bomb infused with source energy that can render night demons and mutated creatures weakened for 1 minute, and can also be used as cover. Crafting availability 100,100. Requirements: 10 source crystals, 10 plastic, 10 copper ingots. Recipe: stamina coffee. a brewed drink imbued with source energy that slowly restores expended physical and mental energy while providing alertness, revitalization, and hangover relief. Crafting availability infinite. Requirements: 1 source crystal, 1 plastic. 3 recipes found in the first underground level made Wei Chuan's heart race. According to the item description, this device is a source artifact automatic tattoo machine that can imprint buff inscriptions on the body, lasting for a month with each imprint. Each imprint consumes 100 source crystals, which seems a bit expensive at first glance, but when averaged out over a day, the cost is relatively low. It can be considered a permanent passive buff manufacturing device. If it weren't for the lack of evolution crystals, he would have even considered crafting the machine first after clearing the dungeon. The second recipe is for a shadow smoke bomb. This one is very straightforward. It enhances the weakening effect against night demons and mutated creatures on top of a regular smoke bomb. It may not be useful for clearing out minions, but against powerful elite monsters or bosses, this is undoubtedly a game-changing artifact. The third recipe is for energy coffee. This item is a truly strategic resource, a perfect money tree. Although it doesn't restore energy as quickly as glucose oral solution, its greatest advantage is that it can be used without limit, has low cost, and can be produced in bulk. For all survivors, this is top-notch blue potion. Wei Chuan had already decided to start mass production as soon as he went out using this energy coffee to reap source crystals. After thoroughly searching the first underground level, the 4 did not dare to delay and quickly returned up the stairs to the second floor. The environment on the second floor was much better than that of the first floor and the underground level. Most of the counters were intact and many self-service and electronic devices were visible. These devices were made of high-quality materials, so Wei Chuan collected a large batch. However, despite the abundance of devices, useful supplies were scarce. After searching for over 10 minutes, they only found some scattered bottled water and nearing expiration snacks. Damn, has it been 50 minutes already? Wei Chuan glanced at the time on the survival device, frowning slightly. This is the downside of large dungeons. The area is too vast, and the time consumption is too long. They barely finished searching 3 floors, and nearly half the time had passed with one more floor above, and independent cargo stations, command towers, and multiple satellite buildings next door. It was impossible to search everything within the remaining time, so they could only try to speed up. They quickly ascended to the 3rd floor, which was similar to the first floor, spacious and lacking in soft furnishings as if it had been emptied. No more searching. Oh, let's go next door. With 2 shots fired, several night demons were drawn out. Wei Chuan casually crushed them, making a decisive call. Without mutated creatures, even if there were supplies, their value wouldn't be high. The 4 retraced their steps and found the back door on the 1st floor, entering an exceptionally spacious landing area. There were no planes on the landing strip, only a few dilapidated shuttle vehicles. Wei Chuan had a clear target. He focused on a cargo station that had several forklifts and trucks parked at its entrance, resembling a large warehouse. The 4 retraced their steps and found the back door on the 1st floor, entering an exceptionally spacious landing area. There were no planes on the landing strip, stacked on top of each other, resembling several small mountains. There must be a large amount of supplies inside. Step back. However, as they reached the entrance of the cargo station, Wei Chuan's pupils contracted, and he suddenly shouted coldly, instantly constructing an invisible barrier in front of them. His gaze scanned the cargo boxes. The plastic film on the surface was covered with numerous long, ragged tears. These marks looked almost identical, not from natural aging or wear, but more like claw marks made by some enormous creature. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Almost at the same time, Wei Chuan alerted them. A chilling hissing sound echoed from the shadows inside the door. Following that, a gigantic triangular snake head slowly emerged from the right side of the door frame. When they finally saw the full appearance of the snake head, a chill ran straight from Wei Chuan's tailbone to the crown of his head. It was a giant snake with a menacing horn on its head. Just the head that had emerged was nearly a meter in diameter, thicker than the combined waists of the 4 of them. Its dark brown scales glimmered with a metallic sheen, and its crimson tongue flicked in and out with a pair of dark green vertical pupils coldly locking onto the 4 at the door, bringing an almost suffocating sense of oppression. Holy SHD. Li Yongsheng was so scared that his soul almost flew away, retreating instinctively while subconsciously pulling the trigger. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also startled by the horrifying sight, firing simultaneously, while Wei Chuan retracted his mental energy to clear the attack path. 3 submachine guns spat out violent tongues of fire, and the deafening gunfire instantly echoed through the cargo station area. Hiss, hiss. The dense bullets pelted against the giant snake's head and neck, causing it to squint in pain, sharply turning its head and emitting an angry hiss. However, the giant snake's defense was somewhat exaggerated. Bullets powerful enough to heavily injure Tier 2 mutated creatures barely broke through its defenses, leaving only shallow dents with the bullets lodged inside, and no blood visible, unable to cause any effective damage. Fall back. Wei Chuan immediately shouted upon seeing this. This creature's defense was so strong that it was at least a Tier 3 mutated creature, and it was likely the boss of this silver-level dungeon. Conventional firepower was ineffective. He had to take action himself. Hiss, roar. Seemingly enraged by the pain inflicted by the bullets, the mutated snake suddenly opened its massive jaws, but this time it unleashed a low, powerful roar that carried an echo of dragon-like resonance instead of a hiss. Its enormous body suddenly emerged completely from the shadows, its thick snake body crushing the ground as it charged towards Wei Chuan, who stood at the front with the force of a mountain. Damn! As the giant snake's body fully revealed itself, Wei Chuan was once again taken aback. At the location just below at 7 inches and a bit forward on the tail, it had actually grown a pair of muscular clawed limbs. Those claws resembled the 5 toes of a lizard, exceptionally sharp at the tips, and combined with its snake body and horn, it looked remarkably like a dragon. Spread out and target its hind legs. Wei Chuan commanded, sternly focusing all his attention as he condensed his immense mental power in front of him, forming a far more solid, invisible barrier. Boom! The gigantic head of the mutated snake slammed against the mental barrier like a battering ram, producing a deep, thunderous sound. Wei Chuan's body shook slightly, feeling as though he had been forcefully pushed, but the mental barrier held steady against the impact, only rippling with visible waves of air. The mutated snake let out an angry hiss after failing to strike. Its thick tail swept from the side, creating a whistling sound, aiming directly at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nearby. Be careful! Wei Chuan's mind raced as he concentrated his psychic energy into a heavy punch. Bang! The psychic fist struck the snake's tail with great force, causing the mutated snake to roar in pain. The tail immediately recoiled behind it, giving Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue another chance to retreat. We can't fight it, Heaton. Wei Chuan quickly assessed the situation. This mutated snake was enormous, incredibly powerful, and its scales provided high defense. Even if they could win, the energy cost would be too great, and there was a risk of injury. His gaze swept quickly, searching for a weakness, finally resting on the mutated snake's massive mouth. What a huge mouth! Then let me treat you to something good. At that moment, the mutated snake raised its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Wei Chuan as the scales on its neck slightly parted, and a ghostly light gathered deep in its throat, seemingly preparing to unleash some form of attack. Now's the time. Just as the mutated snake opened its mouth to spray, Wei Chuan moved. He chose not to block directly, but instead transformed his psychic energy into an invisible giant fist, rushing towards the mutated beast in the blink of an eye and striking upwards. The massive snake's head was forcefully lifted by this blow, interrupting its breath attack. Only a puddle of greenish-black liquid oozed from the corner of its mouth. The liquid splashed onto the ground, instantly producing white smoke, clearly a highly corrosive poison. Wei Chuan's right fist surged forth, his psychic energy erupting as a 10-meter-long psychic spear, as thick as a thigh, burst forth. The psychic spear stabbed directly into the mutated snake's vital point, piercing through its abdomen and emerging from the back, causing a torrent of dark purple blood to spurt out. This strike was Wei Chuan's full power attack. Although he couldn't channel all his psychic energy into it, it was still his strongest single strike. Bang! 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 Lu Qingqing and the others did not miss this opportunity, firing continuously at the mutated snake's abdomen. As expected, the hardest scales of a snake were on its back, while its abdominal scales had slightly lower defense. Bullets struck the mutated snake's abdomen, easily piercing through its scales. Although the wounds were still not very large, they finally broke through its defenses, and dark purple blood splattered out. Roar! The mutated snake howled in pain, its massive body thrashing wildly, and blood gushed down like rain. It seemed to realize that it couldn't gain an advantage in close combat, and turned to retreat into the storage area. But Wei Chuan would not let it escape so easily. Target its weak points. Wei Chuan shouted coldly, both hands reaching out as immense psychic energy transformed into numerous chains, tightly binding the middle section of the mutated snake. At this stage, the psychic energy's attack power was still somewhat lacking. The development time was too short, and against a half-blood cow like the mutated snake, he really couldn't achieve a quick kill. He could only wear. Lu Qingqing and the others understood and immediately adjusted their shooting angles. A barrage of bullets, as if having a mind of their own, struck the mutated snake's head and abdomen. Roar! The mutated snake roared repeatedly, its head and tail thrashing wildly as it attempted to escape into the storage area. However, restricted by the psychic chains, it struggled in vain, finding it difficult to eat. In just a few seconds, Lu Qingqing and the others emptied another magazine, beginning to reload. At this time, the mutated snake's eyes had been completely burst, its face covered in countless wounds, and its abdomen no longer showed any good scales, all stained dark purple with blood. Get ready. After one more magazine, retreat, and keep your distance. Wei Chuan's hands trembled slightly from controlling the psychic energy as he shouted loudly. The severely injured mutated snake struggled more violently, resembling a dying beast. Its attacks lacked any form, and its immense strength was quickly about to snap Wei Chuan's psychic chains. However, he still had nearly half of his psychic energy left, more than enough to execute a follow-up kill. 10 seconds later, the intense gunfire suddenly ceased. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing accurately emptied yet another magazine. At this moment, the mutated snake's head and abdomen were nothing but shredded flesh, dark purple blood pooling everywhere, looking extremely miserable. Boom! Almost at the same moment the gunfire ceased, Wei Chuan's psychic chains were completely shattered by the dying, mutated snake's immense strength. A visible white shockwave erupted from the midsection of the snake, blasting outwards and stirring up clouds of dust. Lu Qingqing and the others quickly retreated. But Wei Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth as a heavy fragmentary grenade appeared in his hand. The mutated snake, already heavily wounded, twisted its body, desperately wanting to escape into the storage area. Thinking of running, Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened as he pulled the pin and seemingly casually tossed the grenade into the air. Just as the mutated snake's head reached the entrance of the storage area, it suddenly froze, as if being held down by an invisible giant hand, its broken jaw trembling uncontrollably as it opened. At that moment, the grenade falling from the sky seemed to come alive, suddenly accelerating, tracing an eerie arc as it skillfully avoided the wildly thrashing tail and precisely drilled into the mutated snake's. Immediately after that, snake's mouth was forcefully closed by an even stronger psychic force. The intensity was such that the mutated snake's fangs pierced through its own jaw, dark purple blood spraying out from the gaps. Die for me, Wei Chuan growled, stretching out both arms, his trembling fingers interlocking fiercely as he poured the remaining psychic energy into the binding, thoroughly restraining the snake's head. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wei Chuan had intended to silently count down in his mind, but the full-out psychic output left his mind blank. Not knowing how long had passed, perhaps only an instant. Boom! A sound like thunder, muffled and layered by flesh and blood, erupted from within the mutated snake's head. The enormous snake's head exploded as if it had been detonated from within, shattering violently. Hard skull, broken scales, and brain matter mixed with blood sprayed out in a radial pattern resembling flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. The psychic force binding the snake's head instantly collapsed, and Wei Chuan's body lurched violently, staggering back several steps, nearly falling. Barrier. Lu Qingqing, who had been closely watching him, reacted swiftly, waving her slender hand. A translucent shield radiating a platinum glow appeared before Wei Chuan, blocking all the foul-smelling blood and shattered bones that came rushing at him. Bang! At the entrance of the warehouse filled with smoke and the smell of blood, the headless snake body twitched violently for a moment, before finally stiffening, completely turning to dust as it fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It's over. Li Yongxing clutched the still-warm DP-28 light machine gun, staring at the desolate, yet ravaged ground before the warehouse entrance, disbelief etched across his face. That colossal serpent, over 20 meters long, as if stepped out of the classic of mountains and seas, was truly gone. Yes, it's over. Wei Chuan drew a deep breath of air thick with gunpowder and blood, forcibly suppressing the exhaustion of his nearly depleted spiritual energy, then approached Lu Qingqing and gently squeezed her hand in silent gratitude. Had she not erected that barrier at just the right moment, he would have been drenched head to toe in venom. Honey, are you all right? Zhu Lingxue hurried forward, concern unmasked upon her face, extending a bottle of glucose oral solution already uncapped. I'm fine, just drain my spiritual energy, my physical stamina remains intact. Wei Chuan accepted the bottle and drained it in one swift tilt, the cloying liquid sliding down his throat and delivering an unmistakable surge of renewed vitality. His gaze drifted toward the spot where the mutated serpent had fallen. There, beyond a small pit corroded by venom, lay only a single evolution crystal shimmering with irresistible allure. Boss, it's Tier 3. Li Yongxing dashed ahead, carefully retrieving the crystal and turning back with exhilaration to hand it to Wei Chuan. Tier 3 evolution crystal, a crystalline reservoir of substantial source energy, the core power source of mutated beings. Ingestion directly enhances physical constitution and spiritual energy, with a slight chance of awakening a secondary innate talent. Tier 3. Wei Chuan closed his palm around the crystal, caution eclipsing triumph in his heart. If a Tier 3 mutated serpent proved this formidable, its defenses terrifying, its strength staggering, what monstrous power might a Tier 4 entity wield? He was nearly certain at that level ordinary bullets would scarcely graze its hide. Only anti-material weaponry, like Barrett sniper rifles or Gatling heavy machine guns, could pose any real threat. The world's perilousness was recalibrating itself daily. Boss, with this crystal you should break through, right? Li Yongxing edged closer, eyes wide with eager anticipation. Having witnessed firsthand the horror of a Tier 3 mutant, he, a loyal subordinate, yearned more than anyone for his leader's ascension. Only then could true security be enough. But not now. Breakthrough requires at least 5 minutes. Move swiftly. Search for supplies first. Understood. At Wei Chuan's calm command, all three snapped out of their post-victory euphoria. They raised their weapons once more, muzzles trained warily into the warehouse's yawning darkness, stepping cautiously into the lair just vacated by the serpent, sifting meticulously through mountains of cargo crates. The crates were massive, none smaller than 1 cubic meter. Yet after opening several, Wei Chuan discovered to his dismay that every single one was utterly empty. To avoid missing resources without wasting time, Wei Chuan assigned Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to continue cracking crates while he ventured deeper into the warehouse with Li Yongsheng. Indeed, the dungeon's reward would not be concealed within crates requiring manual opening. It awaited plainly in sight. In the farthest, darkest corner of the warehouse, they found 5 pristine black briefcases. Their sleek, enigmatic design alone suggested exceptional contents. "Boss, open them." Li Yongsheng slung the DP-28 over his shoulder, gazing expectantly at the 5 identical, mysteriously austere cases. Wei Chuan nodded and selected one at random. The case bore a combination lock, but the dials remained unscrambled, both reading 000. Pressing the release button caused the lid to spring open softly. Damn! As the lid lifted just a crack, Li Yongsheng's hopeful expression collapsed instantly into undisguised disappointment. Inside lay source crystals, roughly 400 or 500 by quick estimate. Not a bad quantity, but source crystals. How dare they pass these off as the final reward from a silver-tier dungeon? 5 cases, and we've already squandered one. We'll make do. Wei Chuan shook his head, equally unimpressed by this underwhelming start. He stowed the entire crate into his storage compartment and reached for the second case. Within the second case, nestled upon black foam padding, rested 2 sleek, jet-black revolvers, streamlined, muscular, radiating raw authority. Their barrels gleamed with a cold metallic luster, classically elegant, yet fiercely potent. Huh. Wei Chuan furrowed his brow. No ammunition in sight. Not even cartridges loaded, and no schematics either, just 2 empty firearms. "Boss, it's a Colt." Li Yongsheng recognized them instantly. The superstar of revolvers. Both are long-barreled, though not the longest, a likely 6-inch models. Though naming them famed arms, his tone held little enthusiasm. After days under Wei Chuan's command, carrying assault rifles and light machine guns, his standards had risen sharply. Mere revolvers no longer stirred him. Wei Chuan gave a slight nod, picking up one revolver. It felt icy dense and perfectly balanced. Slightly longer than the reinforced Black Star model, its total length approached 29 centimeters. Exquisitely weighted. Mamba Source Energy Revolver, a double-action revolver powered by the user's physical stamina, capable of condensing 9 133mm pistol rounds with an effective range of 50 meters. A firearm from a Silver Ear Dungeon's boss lair. Certainly no street market junk. Impressive. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. This was effectively a near-infinitimo revolver. Its stopping power and range were modest, yet its seamless reload-free operation made it ideal as an emergency sidearm for his wife. One for each of them. Noticing Wei Chuan's sudden animation, Li Yongsheng leaned in curiously. "Boss, what is it?" "It's a source artifact. Bullets forged from stamina." A faint smile played on Wei Chuan's lips as he placed the revolver reverently back into the case and sealed it into his storage compartment. "Stamina-forged bullets." Li Yongsheng blinked, then his eyes widened in shock. "Holy hell. That's infinite ammo." "Half true," Wei Chuan chuckled, clarifying. "Stamina isn't limitless. It's reserved for emergencies or reloading gaps. These 2 go to my wives first." He clapped Li Yongsheng's shoulder. "Next time we acquire a source artifact firearm, any model, you get first pick." "Thanks, boss." Li Yongsheng's voice surged with unrestrained excitement. Wei Chuan never broke promises. This pledge felt solid, and already Li Yongsheng imagined the thrill of acquiring infinite ammo rifles or machine guns. Fueled by heightened anticipation for what lay within the next case, Wei Chuan reached for the 3rd briefcase. The box contained no source crystals nor cold firearms, only a recipe quietly lying at the bottom. Recipe: high energy compressed energy block. A microcrystal that fully locks in source energy with 1 energy block containing the equivalent energy of 10 source crystals, perfectly replacing source crystals as the energy source for all production times. Required for production: 5 source crystals. What the hell? With a single glance, Wei Chuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, instantly stunned. Compared to the previously discovered energy coffee recipe, this thing is the true money tree. Just 5 source crystals can produce a compressed block containing the energy of 10 source crystals. Even just to save storage space, a large number of people would be willing to trade. If the price of the energy block is set at 9 source crystals, it's equivalent to exchanging 9 scattered source crystals for a whole bill worth 10 source crystals. This is an irresistible temptation. The profit margin is enormous and the market demand is almost limitless. How much one can earn daily completely depends on how long one is willing to stay at the crafting table. Ha ha ha. Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn. Just acquiring this recipe made the silver-level dungeon a huge profit, a feast for him. Seeing Wei Chuan laugh so joyfully, Li Yongxing couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Boss, what treasure recipe is this?" "A money printer." Wei Chuan smiled mysteriously, patting Li Yongxing on the shoulder. "I'll assign you a task later. Work hard, and I guarantee you'll rise on the wealth leaderboard." He kept them in suspense and eagerly opened the fourth suitcase. This box was the largest of the 5. Inside was a set of neatly stacked futuristic pure black combat protective gear. From tactical helmets, neck guards, body armor, arm guards, tactical gloves, leg guards to tactical boots, it formed a comprehensive body protection system with no blind spots. He eagerly checked the item information. Light shadow combat suit equipped with excellent bulletproof, stab-proof, waterproof, fireproof, and corrosion-resistant features. It also offers slight radar invisibility, infrared invisibility, optical invisibility, and acoustic invisibility. A complete set of bulletproof gear, plus full invisibility. Wei Chuan's heart raced. This gear was simply phenomenal. Although the invisibility effect was described as slight, which might not evade close-up observation or professional detection devices, invisibility is still invisibility, and it could play a decisive role at critical moments. Even the helmet is fully enclosed. It's so professional. I'll switch into it as soon as I get back. Wei Chuan cherished it, suppressing the impulse to change on the spot, and stored the incredibly cool combat suit in his storage space. In terms of appearance, this gear was already very close to a single-soldier exoskeleton mecha. Its sharp lines and deep black color held a deadly allure for any man. Finally, he took a deep breath and opened the 5th and final suitcase. Inside was an ordinary-looking black backpack. Wei Chuan picked it up, and as the information flashed, he was once again stunned, his breath quickening slightly. Wings of the Gale, a jet-powered glider folding down to the size of a backpack, supporting short-range jet jumps and mid-range jet gliding, consuming 20 source crystals for every 100 meters moved. Flying equipment. If this is paired with the light shadow combat suit, wouldn't it be a low-end version of a single-soldier flying mecha? Plus, with the high-energy compressed energy block, it could fully support prolonged continuous flight. It could be used for escaping from high places, quickly crossing obstacles, executing three-dimensional assaults, and so many other applications. It's like New Year. It's really like New Year. Wei Chuan was unable to contain his excitement. The gains from this silver-level dungeon far exceeded his most optimistic expectations. He had initially envisioned something much simpler, but reality was even better. He had still been conservative. He would need to daydream more often to raise the probability of a dungeon jackpot. As night approached, Wei Chuan and his 3 companions laden with rich spoils quickly retraced their steps, breaking through the invisible boundary of the Light Shadow Airport dungeon. As they breathed in the air filled with the dust and sand of the wasteland, they couldn't help but stop, taking a deep breath. The airport behind them was in a countdown to disappearance, as if everything just now had been an illusion, creating a surreal sense of detachment. The desolate scene outside remained unchanged, but their pockets had indeed become fuller. "Let's go get in the car," Wei Chuan called out, returning to the sturdy and reliable armored vehicle, where they held a brief post-battle meeting. 2 hours is still too little. Wei Chuan spoke with a hint of regret in his tone. After searching the freight station's main area, they only managed to roughly explore the 2 nearest satellite buildings, with no time to spare for other places. The farther freight station and satellite buildings were entirely overlooked. Li Yongxing nodded in agreement. After all, it's a silver-level dungeon. Every area is a challenge, but being able to clear so many stages is already quite profitable. Yes, indeed, a great profit. Wei Chuan's face radiated a satisfied smile as he began to count the spoils. Recipe: a single-use inscription engraving device, 100 uses of shadow smoke bombs, unlimited energy coffee, unlimited energy blocks, 10 uses of Colt 1911, with unlimited matching bullets, 10 uses of anti-tank landmines, and 100 uses of electric shotguns. Source devices: 2 infinite bullet revolvers, light shadow combat set, jet-powered glider. Evolution crystals: 1 tier 3, 3 tier 2, and 10 tier 1. As for source crystals, there were roughly 600 scattered together. These are the most important core spoils: food and water. Those basic supplies are no longer worth cataloging. Use them if needed, sell them if not. These are the main ones. Wei Chuan's gaze swept over the 3 sitting around the dining table. Noticing their still excited expressions, he couldn't help but smile slightly. But before sharing, there was something more important to accomplish. He looked at the evolution crystals on the table, his voice tinged with excitement. "We'll distribute the items later, but first I need to cross that threshold." 4th tier. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing all trembled, their pupils slightly dilating. The battles and gains along the way had made them almost forget that Wei Chuan was just 1 step away from the next major stage. "Boss, get on with it." Li Yongxing was the first to react, so excited he almost leapt, as if he himself were the one about to break through. "Husband, these evolution crystals will surely be enough." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue said, their beautiful eyes shining with expectation. The core of the team growing stronger was the wish of every member. Wei Chuan no longer suppressed his longing, a keen light flickered in his eyes. He drew a deep breath as if to draw the very air into his lungs, then, without hesitation, seized the most precious 3 retire evolution crystal and tossed it into his mouth, without even glancing at it. The crystal melted the moment it touched his tongue, transforming into an indescribable scorching and vast torrent that surged down his throat. This sensation was utterly unlike any crystal he had taken before. If previous ones had been streams joining a river, this was a raging ocean of energy violently forced into his body. Damn! Wei Chuan felt every cell ignite, tear apart, and then recombine at an astonishing pace. The pain was excruciating. Bones cracked and popped under the strained muscles convulsed, and then became tougher. Meridians widened, and his blood surged with renewed. The most obvious change was mental. His consciousness seemed cast into a vortex of energy, his mental force spreading outward with no restraint. Inside the armored vehicle, every unsecured object, and even Lu Qingqing and the other 2, began to float gently. The air in the cabin felt thick and viscous. The 3 of them held their breath, involuntarily stunned by the sight before them. Wei Chuan, trembling with his eyes shut, appeared to be communicating and fusing with some invisible, terrifying force. The process lasted nearly 10 minutes. When the last thread of energy had finally merged into his body, the floating items drifted back to their places, and the suffocating pressure receded like a withdrawing tide. Wei Chuan opened his eyes slowly. They no longer flashed with piercing light. Instead, a deeper, more restrained radiance filled them like a profound, still pool. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the terrifying power surging through him far beyond what he had known before, and a far more subtle, precise awareness of his surroundings. The whole world sharpened in his perception. The range and finesse of his mental force had undergone a qualitative leap. If he met that 3 retire mutant snake again, he would not need fragmentation grenades to deal with it. A blunt strike might finish it off. He thought this and opened his survival device. Survivor Wei Chuan. First talent, strength, mechanical mastery. Second talent, 4th tire, telekinesis, 0, time 2102, weather clear, temperature 31°C. 4th tire, achieved. It turned out to be exact. 3 retire evolution crystal was worth 10 1-star once. Boss, you reached 4th tire. Li Yongsheng could feel the clear oppression radiating from Wei Chuan and asked cautiously. The world of heroes, he thought to himself, and only I remain. Wei Chuan smiled faintly and nodded, his heart swelling with pride. Lu Qingqing made a soft snort and indicating the wrecked hull, teased, Chancellor Wei, you are truly a hero. Can you shoulder this great chaos by yourself? Li Yongsheng felt awkward and pretended to cough. A woman's whim, Wei Chuan dismissed with a glance that avoided her, as if he had not seen it. The couple's flirtation made Li Yongsheng uneasy, so he cleared his throat. I too am hoping to reach Tuntire, he said. Arranged, Wei Chuan replied, his gaze falling on the table as he began to divide the spoils. The distribution had long been decided in everyone's minds. Li Yongsheng was the one to run errands, a tacit understanding among them. After a moment of thought, Wei Chuan handed some supplies to Li Yongsheng. Take these for now. 1 Tuntire evolution crystal, 3 1-star evolution crystals, a full blueprint for a Colt 1911 pistol, and the blueprint for a stun gun. The pistol blueprint allowed only 10 productions, but once he had the formula, he could mass produce, and the ammunition blueprint had no limit, effectively giving Li Yongsheng a sustained. Boss, keep the blueprints for yourself. Oh, I will do the legwork and sell the goods, Li Yongsheng said briskly. He accepted the evolution crystals without hesitation, but was reluctant to take the blueprints. Keep them as I told you, Wei Chuan said without room for argument, waving a hand. Make 5 of each of those 2 guns for me later. Tomorrow I will give you a batch of goods, and we will split the profits evenly. By the way, how is the scrap I told you to collect coming along? The storage slot is almost full, Li Yongsheng replied, eyes bright with excitement. He knew Wei Chuan planned to help him modify the van. Tidy it tonight, start work tomorrow, Wei Chuan said with a smile and a clear promise. Great, thanks boss, Li Yongsheng answered. Then I will not disturb you, he added, rising to stow his share of items with quick efficiency and leaving the armored vehicle, leaving the private space to Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue. With the door closed, only the 3 of them remained inside. The atmosphere shifted subtly, becoming more relaxed, casual, and intimate. Qingqing, Lingxue, this is for you, Wei Chuan said. These are body-powered. They can function as practically endless ammunition and will be invaluable at a critical moment. Infinite bullets. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged smiles, both surprised and delighted. They picked up the handsome source-crafted revolvers and toyed with them lovingly. These were not only practical weapons, but also tokens of the man's care for them. Then Wei Chuan began to distribute the evolution crystals. There remained 2 Tuntire and 7 1-star crystals. Wei Chuan took 1 1-star for himself, leaving 8 to be split evenly between the 2 women. But when the 1-star crystal touched his tongue, it did not melt at all, showing no sign of integrating. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. Survivor standard evolution crystals cannot trigger the bodily treasures of a 4th-tier awakened individual. Please seek evolution crystals with richer source energy. Damn. So one stire no longer works. Wei Chuan was stunned. He had been planning to harvest source crystals with energy blocks tomorrow and then sell them at a high price to buy evolution crystals. Husband, what is it? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue asked when they saw Wei Chuan's expression change. From the fourth tire onward, one stire evolution crystals are useless, Wei Chuan said with a helpless shake of his head. When he saw the two women reach for the two entire crystals, he hurriedly waved them away. You take them. I want to reach 5th tire, and 1 or 2 crystals will not be enough. He only wanted to see how much experience the upgrade required. It was no great matter, so long as tomorrow's plan to make money did not falter. All right. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue thought it over and agreed, so they ate the crystals themselves. As the two women ingested their evolution crystals, Wei Chuan opened the hero rankings with quiet anticipation. Rank 1 Wei Chuan, Tier 4 Zone 89. Rank 2 Clarissa, Tier 2 Zone 648. Rank 3 Naya, Tier 2 Zone 10047. Rank 4 Kapil, Tier 2 Zone 299. Rank 5 Chen Zhizhan, Tier 2 Zone 36654. Rank 6 Sphinx, Tier 2 Zone 255. Rank 7 Jiaguanjuan, Tier 2 Zone 8755. Rank 8 Elakes, Tier 2 Zone 166840. Rank 9 Shen Mingho, Tier 2 Zone 19846. Rank 10 Matsuo, Tier 2 Zone 65100. The rankings remained largely unchanged. Only one name had been displaced from the top 10, while others experienced only minor shifts in position. This order would likely hold through the night, unless some tireless grinder hunted down resource nodes or dungeons before dawn. Wei Chuan's gaze lingered on the bold Tier 4 beside his name and the full 2-tier gap separating him from second place. His lips curved upward in quiet, unshakable satisfaction. Loneliness reigns at the summit, he murmured softly, heart swelling with serene triumph. His lead was widening steadily. Over 300 Tier 1 evolution crystals ahead, a margin nearly impossible to close in the short term. Next he glanced at the vehicle rankings and wealth rankings. The vehicle rankings were even more static than the hero rankings. The top 10 remained immovable, his armored vehicle still holding 7th place. The wealth rankings edged up 5 spots, from 15th to 10th, thanks entirely to the recent silver tier dungeons bounty. The cumulative value of acquired recipes, items, and supplies had risen significantly, leaving him just 2 stars shy of 9th place. He then tapped open the regional communication channel. It was past 9 p.m., and most players had settled into leisure. The channel buzzed with lively chatter. Zone 89, 79061 players active. Julius, don't you feel tonight's night demons are both more numerous and sharper-witted than last night's? Harvey recipe stun grenade. Ha! Success. Fong Chenyu incredible. Brother Wei has ascended to Tier 4. Our zone is guaranteed 1st place in any upcoming regional war. Lori, stop souring your pickles. My second innate talent is silence. Do you expect me to become a thief? Miles, 2 lions have been circling my vehicle nonstop. I suspect they've marked me as prey. Nicholas, the top-ranked player, remains uncontactable via private message. Does anyone know why he levels so rapidly? Something's deeply off. Who Shally trading recurve bows for water and food. Serious offers only, please PM. Jean Shi, anyone got cigarettes? Diesel or gasoline? I'll take either. Wei Chuan scrolled carefully through the messages and noticed that many had already registered his ascension to Tier 4. His moniker had solidified across the board, Brother Wei, the undisputed Elder Master. Wei Chuan scrolled carefully through the messages and noticed that many had already registered his ascension to Tier 4. His moniker had solidified across the board, Brother Wei. First he selected the recipe for the runic engraving device and initiated crafting. Failure. Damn it, I forgot. The system's failure notification jolted him back to clarity. This device required no fewer than 10 evolution crystals. Never mind, he'd return to it later. The recipe wasn't going anywhere, delaying its production by a day or 2 mattered little. He set aside this major project and turned his attention to other formulas. Source Crystal 10, Plastic 10, Copper Ingot 10. Success Shadow Smoke Grenade 1. Source Crystal 1, Plastic 1. Success Vitality Coffee 1. Source Crystal 5. Success Miniature High Density Energy Cube 1. The Shadow Smoke Grenade resembled a standard smoke grenade, but its matte black and gold finish lended an air of refined elegance, its weight and texture evoking fine craftsmanship. Vitality Coffee came in individual sachets resembling instant coffee, with clear usage instructions printed on the packaging, suitable for both cold and hot brewing. Wei Chuan had no intention of staying alert late into the night. He stowed it away for now. Lastly, the high-density energy cube gleamed like a translucent dye, nearly identical in size to a source crystal, yet possessing tenfold energy density. Compact and practical, it fit effortlessly into standard energy cells. After producing 1 sample of each of the most immediately useful new recipes, Wei Chuan began listing them for sale. Source Crystal 5. Success High Density Energy Cube 1. Source Crystal 5. Success High Density Energy Cube 1. Source Crystal 5. Success High Density Energy Cube. He currently held roughly 1,500 source crystals, enough to craft 300 energy cubes, precisely 100 per auction batch. In a flurry of rapid, relentless clicks, all 300 cubes were fabricated in under 3 minutes, then neatly divided into 3 piles upon the table. Is this what you meant by printing press? Lu Qingqing lifted one cube into the light, watching as faint currents of energy spiraled within its crystalline core. Yes. Wei Chuan sank back onto the sofa and drew Zhu Lingxiu gently into his arms. Read its item description. 1 cube equals 10 source crystals in utility, but costs only 5 to produce. I plan to sell it for 9. Tell me, isn't that a printing press? That profitable? Both women stared stunned. A cost of 5 source crystals sold for 9 yielded an 80% profit margin. Though seemingly less lucrative than high-end crossbows, this was energy, the ultimate hard currency, one of the foundational economic pillars of the current era. When the market suddenly offered 10 units of value for only 9 units of price, who wouldn't rush to claim it? As if to confirm their intuition. The moment Wei Chuan listed the first batch of 100 energy cubes on the trading platform, notification chimes erupted like thunderstorm rain. Your consigned item, high-density energy cube, has sold. Earnings, source, crystal 45. Please collect from my inventory. Your consigned item, high-density energy cube, has sold. Earnings, source, crystal 18. Please collect from my inventory. Your consigned item, high-density energy cube, has sold. Earnings, source, crystal 9. Please collect from my inventory. For the first few seconds, all was calm, but the instant the first transaction cleared, sales exploded. Stock dwindled visibly in the consignment slots. Many buyers purchased multiple units at once. Within half a minute, the entire 100 units vanished. Cost 500 source crystals. Revenue 900 source crystals. Net profit 400 source crystals. We're rich. This turnover speed. No need for wives or junior brothers to assist. My single consignment slot suffices. Wei Chuan's eyes blazed with luminous, almost feverish delight. Husband, focus on crafting. I'll handle listings with Lingxiu. Seeing Wei Chuan reach for the second batch, Lu Qingqing instantly grasped the energy cube's overwhelming demand and spoke softly. Right, you list, I'll craft. Wei Chuan snapped out of his euphoria. Time was capital. He stepped back to the crafting station, launching anew into his printing cycle. A ceaseless stream of source crystals fed the station, transforming into ever more valuable energy cubes, swiftly listed and sold by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu. Capital swelled like an avalanche, and a terrifyingly efficient commercial loop ignited, operating with flawless, relentless momentum. At midnight, the armored vehicle was enveloped in silence. The lights were off, yet the entire cabin was bathed in a soft, pale blue glow, as if caught in a dream. The glow emanated from the ground, where the entire floor of the cabin was covered in source crystals. They were densely piled together, resembling a miniature galaxy spilled beneath their feet, shimmering with a tranquil, yet dazzling beauty that took one's breath away. From 9:30 p.m. to midnight, for 2.5 hours, Wei Chuan and his companions transformed into the most efficient money-printing machines. Wei Chuan frantically clicked on the crafting table. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu were responsible for listing the energy blocks on the trading platform. Due to their high cost-performance ratio, the energy blocks were almost sold out within seconds of being listed. Wei Chuan couldn't even remember how many times he had clicked to craft. He vaguely heard Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu conversing, each having listed over 30 rounds. Combined, that was around 70 rounds. 70 rounds with 100 blocks, each totaling 7,000 high-energy compressed energy blocks. Each block netted a profit of 4 source crystals, resulting in a total profit of 280 source crystals. This was despite Wei Chuan taking time to help Li Yongxin craft 100 pistols, which slightly delayed their progress. Otherwise, the number would have been even more staggering. Li Yongxin's A-class fuel expert was a good talent. However, producing fuel required standard materials and physical effort, making it costly and labor-intensive. It was a low-margin, high-volume business, far less profitable than crafting pistols, so Wei Chuan, as the leader, naturally had to lend a hand. As the time passed, Wei Chuan casually opened the wealth ranking, and the ranking before him stirred his spirits. Top 1, Jiaguan Champion, 421, 8755 zone. Top 2, Wei Chuan, 4, 1089 zone. Top 3, Clara, 39648 zone. Top 4, Jones, 35514, 8912 zone. Top 5, Troy, 333, 42708 zone. Top 6, Qi Jiaying, 300, 967 zone. Top 7, Songgang, 291, 65100 zone. Top 8, Sphinx, 286, 255 zone. Top 9, Shen Mingho, 285, 19846 zone. Top 10, Gaoding, 282, 3 zone. His ranking had surged to second place, with a minimal gap from the first within reach. However, with it being so late, Wei Chuan hesitated about whether to strike while the iron was hot. Honey, you're already second on the wealth ranking. Zhu Lingxue excitedly grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling in the glow of the source crystals. Let's sell for another half hour. We can definitely reach first. Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement, her face showing fatigue, but her eyes remained alert. Opportunities like this are rare, earning a bit more is worthwhile. What if someone else gets the same formula tomorrow? Alright, let's continue. Hearing their words, Wei Chuan immediately dispelled his hesitation, stood back at the crafting table, took a deep breath, and began another round of mechanical clicking. Source Crystal 5. Crafting successful, obtained high energy compressed energy block 1. Source Crystal 5. Crafting successful, obtained high energy. After another half hour of relentless effort, approximately 5,500 source crystals poured into his wallet. When Wei Chuan opened the wealth ranking again, the rankings had already Top 1, Wei Chuan 439.89 zone. Top 2, Jiaguan Champion 421.8755 zone. Top 3, Clara 396.148 zone. He had risen to the top of the wealth ranking. This marked a milestone achievement for him, breaking his personal ranking record. Double first in the rankings. Top 10 in 3 categories. At that moment, the entire cabin was immersed in joy. Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing cheered, pulling out beers from the fridge to celebrate. Just a little more effort, and we'll be first in all 3 categories. Wei Chuan murmured softly, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. This was just the beginning. Mechanical control, nurtured vehicles, formulas nurtured wealth, and wealth would further enhance levels. Being first in all 3 categories was merely a matter of time for him. After claiming the ranking rewards, Wei Chuan accessed the communication function. Despite it being midnight, the regional communication channel was still lively, with many gamers and night owls exchanging information. At this moment, all the topics in the channel revolved around one name, Wei Chuan. The messages refreshed rapidly due to his wealth value's insane surge and ascension to the top. 89 Zone 788810000 people. Linwei, wow. You guys look at the wealth ranking. Bosswei has topped it. He jumped from 10th to 1st in just one night. How many dungeons did he have to clear? Weiching, it can't be dungeons. With that speed, it must be the formula. Niergala, that's not fair. I can only earn a few source crystals a day. He must have cheated. Shiva will punish him. Adeline, I bought a high-energy compressed energy block from the trading platform just released tonight. Could it be related to this? Douglas, hey, young fat sheep, be careful of being targeted. RPG, 7 rocket launcher. Quit jimming the guy above is foolish. If you can get an RPG, why? Douglas, hey, young fat sheep, be careful of being targeted. RPG, 7 rocket launcher. Quit jimming the guy above is foolish. If you can get an RPG, why wouldn't the wealth ranking first be able to? Would you sell one for 1,000 source crystals? You jealous dog, stop trying to be funny in the middle of the night. The channel was filled with awe, analysis, envy, and jealousy. It's nothing to mention, really nothing at all. Wei Chuan glanced over the rapidly scrolling messages with a faint smile on his face. This feeling of being in the limelight indeed made one a bit lightheaded. Oh, no matter how many times he saw it, it never got boring. Honey, now you're the richest man. Zhu Lingxue leaned against him, also watching the heated discussions in the channel with a sense of pride. Lu Qingqing, however, remained much calmer. She gently reminded him, the most important thing is still the brave list. You can't use the first-level evolution crystals yet, others will catch up quickly. I have a plan. Using source crystals and guns in exchange. But it's too late today, and let's talk about it tomorrow. Wei Chuan nodded. He had been considering Lu Qingqing's question since he exited the dungeon. Evolution crystals are currently the hardest items to buy, with most trading methods being barter. He had only thought of 2 ways to acquire them. First, exchanging source crystals. First-level evolution crystals go for 150 source crystals, and second-level evolution crystals for 500 source crystals. Set this price first. If it doesn't work, raise the price. The first level shouldn't be hard to buy, and then use the first level to add some extra for the second level. Second, exchanging rifles and light machine guns. Scar assault rifles, or M249 light machine guns with a basic set plus some extra bullets enough to last a long time. In short, it's about money power. Set a base price. If it's not enough, raise the money, and keep raising it. After all, whether it's source crystals or metals for him, now they are virtually cost-free. On the following morning before dawn, Wei Chuan quietly awoke from his slumber. He gently released Lu Qingqing from his embrace and cautiously rolled out of bed. As he picked up his clothes and was halfway dressed, he paused, recalling the treasures in his storage compartment, a glimmer of impatience flashing in his eyes. He simply removed the half-worn daily attire, donning only a pair of boxers, and stealthily slipped out of the room, like a thief, gently closing the door behind him. Upon reaching the hall, he turned on the television, lowering the volume to just the flickering light, and retrieved 2 suitcases from the storage compartment. Combat suit. Wings of the Gale. As he opened the suitcase, 2 sets of sleek black gear exuding a futuristic vibe lay quietly inside. Starting with the tactical pants, Wei Chuan carefully donned each piece, and when he finally fastened the visor of the tactical helmet, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Truly a marvel of black technology. Wearing the entire combat suit, he felt no weight or constriction whatsoever. The fabric clung closely yet flexibly as if it were a second skin, not hindering his movement. Breathing easily and with clear vision, even the temperature was automatically adjusted to a comfortable level. He walked to the bathroom and glanced at the mirror. The reflection in the mirror caused him to pause slightly. His figure appeared somewhat blurry and transparent, as if shrouded in a faint shadow, even allowing the wall behind him to be faintly visible through the combat suit. And this subtle optical cloaking effect exceeded his expectations. What delighted him further was the tactical helmet. It wasn't just a simple tactical visor, but an integrated holographic interactive interface. A pale blue data stream flickered at the edges of his vision, and with a slight mental nudge, he could call up various functional options like intelligent target acquisition, distance calculation, vision magnification, and environmental scanning. This was essentially a complete individual mech combat system. Incredible. Wei Chuan examined the gear with utmost satisfaction. Having initially familiarized himself with the combat suit, he retrieved the black backpack, Wings of the Gale. Unfolding it revealed a meticulously structured harness device. He felt around, found the energy box, and filled it with high-energy compressed energy blocks before carefully strapping it to his back. This combination would be his main combat gear for quite some time, so he needed to quickly familiarize himself with its capabilities to avoid any mishaps during battle. Wei Chuan produced another batch of energy blocks, then silently leaped out through the rear door. The sky outside was still dark. It was just past 6 a.m. His physique was remarkably strong. Even after a night of significant energy expenditure, just over 5 hours of sleep was sufficient to leave him feeling He estimated that with his power increasing, it was very likely he could go several days without sleep in the future. Buzz. Accompanied by an exceedingly faint buzzing sound, the microthrusters at the tail of the parachute emitted a pale blue energy, providing a gentle and stable lift that slowly lifted Wei Chuan's feet off the ground. Awesome. Despite being somewhat prepared, the sensation of floating still felt a bit disorienting to Wei Chuan, his body swaying slightly, as if he might lose balance and tumble at any moment. However, the thrill of breaking free from gravitational pull quickly overshadowed any discomfort. He had actually tried using psychic force to fly before, but he couldn't control his body at all. Instead, he had to resort to manipulating his clothing or the mat beneath him to achieve flight. The former felt quite strange, as if being picked up, making his entire body stiff and unstable, utterly unsuitable for combat. The latter was relatively easier, but still required time to adapt. In comparison, this Wings of the Gale offered superior stability, representing true combat. Wei Chuan intended to use it for now, and when his psychic power was strong and refined enough to allow free flight, he would pass this gear on to his wife for distribution. After hovering in place and cautiously controlling his body balance for about a minute, Wei Chuan gradually adapted to the sensation of floating. He made a slight mental adjustment, commanding the parachute to increase its output. Whoosh! With a surge of light from the thrusters behind him, he accelerated like an arrow shot from a bow, charging into the depths of the still dark prairie. Ha ha ha! The strong airflow whipped across his visor as the ground beneath him sped away, becoming smaller and smaller, the vast prairie revealing its desolate contours. Listening to the howling wind in his ears, and feeling an unprecedented speed, Wei Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling utterly exhilarated. The sensation of flying was simply magnificent. He was like a big boy who had just received a new toy, freely weaving, turning, and ascending through the pre-dawn sky, testing the extreme performance of the parachute, occasionally pulling out a big pineapple to fire a burst, becoming familiar with the rhythm of aerial combat. 10 minutes later, Wei Chuan landed smoothly beside the armored vehicle. He deftly unfastened the buckle, folding the parachute back into its backpack form, his face wearing a satisfied smile after the thrill mixed with a calm assessment. This 10-minute high-intensity test cost nearly 300 high-energy compressed energy blocks. The cost of 1,500 source crystals provided him with an in-depth understanding of the performance of this flying equipment, grasping roughly 80 to 90%. Indeed useful with agility and speed beyond reproach, but the shortcomings are also quite evident. Wei Chuan stored the parachute back in the compartment, summarizing in his mind. It was slightly lacking. The shortcoming lay in the energy supply. The capacity of the parachute's energy box was limited, resulting in restricted distance for single-use, making prolonged use impossible. The energy box could only hold 54 energy blocks, allowing for a flight of 2,700 meters. Because of this issue, he had been hesitant to fly too high earlier. What if he became so absorbed in the air that he exhausted his energy? His half-baked telekinetic flight wouldn't necessarily support him. However, looking at it from another angle, identifying this shortcoming was the biggest gain from this test, far better than suddenly losing power during a battle. Fortunately, I have energy blocks. Wei Chuan exhaled softly. If it were source crystals, he would have had to land the moment he took off. He committed this discovery to memory and turned back to the vehicle. Wei Chuan retrieved a batch of metallic materials from his storage cabinet and began crafting firearms. He had long mastered the innate talent of mental shaping. his control over it now flawless. The metal flowed like living substance beneath his hands, swiftly coalescing, assembling, and solidifying. Within 10 minutes, 50 light machine guns gleamed coldly on the table, aligned with military precision. When it came time to fabricate the scar, he hesitated, then abandoned the idea. Loading ammunition consumed too much time. With every moment, precious priority belonged to energy blocks. Instead, he produced another 50 M249 saws, affectionately dubbed Big Pineapples. Their sustained firepower far surpassed that of assault rifles, making them far more desirable in the market for trading evolution crystals. Once the 100 M249s were complete, he swiftly swapped materials and manufactured 300 100-round ammunition boxes in rapid succession. 30,000 rounds. Just the raw cost amounted to 18,000 origin crystals. Damn it. Yesterday a battered pistol fetched 1 evolution crystal. Today I must trade entire M249s, and even a full ammo box might not suffice. Wei Chuan's lips twitched as he muttered under his breath, tallying the expenditure. He had entirely forgotten that this brutal market collapse was largely self-inflicted, his own frenzy dumping the day before. Having prepared his arsenal for barter, Wei Chuan reactivated the money printer. Origin Crystal 5 in success. High-density compressed energy block 1 in Origin Crystal 5 in success. High-density compressed energy block 1 in Origin Crystal 5 in success. High-density compressed energy block 1. His fingers clicked with mechanical rhythm, unrelenting, unbroken. Energy block production could never pause, not even if the heavens fell. It remained his swiftest, most stable path to wealth accumulation. He set himself a modest daily goal, at least 50,000 origin crystals. What would you like for breakfast? A gentle voice murmured beside him. Lu Qingqing's warm and Wei Chuan turned, gazing at his wife, graceful, radiant, and smiled. Not particularly hungry. Just some milk will do. I'll leave the cooking to you and Lingshu. All right. Lu Qingqing nodded without protest, entered Zhu Lingshue's room to rouse her, then tidied the living room and began preparing breakfast. Time dissolved into monotonous repetition. By noon, the armored vehicle rolled to a halt. Wei Chuan, face numb and eyes hollow, collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling as though life itself had drained from him. Utterly exhausted, he groaned. His physical stamina and spiritual energy remained intact, but the soul-deep fatigue born of hours upon hours of relentless singular motion had sapped every ounce of vitality, leaving him listless, hollow, as if his very essence had been hollowed out. Perhaps this was factory life after all. Fortunately, the yield was staggering, offering ample consolation. From 6 a.m. to noon, 6 uninterrupted hours of printing money. Net profit after costs reached 50,000 origin crystals. Though efficiency dipped by 20 to 30% compared to the previous night, he had pushed himself to the limit. Sustained hyperfocus proved impossible, his pace inevitably slowed, imperceptibly, yet inevitably. Still, 50,000 origin crystals was extraordinary, pushing his total holdings past 65,000. At that moment, his survival interface chimed softly. Li Yongxing, boss, please enable trading. Wei Chuan roused himself, navigated to settings, and activated trading permissions. Li Yongxing instantly sent a request. 15 Tier 1 evolution crystals shimmered in the trade interface. Wei Chuan blinked in surprise and messaged privately, so many. How did you acquire them? Ha. One for own exchange. Each firearm came bundled with at least 100 rounds. That made trades effortless. I secured 30 crystals before noon alone. At this rate, I'll ascend to Tier 2 today. Wei Chuan, excellent work. Restock with me once you've sold out. The brief exchange lifted his spirits. He gathered materials for the rune engraving device and strode to the workbench. Evolution Crystal 10, Origin Crystal 100, Steel Ingot 100, Copper Ingot 100 in success. Rune engraving device 1. A peculiar device materialized, compact as a coffee machine, yet its dispensing aperture housed a softly glowing circular lens. Wei Chuan tentatively placed his palm beneath the lens. An interface instantly projected before his eyes. Might slightly enhances physical strength and granite, slightly enhances defense and lightning flash, slightly enhances speed and divine recovery, slightly enhances self-healing fountain, slightly enhances endurance and divine, will slightly enhances spiritual power and all out, war minimally enhances all attributes. 7 runes. Each effect clear, each benefit precisely calibrated. The first 6 conferred specialized marginal boosts. The final option offered universal enhancement, albeit at a lower magnitude. Is there even a choice? Wei Chuan didn't hesitate. A hexagonal warrior, balanced, versatile, unstoppable, was the only logical path. He selected all-out war and confirmed engraving. Origin Crystal 100 in engraving, successful. Rune all-out war applied. Duration 720. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth surged through his body, then vanished. He paused, attentively assessing. Frankly, no dramatic shift registered. He sensed subtle improvements across strength, defense, spirit, and more, but the gains hovered well below 5%, perhaps only 3%, barely discernible. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He shrugged, quickly reconciled. A mere 1% edge could mean the difference between life and death. This 100 origin crystals was worth every grain. After imprinting the rune upon himself, Wei Chuan summoned Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue and notified Li Yongsheng. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth surged through his body, then vanished. He paused, attentively assessing. Frankly, no dramatic shift. In the end, Lu Qingqing chose divine will to augment spiritual power. Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng both selected fountain to bolster endurance. After finishing a simple lunch, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue each took out a batch of first-tier evolution crystals from their storage compartments. They counted carefully, totaling 43 pieces. These were all acquired in the morning while selling energy blocks, during which they took the opportunity to post a purchase request at the trading hall, exchanging them for large pineapple. Initially, they were worried that one bullet box might not be attractive enough, but during actual negotiations they realized that light machine guns were still in high demand at this stage, with buyers more anxious than they were, and most trades were wanton exchanges. Only a few who haggled fiercely offered an additional bullet box. With these 43 newly acquired pieces, Wei Chuan's total number of first-tier evolution crystals had reached 49. Wei Chuan pondered briefly and came up with a distribution plan. He decided to keep 19 pieces as the main bargaining chip for second-tier evolution crystals, while also serving as emergency reserves. The remaining 30 pieces would be evenly split between Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue for immediate absorption, aiming to enhance their strength as quickly as possible. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy set off on the seemingly endless road. As soon as the armored vehicle started, Wei Chuan sprang into action like a wind-up machine, standing once again at the familiar crafting table. As long as I don't die, let's work hard. He quietly motivated himself, and then skillfully accessed the crafting interface, continuously pouring in source crystals, beginning the afternoon's money printing Source Crystal 5 crafting successful, obtained high energy. Compressed energy block 1. Source Crystal 5 crafting successful, obtained high energy. Wealth and power were gradually accumulating in this exceedingly monotonous repetition. Honey, luck is reacting. Suddenly, Zhu Lingxue, who was sorting energy blocks beside him, exclaimed with a hint of excitement, breaking the silence in the vehicle. Just in time, let's take a break. Wei Chuan paused his actions and quickly closed the crafting interface. He walked to the front of the vehicle, scanning the surroundings, and soon spotted something that triggered Zhu Lingxue's initial talent. It was not a supply box, but a resource point. A towering wind power generator stood like a lonely giant on the grassland to the right front of the road, its tower shimmering with red, blue, and yellow glows. From a distance, the specific situation was unclear, but the main structure appeared relatively intact. A power tower. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also came over. Let's go check it out. Wei Chuan notified Li Yongsheng over the intercom. Such a large resource point would have considerable material value. The convoy changed direction and drove towards the wind power generator. As they got closer, everyone could see more clearly. Around the base of the tower were scattered some broken equipment and vehicle wreckage, but what stood out most was that beneath the shadow of the tower lay 3 supply boxes flickering with silver light. They were all silver boxes. The wind power generator was built on a slope with a steep cement staircase leading up, making it impossible for vehicles to drive up, so they had to walk the last section. Boss, we found something. The 4 of them got out of the vehicle and gathered together with Li Yongsheng, already unable to contain his excitement. However, Wei Chuan frowned slightly, his gaze passing over the supply boxes and landing on the wind power generator itself. He saw that the sturdy tower was entangled with numerous unfamiliar purple vines, each as thick as an adult's arm, covered in strange fluorescent spots, slowly writhing. Did you see those vines? They are mutated plants, Wei Chuan said in a low voice. The 3 of them focused their attention, but since they were a bit far away, their physical condition was not as good as Wei Chuan's, and their vision was significantly poorer. It wasn't until they took out binoculars that they could clearly see the strangeness of the vines. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was a dead silence around the tower. Those mutated vines should be the boss of this resource point. Wei Chuan also took out his binoculars and carefully surveyed the area. There were a lot of vines nearly binding the entire wind power generator. At first glance, it appeared to be several separate vines, but in reality, it was just the tentacles of a single vine. The thick main vine encircled the base of the tower, penetrating into the tower through the only door. It's hiding inside the tower, Wei Chuan said solemnly. All these vines are alive. The source should be at least a second-tier mutated plant. Should we attack directly? Zhu Lingxue asked, her right hand already resting on the trigger of the large pineapple. Just shooting the small branches won't kill it. Cannons are too expensive. Wei Chuan's mind raced. Qingqing, stay to watch the vehicle. Lingxue and Yongxing, follow me. Lingxue frees the ground around the power tower completely to prevent it from launching sneak attacks from below. After saying that, he handed his prized AWM sniper rifle to Lu Qingqing. All right. Zhu Lingxue nodded, placing her hands on the ground, and cold air silently spread out with ice slowly extending from the cement stairs toward the tower base. Wei Chuan led Li Yongxing cautiously approaching the base of the tower over the icy surface. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The mutated vines remained completely still. Just as Wei Chuan was about to use his telekinesis to retrieve the 3 silver boxes and then deal with the mutated vines, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. The tactical helmet he was wearing suddenly lit up with a red light from the built-in intelligent targeting system. Almost simultaneously, those originally slowly writhing dark purple vines shot out, like awakened venomous snakes, suddenly springing forth, stretching like rubber. The vines shot towards Wei Chuan like long spears, moving at astonishing speed with their tips gleaming with a metallic cold light, clearly possessing immense penetrating power. Fire! Wei Chuan shouted, unleashing his telekinesis, forming a giant palm in front of him. Bang! 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 All the incoming vines were crushed by the telekinetic palm with a dull thud. At the same time, Li Yongxing adjusted the barrel of the large pineapple, aiming at the vines still entangled on the tower, holding the trigger down without letting go. Bullets swept toward the tower like a metal storm, instantly severing a large number of vines. However, those severed vines swung around in the air before quickly regenerating their lost segments, their self-healing ability astonishingly powerful. This thing must be at least tier 3. Wei Chuan's gaze shifted to the top of the tower, his expression grave. At the top of the tower, a multitude of vines climbed up from behind the purple fluorescent spots, blinking on and off, and a bud-like mass of vines slowly unfolded, revealing a bizarre eyeball, covered in blood vessels, staring intently at the intruders below. The moment that massive eyeball appeared, rustle, rustle, rustle. All the vines wrapped around the tower suddenly began to writhe violently, as if they had been awakened. Countless vines lashed toward Wei Chuan's position like whips, moving with incredible speed and covering a wide area. At the same time, a powerful mental wave rippled out from the top of the tower, carrying a chaotic, bloodthirsty desire, attempting to impact Wei Chuan's consciousness. Damn, a mental skill. Wei Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly unleashed his telekinesis, forming a solid barrier in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The thick vines struck hard against the invisible barrier, producing a dull sound. Even the eerie mental force was blocked. At the top of the tower, Wei Chuan, while fending off the frantic attacks of the vines, and the mental onslaught, locked onto the source of that mental wave. It was confirmed, it was definitely tier 3. A tier 3 mutated vine, specializing in mental abilities, was far more challenging than a tier 3 mutated snake. With such a long attack range, how should he fight? Should he push forward with telekinesis? Forget it, a life is precious. He was living quite well now, no need to act recklessly. Wei Chuan made a quick decision, grabbing the intercom and pressing the talk button. Ching ching, prepare the cannon, fire with all you've got. One high explosive shell costs 3 source crystals, which is quite expensive, but he could afford it now. At most, he would just spend 10,000 source crystals. Lightning engaged the mutated vines coiling around the wind turbine tower with the autocannons. Activate high-frequency mode. Inside the armored vehicle, Lu Qingqing calmly issued commands to the onboard AI, while carefully pouring a batch of source crystals and energy cells, contained in a water bucket, into the autocannon's power module. Understood, Miss Lu, replied Lightning's emotionless electronic voice, instantly assuming full control over all 4 30mm autocannons. Outside the vehicle, 4 dormant steel titans abruptly awakened. Deep hydraulic groans resonated from their heavy turret bases as their barrels rotated in unison to the right, locking precisely onto the nearby signal tower. The 2 turrets mounted on the vehicle's left flank subtly elevated, eliminating overlapping fields of fire. Boom, 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 boom. In the next instant, all 4 autocannons unleashed torrents of lethal fire at extreme cyclic rate. Their high explosive rounds, equipped with tracer elements, blazed forth like solidified crimson energy beams, blindingly swift and surgically precise, striking the massive eye-like cluster of vines crowning the tower. Boom! The moment the energy beams struck their target, a cascade of violent detonations erupted. The concussive blast wave obliterated the grotesque vine eye in an instant, tearing apart the turbine nacelle it had tightly enshrouded, shattering it into countless shards of twisted metal that rained down like hail from the heights. The tower's summit lay in utter ruin from the high explosive barrage. Satisfying. Wei Chuan, flanked by Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing, rapidly retreated to a safe distance, heart-pounding, blood surging at the sight of such overwhelming devastation. Now that was a weapon worthy of a man. He even mused that, if this armored vehicle could enter a dungeon, those 4 cannons alone would let him dare storm even a platinum-tier trial. Boss, that was insane. Li Yongxing shouted, eyes wide with exhilaration as he scrambled backward. He knew smart autocannons were formidable, but never imagined they'd exceed even the most advanced prototypes he'd seen at the Research Academy. This wasn't merely a heavy machine gun. It was a ray cannon ripped straight from science fiction. Its destructive force seemed capable of shearing the entire wind turbine tower cleanly in half. What thrilled him most was knowing his own van's roof mounted an identical autocannon. Following this boss was worth every risk. Where else would one find a leader so extravagantly equipped? Under the relentless, sweeping barrage of crimson energy beams, the vines atop the signal tower were swiftly eradicated, the deathly light scouring downward along the tower's length like a celestial. Wherever it passed, writhing vines were torn asunder, atomized into ash. Yet as cratered scars multiplied across the tower's surface, and the entire structure began trembling faintly, Wei Chuan seized his radio. Ching, stand down. He could afford to burn source crystals, but not to collapse the tower itself. Who knew what treasures lay hidden within? To bury rare formulas or supreme artifacts beneath rubble would be an unforgivable loss. Let's confront its core. Even before the smoke had fully dissipated, Wei Chuan's gaze hardened, cold, resolute, and he led Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing sprinting once more toward the tower's base. A third-tier mutated vine wouldn't fall so easily. Its primary tendril had already retracted. The trio swiftly circled to the tower's left side and peered through the entrance at its base. Let's confront its core. Even before the smoke had fully dissipated, Wei Chuan's gaze hardened, cold, resolute, and he led Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing sprinting once more. It pulsed slowly, its slick, glistening epidermis exuding a nauseating stench. This was the sovereign body of the third-tier mutated vine. Yongxing. Wei Chuan raised a hand in quiet summons. Understood. Li Yongxing nodded sharply, his pineapple-shaped heavy pistol roaring to life, unleashing a hurricane of bullets toward the thick central tendril. Simultaneously, Zhu Lingxue pressed both palms to the ground. A wave of biting cold surged outward, flash freezing the surrounding floor, preemptively sealing off any subterranean assault. Yet just as the bullets neared impact, the primary tendril erupted with dozens of slender purple vines, twisting together at blinding speed into a dense living shield perfectly interposed in the bullet's path. Uft, uft, uft. Bullets sank deep into the fibrous mass, spraying viscous sap, but failed utterly to pierce the impenetrable barrier. Crack, crack. Almost simultaneously, fissures spiderwebbed across the ice, beneath which an eerie violet luminescence spread like creeping ink straining against the frost. Zhu Lingxue's face paled as she intensified her output layer upon layer of thicker ice, spreading rapidly, barely containing the subterranean surge. Excellent. Wei Chuan's eyes narrowed. His right arm tensed, then exploded forward in a devastating punch. An invisible psychic hammer materialized midair and crashed into the vine shield with cataclysmic force. Crockum. The shield shattered into fragments, scattering vine debris everywhere. Unbroken, the psychic force coalesced anew, this time into a spectral spear, plunging straight into the main tendril behind. Shhrrk. A fist-sized chunk of dark purple tissue ruptured violently, spewing thick blood-like sap. Yi. Gravely wounded, the vine shrieked, a piercing, mind-piercing wail that reverberated directly inside their skulls. The entire vine convulsed wildly, the central tendril swelling visibly as countless tendrils, thick and thin alike, surged forth like a violet tidal wave, flooding the entrance, poised to devour them whole. Is that all you've got? Wei Chuan sneered, raising his right palm slowly, fingers splayed, toward the onrushing tide. A torrent of psychic energy roiled before him, condensing into a monstrous clawed dragon's hand, 5 talons bared, wreathed in raw destructive intent. Shhhk? Shhhk. Like red-hot blades through butter, every vine contacting the psychic claw was shredded, pulverized, exploding into clouds of violet particulate. The dragon's claw did not relent, sweeping back and forth across the threshold like an invisible whirlwind of razors, severing each new wave of tendrils before they could breach the entrance. While his right hand commanded the dragon's claw in wide-area annihilation, his left remained active. He swiftly retrieved a glucose oral solution from his storage compartment, bit off the cap, tilted his head back, and drained it in one swift motion, replenishing the stamina drained by sustained psychic exertion. Damn it. Against creatures of equal tier, even a first rank awakened with a combat-oriented second gift struggled to prevail alone. And this was the offensive variant. Defenders or support types would likely be overwhelmed outright by such beasts. Boss, let me add some firepower. At that moment, Li Yongxing had already replaced the magazine and pulled out a large pineapple from his storage compartment, wielding it in both hands. The fully loaded all-metal pineapple was not light, but Li Yongxing was not far from level 2, and this weight felt like holding 2 fruit knives. Good. Wei Chuan nodded and with a thought directly retrieved 5 spare large pineapples from his tactical waist bag, controlling them precisely with his mental power, making them hover in midair, all gun muzzles aimed at the tower. Bang, bang, bang. 7 light machine guns fired simultaneously, the deafening gunfire nearly tearing the air apart, 7 streams of metal converging into a waterfall of death crazily pouring into the tower. The vines that had just been suppressed by the mental dragon claw could not even show their heads now. Any vine that attempted to probe out would be shredded into pieces by the raging bullets in an instant. The dense rain of bullets continued to bombard the thick, main vine, causing its juices to splatter everywhere, the tough skin being continuously torn, large chunks of tissue blown off. Its diameter was visibly shrinking, the self-healing speed far behind this devastating assault, and the movement of the vine became slower and slower. As the 7 magazines emptied simultaneously at the moment the gunfire abruptly stopped, Wei Chuan's murderous intent surged, and he grasped with both hands as if holding an invisible knife handle, then released his mental power with all his might, fiercely swinging horizontally at the already riddled main vine inside the tower. Boom! Accompanied by an extremely dull sound. On the solid concrete wall of the tower base, a terrifying cut appeared, stretching the length of the tower base's width and reaching depths of 20 to 30 centimeters, as if slashed by an invisible giant blade. At the same time, the thick purple main vine was cut in two by this finely honed mental blade. The severed upper half of the main vine crashed down, as if losing all its strength. The remaining vines instantly lost vitality, collapsing like dead snakes. Inside the tower there was a moment of dead silence. "Honey, it seems it's not dead yet." Zhu Lingxue frowned, her gaze firmly locked on those seemingly lifeless vines. The last 2 mutated poplar trees had withered immediately after dying, but this mutated vine did not. It's playing dead." Wei Chuan nodded, taking the giant Python source power pistol from Zhu Lingxue's hand, without a moment's pause raised the gun and shot. The gunfire erupted, bullets whistling as they struck the vine's remains. Puff, puff, puff. The viscous purple liquid splattered in response, leaving deep marks on the tower walls and floor. At first several shots the mutated vine was disguised very well, remaining utterly still. However, after Wei Chuan shot more than 20 rounds, the mutated vine could finally no longer maintain its pretense. Swish! A nauseating grinding sound was heard as the damaged main vine exploded violently, dozens of thin vines lunging at Wei Chuan like dying poisonous snakes. However, this counterattack was clearly lacking in strength, moving much slower than before. All 3 of them could see that the mutated vine could no longer hold on. Dying struggle. Wei Chuan snorted coldly, his left hand clenched suddenly, with force grasping in midair. The formless mental power erupted, and then instantly contracted. The small vines, clawing in midair, burst one after another, transforming into a flurry of green sticky liquid. Almost at the same moment gunfire sounded next to them. Li Yongsheng had replaced the magazine and aimed again at the most active vine. Under the powerful continuous fire coverage of the large pineapple, the last chance of the mutated vine was completely crushed. It could not even offer the slightest resistance. The main vine rapidly shrank and withered at an observable speed, its color fading from a strange purple-brown to a lifeless gray-black. In less than 4 or 5 seconds it lay dead on the ground, turning into a completely withered, fragile vine. As the mutated vine died completely, the tense atmosphere around them instantly eased. Finally taken care of, Li Yongsheng let out a long breath, his shoulders relaxing as he looked at Wei Chuan. "Boss, this one must be level 3, a much stronger than that previous poplar tree." "At least level 3. Wei Chuan nodded affirmatively, stepping forward, his gaze falling on the completely withered vine. With a slight movement of his mind, the formless mental power slowly pressed down like a millstone, completely grinding all the vine remains into powder. Amidst the flying debris, a barely noticeable gleam flickered. He reached out and grasped, and a deep blue, glowing evolution crystal flew into his hand. Level 3 evolution crystal, a crystalline substance containing considerable source energy. The power source of mutated creatures' direct consumption can significantly enhance physical and mental strength, with a small probability of awakening a second talent. Upon examining it, it was indeed level 3. Wei Chuan stored it carefully and cautiously stepped over the threshold, officially entering the interior of the wind power generation tower. The interior had a hollow structure narrowing as it rose, giving a deep and oppressive feeling. Relying on the inner walls, a sturdy steel frame had built the interior had a hollow structure narrowing as it rose, giving a deep and oppressive feeling. Relying on the inner walls, a sturdy steel frame had built 3 layers of circular platforms connected by a rusty vertical metal ladder. "You guys open the silver box, I'll go up and take a look." Wei Chuan turned back and instructed Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing then grabbed the cold ladder and nimbly climbed up. The first layer of the platform was empty except for dust and scrap metal. The second layer had a large metal box fixed to the cement wall, now rusted and deformed, which opened easily with a gentle pull. "You guys open the silver box, I'll go up and take a look." Wei Chuan turned back. Recipe source power signal pistol, a pistol that can release special source power wave projectiles, which will attract all-night demons within a large range to the firing point, lasting for 30 minutes. Magazine capacity 55. Crafting times 55. Required materials: source crystals 10, engineering plastics 5, engineering rubber 5. Good stuff. Seeing the item information, Wei Chuan's eyes instantly lit up. This was not a direct lethal weapon, but an extremely rare strategic level lure tool, a powerful instrument for efficiently drawing monsters and farming monsters. Amidst his surprise, he quickly calmed down. Unfortunately, it was a limited recipe able to create only 5 pistols totaling 25 rounds of source power bullets. Therefore, these 25 rounds of source power bullets must be used at critical moments, such as for specific dungeons and events as tactical tools. Normal nights were out of the question. He didn't lack that little bit of scattered source crystals. Without lingering further, Wei Chuan grabbed the ladder and continued climbing to the highest third layer. Upon reaching the third level, the space here is the smallest. On the circular steel platform, a large box stands alone. This box is neither a device box nor a briefcase, but rather a blue plastic box that resembles a water tank used for storing fish in a seafood market. Formula. Wei Chuan rarely showed a hint of anticipation, even exhaling onto his hands and rubbing them before reaching to lift the box lid. Being placed at the highest point, it should be better than the signal gun formula below right. He opened the lid, but what met his eyes left him momentarily stunned. Inside the box was a potted plant. It was a simple white porcelain pot containing a plant no larger than a palm. The plant was relatively slender with a brilliant blue flower blooming at its top. The petals spread out in a pentagonal shape elegantly resembling an enlarged bellflower. In the dim light, the blue appeared exceptionally pure and mysterious. A flower. Wei Chuan's face fell, a wave of disappointment threatening to rise, but reason swiftly quelled his emotions. It couldn't be an ordinary flower. This item was placed higher than the silver box and source energy signal gun, being the hardest reward to obtain from this tier 3 resource point. It couldn't possibly be just an ornamental item. Seemingly to confirm his suspicions, the serene blue flower trembled slightly, moving as if stirred by a breeze. Next, specks of light in pale blue began to rise slowly from the flower's core, spreading outwards like a gentle breath, bringing a cool and calming aura. Sure enough, it's something good. Wei Chuan's heart skipped a beat, his earlier disappointment completely washed away, replaced by intense curiosity and anticipation. He carefully lifted the entire porcelain pot from the box, his movements gentle, afraid to cause even the slightest damage. Just as his fingertips brushed the pot, the item information popped up. Tier 1 Tide Flower, a magical plant that can extract source energy from source crystals, releasing a portion of the energy through its core, continuously, slightly enhancing the physique and mental strength of all living beings within a radius of 50 meters. It requires 500 source crystals every 24 hours to maintain its vitality. Without source crystals, it will fall into a dormant state. Holy shit. The moment he saw the item description, Wei Chuan shivered. Was this effect for real? As long as it was nourished with source crystals, this thing could create a persistent and widespread upgrade aura. How is this any different from directly consuming an evolution crystal? No, this flower was even better. This was essentially an experience generator that could be used indefinitely. With this flower, even if tier 2 evolution crystals were hard to obtain, his level could slowly rise over time, greatly alleviating the restrictions of leveling up. By the time he reached tier 5 or 6, others might struggle with higher tier evolution crystals, yet he could still steadily improve thanks to the stable experience provided by the Tide Flower. This was over the top, way over the top. Although the description stated extremely weak, the prefix tier 1 in front of the item name already said it all. This flower could level up. Such a thing wouldn't be surprising if found in high difficulty source crystal instances or source crystal boxes, yet he stumbled upon it in a mere tier 3 resource point. It's a divine artifact, definitely a divine artifact. Wei Chuan was so excited he nearly jumped on the spot. He instinctively wanted to store it safely in his storage compartment, but the compartment remained. He immediately understood that the Tide Flower was classified as a living being by the road rules rather than an item, so it couldn't be stored in the compartment. No problem, I'll take it back and nurture it properly in the vehicle and just not bring it out. With a slight mental push, his invisible telekinesis lifted the entire porcelain pot, making it float steadily beside him. Then Wei Chuan continued to climb upwards. He had indeed searched through the internal space of the wind turbine, but there was a small skylight at the top, likely an access point. Wei Chuan climbed up and pushed open the skylight, revealing a small platform at the top of the tower. There were indeed supplies, but just a box of mineral water and a box of instant noodles, basic provisions. He packed these supplies and returned the same way. When he returned to the first floor, Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng immediately approached him. Honey, all 3 silver boxes have been opened. Zhu Lingxue pointed to the nearby silver box. 1 AK-47 assault rifle, 1 box of 50 rounds of ammunition, 1 formula for a thermos cup that can be made 5 times, and 3 fragmentation grenades. Not bad. Wei Chuan picked up the classic AK and weighed it in his hands, feeling its solid grip before tossing it along with the box of ammunition to the eagerly waiting Li Yongsheng. He learned the thermos cup formula directly and also stored the fragmentation grenades. Opening these 3 silver boxes yielded these supplies, which were quite standard. If this had happened 3 days ago, he would have been very excited, but now his possessions were steadily increasing, especially after experiencing the miraculous effects of the Tide Flower. These items were just for some fun. Honey, why did you bring a flower down? Zhu Lingxue looked curiously at the blue flower quietly. Although he already had a big pineapple and a deadlock, the AK is the most successful assault rifle in the world, the true king of rifles, holding an irreplaceable status in the hearts of many men. Honey, why did you bring a flower down? Zhu Lingxue looked curiously at the blue flower quietly floating beside Wei Chuan, her beautiful eyes filled with intrigue. Is this a good thing? Wei Chuan smiled slightly, holding the tied flower in his hands, closing his eyes, and taking a deep sniff. The faint floral scent seemed to contain a strange energy, invigorating him, washing away all fatigue. Have you heard of passive leveling up? He opened his eyes, a pleasant smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Zhu Lingxue momentarily didn't react, but Li Yongsheng beside him widened his eyes in excitement and whispered, "Boss, is this a second talent?" Upon hearing the words second talent, Zhu Lingxue was also taken aback, looking at Wei Chuan in disbelief. Yes, it requires 500 source crystals a day and can enhance the physique and mental strength of all living beings within a radius of 50 meters, although the current effect is still quite weak. Wei Chuan briefly explained the function of the tied flower, unable to hide the smile on his face any longer. Holy shit, this is better than a machine gun. Li Yongsheng instantly grasped the strategic value of this flower, nearly jumping up in excitement, as it was essentially a cheat for cultivation. Honey, does that mean you won't be stuck at levels anymore? Zhu Lingxue immediately thought of the key point, asking eagerly. Sister-in-law, what do you mean stuck at levels? Has the boss been stuck at levels? Li Yongsheng was taken aback upon hearing this. Wei Chuan explained, after the second talent reaches Tier 4, Tier 1 evolution crystals become completely ineffective, and Tier 2 evolution crystals are needed to continue leveling up. Li Yongsheng's pupils narrowed. He leaned in closer, speaking even more quietly. Boss, this thing can't be exposed. With it, the top 4 of the brave list will definitely be ours sooner or later. Are you teaching me how to do things? Wei Chuan jokingly scolded, feeling great as he wrapped his arm around Zhu Lingxue's shoulder. Let's go back. I want to see exactly how this passive cultivation works. Let's go. Li Yongsheng eagerly followed, his face glowing with the excitement of having struck gold. A radius of 50 meters is a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. This range isn't small, though as long as 2 vehicles drive side by side, he can also enjoy the effects of this flower. Just a few steps out, Wei Chuan seemed to remember something and turned back to glance at the 3 empty silver boxes. Using telekinesis, he lifted the 3 boxes, swaying them gently behind him. The supply boxes could serve as containers or be molded into materials. He couldn't waste them. Inside the kitchen, Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng gathered around a small table, their gazes all focused on the center of the tabletop. There the tied flower stood quietly in a white porcelain basin. Its azure petals appeared even fuller than before, and the stamen shimmered with a stable and soft light blue glow, flickering like a breathing entity. Surrounding the porcelain basin was a neat circle of energy blocks emitting a faint blue light. Wei Chuan picked up an energy block and carefully placed it on the soil at the base of the tied flower. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred instantly. As soon as the energy block touched the seemingly ordinary soil, it collapsed instantaneously, transforming into a deep blue stream of light, as if absorbed by a sponge, quietly seeping into the depths of the soil, disappearing without 10 blocks, 20 blocks, 30 blocks. Wei Chuan moved steadily, dropping 1 block after another. Soon the 50th energy block was completely absorbed by the soil, just as the last glimmer of deep blue light vanished into the ground. Buzz! A barely audible low humming sound emerged from the basin. The slender stem of the tied flower gently swayed, and a rich blue light first emerged from below the soil, as if a spring had been ignited. Then this light, like a living being, slowly spread upwards along the plant's roots, flowing through each leaf, ultimately converging in the stamen that sparkled with fluorescent light. In the next instant, the stamen visibly expanded at a speed perceptible to the naked eye, as if it had reached some critical point, shuddering heavily. Poof! A circle of light blue, translucent waves of luminescence spread out from the stamen, like ripples cast by a stone thrown into a calm lake, suddenly radiating outwards and sweeping past the 4 individuals at the table. At that moment, all 4 felt a jolt. A feeling of indescribable coolness coursed through them, as if all their fatigue had been washed away, and every cell in their bodies seemed to emit a comfortable sigh. At that moment, all 4 felt a jolt. A feeling of indescribable coolness coursed through them, as if all their fatigue had been washed away, and every cell in their boss, you really have experience. Li Yongsheng immediately looked down at the survival device on his wrist, unable to suppress his exclamation. His experience bar had just been at 62 of level 1, and now it had changed to 62.01. Though it was merely a 0.01 increase, it meant that the effect of the tied flower was indeed real. Once accumulated over a long period, this additional gain would be terrifying, equivalent to being in passive cultivation at all times. Li Yongsheng's words lingered in the air. Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue also opened their personal panels. Their experience bars showed no change. However, this did not mean the Tide Flowers effect was ineffective. Rather, their levels were at least one major stage higher than Li Yongxing's. The experience needed for leveling up was greater, and this minuscule gain could not be reflected in their Get closer to the flower. If the distance is difficult to control, just move to the side. Don't waste this effect, Wei Chuan reminded Li Yongxing. Don't worry, boss. I definitely won't hold you back. Li Yongxing excitedly patted his chest in assurance, once again feeling fortunate that he hadn't followed the wrong person. If he had followed a stingy and treacherous boss, let alone something akin to a cultivation cheat, he probably wouldn't even be given a pistol. The most likely scenario would be for him to be treated as a mere gas station. Wei Chuan smiled and nodded, then turned to Lu Qingqing, who was sniffing the flower, and asked, Qingqing, how many source crystals did you use just now? I switched to high-frequency mode. I didn't count the exact time, but it was about half a minute roughly. 3,600, Lu Qingqing recalled, and answered. I switched to high-frequency mode. I didn't count the exact time, but it was about half a minute roughly. 3,600, Lu Qingqing recalled. In just half a minute of full fire mode, 3,600 source crystals had been consumed. At this consumption rate, the over 600 source crystals in his pocket wouldn't even last for 10 minutes of high-frequency mode. The production of energy blocks truly couldn't stop for a moment, otherwise he would feel insecure. After resting for half an hour, the convoy set off promptly at 2 p.m., continuing to explore along the dilapidated road. However, shortly after departing, they encountered situations one after another. In just 1 hour, they encountered 3 groups of people, once with a lone wolf in a single vehicle, and twice with small convoys of 2 to 3 vehicles. With the intelligent machine gun in place, those vehicles were scared off by warning shots before they could get close, avoiding any conflict. The first hour was relatively normal, but entering the second hour, the frequency of encounters increased. They encountered lone wolves, or convoys, 10 times consecutively. This abnormal frequency immediately put Wei Chuan on high alert. Where are all these people? He even paused the production of energy blocks, climbing through the shooting window to the roof of the vehicle, raising binoculars to carefully observe the surroundings. Just this glance. His furrowed brow relaxed, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a hint of anticipation. The surrounding road network had noticeably become denser, with more roads extending from the grasslands, converging and diverging like rivers covering the land. Many roads had vehicles on the move. Though they were spaced far apart, the population and sense of crisis had clearly increased. This situation resembled the precursor to entering a service area. If it is indeed a service area, Wei Chuan murmured, his eyes shining. Last time at the service area, he bought a 64-cylinder mammoth source engine. What good items would he encounter this time? Thinking of how his source crystals had already surpassed 800, his sense of anticipation grew even stronger. No matter what he might encounter, if it was useful, he would buy it. If he wanted it, he would buy it. He had money. Lost in thought, he casually opened the wealth leaderboard, and the data on the list made him even more comfortable. 10 minutes elapsed. Outside the window, the landscape increasingly corroborated Wei Chuan's hypothesis. The highway network grew denser, traffic noticeably intensified, and all routes converged toward a single direction. This scenario mirrored precisely the one observed before the previous service area. Confirmation was now absolute. A service area lay ahead. Wei Chuan temporarily deactivated his smart autocannon. Li Yongxing had likewise been notified to prevent indiscriminate fire on nearby vehicles, as streams of highway traffic steadily converged upon the same zone. Channel 89. The regional communication frequency erupted into unprecedented activity, messages flooding the feed at blinding speed. Region 89, 7754 survivors online. Angelum, trust me. You'd best keep your distance from Wei. I merely approached to greet him, and he opened fire. Chinsuha found an unpolluted stream. I'm about to turn my fortune around. Liangguochao, a service area. Real or fake? All I see is barren wasteland. Nothing but dust. Moses, I'm on the adjacent highway, less than 200 meters from Wei. He didn't attack me. You likely accelerated too fast, or drew too near, triggering his threat assessment. Tang Sini image, a true master indeed. Even mounted autocannons. His teammate's vehicle carries one too. Alfonso, I've arrived at the service area. Anyone seeking a squad, please message me privately. I carry a Desert Eagle pistol. Firepower is ample. I can easily eliminate level 1 mutated creatures. Wang Gang, that heavy caliber machine gun must be the top tier reward from the recent Research Academy event. I know the rank 1 survivor from Sector 6. He received a cannon. His vehicle's practically been converted into a tank. Carolina, I've arrived as well. This service area differs entirely from the last one. Image. Roughly half the channel's chatter centered on this new service area. The other half revolved exclusively around Wei Chuan and his compact convoy. A colossal armored vehicle paired with a heavily modified van, both crowned with smart autocannons atop their roofs, formed an unmistakably conspicuous target impossible to overlook. Why survivors so readily attributed the convoy to Wei Chuan was no longer a mystery. During the Research Academy event, many high-ranking participants had proudly displayed their rewards in the channel, most of which were military-grade equipment. Combined with repeated sightings over the past 2 days, drivers who'd encountered Wei Chuan's convoy on the road only to be warned off by autocannon fire. Anyone with even modest deductive acumen could conclude such weaponry belonged exclusively to the event's first-place victor. Wei Chuan remained indifferent. Tongues belonged to others. He held no authority over them. So long as no one stirred trouble or spoke ill behind his back, he cared not what rumors circulated or speculations arose within the channel. Another 10 minutes passed. On the horizon, a cluster of structures emerged, starkly incongruous against the surrounding desolation. Survivor, welcome to the service area. Service areas spawn randomly and persist for exactly 24 hours. Combat and looting are prohibited within service areas. Talents cannot be activated. Only trading is permitted. Source crystals may be exchanged for goods in the marketplace. 203336. Upon approach, the familiar service area regulations reappeared. If the prior service area evoked a post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic, saturated with metallic grit and fertilizer fumes, this one embodied a distilled vision of modern urbanity. Though devoid of skyscrapers, it comprised an elegant low-rise architectural ensemble, clean lines, immaculate pavement, and abundant green belts, standing in sharp, almost surreal contrast to the brutal world beyond. Wei Chuan parked his vehicle in parking lot No. 2 on the service area's left flank, then disembarked with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. This time they wore casual attire, not combat suits. Though ambient temperatures here ran cooler than outside, they still hovered near 30 degrees Celsius. No one wished to suffer under heavy garments. Moreover, concealment of their faces was no longer necessary. Ever since the leaderboard launched, private chat windows had flooded with profile avatars. Even silent logins exposed identities beyond recovery. As the four stepped out of the parking lot, gazes converged from every angle, tracking their movements, most fixed intently upon Wei Chuan, who walked at the fore. For these survivors, this might be the closest they'd ever stand to the server's strongest warrior and wealthiest individual. A volatile blend of curiosity, awe, envy, and admiration shimmering within each glance. No familiar faces appeared, no one dared approach boldly. Wei Chuan gazed straight ahead, expression serene, leading the trio directly into the pristine commercial street. This time he carried every source crystal he owned, approximately 81,000. Though the figures sounded immense, storage proved effortless. 5 moderately sized hiking backpacks sufficed, packed neatly into the vehicle's storage compartment, requiring no personal burden. Mirroring the prior service area's layout, the first shop visible was again a restaurant. Though basic survival supplies were plentiful, Wei Chuan led the group inside without hesitation and proceeded to make lavish purchases, chiefly snacks and beverages, costing 1,000 source crystals. Next came the armory. Wei Chuan acted decisively, acquiring 300 magazines across various calibers, spending another 3,000 crystals. Most were Colt 1911 pistol magazines and Scar rifle magazines. Standardized and stackable, they would prove invaluable should future blueprints yield ammunition without integrated magazine. Even if in used, it mattered little. He was not short of funds. He also browsed the automotive emporium, where the vending machine's inventory had evolved significantly since last visit. Of the 4 source engine models previously available, only the 24-cylinder Hunter Ranger remained in stock. Numerous vehicle modification templates appeared, window reinforcement nets, chassis armor kits, but none held utility for Wei Chuan. He then visited apparel boutiques, bookshops, and fitness centers, dispersing another 1,000 source crystals. Anticipating the need to furnish 2 existing bedrooms, and foreseeing continual expansion and upgrades to his armored vehicle, he purchased additional source-powered appliances and conventional furniture, expending 3,000 crystals. Better to acquire extras early. Installation would be instantaneous when required. After this circuit, 8,000 source crystals had vanished. Yet Wei Chuan felt no sting of extravagance, only mild disappointment that the sum spent seemed insufficient, leaving him strangely unsatisfied. He'd entered bearing over 80,000 crystals, expecting rare luxuries and premium tier goods, only to find shelves stocked exclusively with standardized mass-produced items. A quiet frustration simmered within him. Truly, wealth without worthy outlets is agony. It resembles a man who has finally attained financial liberation rushing exuberantly to an automobile dealership with a modest fortune, only to discover the showroom offers nothing but mobility scooters and tractors. Who could bear such a letdown? With a hint of reluctance, Wei Chuan wandered through the commercial street for nearly an hour, scanning almost every shop, yet still failing to find a good item. In the end, feeling somewhat displeased, and with a since-I'm-here mindset, he made a retaliatory purchase. He returned to the car dealership and bought a Hunter 24-cylinder engine modification template, then went into a restaurant to buy a batch of snacks and drinks, spending a total of 2,000 source crystals. With this batch of expenses included, his total spending barely reached 1,000 source crystals. However, upon reflection, this could hardly be considered a retaliatory purchase. The armored vehicle would only grow larger and heavier, and eventually each transmission group might require more power. The hunter engine would sooner or later be put to use. As for snacks and drinks, they were consumed daily, so there was no worry about wasting them. As the clock approached 6 p.m., the service area was bustling with people, noticeably more crowded than an hour ago. In stark contrast, the parking lot was filling up with vehicles, yet very few people could be seen. Most had left and not returned. Evidently, the majority of survivors entering the service area after enduring continuous tension from the outside world preferred to relax thoroughly in the absolute safety of the service area, enjoying a good night's sleep before departure. After all, the service area had 19 hours left, plenty of time for them to rest well. Wei Chuan had no intention of staying overnight. For him, spending the night in the service area was a waste of time. It would be better to head out early to search for dungeons and resource points. Yongxing stopped at the service area entrance. As the vehicle exited the parking lot, Wei Chuan picked up the walkie-talkie to remind them. The zoning rules after leaving the service area were not completely clear. They could either be divided by departure time or refresh. To ensure they were not separated into different zones, the safest method was to physically connect the two vehicles together. Although talents could not be used in the service area, there were still ways. Wei Chuan went to the trading post to buy a batch of high-strength ropes and handcuffs, using the most primitive physical method to create a fixed connection between the front and rear of the two vehicles. With the van in front and the armored vehicle behind, the armored vehicle would push the van along. Just as everything was prepared, Wei Chuan remembered something. He quickly opened the survival device, clicked on the social function, found CMA, and sent a private message. Wei Chuan, are you in the service area? The reply came almost instantly. CMA, I just came in a few minutes ago. Did you encounter the service area too? Wei Chuan, yes, after leaving the service area we should be zoned again. If we time it right and go out together, we might end up in the same zone. CMA, no problem. Give me 10 minutes, I need to buy some things. If we really meet, you have to look out for me from now on. It'll be your food warehouse, plenty of carbs. Wei Chuan, no hurry, I haven't decided on the time, yet it won't be that soon. CMA, alright then, I'll take another look around. Closing the survival device, Wei Chuan shared this matter with Lu Qingqing and the others. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both expressed their approval, having heard of CMA from Wei Chuan, a big sister with an initial talent related to food, known for her cheerful and generous personality. Although the convoy was not lacking in food at this stage, the scale might grow larger in the future, and the addition of a stable food provider was undoubtedly a good thing. Li Yongxing, after a moment's thought, proposed a more specific suggestion. Boss, we don't know the zoning rules, but based on the last situation, it should be calculated by the time of leaving the service area. The first 100 to leave will be assigned to Zone 10, followed by Zones 2 and 3. Last time we left relatively early, we might have coincidentally fallen into the batch of 8900 to 900, which is why we were assigned to the earlier Zone 89. If we want to be safe, it's best to avoid peak times for leaving the service area. It's better to leave at night. During that time, those who want to leave have already done so, and those who don't want to leave are asleep. As long as we choose a time with the least people at night to leave together, there is a high probability we can squeeze into the 100 of the new zone. I think so too. Wei Chuan gave Li Yongxing an approving glance. He was indeed a gamer, accurately grasping the rules. In reality, this idea had a drawback. Others would likely have the same thought. This would reduce the probability of forming teams, and the new zones appearing at night would mostly be team zones with more vehicles, leading to greater competition and conflict. However, this was already the best approach. Moreover, with his strength, he had nothing to worry about regarding competition and conflict. If he ended up in the same zone, only others would be anxious. As midnight approached, the service area was brightly lit, yet it exuded a relaxing tranquility. Most survivors had returned to their vehicles or found other places to sleep, with only a few figures still wandering among the shops. Wei Chuan leaned back in the driver's seat of the armored vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the clear information on his personal panel. Survivor Wei Chuan, first talent S-Class Mechanical Control, second talent Tier 4 Telekinesis, 0. 24. Time 2355, weather clear, temperature 25°C. He glanced at the time, opened the private chat window, and sent a confirmation message to CMA. Wei Chuan, get ready, drive the car to that green line. As soon as it strikes midnight, floor the gas pedal, and stop as soon as we leave the service area. CMA, no problem, I'm all set. They decided to leave the service area exactly at midnight, a time suggested by CMA. Wei Chuan's initial plan was to choose a time between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., as that was when people were the most tired, and there would likely be fewer who attempted it. Moreover, even if they didn't end up in the same zone, as CMA, dawn was not far off, and she wouldn't encounter too many night demons, making it relatively safe. But CMA's words awakened him. A seemingly perfect time might not be ideal, as others would think the same. CMA believed that midnight, a time when one had to deliberately stay awake, would lead to several hours of harassment from night demons after leaving, was a time that most people would awkwardly avoid. The daily gain over 24 hours was approximately 0.5. He had just inquired about Lu Qingqing and Li Yongxing. Lu Qingqing, as a Tier 2 awakened one, had a daily gain Tier 4, 0.24. He silently calculated the enhancement effect of the tidal flower. Since obtaining it, nearly 12 hours had passed, and it had increased by 0.24. The daily gain over 24 hours was approximately 0.5. He had just inquired about Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng. Lu Qingqing as a Tier 2 Awakened 1 had a daily gain of about 3 over 24 hours, and Li Yongsheng as a Tier 1 Awakened 1 had a daily gain of about 8 over 24 hours. Comparing the income from the evolution crystal Wei Chuan previously consumed with these data, it was clear that the experience enhancement effect of the Tier 1 tidal flower was significantly more beneficial for lower-tier Awakened 1s than for higher-tier 1s. Wei Chuan was quite satisfied with this effect. Whether for training team members or for his own accumulation, the tidal flower would prove to be very useful. What needed to be done next was to feed it 500 source crystals on time every day, then cover the soil with source crystals, allowing it to consume as much as it could, and quickly promote to Tier 2 to provide 2359. As the clock ticked toward its final minute, Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his right foot hovering above the accelerator, his entire focus locked onto the countdown display of his survival interface. No seconds were shown, only minutes. He held his breath, counting silently in his mind. 0000. The instant midnight struck, Wei Chuan slammed the accelerator to the floor. A deep, guttural roar erupted from the armored vehicle's engine as immense thrust surged forward, transmitting through the chassis into the van ahead. The two vehicles surged forward like beasts breaking free from restraint, crossing the green line, marking the boundary of the safe zone, and plunging headlong into the boundless darkness beyond. 5 seconds later, having confirmed full departure from the service area, Wei Chuan eased off the accelerator and gradually applied the brakes. Almost simultaneously, his survival interface pinged with a private message. CMA Sector 26187. What about you? Before he could even type a reply, her message arrived. Promptly, he opened the regional communication channel. Sector 26187, 100 survivors. Chui Junxiuog, terrible luck today. Only drew a silver crate and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle with 2 magazines. Barely serviceable. Brewster, the 416 Hong Kong dollars is already excellent. If you're dissatisfied, I'll gladly trade my pistol and source crystals for it. A.O. Kuan getting haughty over a single rifle. It's not a blueprint. How peculiar this Korean Elma image, my newly modified vehicle. Now I can sleep soundly. Oh and shit. A resource node just spawned roadside, with a centipede at least 2 meters long. Zhao Baojia seeking solar panels, offering purified stream water in exchange. Interested parties please message privately. Asada Katomi gazing at the stars, suddenly yearning for home. Ellipses. The sector identifier in the upper left corner left no doubt they had landed in Sector 26187. They'd actually gambled correctly. Wei Chuan confirmed. 26,187. Same sector. CMA, I followed your instructions, exited the service zone via the left gate, and stopped immediately, but there's not a single vehicle around me. Wei Chuan expected. Service zone exits function like teleportation arrays. New sectors are assigned based on exit timing. Wei Chuan hears the plan: depart precisely at 0500. At every junction, turn left. Maintain speed under 30 kilometers per hour. I'll fire 2 shots periodically. You converge upon hearing them. If silent, no concern. We're already in the same sector, and we'll certainly rendezvous by the next service zone at latest. CMA understood. I've activated all headlights. White coach bus. Wei Chuan, I'm piloting a large silver-black 10-wheeled armored vehicle mounted with 4 automated turrets towing a van ahead. CMA. Confirmed. Sector 26187. Ending the transmission, Wei Chuan turned to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue behind him, whose eyes shimmered with quiet inquiry. Truly in the same sector. Instantly, delight bloomed across both women's faces. Their convoy was finally welcoming new members, and a cooperative, approachable senior woman at that. A cause for genuine celebration. Yes, fortunate indeed. I'll step down first and tidy up. With a warm nod, Wei Chuan leapt from the vehicle and began unfastening the ropes and handcuffs linking the 2 vehicles. Li Yongsheng descended from the van, just then drawing near with eager anticipation. Boss, did it work? Success. We depart at 0500. Speed under 30 kilometers per hour, always left at intersections. Keep headlights blazing, and I'll fire 2 shots intermittently. If you hear them, converge. If not, no matter. We're already in the same sector. Rendezvous by the next service zone is all but guaranteed. As he spoke, Wei Chuan tossed Li Yongsheng a cigarette. Li lit it deftly, voice relaxed. No issue at all. Even if we miss tonight, we'll surely meet by the next service zone refresh. Indeed, merely a matter of time. Wei Chuan nodded in agreement, then added, by the way, I'd planned to modify your vehicle today, but the service zone interrupted. Tomorrow noon then. Ah, trivial. Finding people matters more. Li waved dismissively. His sole priority had always been security. Now that intelligent turrets were secured, neither human threats nor nocturnal demons unsettled him. Bulletproofing the vehicle mattered less, at least not urgently in this phase. After a cigarette's worth of casual conversation with Li Yongxing, Wei Chuan returned to the armored vehicle. He took the Python source power pistol from Lu Qingqing's hands, opened the firing port, and discharged 2 rounds outward. The sharp resonant reports carried far across the still night. A faint regret flickered in his mind. Pity this weapon drew energy from physical stamina. Otherwise it could have been mounted atop the vehicle and delegated to Lightning's control. Lightning could operate the smart turrets, but each high-explosive round cost 3 source crystals. Even firing only 1 per minute would consume 180 crystals per hour. Though he carried over 70,000 source crystals, he refused to squander them recklessly. For the next hour, Wei Chuan searched diligently for CMA. Just beyond the service zone, the road network remained relatively compact. Within that hour, he encountered several vehicles, yet none matched CMA's white coach bus. As hours slipped away, Wei Chuan radioed Xia made a halt for the night and resume at dawn. His stamina held, but hers might not. Prudence dictated rest first. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Wei Chuan raised his walkie-talkie to instruct Li Yongxing to stop, a rapid burst of gunfire echoed faintly from the right front quadrant. Distant and distorted by the night wind, the sound nevertheless registered instantly upon Wei Chuan's acute hearing, the distinct signature report of a firearm. Crisp, precise, carrying a familiar cadence. Scar. His pulse leapt. Many wielded Scar rifles, but here in Sector 26,187 starting zone at this late hour, the likeliest bearer and user of that weapon. Qingqing. Right turn, accelerate. He whirled, commanding Lu Qingqing to take the wheel, while he scrambled onto the roof and retrieved his tactical binoculars from his utility belt. Almost simultaneously, the van beside them swerved. Li Yongxing, already leaning out the open window, hand gripping his pistol against the sill, had heard the gunfire even before Wei Chuan did. Roar! Under Lu Qingqing's command, the armored vehicle bellowed, veering sharply right off the highway and hurtling toward the origin of the gunfire. 2 kilometers later, chaos unfolded before him. Clearly magnified through the binoculars, a burning sedan carcass cast flickering light upon 3 entangled vehicles nearby. At their center stood a white coach bus, its windows nearly shattered, its body pockmarked with bullet holes, hemmed in front by a freight truck and a van and blocked rearward by the blazing sedan. The moment the white bus came into view, Wei Chuan knew he had found CMA. There were a total of 6 people visible. 3 individuals were using a cargo truck and a van as cover, repeatedly firing handguns at the white bus. The firepower seemed dense, yet appeared somewhat chaotic. Beside the burning car, one person was crouched clutching a handgun, while another lay curled up on the ground, their clothes still smoldering, clearly having succumbed to death. The last person was on top of the white bus. She was a woman about 35 or 36 years old, dressed in camouflage combat gear. She used the structure of the vehicle as cover, constantly moving within the cabin. Each time she poked her Scar out of the window, it emitted precise and fierce bursts of fire, single-handedly suppressing the 4 enemies outside. 1 against 5, taking 1 down. Sister May, you are so cool. Seeing this stark contrast, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Chuan stowed away the binoculars, and in the next second, a backpack-sized jet glider appeared in his hands. He quickly donned and secured the glider, his gaze fixed on the center of the battlefield. You don't need to get too close, I'll handle this. After reminding over the walkie-talkie channel, Wei Chuan took a step back on the roof of the car and leaped forward, simultaneously activating the microjet device on the back of the glider. Whoosh! A powerful thrust erupted from behind him, propelling him through the night sky toward the fiery battlefield. The sudden intervention of Wei Chuan's convoy, with its bright headlights piercing the night and the roar of the engine, was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly capturing the attention of both combatants. In this pitch-black wasteland, a massive battle vehicle accompanied by a heavily modified van raced towards them with all its lights on, making it impossible to go unnoticed. This kid really found it. Inside the white bus, Xia Mei cautiously peeked out. Upon seeing that it was a battle vehicle equipped with a cannon and a van, her previously tense heartstrings finally relaxed, a bitter wave of surprise washing over her. However, before she could fully exhale, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Thud! A dull and sticky explosion sounded from behind. The enemy hiding behind the wrecked car seemed to be struck by an invisible heavy hammer from above, instantly contorting and collapsing, followed by a burst that scattered into a pool of crimson blood mixed with bone fragments and clothing. Second ability. CMI's pupils instantly contracted as this thought flashed through her mind. Such a bizarre method of attack could not possibly be executed by conventional physical means. It had to be some sort of special second ability. She immediately lowered her body, crouching as she swiftly moved to the front of the vehicle. When she cautiously peeked out again, the battlefield had already fallen silent. The 3 individuals who had previously used their numerical advantage to hinder her effective counterattack had vanished, leaving behind only 3 shocking pools of blood that silently testified to their fate. And on top of the nearest cargo truck, a person had appeared without her noticing. A young man in cartoon pajamas with a handsome face stood there looking at her with a relaxed smile. Sister Mei, you truly are amazing. Wei Chuan's voice, filled with mirth, broke the battlefield's silence. Oh, the top scholar has arrived. Siam Mei couldn't help but smile, her joy from surviving the fierce battle intertwined with the surprise of finding her team. She completely relaxed, stowing the scar in her storage compartment and directly vaulting through the shattered window, her movements clean and swift. Wei Chuan also gracefully jumped down from the rooftop to the ground, stepping forward to give this old acquaintance he was meeting for the first time a gentle hug. Did you hear the gunfire? Siam Mei asked with a smile, patting Wei Chuan's back. Yeah, luckily, I didn't rush to stop, otherwise I would have missed it. I was just about to turn off the lights and go to sleep when this group suddenly appeared out of nowhere and crashed into me. But now that I think about it, I have to thank them. If it weren't for this encounter, Wei Chuan might not have found her. Yes, we ought to thank them, Wei Chuan agreed, turning his gaze towards the nearby cargo truck and van, adding with a smile, these are all excellent materials. Siam Mei blinked in confusion, unable to respond immediately. However, before she could voice her question, footsteps approached from the side. Sister Mei, Lu Qingqing arrived with Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing, all wearing friendly smiles as they introduced themselves and exchanged simple greetings. Hello, I'm Siam Mei, the communications officer. Siam Mei confidently introduced herself with a clarity typical of a soldier. Upon hearing the words communications officer, a glint of understanding flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. It all made sense. She was a trained professional. No wonder she could withstand the firepower assault of 5 people. In just a few moments, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were drawn in by Siam Mei's straightforward personality and capable demeanor, engaging in lively conversation. Wei Chuan and Li Yongxing tacitly stepped aside, their gazes magnetically locked onto the nearby cargo truck and van. This group had used handguns and each of them had one. They must not be lacking in supplies. When should they search? After chatting for about 3 minutes, Lu Qingqing seemed to have seen through Wei Chuan's thoughts, smiling as she said, Hubby, Sister Mei's vehicle is up to you. Thanks for your hard work. After saying this, she and Zhu Lingxue each took one of Siam Mei's arms and said warmly, Sister Mei, come on, let's go sit in our vehicle and eat something, take a break for. Thank you. Siam Mei didn't even have time to react before she was enthusiastically pulled onto the armored vehicle. The previously lively scene was instantly reduced to just Wei Chuan and Li Yongxing. The two exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up simultaneously, spirits lifted. Each picked a vehicle, swiftly opened the doors and dove inside, beginning a search for anything of value. There are still 2 chapters pending. The author writes that they don't know if the readers have seen it. The overdue chapters will certainly be completed. It's just that I have matters during the day these days, and by the time I get home it's already afternoon, so I can only manage to write 2 chapters. I sincerely apologize. This convoy is indeed doing well, having unearthed quite a bit of supplies. In total, there are 6 92-style handguns, 100 rounds of ammunition, nearly 400 source crystals, and 8 pieces of source appliances. The remaining assorted food, fuel, crossbows, and standard materials are also worth over 500 source crystals. The only regret is the sedan that was blown up. Most of the supplies inside were burned to ashes, and only a few source crystals were recovered. Otherwise, the haul would have been even greater. You keep half and put the rest in Mei's vehicle. Wei Chuan pocketed the recipe for the 92-style handgun, gathered all the source crystals, and left the remaining supplies entirely to Li Yongxing. Understood, boss. Li Yongxing replied excitedly, starting to cheerfully sort through the spoils. After distributing the loot, Wei Chuan began to repair Siam Mei's white bus. This vehicle clearly underwent modifications. Although it currently looks battered with numerous bullet holes, in reality, these are merely surface injuries, and the core components and chassis are intact. Wei Chuan used materials salvaged from the truck and van to patch up the wounds on the white bus. Not only did he repair it, but he also reinforced and modified it. The excessive windows on the bus are a clear weakness, not only hindering insulation, but also making it easy to breach. Wei Chuan directly sealed most of the side windows with thick steel plates, leaving only 2 windows on each side and structurally reinforcing the entire vehicle. After fixing Siam Mei's school bus, Wei Chuan did not forget about Li Yongxing. He replicated the same modifications on the van. After the modifications, the defense of both vehicles significantly improved, making it difficult for standard handguns to threaten the vehicle's body. Of course, the overall defense was not perfect. The glass and tires still remain weaknesses, but the templates for bulletproof modifications are too rare and the materials are hard to procure. He needs to save what little he has for himself, so he can only ask Siam Mei and Li Yongxing to keep an eye out for collection. After completing all the modifications, Wei Chuan shaped the remaining metal materials into nearly square metal blocks and stored them in his tactical waste bag. This busy work unknowingly took half an hour. The time had quietly slipped to 1:30 a.m. When he returned to the armored vehicle, he found Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue accompanying Siam Mei on the sofa, watching a movie. The atmosphere relaxed. Siam Mei wore a relaxed and natural expression, clearly having begun to integrate into this new group. Honey, did you finish? Yes, Lu Qingqing asked with concern as she saw him return, and Zhu Lingxue, and CMA stood up as well. Wei Chuan nodded. It's done. It can withstand handgun bullets. Thanks, I won't disturb your rest. See you tomorrow. CMA smiled as she bid farewell, giving Wei Chuan a playful look. During the half-hour chat, she learned quite a bit about Wei Chuan from the two women, including his astonishing dual talents and the relationship among the three of them. See you tomorrow. Wei Chuan felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, rubbed his nose, and personally escorted her back to the now revitalized school bus. Honey, I told May about your second talent and exaggerated it a bit. After returning to the armored vehicle, Lu Qingqing leaned over and whispered, That's best. Wei Chuan affectionately hugged Lu Qingqing, sitting down with her on the sofa, then continued, by the way, take that AI modification template over tomorrow. So soon are you giving it to her? Lu Qingqing asked in surprise. Wei Chuan chuckled and explained, since this wonderful item will be given eventually, it's better to give it sooner rather than later to prevent her from overthinking it. I understand now. Lu Qingqing immediately grasped Wei Chuan's meaning, nodding seriously. What about me? Zhu Lingxue, listening nearby, felt a bit confused, as if she understood something, but not entirely grasping the point, blinking her eyes and asking. Hearing this, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing turned to look at her puzzled face. They exchanged knowing glances, both quietly smiling as they said in unison, time to wash up and sleep. This endearing yet dismissive remark made Zhu Lingxue feel momentarily treated like a child, realizing her intelligence and status at home were at the bottom. Oomph. She huffed in dissatisfaction, casually throwing the pillow in her arms at Wei Chuan before lifting her chin, swaying her slender waist, and stomping back to her room with a hint of petulance. Watching her adorable reaction, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. We should rest too. We need to sell energy blocks tomorrow. Wei Chuan set the pillow aside, naturally holding Lu Qingqing's hand, their fingers interlocking. Lu Qingqing gently nodded, resting her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, a faint smile on her face. Boss, there's a situation outside. Uncertain how long he had slept, the intercom on the bedside table buzzed with Li Yangsheng's tense and urgent shout, instantly waking the sleeping Wei Chuan and Lu. A situation. Qingqing, you and Lingxue stay in the vehicle for now. Wei Chuan snapped to attention, not even taking time to put on a shirt, rushing out of the bedroom in his slippers. A warm breeze invigorated him, and he instinctively glanced at the survival device. Survivor Wei Chuan, first talent S-class mechanical control, second talent level 4 telekinesis 0.35 times 0550, weather clear, temperature 31°C. It was not yet 6 o'clock. Boss, look over there. Li Yongxing hurried over, carrying a large pineapple in his right hand, while the flashlight beam in his left hand pointed straight ahead like a sword. Wei Chuan focused his gaze, seeing that the road ahead was shrouded in a thick, inescapable black mist. The mist seemed to have a life of its own, slowly swirling, and he could vaguely see a hunched, indistinct figure approaching them within the fog. The black mist spread at a considerable speed, already less than 100 meters away from them. What's going on? At this moment, Xie Mei, fully armed, also came down from the bus, her expression alert. Following closely, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, also dressed and armed, came out. Upon seeing the eerie black mist ahead, they all tightened their grips and aimed their guns. This is interesting. Unlike the others' tension, Wei Chuan displayed a curious expression. This thing did not resemble the night demon. The night demon would have already rushed in roaring. It also did not resemble mutated creatures. They guard the instances and resource points, and would not actively seek people out, at least not at this stage. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a line from the last update notification and couldn't help but utter it softly. After the emergence of the Shadow Tide, mysterious shadow merchants entered the light and shadow highway, bringing with them a plethora of rare items, but their prices are exceedingly high. The shadow merchant. And hearing this, the four companions beside Wei Chuan froze momentarily, then recalled the long overlooked hint. It had appeared alongside the Institute's event notifications, yet no one had ever seen it in person nor mentioned encountering it over comms. Could that shadowy figure emerging from the mist be him? 3 seconds later, the answer revealed itself. In the dense black fog receded like a withdrawing tide, gradually unveiling the figure within beneath the beam of their flashlights. He was cloaked in a deep hood robe, his frame hunched and frail shoulders burdened by 6 bulging weathered cloth satchels. His face remained entirely obscured by the hood's deep shadow. Seeing such an enigmatic, veiled appearance, Wei Chuan and his 4 companions instinctively relaxed their guard. And, hello, are you the shadow merchant? Wei Chuan stepped forward, calling out from 15 meters away, while simultaneously channeling psychic energy, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Buy my wares, you'll never lose. A rasping ancient voice echoed as the figure slowly raised his head. Beneath the hood emerged a face etched with deep wrinkles, seemingly 80 or 90 years old, with a prominent hooked nose that evoked the archetypal crone from fairy tales. What do you have to offer? Wei Chuan instantly dropped all suspicion. It was the shadow merchant. And he strode straight up to the old woman and gestured, Qingqing, Bring out all the source crystals. His shout jolted Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei into action. They whirled around and dashed back to their vehicles to retrieve their funds. All here. And the shadow merchant spoke flatly, unfastening all 6 satchels from his back and placing them on the ground. Before Wei Chuan could even ask for clarification, item descriptions spontaneously manifested above each satchel. Mimic slime core fuses with vehicles, granting them adaptive camouflage, the ability to mimic surrounding environments, and exceptional self-repair capabilities, enabling regeneration through absorption of metallic materials. Inscribed tequila bottle produces 100 milliliters of tequila every 24 hours. Consumption yields a subtle incremental boost to mental fortitude. Inscribed golden apple X5 immediate full restoration of both physical stamina and mental energy upon consumption. Soul Pact Scroll. Shadow Cat upon activation binds 1 mutated black cat to the user in an unbreakable soul pact, ensuring absolute loyalty and unwavering companionship. Ruin's Beacon when activated emits a source energy signal that awakens a nearby ancient ruin, rich in lost technology and rare resources, but fraught with extreme peril. Not recommended for awakened below Tier 5. Talent Awakening Serum grants an exceedingly low probability of unlocking an entirely new randomized third talent. A cascade of item entries flooded Wei Chuan's vision. His eyes widened with exhilaration, nearly popping from their sockets. Truly rare. In first, the Adaptive Camouflage plus Self-Repair, a quantum leap in armored vehicle survivability. In second, a steady perpetual trickle of mental enhancement, subtle yet in third, an elite combination of blue potions, life-saving in critical moments. In fourth, a mutated companion beast, adding a dependable battle-ready ally. Fifth, a key to a high-tier dungeon, extreme risk, extraordinary reward. In sixth, the Gambler's Elixir, offering a slim chance to awaken an additional talent. Damn, exorbitant. Yet upon seeing those staggering prices, Wei Chuan couldn't help but clench his teeth in dismay. The total cost for all 6 artifacts amounted to a staggering 43,500 source crystals. And far too expensive. And by the wealth rankings standards, only he, solely he, could afford such a sum outright. The total cost for all 6 artifacts amounted to a staggering 43,500 source crystals. And far too expensive. And by the wealth rankings standard, expensive, but worth every crystal. And Wei Chuan gently pinched her cheek. We'll sell more energy blocks, move fast, and we'll recoup it before lunch. We're buying all of them. At that moment, Lu Qingqing, Li Yongxing, and Xia Mei returned, having fetched the source crystals from their vehicles. Sister Mei, my leader is immensely wealthy, spending 10,000 or more just to browse a service station. The shadow merchant is mere pocket change. Sister Mei, my leader is immensely wealthy, spending 10,000 or more just to browse a service station. The shadow merchant is mere pocket change. Li Yongsheng declared proudly, as if the crystals belonged to him. Accursed rich man. Xia Mei tilted her face skyward at a 45-degree angle, straining to hold back tears, not of sorrow, but of sheer unadulterated envy. No, of drool. To rank first on both wealth and power leaderboards, truly awe-inspiring. I'll take everything. Wei Chuan drew a deep breath, his gaze blazing with resolve as he locked eyes with the shadow merchant, then pointed emphatically at the 6 satchels on the ground, declaring with unshakable confidence. Shall I pay with these? And the shadow merchant extended a withered finger toward the 5 backpacks stacked nearby, his voice utterly devoid of inflection. Yes. And without hesitation, Wei Chuan nodded, and with psychic force levitated all 5 backpacks toward him. Instantly, a crisp transaction prompt materialized in his vision and confirmed payment of 43500 source crystals for Mimic Slime Core, inscribed tequila bottle, inscribed golden apples, X5 Soul Pact Scroll, Shadow Cat Ruins Beacon Talent Awakening Serum. Yes, Wei Chuan tapped yes, without pause. Transaction confirmed. Source crystals, 43500. Acquired Mimic Slime Core, inscribed tequila bottle, inscribed golden apples, X5 Soul Pact Scroll, Shadow Cat Ruins Beacon Talent Awakening Serum. The moment he tapped yes, it was as though an invisible hand swept across reality. The 5 backpacks vanished, 3 erased instantly, 2 remaining, 1 trembling faintly. Almost simultaneously, the world seemed to flicker. In the shadow merchant, and the swirling black mist enveloping her, vanished from the highway as if she had never existed, leaving no trace behind. This sudden surreal disappearance left Lu Qingqing, Li Yongxing, and Xia Mei stunned, momentarily speechless. They'd stood behind Wei Chuan and hadn't triggered the satchel's item displays. They had no idea what the merchant sold, or at what price. Only now, witnessing 3 backpacks vanish in an instant, did they grasp the sheer magnitude of the transaction. And the scale wasn't hundreds or thousands, it was tens of thousands. And the shadow merchant had departed with unnerving finality. Had she truly sold everything? Leader, how many source crystals did you spend? Li Yongsheng's stammered mouth agape, utterly bewildered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Wei Chuan stared at the 2 remaining backpacks on the ground, his lips twitching with visceral regret. 10 items, 44,000. 44,000. En Li Yongsheng and Xie Mei cried out in unison. The number struck them like a physical blow, an astronomical sum beyond comprehension. Li Yongsheng and Xie Mei amidst their shock felt a mixture of emotions. The total price of the 10 items was 4400 source crystals, averaging 4400 source crystals per item. Thinking about this terrifying price, the 2 felt both relieved and helpless. Relief came from the fact that they could not afford such a price, and thus the shadow merchant's departure did not leave them at a loss. Helplessness stemmed from the realization that the price was so high that even if they encountered it again, they would likely be left staring in disbelief. At this moment, Wei Chuan noticed Lu Qingqing, who seemed hesitant to speak, looking at him. He slightly tilted his chin toward her, giving a look that said, "You may speak." Seeing this, Lu Qingqing slightly pursed her lips and directly asked the question everyone was curious about: what did you buy for such a high price? Although it's said to be 10 items, there are actually only 6 different types sharing this one. The inscribed golden apple, which can instantly restore all physical and mental energy upon consumption. We have exactly 5, one for each of us. Wei Chuan said, taking out 4 inscribed golden apples from his storage. Li Yongsheng leaned in for a closer look and could not help but comment, "This is too small, and it doesn't even look golden." The apple was actually a light yellow, slightly larger than a lychee, with a surface covered in intricate golden patterns, distinctly different from an ordinary apple. "Boss, this is a good item for life-threatening situations." Li Yongsheng reached out to take one, carefully storing it in his compartment, his face beaming with joy. Xie Mei also took one and played with it in her hands, marveling at its effects, and looked at Wei Chuan with such great effects. "Why don't you keep a couple more as insurance?" "You keep it." Wei Chuan waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, "Once you join my convoy, you are one of us. Besides, I might not even need this item." His words exuded great confidence. Li Yongsheng laughed heartily in agreement. "Sister Mei, my boss, is the most loyal. The smart machine gun in my vehicle was gifted by him. You just came too late. It's already been used up." "All right then, thank you, boss." Xie Mei's face broke into a sincere and natural smile, and she playfully winked at Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan quickly waved his hand. "No need for that. Yongsheng is young, so calling me that is fine, but if you call me that, I might get goosebumps." He shifted the topic, gesturing to Lu Qingqing, hand that to Sister Mei. Lu Qingqing understood and affectionately linked her arm with Xie Mei's, while handing over a modified template with lightning patterns. Vehicle AI Intelligent Voice Control System Modification Template. Upon seeing the item information, Xie Mei exclaimed, "Damn, there's actually this kind of thing. Do you all let the AI drive automatically?" "Of course." Wei Chuan feigned helplessness, spreading his hands. "Driving manually is exhausting. Damn it, I need to enjoy this too. Driving every day is indeed draining." Xie Mei remarked, yet her face was filled with an unstoppable smile, carefully storing the modification template, preparing to use it as soon as she got back in the car. Then Wei Chuan took out the other 5 items one by one to showcase. He had practical use for these 5 items, but due to usage thresholds and restrictions, they were suitable to be presented as the foundation of the convoy. "Boss, these don't seem to be combat-effective items." After carefully reviewing the information on these 5 items, Li Yongsheng's initial excitement immediately waned. While these items were indeed good, they either required time to grow or relied on luck, and none could be immediately converted into combat power. He silently clicked his tongue. If he were to choose from the 440 source crystals worth of goods, he would only consider the slime core and the contract scroll to be worth it unless the source crystals were abundant enough to burn. Combat effectiveness. Do I still need to strengthen it? Wei Chuan chuckled lightly, casually waving his left hand toward the sandy wasteland beside the road. An invisible telekinetic hand suddenly blasted forth, striking the distant ground like an invisible cannonball, instantly stirring up a small sandstorm. Li Yongsheng was instantly rendered speechless, and Xie Mei's mouth fell open in surprise. Truly a Tier 4 telekinetic awakener, frighteningly powerful. "Hubby, quickly take out the kitten. I love cats the most," Zhu Lingxue urged, wrapping her arms around Wei Chuan's. Everyone's attention immediately focused on this living item capable of summoning mutated creatures, filled with curiosity. "Great." Wei Chuan, feeling impatient himself, immediately took out the contract scroll Shadow Cat. This scroll was slightly smaller than the modification template, completely black with golden patterns outlining an elegant and mysterious cat. "So please confirm whether to contract the Shadow Cat." "Yes, no." After selecting yes, the scroll instantly transformed into a stream of black particles and dissipated. In the next moment, a pitch black kitten no larger than a palm appeared out of thin air, and his palm curled up as if still asleep. "Wow, it's a little kitten." Zhu Lingxu's heart melted, instantly reaching out to touch it. Swish! A flash of cold light passed by, and the seemingly harmless little black cat suddenly extended its sharp claws, swiping at Zhu Lingxu's hand with lightning speed. Fortunately, Wei Chuan was prepared. The telekinetic barrier blocked the attack just in time, preventing her from getting scratched. Lu Qingqing and the others were startled. How could such a small kitten have such strength? This little guy is not an ordinary pet cat, it's a mutated cat. Wei Chuan reminded, then turned his palms slightly, gently stroking the little black cat's head softly, saying, "These people are companions, you must not attack them under." Meow? The little black cat looked up and meowed, though it didn't nod. Its tail tip gently swayed, seemingly understanding. Wei Chuan tried to hand it to Zhu Lingxue. This time it didn't extend its claws, but instead gently nudged her fingers with its head. "Little kitty, I'll give you a name. How about calling you Little Black?" Meow meow. Alright, I'll take that as a yes. The little black cat was exceptionally spirited, quickly causing Zhu Lingxue to burst into laughter. Even Lu Qingqing and Xia Mei couldn't help but join. A mutated cat. Wei Chuan looked at the well-behaved little black cat in Zhu Lingxue's arms, stroking his chin. He pondered how to raise this special little creature, planning to use source crystals and evolution crystals to improve its strength as soon as possible. Recalling the troublesome Tier 3 mutated snake and Tier 3 mutated vine, he thought that if he could cultivate a high-ear mutated cat, it could fight alongside him and be ridden as well. Just imagining that scene was incredibly cool. After envisioning the future for a while, Wei Chuan set aside his thoughts and began to plan the remaining few props. The relic beacon. It is not advisable for awakened ones below level 5 to enter. The difficulty is undoubtedly extremely high. If he were to enter now, he would probably just fall asleep. Thus, he merely took a glance before putting it away. It would be best not to bring it out before reaching level 5. If he accidentally activated it, it would be a waste. Talent, Awakening Potion. He also temporarily stored this away, as he did not believe he could hit that extremely low probability on the first try. He planned to save up a few bottles to use together later, hoping to increase the odds. Free talents. Just thinking about it made him a bit eager. The Rune Tequila Bottle. Upon opening it, he saw only a bit of damp mist at the bottom, obviously indicating it only started producing alcohol after being bought. He planned to save it for a few days before drinking. Finally, his gaze fell on the mimetic slime core. This thing looked very much like green jelly, and its texture was quite similar. Even without touching it, it was slightly trembling, and it was only about the size of a cube. Wei Chuan walked to the front of the armored vehicle and pressed this jelly onto the cold steel plate. Please confirm whether to fuse with the 1010-wheeled armored energy vehicle. Yes, no, it must be. The mimetic slime core instantly disappeared, and immediately a soft green light illuminated the front of the vehicle. The light spread rapidly like ripples, swiftly coursing over the entire vehicle. In the next moment, the entire armored vehicle was enveloped in a strong green light, which then retracted in an instant. What had once been a heavy and imposing armored vehicle now seemed to become translucent, as if it had turned invisible. Of course, mimetic invisibility was ultimately just a method of concealment that utilized the environment. Upon closer inspection, one could still discern the outline of the vehicle, mainly used for preventing distant reconnaissance. However, what Wei Chuan valued most was not the camouflage ability, but its capacity to absorb metal materials to self-repair damage. With this ability, as long as he kept some metal materials on the vehicle, it could self-repair even if damaged in fierce battles, which was a significant boost to its endurance. At 7:30 a.m., the convoy set off on time. To quickly compensate for the consumption of a staggering 43500 source crystals, Wei Chuan began diligently crafting energy blocks from 6:30 a.m. Apart from spending a few minutes having breakfast, he spent the entire time continuously crafting. He wondered if Xianmai's presence had brought good luck. In the 3 hours after departure, the convoy unexpectedly encountered 3 supply boxes in succession. Although they were all the lowest-level gray iron boxes that could only yield limited basic supplies, their frequent appearances filled Wei Chuan with anticipation for the journey ahead. Whenever basic supplies appeared in abundance, there was always a chance of encountering something big afterward. Meanwhile, the surrounding terrain was quietly changing. After leaving the service area, the map showed a typical desolate Gobi, but this 3-hour journey had already brought them into winding mountain paths. The terrain was steadily rising, and ahead a series of mountains began to appear, indicating they were about to enter the mountain region. Time quickly reached noon at 12 p.m., and Wei Chuan ordered the convoy to stop and rest. He roughly estimated the gains from the morning. Based on the duration and wealth value, the energy block production and sales over 4.5 hours had earned approximately 4500 source crystals. This not only completely compensated for the huge expenses incurred in the morning, but also resulted in a small surplus, which made him feel much more at ease. In the afternoon, he couldn't continue like this and needed to set aside some time to trade firearms for evolution crystals. Meow. As soon as he sat down on the sofa, the little black cat in Zhu Lingxue's arms gracefully leaped over, landing precisely on his lap, holding a shiny evolution crystal in its mouth, rubbing its head affectionately against his hand. Purr purr purr. Wei Chuan was amused by its adorable appearance, and the numbness from continuous work eased significantly as he gently scratched the little black cat's soft chin. Having a pet in this harsh and cruel world was indeed a delightful thing. Not to mention whether it could become a combat force in the future, the emotional value it provided was practically priceless. He had tried feeding this little guy in the morning, and it wasn't picky at all. Milk, eggs, fruits, bread, and other things that humans could eat. It could eat too. Moreover, it could even consume source crystals, devouring several. The only thing it wouldn't eat was the evolution crystals, which it would only lick, but tightly hold onto, as if it were a treasure. If it were taken away, it would meow pitifully. Therefore, Wei Chuan speculated that the little black cat could eat evolution crystals. However, it was still in its cub stage, and could not digest the energy within them. He also tested its attack power a bit. Those seemingly harmless little claws, when swung with full force, could leave clear dents of 2 to 3 millimeters deep on the wooden table, showing its potential. Boss discovered a bronze-level dungeon. Over. At that moment, a somewhat excited voice from Li Yongsheng came through the intercom. Where did the dungeon come from? Wei Chuan was stunned and instinctively looked towards the front of the vehicle. He saw Li Yongsheng standing by the roadside 100 meters away, tying his belt around his waist with both hands, his gaze fixed intently on the ground ahead, clearly indicating something was amiss there. Describe it in detail, Wei Chuan replied, pressing the intercom. Li Yongsheng immediately explained, Boss, I just came out to relieve myself, and while doing so I suddenly saw a dungeon prompt. There was also a circular iron door on the ground named Ammunition Depot, which can be entered for 60 minutes and exists for 180 minutes. Ammunition Depot. Hearing this name, Wei Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. This name was filled with the aura of hard goods. Although it was only a bronze-level dungeon, they might not find any top-tier artifacts, but there should be no shortage of regular firearms and ammunition, which could adequately fill up his firearm recipe library. Furthermore, in a place like an arsenal, there would definitely be metal materials everywhere. He planned to carry out the next round of comprehensive modifications to the armored vehicle in the next couple of days, and the more metal materials the better. No rush, let's finish lunch first, and enter after an hour. Wei Chuan replied, calming down the somewhat impatient Li Yongsheng, then looked towards Lu Qingqing, who was preparing the ingredients. Qingqing, cook whatever can be done quickly, and we'll head into the dungeon after eating. Alright then, let's do some rice noodles. Mei Jie just sent several types of noodles which will come in handy. Lu Qingqing nodded briskly and began to hasten her movements, while Zhu Lingxue also hurried over to help. Wei Chuan thought for a moment and called CMA on the intercom. Mei Jie, the best guns I have are the ACAR and M249. Which one do you want to use? The ACAR requires self-loading of bullets, while the M249's magazine can be used directly. CMA replied after 2 seconds, my shooting skill is decent, so I'll use the ACAR for accuracy. I'll load the bullets myself. Ooh, just the magazine is fine. Alright, I'll prepare it right away. Wei Chuan rummaged through the storage cabinet for 3 ARHs along with 10 extended magazines, and then traded 500 rounds of ammunition together. At exactly 1 p.m., the well-prepared team of 5 from Wei Chuan arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. This was one of the former outpost armories of the Guangying army, which stored a large number of firearms, but please note that it has been occupied by night demons and mutated creatures, so proceed with caution. Survival difficulty bronze level. Access time 6,060 minutes. Existence time 122,180 minutes. Li Yongsheng stepped forward first, heaving open the heavy metal door, then crouched down to peer into the darkness, within carefully scanning the area with his flashlight. Boss, below is a changing room. It looks to be at least 70 or 80 square meters. The difficulty of the bronze level dungeon is not high, just right for you to practice. Wei Chuan crossed his arms and quickly issued orders. Yongsheng, you lead the way, Lingxue, and Mei Jie take the center, and I will cover the rear. He paused briefly, looking at Lu Qingqing. Qingqing, you can head back. Directly remember to have lightning turn on the machine gun. The entrance to this dungeon is too small and may get blocked by later arrivals, so we need to secure the area and guard the entrance to prevent anyone from entering. Just park the armored vehicle across the road. They can either take a detour or taste high-explosive shells. MHM. Lu Qingqing nodded, clutching the little black cat, as she turned to walk towards the armored vehicle. Boss, I'm going in first. Li Yongsheng took a deep breath, grasping the cold handrail inside the door, and agilely climbed down. Wei Chuan, Zhu Lingxue, and Xia Mei followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, they were hit by a wave of mixed odors, strong rust, musty mildew, and a certain foul stench that made them want to gag. Here, put this on. Wei Chuan took out 3 full-face gas masks from his tactical waist bag and distributed them to the 3. This was a formula he had exchanged for with a scar enough to make 10. He didn't need one himself, as the Guangying combat suit had a complete life support system better than most protective gear. Boss, there are no monsters, just cabinets. Li Yongsheng quickly surveyed the area, holding his big pineapple rifle before returning to report. There were many double-decker lockers here, which might contain supplies. Search for 5 minutes, he'll check ahead. Wei Chuan nodded, and then stepped towards a sealed door to the right front. Upon approaching, he discovered it was a stairwell. As soon as he stepped inside, a familiar low growl of ha-ha-ha echoed from below. It was definitely a night demon, and a humanoid one at that. Wei Chuan raised his eyebrows, and the headlamp on his tactical helmet instantly lit up the beam, shining down the stairwell's corner. 3 humanoid night demons dressed in tattered uniforms burst forth from the shadows, their twisted arms reaching directly for Wei Chuan as they lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Under Wei Chuan's overwhelming psychic force, the heads of the 3 night demons exploded instantly, their bodies turning to dust and dispersing in the air. As expected of an armory, there's plenty of loot here. Wei Chuan lightly curled his fingers and 3 source crystals along with a Glock 18 pistol floated into his hand. It was his first time encountering a night demon equipped with gear. To give his teammates ample training opportunities, he didn't delve deeper, but stayed at the staircase entrance waiting. 5 minutes later, Zhu Lingxue and the others completed their search of the changing room. The findings were mediocre. The best was just 1 box of 35 bullets for a pistol, while the rest were basic supplies of little value. This was within Wei Chuan's expectations, as it was merely the entryway of the dungeon. After regrouping, the 4 entered the next level without hesitation. The space on the second floor opened up significantly, far surpassing that of the upper level, comparable to a football field. The cement floor was marked with dense parking spaces, but now it was completely empty, not a vehicle in sight. As soon as they stepped into this open area, the growl of night demons echoed from the darkness ahead. To the left, Li Yongxing, responsible for leading the way, immediately whispered a warning, the beam of his flashlight sweeping over. There were quite a number of night demons, estimated to be a dozen, all humanoid, draped in rotting rags. Bang, bang, bang. 2 big pineapples and a scar spat fire simultaneously, the dense firepower quickly wiping out the group of night demons. The team continued to push forward. The walls on both sides of the parking lot were embedded with many heavy sealed doors. Wei Chuan approached to try to open them, but whether by brute force or psychic shaping, he could not budge them an inch. Clearly these doors were merely background props of the dungeon, restricted by rules and unable to be opened. Reaching the end of the parking lot, there was an elevator shaft on the left and a stairwell leading to the next level on the right. The 4 chose to take the stairs again. Even if they wanted to take the elevator, it was not an option, as there was no power here. Stepping into the 3rd underground level, the technological atmosphere grew stronger, with almost everything in sight constructed of metal. The walls of the passage were covered with damaged exposed pipes and cables, occasionally shooting out small electric sparks, making a crackling sound that was particularly jarring in the silence. Be careful, don't get electrocuted. Wei Chuan called out a warning, simultaneously using his psychic power to clear all the cables blocking the path, creating a safe passage. After passing through 2 corridors filled with instrument wreckage and through a half-open heavy metal door, they entered a relatively spacious area. This should be the dormitory. Surrounding them were many rusty double-decker iron bunk beds, most of which were toppled over. Personal lockers were haphazardly placed, many of their doors twisted and deformed, personal belongings scattered all over, covered in thick dust. On the walls, some faded, blurry posters could still be seen, silently recounting the vibrant life that once thrived here. There are night demons on the right. Wei Chuan lowered his voice to alert as the intelligent target acquisition system of his tactical helmet reacted. Almost simultaneously with his warning, a series of low growls echoed from the toppled beds and the shadows deep within the room. In the next moment, a dozen figures staggered to their feet. They were all draped in tattered but vaguely recognizable military fabric, each with a holster at their waist, and several even carried assault rifles slung over their shoulders. Don't rush. Wei Chuan reminded, his psychic power erupting suddenly. The holsters and assault rifles on those night demons were all torn off by his psychic force, causing several to be toppled by the unexpected might. Be careful not to damage them too much. If they are too damaged, insight won't work anymore. After Wei Chuan collected all the firearms, the battle erupted instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yongxing's big pineapple was the first to spit fire, the dense firepower suppressing the few night demons charging at the front, shattering their limbs. CMA, with her precise marksmanship, focused on those that were isolated, her bullets expertly piercing their heads, killing them thoroughly. This time Zhu Lingxue did not use a gun, instead she took a step forward, a chill emanating fiercely from beneath her feet. The ground rapidly froze over with a layer of solid ice, and then a multitude of ice spikes erupted from the ice, instantly skewering several night demons. With the cooperation of the 3, these night demons had no ability to retaliate. As the last night demon turned to dust and dissipated, the battle came to a temporary halt, leaving only a dozen source crystals scattered on the ground. These disgusting creatures are truly frightening up close. Li Yongxing let out a sigh of relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He had been a bit too aggressive in the fight, nearly getting too close to the night demon. Hurry up. Wei Chuan glanced at the time on the survival device. There were only 47 minutes left. The group immediately dispersed, quickly searching the lockers and possible storage spaces beneath the beds or in corners. This time luck was on their side. Boss, look at this. Li Yongxing's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement as he carefully brought out a standard olive green military medical kit from a half-open locker. Opening the kit, it contained not an array of medications, but a solitary vial of injection solution. The transparent plastic casing held a slightly viscous pale yellow liquid with the needle tightly sealed by a protective cap. Oh my! Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened. He was too familiar with this unique shape and color. This was an antiviral serum. Antiviral serum can completely eliminate the virus from the body if injected within 1 hour of infection by the night demon. If injected after 1 hour, 3 consecutive injections are needed to eradicate the virus ineffective at the mutation stage. He took a look at the item information and confirmed it was indeed correct. This was a miraculous medicine that could save a life after a disastrous turn of events. What? Wei Chuan handed the precious serum back to Li Yongxing, wearing a smile of approval. You should keep it safe for yourself. Come to me when you need it. Oh. Li Yongxing was completely stunned. He had intended to give this miraculous medicine to Wei Chuan as a way to repay him for the care he had received over the past few days. He did not expect Wei Chuan's reaction to be so indifferent, even hinting that he had more in stock. That's right. He suddenly remembered that his first encounter with Wei Chuan was outside the hospital instance, where it was completely normal to find medical supplies. It must be that way. At that moment, Xie Mei also approached, carrying a small black briefcase. Upon opening it, there was a brand new Desert Eagle pistol inside, along with 3 spare magazines, all in excellent condition, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. A Desert Eagle. Wei Chuan simply reached in to feel the manufacturing principles of the pistol and bullets, then closed the case, signaling Xie Mei to put it away. In contrast, Zhu Ling's luck seemed somewhat lacking, having only found half a box of military compressed biscuits from a corner. Of course, luck is relative. In reality, compressed biscuits, being high-calorie and easy to store, are quite sought after in the trading market. After quickly scouring the dormitory area, the four dared not delay and immediately delved deeper. Behind the dormitory extended 2 corridors, one leading to a large washroom that was empty and the other towards a somewhat dilapidated conference hall. Inside the conference hall, Wei Chuan made a significant discovery on the wall, a structural diagram of the armory. Though the diagram was rudimentary, it clearly marked the paths to several core areas, including the energy zone, cold storage area, and monitoring zone. One prominent red line pointed to the target Wei Chuan valued the most, the armory. Let's go. Directly to the armory. Wei Chuan's spirits soared as he waved his hand, leading the team unhesitatingly into the right corridor. They encountered a few scattered night demons along the way, but under the overwhelming firepower, they couldn't even slow down the team. The hall was quite good, obtaining a total of 1 pistol and 3 stun guns. About 5 minutes later, a heavy metal sliding door blocked the four's path. The sliding door was not fully closed, leaving a gap of less than half a meter, with several gruesome claw marks marring the door. Wei Chuan couldn't identify the creature that made the claw marks, but something that could leave such traces had to be a fierce beast. Behind the door was complete silence with no sounds. However, Wei Chuan knew that according to the instance rules, important resource points must be guarded by mutated creatures. Bang! Clang! With a deafening metallic scraping sound, Wei Chuan used his telekinesis to forcefully push the heavy sliding door open slowly. The sight behind the door made the eyes of the four instantly light up. The interior of the armory resembled the tunnel, being a semicircular spatial structure with a depth of about 30 meters. On both sides, orderly metal shelves were lined up, haphazardly piled with various firearms, which, although covered in dust, still exuded a chilling, murderous aura. In the central space of the armory, dozens of military green long boxes and square boxes were stacked together. The standard camouflage pattern undeniably proclaimed the items they contained: arms. However, just beside these boxes, symbolizing a wealth of source crystals and power, a massive pitch-black figure suddenly stood up. It was a mutated black bear, shockingly strong. Standing upright, it was at least 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging like rocks, exuding explosive power, with dark red eyes fixed intently on Wei Chuan and the other 3. With such a physique, it could probably flip a car with one hand. It's a pity. What awaited it was the metallic storm unleashed by the big pineapple and Scar. As a second-tier mutated creature, this mutated black bear was far stronger than the mutated centipede they had encountered before. It was faster and had better defenses. But a second-tier creature is still just a second-tier creature. In this not-so-spacious space, facing the barrage of 3 guns, it couldn't even reach the door before collapsing to the ground amidst the deafening gunfire, its body turning to dust and raising a cloud of "Start searching!" Wei Chuan, excited, called out as he retrieved the glowing second-tier evolution crystal with his telekinesis. Even if all the military boxes were empty, just the firearms on the shelves would be enough for them to feast on. These are all precious firearm recipes. Looking at so many different models, of thought even crossed Wei Chuan's mind. When the next round of modifications for the armored vehicle begins, he wants to add a few more rooms to the vehicle, incorporating both the planting area and the armory. In the following minutes, Wei Chuan and his 3 companions thoroughly cleared the armory, achieving remarkable results. After counting, they found a total of 12 handguns with over 500 rounds of ammunition. 16 rifles with over 900 rounds of ammunition. For submachine guns with exactly 300 rounds. 3 sniper rifles with nearly 100 rounds. 1 anti-tank rocket launcher with 3 armor-piercing rockets. A half box of fragmentation grenades